Chapter 1. This world ought to be destroyed. Ah, I beg you, don't spray that into my mouth. It stinks and is so fishy. Please no. A sharp female scream jolted Li Ming, who was dozing on a bench, awake. Li Ming struggled to open his weary eyes. Squeak, squeak. A chubby boy of about 7 years old aimed a water gun at Li Ming's face, spraying him. Li Ming instinctively licked the corner of his mouth. Water? How sweet it is, not a hint of fishiness or foulness. The chubby child looked at Li Ming in astonishment as he repeatedly splashed the water from his face into his mouth. Mom, this brother is crazy. He's drinking the water I shot at him. The woman who had screamed earlier hurriedly grabbed the water gun from the chubby boy. Oh dear, I told you not to spray everywhere. What if you hit a madman? After saying that, the woman shot Li Ming a disdainful glance and quickly led the boy away. Now fully awake, Li Ming surveyed his surroundings. On a summer evening, the sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, and the sun cast a dappled glow upon the earth. People around him strolled leisurely in the park, the ebb and flow of passers-by creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort, with smiles of happiness gracing their faces. Blue sky, white clouds, setting sun, passers-by. Li Ming checked his phone. It was July 8th, 2034. Ha ha ha. There were precisely 10 days left until the terrifying blood rain. Li Ming laughed maniacally, utterly unconcerned about the disdainful looks from those around him. I have actually been reborn before the apocalypse. Haha, I have returned from a world filled with zombies. Ding! A playful voice resonated in Li Ming's mind. System, host. I'm back. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the Doomsday Wives Core creation. Infinite resources doubling system again. Doomsday Wives Core doubling system. Invite eligible beauties to voluntarily join the core. With each additional member, the host's physical attributes double, along with space and resources, plus random rewards. Beauty scoring includes age, appearance, figure, and combat power. Host's initial personal space, 1,000 cubic meters, where time stands still and living beings cannot be stored. Host's initial attributes. Constitution, 5 strength, 8 speed, 7 agility, 6 spirit, 6. Oh dear, how did this useless system accompany my rebirth? In my previous life, after struggling for a month during the apocalypse, I finally awakened this useless system. However, what a joke. Exceptional beauties? You want me to find beauties that meet the system's criteria in the apocalypse? What nonsense. When the blood rain fell, it contaminated all water sources on Blue Star and transformed over 50 of humanity into zombies overnight. As if that were not enough, while zombies besieged cities, the temperature on Blue Star plummeted dramatically from sweltering 30 degrees to minus 50 degrees. In just one night, it dropped a staggering 80 degrees. Under this double blow, the population of survivors on Blue Star dwindled to less than 10, perhaps even fewer. In such circumstances, where could I find exceptional beauties with scores above 80? Even if there were any at that time, I had no resources or power. Why would any beauty choose to follow me? But now that this system has accompanied my rebirth, it is a different story. I have ample time to stockpile enough supplies before the apocalypse arrives. Hee. When the apocalypse strikes, exceptional beauties will come easily. In the apocalypse, a bottle of mineral water or a pack of instant noodles can easily exchange for a life. A mere exceptional beauty? That's a piece of cake. Ding! Detected that the host has previously recruited members with their voluntary consent. Target, Luo Zijuan. Age, currently 24 years old. Appearance, 80 points. Physique, 80 points. Combat power, 5. Overall rating, 80 points. According to system detection, barely meets the standards. The host's physical attributes have doubled, as well as space capacity and resources. Due to barely passing, no random rewards are provided. The current host's physical attributes have already doubled, space capacity has doubled, and space resources have doubled. Host's personal space, 2,000 cubic meters. The original space contains no resources. Space resources are 0. Constitution, 10. Strength, 16. Speed, 14. Agility, 12. Spirit, 12. Here it comes. In his previous life, the system detected that he had once sheltered his ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan, resulting in the doubling of his physical attributes. After the doubling of his physical attributes, Li Ming's speed and strength exceeded those of ordinary people considerably. Thus, he was able to survive in the world of zombies and even gained a modicum of fame. Unfortunately, he was ultimately deceived by his ex-girlfriend, Luo Zijuan, into going to her residence, where she fed him a drug. In the end, he met a tragic fate at the hands of Luo Zijuan and her boyfriend Guanfeng, eating flesh and drinking blood. With this thought, Li Ming clenched his teeth, saying, "Those two scoundrels, I will make sure you repay this debt." Currently, the most critical task is to quickly stockpile resources. Ding! The system? Not at all. The phone in Li Ming's pocket rang. Shangfa Bank. Dear Mr. Li Ming, your credit card ending in XXXX has been overdue for 12 months. Please repay the principal of 1 million yuan as soon as possible, along with interest of 268,747.26 yuan and a late fee of 1,225,420 yuan. We remind you again, if you continue to be overdue, the relevant creditors will upload your overdue payment information to the credit bureau and file a lawsuit against you. If you have any questions, please call XXXXXX. Hiss. Li Ming took a deep breath. Damn it, 12 months overdue, and the late fees and interest have already surpassed the principal. To hell with it. Ding. Jingfa Bank. Ding. Huahua Bank. Ding. Dot. Upon seeing the missed calls, with hundreds of calls unanswered, Li Ming knew without looking that they were all nonsense collection calls. Indeed, Li Ming was merely a debtor whose credit had sunk to the lowest depths, unlikely to recover in this lifetime. After being swindled out of 10,000 yuan by those unscrupulous overdue law firms, Li Ming's WeChat wallet function remained intact for continued use. Looking at these debt collection messages, he opened his WeChat balance to find 0.32 yuan. Hiss! Li Ming closed his eyes and took another deep breath, tilting his head in resignation as he said, "Indeed, this world ought to be destroyed." Chapter 2. Flight attendant Huafian, the shrill ring of Li Ming's secondary phone echoed, prompting him to use a friend's name for the number to avoid disrupting his work. "Hello, are you a courier from Nadotong Express?" A melodious female voice resonated from the other end. At that moment, Li Ming recalled another facet of his identity as a courier for Nadotong Express. To endure these trying times, he had resorted to one of the triathlon's disciplines, delivering packages. "Yes, how may I assist you?" he inquired. "I have a package at your company. Could you deliver it to me? I have an urgent matter and need to leave Tianhai City today. I would greatly appreciate it." Li Ming reminisced about a similar call he had received in his previous life. Memories of that life began to surface, especially since today, his unscrupulous manager had once again deducted his wages for frivolous reasons. In a fit of anger, he stormed out and found himself seated in this park, seeking tranquility. When he received that call in his past life, he had been seething with rage and had retorted, "I'll deliver it to you. Damn it." Naturally, the client had lodged a complaint, resulting in his manager finding even more justifiable reasons to withhold his entire salary. This incident led to a physical altercation between Li Ming and his manager, Wang Tao, resulting in Li Ming losing his job as a courier. By the time the apocalypse descended, he was utterly destitute, with no provisions in his rented room. Having endured the ravages of the apocalypse, Li Ming no longer felt the same fury. However, he was determined to reclaim every cent of his rightful wages. Even the smallest compensation was worth pursuing. After all, in peacetime, financial means were essential for survival. "Please hold on. I will deliver it to you shortly," Li Ming responded over the phone. He promptly returned to the Nadotong warehouse, where he located the package addressed to a resident of Binjiang Yihao. To his surprise, it was a hefty box weighing 50 pounds. In his previous life, such a burden would have exhausted him, yet with his enhanced physical attributes, he lifted the box effortlessly with one hand. Other couriers, witnessing his remarkable strength, exclaimed, "Li Ming, have you taken something today? If you have, be careful not to wear yourself out before the evening's tasks." "We're out. I could work for 3 days and nights without stopping," he replied confidently, hoisting the large box and heading towards Binjiang Yihao. Upon arriving at the designated building and apartment number, he rang the doorbell. Moments later, a stunning woman donned in a casual tank dress opened the door. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, his pulse quickening, nearly causing him to lose control. Her angelic visage, radiant complexion, and statuesque figure were magnificently accentuated by her flowing hair, exuding an enchanting allure. Suddenly, a blue system interface appeared above Huafian's head. Name, Huafian occupation, flight attendant appearance, 95 points age, 24 figure, 95 points combat power, 6 overall score, 95 points wow. A stunning beauty rated at 95 points, Li Ming thought, stealing another glance. In his past life, even after 2 months of awakening his system, he had yet to encounter such a paragon of beauty. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with this rare gem upon his rebirth. However, the thought of approaching her with a line like, "Would you like to be with me?" seemed utterly implausible. She would likely respond with disdain and promptly call the authorities. Such a beauty, still untainted at this age, was a rarity indeed. At that moment, Li Ming dared not entertain further thoughts. As a debt-ridden courier, he doubted she would spare him a glance. Nonetheless, he found her presence quite captivating. The lovely lady appeared to be engaged in a phone conversation, and after opening the door, she gestured for him to bring the heavy box inside. Understanding her request, Li Ming complied and moved the box to her living room, where a large Siberian husky bounded forth, staring curiously at him, lacking any of the imposing demeanor typical of larger pets, giving off a rather silly impression. He quickly produced the delivery slip for her to sign, but she remained occupied on the phone, while the seemingly oblivious husky trailed closely behind her. Xia Omei, please help me out. Our little Ha is very well behaved. You just need to feed him on time, she pleaded. I truly have no options left. I really don't want to trouble you. The airline has me on a half-month flight schedule, meaning I won't be able to return home for that time. The Annie who usually looks after Ha is unavailable this week. Yes, just half a month. Thank you so much, Xiaomei, I adore you. Half a month away? With only 10 days until the apocalypse struck, it meant this enchanting woman would not return to her residence. How unfortunate. This house would become uninhabited. An idea sparked in Li Ming's mind as he surveyed his surroundings. The apartment was approximately 140 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. The modern decor was not only stylish, but fully equipped with essential amenities. The fireplace by the wall seemed tailored for the winter chill, although he knew that in South China, the coldest winter temperatures barely dipped below -10 degrees. Why would this lovely woman install such a fireplace in her home? Perhaps it was merely for aesthetic purposes. Binjiang Yihao was one of Tianhai City's few upscale residential complexes, with units primarily ranging from 140 to 300 square meters. Huofian's 140 square meter unit was already the smallest in the vicinity. Due to the larger unit sizes, the population density was significantly lower than in more economically priced neighborhoods. Those who had experienced the apocalypse knew that areas with lower population densities often harbored fewer zombies. Furthermore, a vital factor was that Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan resided in this complex. If he could establish residence here, it would allow him to keep a close eye on them. The more Li Ming observed the apartment, the more he felt it was his dream home. After all, if it were to remain vacant, why not take advantage of the opportunity? The keys had been carelessly tossed onto the pristine white tempered glass coffee table. Seizing the moment while Huofian was engrossed in her conversation with her friend Xiao Mei, Li Ming pretended to fill out the delivery slip. In an instant, he discreetly pocketed the key, which was attached to a fluffy little toy. Once Huofian ended her call, her gaze shifted to Li Ming, who was now aware of her scrutiny, and he noticed her expression shift to one of caution. What are you looking at? Startled by her voice, Li Ming snapped back to reality, raising the delivery slip. What? Beautiful lady, I'm merely awaiting your signature. Please hurry, don't waste my time. Huofian took the slip and signed her name without hesitation. You may leave now. Li Ming accepted the signed slip. All right, I'm going. Who will want to linger here? Just as he turned to depart, Huofian glanced at the coffee table. Wait, where's my key? Feigning ignoranza, Li Ming rapidía. How would I know where your key is? Huofian pointed at the tempered glass coffee table and said, When I returned just now, I clearly placed it in this position. Besides you, no one else has come through here, so I have the right to suspect you. Li Ming spread his arms and twirled in front of Huofian. It was the sweltering month of July, and he was dressed quite coolly, wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with Na Do Tong and a pair of black trousers. With only 2 pockets to conceal anything, he grinned and said, Beautiful lady, I have so little clothing, I wouldn't mind you searching me, but only you. Huofian's cheeks flushed crimson as she contemplated reaching for Li Ming's pockets. Just as she was about to extend her hand, she hesitated, puffed up her cheeks, and declared, I want to see your pockets. Li Ming playfully responded, Shall I take them off for you to search? Huofian, infuriated by his lewd gesture, blushed even deeper and exclaimed, Don't take them off. Just show me what's inside. Following her instructions, Li Ming revealed that his pockets contained only 2 mobile phones and the delivery slip from earlier. To alleviate Huofian's doubts, he even shook his pant legs and jumped up and down. Huofian's keys were a cluster of several together, and anyone jumping like Li Ming would certainly make noise. Furthermore, there was a small plush toy attached to the keys, making it impossible for Li Ming's trousers to hide anything. Embarrassed, Huofian could only apologize. I'm sorry, I must have remembered it wrong. As Li Ming departed from Binjiang Yihao, the sky had darkened. Remembering that his WeChat balance was a pitiful 32 yuan, he drew in a sharp breath. He needed to confront the department manager who had been skimming off his wages to reclaim his salary. The e-commerce industry in Huaguo was exceptionally developed, with parcel volumes nearly reaching capacity every day. Although the sky had turned dark, the Na Do Tong delivery point where Li Ming worked remained bustling, with staff coming and going at a brisk pace. Bang! Li Ming kicked open the office door of his department manager, Wang Tao. Startled Wang Tao, who was in the office fooling around with the finance officer, Oh Hong, immediately ducked under the desk, thinking it was Oh Hong's husband come to catch them in the act. Li Ming, with his hands in his pockets, called out, "Stop hiding, it's me. Look at you." So pathetic, still daring to fool around with someone else. Wang Tao cautiously peeked out from under the desk, confirming that it was indeed Li Ming, before scrambling back up. Oh Hong, equally frightened, quickly tidied her clothes, shot a glare at Wang Tao, and exited his office. Wang Tao, enraged, slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "You rascal, you scared me. Li Ming, you must want to lose your job." His voice was particularly loud, immediately attracting the attention of all personnel at the delivery point. Most paused their work, gathering at the office door, eager to witness the drama unfold. I just saw Oh Hong leave Wang Tao's office. Was she caught cheating? What on earth is Li Ming thinking, confronting manager Wang today? I heard he was docked 1,000 yuan from his salary this morning. And now he is here to reclaim his dignity. These young people are just too impulsive. They've fallen for Wang Tao's tricks. How could he possibly compete against that old fox? Li Ming is likely in for a rough time. Wang Tao smirked. "Since you, Li Ming, have walked right into my trap today, I'll make an example of you. Let all the couriers outside see the consequences of crossing me." Wang Tao. Two of Wang Tao's lackeys, Lai Fu and Wang Kai, quickly arrived at the office, standing on either side of Li Ming. Both were burly and intimidating, and no one dared to provoke them. With wrenches in hand, they flanked Li Ming, their expressions menacing. Li Ming, fuzza, sat down in the chair opposite Wang Tao and declared, "I'm quitting. You must settle all my wages today." With Lai Fu and Wang Kai present, Wang Tao's demeanor grew arrogant. Lighting a cigarette, he took a leisurely puff and glanced at the door he had just kicked in. "With your meager salary, we'll even cover the cost of my door." Li Ming replied calmly, "I'm not here to negotiate. I'm informing you that you must pay me what you owe today." Wang Tao, Lai Fu, and Wang Kai exchanged glances as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. Wang Tao exhaled smoke towards Li Ming and said, "Listen to what he is saying. Do you think you can come here and act tough with me?" Lai Fu placed a hand on Li Ming's shoulder. "Kid, if you know what is good for you, you'll..." Before Lai Fu could finish, Li Ming abruptly stood up and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With twice the strength of an average person and weighing nearly 200 pounds, Lai Fu was sent sprawling nearly a meter away. The intense pain caused him to curl up on the floor, tears and saliva flowing. Li Ming glared down at Lai Fu. "Who do you think you are, daring to touch my shoulder?" Wang Tao had never anticipated that Li Ming would strike first. Panic surged through him as he looked to Wang Kai, signaling him to subdue Li Ming. Wang Kai immediately raised his wrench and swung it at Li Ming. Li Ming, with lightning-fast reflexes, dodged Wang Kai's attack and moved behind him, delivering a kick that sent Wang Kai tumbling forward. Both Lai Fu and Wang Kai, suddenly feeling humiliated after being taken down by Li Ming, endured the pain and attempted to rise, planning to pounce on him with their massive frames. Li Ming swiftly seized Wang Kai's right hand, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent the nearly 200-pound man crashing onto Lai Fu. Both fell unconscious. Having honed his skills during 3 months of struggle in a post-apocalyptic world, where he had dispatched numerous zombies and fought for resources, he had developed formidable abilities. Coupled with his system-enhanced physical prowess, dealing with Lai Fu and Wang Kai posed no challenge. When an individual's strength doubles, it is not a simple matter of just multiplying. It often results in exponential increases. The employees gathered outside, witnessing the spectacle, were utterly astounded, their hearts swelling with delight. Typically, these two lackeys had relied on Wang Tao to bully them, doing the least and easiest work while pocketing the most money, often taking advantage of others. They had long wished to teach these two a lesson, but felt powerless against them. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Wow, is this really the Li Ming we know? Have you secretly been training like in hell? This is incredible." Now, female employees were screaming, "He's so cool. It's a pity he's drowning in debt. Otherwise, even if he were broke, I'd still want to be with him." Another chimed in, "Why not just be friends with benefits?" This remark seemed to awaken many of the women and a few men present. Yes, being friends with benefits sounds good. At this moment, Wang Tao feigned calmness, though he was inwardly panicking. "Li Ming, hitting someone is against the law. If you're unhappy, you can call the police or sue me." The couriers outside rolled their eyes at the shameless Wang Tao, recognizing his double standards. He had often used Lai Fu and Wang Kai to intimidate other couriers, yet now, facing consequences, he suddenly remembered the law, and as for suing him, that would be virtually costless. The lawsuit was won, and Wang Tao merely paid the wages that rightfully belonged to the employees, incurring no loss whatsoever. If he had lost, however, he would have unjustly seized the hard-earned money of the courier. It was a venture with no investment and boundless profit. With this tactic, Wang Tao had unknowingly deceived countless unsuspecting couriers. Li Ming paid no heed to Wang Tao's words and slowly approached him. As Li Ming drew nearer, Wang Tao began to feel anxious, yet he was determined to maintain his dignity in front of onlookers and would not back down. In a moment of desperation, Wang Tao seized an ashtray from the desk and hurled it at Li Ming. However, such a clumsy attack was easily dodged by Li Ming. Grasping Wang Tao by the throat, Li Ming effortlessly lifted him off the ground with one hand, despite Wang Tao's height of 165 centimeters being dwarfed by Li Ming's 180 centimeter stature. Wang Tao struggled desperately, gripping Li Ming's hand in a futile attempt to free himself. Yet, faced with Li Ming's incredible strength, his efforts were in vain. With one hand still clutching Wang Tao's throat, Li Ming delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed in the air. Is this a crime? Before Wang Tao could respond, another slap followed suit. Should I report you? The slaps continued in rapid succession, each one punctuating Li Ming's words. After Li Ming had landed 10 slaps, he finally ceased his assault and released Wang Tao, who collapsed to the floor, coughing and clutching his swollen neck. His face was a vivid shade of red as he looked up at Li Ming's fierce and piercing gaze, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. Wang Tao's heart raced. The Li Ming he knew was not a person to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. Given Li Ming's penchant for picking on the weak, Wang Tao had seen him as an easy target, someone responsible yet fearful of losing his job, who would merely vent his frustrations without real resistance. Just hours earlier, when Wang Tao had threatened to dock Li Ming's wages, Li Ming had not uttered a word of protest. How could he have transformed so completely in such a short time? The murderous intent emanating from Li Ming now instilled genuine fear in Wang Tao, causing him to tremble involuntarily, as if Li Ming were capable of taking his life. Having navigated the treacherous waters of society for many years, Wang Tao recognized the signs of a truly dangerous individual. Li Ming, however, was unaware of the menacing aura he exuded. He had indeed taken a life before. In a previous life plagued by scarcity, he had resorted to extreme measures to survive for 3 months amidst the apocalypse. He had once dismembered 2 stronger men over a bottle of water and a pack of crackers. In a world ravaged by chaos, one could not survive without certain skills. Li Ming spoke in a low voice now. Can I have my wages? This includes the amounts you have withheld from me under various pretenses. At that moment, Wang Tao was gripped by fear, trembling as he clutched his swollen face. Yes, I will have Hong calculated for you immediately, he stammered. Li Ming returned to his chair, crossing his legs, and lit a cigarette with Wang Tao's lighter. Make sure you don't miscalculate. I want every penny that's mine. I want to accept a cent more. Wang Tao nodded repeatedly, assuring him there would be no errors. Li Ming added, and tell that woman not to call the police. I have nothing to lose, and if I end up in jail, at least I'll have meals and a place to stay. Wang Tao grasped Li Ming's intent and recognized that an unrestrained man with nothing to lose was the most terrifying. He quickly dialed Hong on the intercom, urging her to calculate Li Ming's wages and ensure prompt payment. Meanwhile, the female colleagues outside were left awestruck. Wow, when did Li Ming become so handsome? I really like him. Yes, he may be poor, but he is undeniably domineering. Poverty isn't a concern. I'm from a wealthy family, and if he is willing, I could easily support him. Li Ming's keen hearing caught every word, and upon hearing that someone could support him, he turned his gaze toward the girl who had spoken. However, the system promptly disqualified her as a target. The girl, short and overweight, gazed at Li Ming with starry eyes. Li Ming quickly redirected his attention, avoiding any further interaction. It was clear that offers that came so easily were rarely genuine. Before long, Hong entered with a bundle of red bills, her hands trembling as she presented them to Li Ming. Li Ming counted. It's 23,500. I've included the wages the manager had previously withheld, as well as the 1,000 deducted this morning. Li Ming did not immediately accept the cash, instead fixing Hong with a sidelong glance. Whereas the pay slip, feeling the weight of his gaze, Hong shivered and nervously replied, I've double-checked it 3 times. The amount here is guaranteed to be accurate. We wouldn't dare shortchange you. Without warning, Li Ming swiftly struck her face with 2 sharp slaps, causing her to lose balance and fall, her previously fair complexion swelling instantly as money scattered across the floor. He crouched before her, gripping her hair tightly. Do you dare claim you haven't cheated me? I could simply take the cash, and if you report me for robbery, well, 5 years is just the beginning. Hong's face turned pale with fear. Having served under Wang Tao for many years, she could easily guess his current thoughts. Thus, she hastily complied, handing over the cash. Li Ming then directed his gaze towards the silent and fearful Wang Tao. Wang Tao felt a jolt of panic and quickly declared, this has nothing to do with me. It was all her idea. Li Ming stood and landed a punch squarely in Wang Tao's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. I hadn't even said anything yet, and you're eager to sell her out? What a coward. Nufsino Buiz de Fuss feared further retribution from Li Ming and hurriedly scrambled to her feet. I'll prepare your pay slip right away, and everything will be processed correctly. I promise there will be no misunderstandings. While Hong busied herself preparing the pay slip, Li Ming sent a video to Wang Tao's phone. In a previous life, he had long contemplated sending this video to the company headquarters to bring Wang Tao down. However, he had hesitated, and then the blood-red storm had arrived, overshadowing all concerns about Wang Tao's petty issues. Now, it served merely as a precaution against Wang, Tao potentially alerting the authorities. Whether Tao faced consequences was no longer his concern. With 10 days until the apocalypse descended, whether he could survive remained uncertain. Although he was merely reclaiming his rightful wages, the act of violence alone was sufficient to warrant a 15-day administrative detention. He had no desire to relive a life in which he was trapped in a detention center when the end of the world arrived. Li Ming nudged the curled-up Tao with his foot. "Open your phone and take a look. I assure you, you will be surprised." Tao, not daring to defy Li Ming's command, quickly grabbed his phone and checked. Upon viewing the video Li Ming had sent, sheer terror washed over his face once more. This was the video of him and Oh Hong at the hotel. How could Li Ming possess such incriminating evidence? If this video were to be leaked, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Tao's expression shifted rapidly as he began to ingratiate himself with Li Ming. Ming Ye, I beg you. Please spare us." Li Ming pushed the repugnant Tao away with a kick. "I have no interest in your affairs. They are of no concern to me. However, if you dare to provoke me again in the future." Before he could finish, Tao, scrambling and crawling, reached Li Ming's feet. "I wouldn't dare." "Absolutely not. Thank you, Ming Ge, for giving me a chance. WeChat payment received, 500 yuan. The funds have finally arrived, although modest. It will cover my basic expenses for the next 10 days. Without money, even the most capable individual finds it challenging to progress." Oh Hong hastily brought over the payroll, and together with Tao, they signed to confirm the details. Li Ming glanced at the payroll and finally revealed a hint of a smile, commenting to Tao, "I never expected you to, despite your age, to indulge so freely." With that, Li Ming navigated through the crowd and departed from the delivery point. After his departure, the onlookers began to speculate about what Li Ming had sent to Tao's phone. Even as Li Ming distanced himself, the vengeful Tao remained silent, even instructing everyone not to report to the authorities, threatening dismissal for anyone who dared to do so. This only heightened the curiosity of the crowd. Upon discovering that his physical attributes had doubled, Li Ming found his appetite nearly doubled as well. He managed to consume 2 servings of pig trotter rice before feeling slightly satisfied. However, his balance showed a meager 332 yuan. No, it is now merely 346,032 yuan after spending 40 yuan on the 2 meals. With a generous 2,000 cubic meters of space at his disposal, such a small amount of money is clearly insufficient. His only viable option was to pursue a zero-cost acquisition. Chapter 5. The flowing protagonist, the ironclad Walmart. After satisfying his hunger, Li Ming returned to his dim and damp rented room in the urban village, a mere 10 square meters in size. He took out pen and paper, strategizing for his upcoming zero-cost acquisition plan. In this apocalyptic world, the most scarce resource is pure water. It is even more precious than food. Following the apocalypse, nearly all surface water on Blue Star has been contaminated by the zombie virus, making a bottle of pure water exorbitantly priced. Some factions have even resorted to violence over access to water. A single cup of pure water could compel a beautiful woman to serve you for an entire night. A 500 milliliters bottle of pure water could cost a life. Thus, in this environment, water is an extremely valuable commodity. Li Ming decided to reserve 800 cubic meters of his space for storing water. A typical household consumes about 20 cubic meters of water per month. 800 cubic meters would suffice for nearly 40 years for one person. If he were to acquire a high-caliber beauty that meets the system's requirements, the amount would double, yielding 600 cubic meters of water. Should he obtain another exceptional beauty, he could possess 200 cubic meters of water. He yearned to approach the nation's leaders, stating that with just 100 exquisite beauties, he could save the earth. The possibilities are endless. With 1,000 exceptional beauties, he could rescue the entire galaxy. Purchasing 800 cubic meters of water would be financially unfeasible, as he lacks sufficient funds. He recalled a natural reservoir called Farmer Sanquan, located at the southernmost point of Tianhai City. Farmer Sanquan is renowned for its sweet water. They do not produce water, but merely transport it as nature's couriers. The reservoir boasts drinkable spring water of exceptional quality. He could simply draw water from the reservoir into his space. This reservoir is said to have a storage capacity exceeding 10 billion cubic meters. Removing 800 cubic meters would go unnoticed. Additionally, it is a famous natural scenic area, with admission priced at only 30 yuan per person. Thus, the plan for water was set. Next came the procurement of food and daily necessities, with the system and space already established. He did not wish to endure the same hardships he faced in his previous life during the apocalypse. His current goal was merely to accumulate a variety of supplies, which would inevitably increase as he gathered more blood. With the doubling of his spatial resources, the abundance of supplies would also grow. The flowing protagonist, the ironclad Walmart. When it comes to the most comprehensive selection of supplies, nothing compares to the transit warehouse of Walmart in the South China region. His years of experience in delivery have acquainted him with several eloquent individuals. One of them, Zhang Ergu, currently works as a warehouse keeper at the Walmart transit facility in South China. He could leverage this connection to gain access to the warehouse for a zero-cost acquisition. Next, he would need to consider meat, weapons, medicine, and energy. Those would have to wait for another time. Resolute in his decision, Li Ming opened his phone and booked a ticket to the reservoir's scenic area online. The following morning, he took a taxi to the reservoir. Since it was a weekday, not a weekend or holiday, there were very few visitors. Surrounded by lush mountains and clear waters, with the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant flowers, Li Ming savored the scenery, knowing that such beauty would be a rarity in the post-apocalyptic world. After a brief exploration, he found a spot with seemingly the clearest water. Li Ming eagerly scooped up some water to taste, and it was delightfully refreshing. If only he could have a cup of such mineral water in the apocalypse. It would be enough to win the devotion of countless beauties. Ensuring no one was around, he placed his hands in the water. With a single thought, the water from the reservoir began to flow into his space. The suction from his space was immense and swift. Within a minute, the 800 cubic meters of water was filled. To ensure the water had been securely stored, Li Ming extended his right hand and tested it several times. Confirming that with just a thought, water would continuously emerge from the system. A satisfied smile graced his face. Finally, he no longer had to worry about water in the apocalypse. Next on his agenda were food and essential supplies. After securing the water, Li Ming took a taxi back to the city. To gain entry into Walmart's transit warehouse, he needed to charm Zhang Ergu, the warehouse keeper. Zhang Ergu was known for his boastfulness, lecherous nature, and extreme fondness for alcohol. To persuade him to escort Li Ming into the warehouse, he needed to cater to these inclinations. Having spent years in delivery, Li Ming was well acquainted with the local shops that sold counterfeit cigarettes and alcohol, as well as their quality. He arrived at Shuanfa Tobacco and Alcohol, known for its high-quality counterfeit goods at reasonable prices. Upon entering, he called out to the female owner. "How much for your mitai?" The owner scrutinized Li Ming. Although he appeared somewhat handsome, his attire exuded an air of lower social status. Rather than looking down on him, the owner found such individuals appealing. Most of them were vain, often squandering their winnings from card games on extravagant meals. They were particularly fond of showing off and easily deceived. She had sold them her counterfeit goods on numerous occasions, knowing they could not distinguish between the real and the fake. With a warm smile, the owner addressed Li Ming. "Have you won some money playing cards, young man? Your luck seems to be quite good." Li Ming chuckled. "Don't meddle. How much is the alcohol?" The owner retrieved a bottle of mitai from the shelf, stating, "Originally priced at 3,000, I'll sell it to you for 2,880. This is a fine wine aged for 10 years. Li Ming took the bottle, instantly recognizing it as counterfeit. In his entrepreneurial days, he had purchased mitai to cultivate clients and had been exposed to high-end venues. He had learned to discern the authenticity of such products with a mere glance. Not wishing to expose the owner-esque deception, as he was merely there to purchase alcohol, Li Ming set down the counterfeit mitai, saying, "It's a good wine, but it's just too expensive." The proprietress flattered, "Oh, this is not expensive at all. If you went to another place, you wouldn't get it for less than 3,500. Li Ming grinned mischievously. "Indeed, it is pricey. I am merely in search of those 100 bottles of mitai." The proprietress replied, "I'm aware of the rules. Typically, one would not easily sell counterfeit liquor unless they are familiar with the buyer. Therefore, it is highly likely that she would refuse him." Li Ming continued, "I am a colleague of Li Dasan. He mentioned that the proprietress here is beautiful and conducts business with integrity, truly a combination of beauty and kindness. Brother Dasan specifically instructed me to come here for my purchase." Naturally, the proprietress recognized Li Dasan, who often came here to sell various counterfeit liquors and enjoyed boasting about himself as a middle-aged man. However, it was evident that the compliments were self-serving embellishments by Li Ming. Flattered by Li Ming's extravagant praises, the proprietress beamed with joy. "You certainly know how to speak. Since you are a friend of Dasan, I can sell it to you. However, the 100 bottles are of rather inferior quality. Anyone can tell they are fake." Li Ming, still grinning, replied, "No worries as long as it won't kill me." The proprietress nodded, and Li Ming pointed to the cigarette cabinet. "Give me a pack of Huazi as well." The proprietress shot him a disdainful glance. "Fake Huazi, ISNT cheap, you know?" With an air of nonchalance, Li Ming retorted, "Who asked you for the fake ones? I want the real Huazi." Chapter 6. Love awakens with the bell, but the heart remains unsettled. Li Ming emerged from Shuanfa Tobacco and Alcohol, holding a genuine pack of Huazi in one hand and 3 bottles of fake mitai in the other. The Huazi cost 450, totaling 550 for the 3 bottles of fake mitai. Later, he would also treat Zhang Ergu to a lavish meal, which would further add to his expenses. He understood the principle of to gain, one must first give. To persuade Zhang Ergu to take him into the Walmart warehouse, he knew he had to provide sufficient benefits first. It was already evening. According to Li Ming's knowledge, Zhang Ergu started work at 10 p.m. and worked until 9 a.m. the next day. Thus, Li Ming took out his worn-out mobile phone and dialed Zhang Ergu's number. Although they were acquainted, they were not particularly close friends. Zhang Ergu felt a bit apprehensive upon receiving Li Ming's call, aware of his financial troubles. He feared Li Ming might ask to borrow money. Resolving to deflect any potential request, he decided to come up with various excuses if Li Ming did indeed ask for a loan. When the call connected, Zhang Ergu said, "Ming Gu, what brings you to me today?" Li Ming feigned nonchalance. "It has been a while since we last met, and I missed you." Sensing Li Ming's insincerity, Zhang Ergu decided to take the initiative to prevent Li Ming from asking for money. "Brother, I've been struggling lately, losing at cards every time, and I can barely afford a meal. How about you treat me to dinner?" Li Ming laughed heartily. "Isn't it just a meal? Today, I'll treat you to something nice. Let's go to Yaoqi Club. They have a buffet, and afterwards, we can enjoy a lavish experience for the 998 package. Are you in?" Zhang Ergu was surprised. Yaoqi Club's 998 package? "Mingo, have you struck it rich?" Li Ming chuckled. "Just a little something, and I thought of you. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight." Zhang Ergu pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll take the night off and join you for some fun." Li Ming, "Baoja, kursin inwarli." "What do you mean take the night off? If you do that, who will take me into the Walmart warehouse?" He feigned disapproval. "Let us not take the night off. It would be hard to find a replacement at this hour. We can set off now, and we'll finish by 10 p.m. We can't let this interfere with our work." Zhang Ergu was deeply moved and felt immense shame for his earlier suspicions about Li Ming. "Mingo, you're really something. I'll be there shortly." "All right, I'll be waiting for you at Yaoqi Club." Soon, the two met at Yaoqi Club. After a quick wash in the bathing area, they proceeded to the buffet. Most upscale clubs in Tianhai City offer self-service meals, and the quantity and quality of the food were commendable. Before long, both were stuffed. Zhang Ergu, satisfied, inquired, "Mingo, where did you strike it rich? Do you have a way to bring me along?" Li Ming dismissed it with a wave. "It's not about striking it rich. It's merely about receiving what is rightfully mine." He recounted the incident of beating up Wang Tao to Zhang Ergu. Zhang Ergu lamented, "Only you, Mingo, would be so kind as to only reclaim what belongs to you. If it were me, I would have made that scoundrel manager pay triple." As time flew by, the joyous moments felt fleeting. After finishing, Li Ming and Zhang Ergu supported each other as they exited Yaoqi Club. "Han Ergu reminiscent, Lin Ye. That technician of mine at room 88 is truly exceptional. You should try her next time. Simply put, she is superb." Li Ming sighed, "Definitely next time. But our time together was too short. I didn't quite enjoy it." Zhang Ergu echoed, "There's nothing we can do. At this hour, I can't take leave. Once I get my paycheck in a few days, I'll treat you to a drink." Li Ming suggested, "Let's not wait a few days. I managed to acquire 3 bottles of Matai from elsewhere. Let us finish them today." "More Matai?" Zhang Ergu hesitated, but Li Ming put an arm around Zhang Ergu's shoulders. "Don't hesitate. Let us drink at your workplace. Since you're on the night shift, you'll have some free time, right?" Seeing Zhang Ergu still hesitating, Li Ming decided to stoke the fire further. He feigned anger. "Ergu, can you not be so timid? Look at me. I dealt with that lousy manager, and he didn't dare say a word. You were just having a drink at work? What is there to fear? If you're really scared, I'll find someone else." That would be such a letdown. Knowing Zhang Ergu valued his pride, Li Ming's coaxing had the desired effect. Zhang Ergu raised his voice. "Scared? I, Zhang Ergu, have never been frightened. Fine, let us drink in my workplace tonight. If it comes to it, I'll quit. Darn it. I've never even tasted what Matai is like." Li Ming smirked slightly, realizing that goading him had worked. Zhang Ergu took Li Ming to the largest Walmart distribution warehouse in South China. The warehouse stored supplies for hundreds of Walmart supermarkets across the region, encompassing a vast array of goods, including food, grains, condiments, textiles, electronics, tobacco, alcohol, tea, cleaning supplies, and daily necessities. This warehouse was immense, standing at the entrance. Li Ming couldn't see the end. As Zhang Ergu led him deeper into the warehouse, he felt a twinge of apprehension. However, he reasoned that even if Li Ming were to take whatever he wanted, he wouldn't be able to carry off much. Thus, he felt a little more at ease. In the changing room, Zhang Ergu handed Li Ming a set of work clothes. "Mingo, wear this uniform. It will help you blend in. There are many staff here, and they won't pay you much attention." Li Ming donned the uniform, looking no different from a legitimate warehouse worker, standing at 6 feet tall with striking features. He appeared even more like an official employee than Zhang Ergu. After Zhang Ergu surveyed the warehouse and found no irregularities, he took Li Ming to the office and called over 6 colleagues who were also on the night shift. Li Ming, being quite savvy in social situations, distributed a pack of huazi to each of them. Initially, Zhang Ergu's colleagues were displeased that he brought an outsider into the office, their gazes filled with suspicion. However, once they received the packs of huazi, their attitudes shifted 180 degrees, welcoming Li Ming with warmth. Sometimes, matters among men are as simple as a pack of cigarettes. If 1 pack isn't enough, 2 will suffice. At 45 yuan per pack, these workers could still afford them occasionally. Those experienced enough could tell that Li Ming's offerings were genuine goods. With this trust established, they naturally believed that the bottles of Matai he brought were also authentic. Even if they discovered otherwise, they would certainly deduce that Li Ming had been duped by the liquor vendor. John, it exclaimed, Come. This is the Feitian Matai that my brother Ming specially procured for everyone. It's quite a bargain, with each bottle costing a staggering 500. He promptly opened a bottle of Feitian Matai and brought it to his nose for a whiff. The fragrance is exquisite, truly deserving of its reputation as Feitian Matai. Just inhaling this scent makes my mouth water. The counterfeit liquor from Xuanfa Wine and Spirits was surprisingly good. Merely the aroma was quite convincing. Zhang Ergu's colleagues craned their necks to catch a glimpse, seemingly eager to indulge in a sip. They had only heard of Feitian Matai. With their salaries, a month's wages wouldn't suffice to acquire even 2 bottles. Such luxury was beyond their reach. Li Ming swiftly grabbed another bottle of Feitian Matai and opened it without hesitation. Zhang Ergu attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Hey brother, don't waste it. This Matai is quite precious. If one bottle isn't enough, we can always open another. We can't let any go to waste. Li Ming thought to himself, waste? You must be joking. If you all drink these 3 bottles of counterfeit liquor, how will I get my work done? Ignoring Zhang Ergu entirely, he raised a Matai in hand and addressed his colleagues. Friends, let us not be polite. If we don't finish these 3 bottles today, it will mean you all look down on me, Li. The atmosphere surged with enthusiasm as everyone eagerly extended their cups to receive the 3 bottles of counterfeit liquor. Chapter 7. Walmart's procurement of supplies. After several rounds of drinking, the 3 bottles of 1-pound Matai had been completely consumed by the 7 individuals, including Li Ming. With spirits high, Zhang Ergu immediately fetched the 3 crates of beer he had secretly stashed in the office. Their work was divided into day and night shifts, alternating between the 2. Day shifts were busier, with all the supervisors present, prompting them to work diligently. The night shift was comparatively relaxed, requiring only that they patrol the warehouse for fire hazards and other emergencies. During their free time, they would often gather in the office to play games. Zhang Ergu typically kept a stash of beer in the office refrigerator for leisurely moments. After consuming the 3 crates of beer, 6 employees, including Zhang Ergu, were thoroughly intoxicated and drowsy. Li Ming had hardly drunk much. He merely took a few sips, allowing a slight scent of alcohol to linger on him, while secretly pouring the rest into his storage space. Around 2 in the morning, Zhang Ergu staggered to his feet, leaning against a colleague's shoulder. Brother Ming, you keep drinking. It's my turn to patrol now. I'll catch up with you later. Li Ming quickly got up to support Zhang Ergu. Ergu, you can barely stand. How can you patrol? Zhang Ergu stumbled a few steps. I have no choice. If I don't patrol on time, my wages will be docked. And I might even lose my job. Li Ming replied, if you don't patrol, no one will know. What is there to fear? Zhang Ergu shook the badge hanging from his neck. The company has so many rules. I must carry this badge to clock in at every point in the warehouse. Otherwise, the supervisors will find out tomorrow that I didn't patrol. Li Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed at Zhang Ergu's badge. Ergu, look at our builds. They're quite similar. I'm wearing a uniform right now. Why not let me wear a mask and patrol in your stead? I'm in better shape than you at the moment, and I could use the walk to sober up. Zhang Nargo Azitata. Ayang Li Ming. You? Do you even know where the clock-in points are? Just tell me, and if you miss 1 or 2 points, you can tell your supervisor you forgot. They probably won't say much about 1 or 2 missed points, so you won't face any punishment. Zhang Ergu pondered this and concluded that Li Ming was indeed correct and that he had overindulged. Each step made him feel nauseated and uncomfortable. If he were to vomit while patrolling, the consequences would be dire. Zamarvo Zhenli Nuja Li Ming. Are you really up for it? I see you've drunk just as much as I have. Li Ming shrugged and spun around. You little lightweight, you can't compare with me. My tolerance is far superior. I'm known in the circles as someone who remains sober after 1,000 cups. Zhang Ergu handed over his badge to Li Ming. You love to boast. 1,000 cups sober? When you return, we'll continue drinking. With Zhang Ergu's badge secured, Li Ming knew it also served as an access card, allowing entry to many restricted areas. Holding Zhang Ergu's badge, he easily opened the warehouse's main door and stepped into the vast Walmart South China transfer warehouse. Inside, he beheld neatly arranged 5-tiered shelves, approximately 5 meters high, brimming with goods. The variety of items was staggering, all in abundance. Li Ming felt akin to a mouse in a grain store, relishing the opportunity. His first stop was the grains and oil section, where essential items such as rice flour, noodles, peanut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil were stored. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, these had become premium staples, often unattainable even with wealth. Li Ming, however, was not greedy. He took 2 tons each of premium rice and flour, with each bag weighing 50 pounds, totaling 80 bags of both rice and flour. For the remaining items like noodles and peanut oil, he procured 1 ton each. The immense warehouse housed hundreds of tons of rice and flour. A mere 2 tons would go unnoticed. By the time anyone realized it, the world would have long descended into chaos, and Li Ming felt no concern. Next, he moved to the instant noodles section. While they occupied more space than grains and oils, instant noodles were a valuable commodity in the apocalypse. Their individual packaging made them easy to measure and trade. In terms of consumption, Instant noodles were convenient and filling, and, crucially, the seasonings provided ample salt and oil for the human body's needs. With instant noodles, there was no need to search elsewhere for condiments. In water-scarce environments, they could even be consumed raw, although somewhat choking. There were over 10 brands of instant noodles, each offering more than 10 flavors. Li Ming selected one of his preferred brands, taking 100 boxes of each flavor, resulting in a total of 1,000 boxes that occupied nearly 100 cubic meters of space. After securing the 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, Li Ming proceeded to the beverage section. For him, the most attractive items were the bottled mineral waters, which had become rare treasures in the post-apocalyptic world, more precious than gold. In an environment lacking water sources, each bottle was like a lifeline, with the potential to save a life. The pure water he had gathered from outdoor sources was less than perfect and not convenient for trade. Therefore, Li Ming decided to allocate 200 cubic meters of his remaining space to stockpile these bottled mineral waters. He collected 300 milliliters, 500 milliliters, and 15L bottles without regard for brands, as long as they were drinkable. He also gathered various carbonated beverages, dairy products, and beers, ensuring at least 1 ton of each type. After all these items were added to his storage space, the volume far exceeded his initial estimate of 200 cubic meters. He decided to allow for more supplies in the future by reducing the amount of water stored. Li Ming then made his way to the snack section. Life in the apocalypse was monotonous and harsh, making it essential to stock up on snacks to pass the time. Chips, sunflower seeds, spicy strips, pastries, spicy chicken feet, chicken wings, chicken legs, ice cream, and more filled his thoughts. Li Ming partitioned off 10 cubic meters of space specifically for these snacks. With an overwhelming variety of snacks available, he took longer to choose than he had for grains and beverages. Eventually, growing impatient, he decided to take a little of each type to ensure variety. Time was limited, as Zhang Ergu's patrol would only last about an hour. Li Ming quickened his pace. A variety of condiments and sauces were stored, amounting to 5 cubic meters. Paper products are daily necessities, especially essential after acquiring exquisite beauties for various tasks. Li Ming had set aside 100 cubic meters to stockpile various paper goods. He collected hundreds of items from the personal care category, including shampoos, body washes, facial cleansers, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and more. Finally, he arrived at the section he had long yearned for, the tobacco and alcohol zone. Here, he found only authentic products, vastly different from the counterfeit liquor he had previously encountered, which cost only 3 bottles for 100 coins. In addition to premium flying fairy mitai and high-end liquors like 6-grain liquid, he discovered renowned imported spirits such as Martel XO, Hennessy, and Remy Martin, alongside a plethora of unfamiliar wine brands. Upon seeing one red wine priced at $29,999, he felt that flying fairy mitai seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Regardless of his understanding, anything that expensive warranted a purchase of 10 or 8 boxes. After selecting the wines, he promptly moved on to tobacco, an indispensable sustenance for men. He acquired 100 packs of Hua Zi and various other premium tobacco products, each usually too costly to indulge in, ensuring he had 100 packs of each type stored in his space. Li Ming was elated to find over 3,000 packs of premium tobacco within his storage. After collecting the tobacco and alcohol, Li Ming proceeded to the clothing section. Following the blood red storm, temperatures were expected to plummet to -50 degrees. Warm clothing was essential. Although it was summer, he still managed to find a stock of thermal underwear and polar expedition gear in the Walmart warehouse. Without a second thought, he gathered a myriad of styles and sizes of clothing into his space. Continuing his exploration of the warehouse, he collected electric heaters, electric blankets, warm air fans, coal, and other essentials. Throughout his journey, he ensured to gather a portion of every category of supplies, irrespective of their future utility. He made sure not to forget to check in for Zhang Ergu, although the significance of this check-in had diminished. The discovery of missing supplies would prompt an investigation by the authorities, and any delay would be beneficial. Once the apocalypse arrived, no one would care about the losses incurred here. Upon arriving at the final check-in point instructed by Zhang Ergu, Li Ming was taken aback to find a massive cold storage facility. Without hesitation, he surmised the contents: meat, specifically imported frozen meat, which necessitated such a vast cold storage. He produced Zhang Ergu's work card and swiped it at the entrance, causing the cold storage door to swing open with a resounding boom. As he entered, he took care to inspect for any switches that could open the door from the inside, lest he become trapped in a frigid environment at -20 degrees. Fortunately, he discovered a switch on the right side of the entrance, allowing him to open the door effortlessly from within. With this assurance, he stepped inside. The cold storage was maintained at a chilling -20 degrees, specifically for freezing meat. Upon entry, Li Ming shivered uncontrollably. He hastily retrieved a recently acquired Canada Goose down jacket from his space and donned it. The biting cold of the storage evoked a sense of returning to a post-apocalyptic world. A glance around revealed a treasure trove of premium meats, exquisite steaks, marbled beef, and a diverse array of beef products. The seafood selection was equally impressive, featuring Australian lobsters, salmon, entire bluefin tuna, abalone, and shark fins. He also spotted pre-prepared pork ribs, belly pork, and trotters, along with various poultry. Walmart truly lived up to its reputation, offering an extensive variety of meats. Although all were frozen imports, they cost him nothing, alleviating the trouble of sourcing meat elsewhere. Li Ming gathered a substantial quantity of each type of meat into his space, consuming nearly 200 cubic meters of capacity. With 2,000 cubic meters of storage, only 400 cubic meters remained. He realized that fresh fruits, vegetables, and gasoline were the only supplies left to procure, which he doubted he could find in this Walmart warehouse. The freezing temperature rendered him shivering as he quickly exited the cold storage. After completing his supply collection, Li Ming felt satisfied as he returned to the office. At this moment, Zhang Ergu and his colleagues were sound asleep, impervious to Li Ming's attempts to rouse them. It seemed the counterfeit liquor had indeed taken effect. He had initially intended to advise Zhang Ergu to take a brief leave to visit his hometown, but he remained silent. Observing the slumbering figure of Zhang Ergu regarding the impending apocalypse, he wouldn't utter a word. After 3 months of navigating the end times, Li Ming's most significant insight was to avoid sharing forewarnings with foolish or overly compassionate individuals, as they were disasters in their own right. Zhang Ergu's future was now solely in his hands. He placed Zhang Ergu's work card in his hand and turned towards the changing room. On his way to the changing room, he passed by an empty room adjacent to the office and was pleasantly surprised to find a high-powered generator lying idle. It was likely reserved for preventing power outages in the warehouse. The electricity supply in Tianhai City had remained stable for years, with no outages reported, which explained the generator's disuse. However, once the apocalypse struck, the power grid would collapse, ceasing all electricity supply. A generator was thus an essential item for Li Ming to stockpile. With a swift motion, he transferred the SUV-sized generator into his space. Content with his haul, he reveled in the thrill of acquiring goods at no cost. After changing back into his clothes in the changing room, Li Ming exited the Walmart Longnan transfer warehouse. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he felt utterly exhausted. After a long morning spent at the reservoir and another half-day at Walmart with Zhang Ergu, he had even indulged in a lavish 998 coin package at the Yaoqi Club, draining his energy. He collapsed onto his bed without time for a shower, succumbing to drowsiness. Nevertheless, the day's accomplishments were substantial, having successfully stockpiled 80 of the necessary supplies. Water and food were secured, daily necessities gathered, and meat and liquor acquired. The remaining items to procure were fresh fruits and vegetables, gasoline for the generator, and weapons for defense against adversaries and the undead. Gasoline was a challenge. He could only obtain it for free, as he couldn't afford the nearly 9 dragon coins per liter. As he pondered these matters, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke to find it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The effects of the counterfeit liquor had indeed been potent. He had only taken a few sips the night before, and now he was suffering from a splitting headache. Habitually, he reached for his phone, only to be inundated with numerous messages. Most were reminders from the bank regarding overdue payments, which he promptly ignored as he opened WeChat. Hang ergu, tiyu, 32 su smiley Ming Ye. Do you think the Matai from last night might be fake? We're all suffering from terrible headaches today. Zhang Ergu, 1124 Minggu, I mean no harm. Just worried you might have been scammed. Zhang Ergu, 1227 Minggu, I had someone inspect those Matai bottles, and they turned out to be counterfeit. Where did you buy them? Today, we should go and dismantle their shop. How dare they deceive you, Minggu? Li Ming, let us not respond. Best to play dead. Exiting the chat interface with Zhang Ergu, Li Ming noticed a message from Luo Zijun. Luo Zijun, Li Ming. I heard that you got into a fight with your manager the day before yesterday and quit your job. How can you be so impulsive? After all these years, you still haven't matured. Now that you're unemployed again, what will you do? Become a beggar? If you're in any trouble, feel free to contact me or Guanfeng. We will help you. Li Ming scoffed. If it weren't for the events of his past life, he might have believed that Luo Zijun genuinely cared for him. However, he was no longer naive, as he understood that her true intention was to witness his downfall and misery, to mock him and diminish his passion for life, thus allowing him to squander his prime years in a state of despair. They were certain that, given Li Ming's prideful nature, he would never accept any assistance from Luo Zijun or Guanfeng, which is why they so grandiosely offered their help. With a smirk, Li Ming replied, Indeed. I am quite miserable. Could you lend me 500 yuan for a meal? Chapter 9. Do not underestimate the young and poor Ding. Luo Zijun's WeChat notification chimed. She opened it to find Li Ming's response. Upon realizing he was asking to borrow money, her face turned pale with embarrassment. How could a grown man stoop to borrowing money for a meal from a girl? It was utterly humiliating. However, her irritation quickly transformed into amusement. Li Ming's embarrassment was precisely what she desired to witness. Moreover, that he only asked for 500 yuan, not 5,000, or even 50,000, was a clear indication of his dire circumstances and misery. This thought made Luo Zijun burst into laughter. Guanfeng walked over to Luo Zijuan and embraced her. My dear, what is making you so happy? He inquired. Luo Zijuan handed her phone to Guanfeng, saying, Li Ming actually asked me to lend him money for a meal. He only wanted 500 yuan. Guanfeng glanced at the conversation between Luo Zijuan and Li Ming, unable to conceal his delight. Coming from a privileged background with both parents holding significant positions in the city, he had always been the center of attention. However, his brilliance faded when he encountered Li Ming in college, who excelled in every aspect: appearance, sports, eloquence, and academics. From that moment on, Guanfeng found himself overshadowed, unable to outshine Li Ming in any endeavor. Even the school beauty, Luo Zijuan, gravitated towards Li Ming, further deepening his resentment. In his drunken stupor, he vowed to reclaim Luo Zijuan from Li Ming, even if it meant having to settle for secondhand love. Throughout his 4 years of college, Guanfeng concealed his jealousy and instead became Li Ming's closest friend, surrounding himself with him daily. In his previous life, it was only when Li Ming fell into Guanfeng's trap that he realized Guanfeng had been biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to ensure Li Ming would never rise again. In the realm of academic accolades and social prestige, one ability supersedes all: financial prowess. After graduating, Li Ming's impoverished background became glaringly apparent. Meanwhile, Guanfeng exploited his wealth, leading Luo Zijuan into a life of excess and indulgence, revealing her materialistic and vain nature. It was not long before Luo Zijuan became involved with Guanfeng. Under Guanfeng's coercion, she manipulated Li Ming into quitting his civil service job to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. During this time, both she and Guanfeng conspired to sabotage Li Ming, ultimately leading to his bankruptcy and crushing debt. Following his entrepreneurial failure, Li Ming's credit was ruined, and no company would hire him. Left with no other option, he resorted to delivering packages to make ends meet. In his previous life, Li Ming believed his failure was due to Luo Zijuan's unwillingness to burden him, which led him to genuinely wish them well upon discovering their relationship. Consequently, he complied with her requests, as he felt indebted to her. As the apocalypse loomed, Li Ming fought fiercely against the undead, gradually amassing resources and carving out a name for himself in this new world. Upon learning of Li Ming's resurgence, Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan were consumed by jealousy. Even in the face of the apocalypse, they could not bear the thought of Li Ming thriving while they languished. Jealousy distorts one's character. Once again, they exploited Li Ming's trust, luring him to their residence. Unaware of their intentions, Li Ming was dealt a devastating blow. As he lay on the brink of death, they revealed the extent of their treachery over the years. Faced with the truth, Li Ming could only lament. His heart filled with bitterness as he watched Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan savagely revel in his suffering, leaving him to perish in rage. Guanfeng harbored a deep-seated envy and animosity towards Li Ming, and the more wretched Li Ming's life became, the happier Guanfeng felt. After a breakup, a woman fears nothing more than the thought of her ex-partner thriving. Luo Zijuan needed to witness Li Ming's turmoil firsthand to validate her decision to abandon him for Guanfeng. Darling, should we lend him the 500 yuan? It would be an excellent opportunity to humiliate him further, Luo Zijuan suggested playfully. Guanfeng's smile faded. Lend? Not a single cent. He is insignificant. He grabbed Luo Zijuan's phone. Luo Zijuan typed, Li Ming, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend you 500 yuan. It's just that a man of your stature asking for such a small amount is quite embarrassing, don't you think? You've made no progress over the years. Sometimes, you need to reflect on your own shortcomings. Have you ever worked diligently? Has your salary increased? Seeing you like this genuinely pains me. I will not lend you any money because I am disappointed in you. If you're truly in dire straits, Guanfeng can help you find a job. Luo Zijuan added, Guanfeng's uncle is a leader in the city's sanitation bureau, and there is currently an opening for a sewage worker. If you genuinely beg Guanfeng, he will surely assist you. Just accept your fate and focus on your new job. After sending this barrage of messages, both Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng erupted into laughter. Guanfeng wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. He can't even do delivery anymore. He will soon be begging me for that sewage job. Luo Zijuan playfully pinched Guanfeng. You're terrible. Forcing our once great Li Ming into such a lowly position. What were you thinking? Haha, but I love it. Li Ming read the series of messages from Luo Zijuan without feeling anger. No one would be offended by the trivial remarks of two people on the brink of demise. These messages merely served to confirm Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng's true natures. 30 years of fortune can turn into 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the young and poor. Moreover, there is no need to wait 30 years. In just 8 days, the apocalypse will arrive, and this time, Li Ming will ensure they pay for their misdeeds. He responded to Luo Zijuan with a cryptic smiley face and ceased further communication with her. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan were displeased by Li Ming's response, feeling as though their efforts had fallen flat. It was akin to striking a pillow with no return. Guanfeng, slightly angered, remarked, What does Li Ming mean by just sending an emoji? Luo Zijuan replied with a smile. Li Ming was once a prominent figure. Asking him to work as a sewage worker is surely a blow to his pride. Once he finds himself unable to afford a meal, he will inevitably come seeking your help. Guanfeng pondered this, and once again took Luo Zijuan's phone to send another message to Li Ming. Luo Zijun, Li Ming. Guanfeng's cousin is urgently seeking help. Guanfeng pleaded with him for quite some time before he agreed to give you 3 days to consider this rare opportunity. I hope you can seize it and avoid further decline. It is nearly 4 a.m., and it is too late to head to the wholesale market for fruits and vegetables. Typically, such markets open at 3 a.m. and close for rest by noon. Given the circumstances, today I can only focus on securing weapons and exploring suitable opportunities to acquire gasoline. Chapter 10. Wealthy Men and the Struggles of the Poor During the Last 3 Months of the Previous Apocalypse. Li Ming gained invaluable experience through battles with zombies and enemies. Firearms are effective against foes, while cold weapons are more adept at dispatching zombies. Zombies possess no sense of pain, fear, or even a fragile vitality. Even a bullet wound to the head does not impede their mobility. The only reliable method to eliminate them is to sever their heads entirely, a task best accomplished with cold weapons. Li Ming had collected numerous kitchen knives from the Walmart warehouse, yet these knives were too short and lacked resilience, making them prone to breaking when used against zombies. In his past life, he experienced the dire consequence of using a kitchen knife on a zombie. The short handle became lodged in the creature's skull, rendering it unusable. In a moment of desperation, he exerted force, resulting in the knife shattering. That encounter nearly cost him his life, instilling a deep-seated fear of using kitchen knives against zombies thereafter. The most effective tools for slaying zombies are the sickles, machetes, and axes commonly used in rural farming. These implements are not only sharp and robust, but also possess high resilience, making them less likely to break. By welding long steel pipes to them, their lethality nearly doubles, turning them into formidable weapons against the undead. Unfortunately, such ironware stores are scarce in Tianhai's urban area. Li Ming consulted a map and discovered the nearest ironware shop was nearly 20 kilometers away in the suburbs of Tianhai. To save time, he decided to call ahead to confirm if they were open. If they were, he would request them to prepare the weapons in advance to avoid unnecessary trips. He dialed the number listed on the map. "Hello, this is Xinguang Agricultural Tools Store." Li Ming promptly inquired, "Hello, do you sell sickles, machetes, and axes?" "Yes, we have them in stock. Sickles are 30, machetes 50, and axes 50. What do you need them?" "I require 10 sickles, 10 machetes, and 10 axes. But I have a specific request. I do not want wooden handles. I want them welded with the heaviest steel pipes." In his previous life, Li Ming had used a wooden-handled machete, which, while lightweight, posed a constant risk of the handle detaching. Only a steel pipe welded handle could be truly practical. Furthermore, using steel pipes significantly increased the weight of the weapons. The heavier the weapon, the greater the inertia, making it easier to dispatch zombies. The sole downside was the considerable physical exertion required. An average person might tire after just 10 swings. However, Li Ming's physical endurance had doubled, and as it continued to increase, wielding such a weapon would feel as effortless as handling a toy. The voice on the other end expressed surprise. "A total of 30 tools, all with welded steel pipes? What do you intend to do with them?" Purchasing 30 tools at once, especially with the added condition of welded handles, raised the shop owner's suspicions regarding potential illegal activities. After all, ordinary farmers typically purchase only 3 to 5 tools at a time. Li Ming had anticipated this and provided a prepared excuse. "We manage a timber farm, and our tools have become severely worn. We plan to replace all the equipment on the farm." Upon hearing this, the owner was convinced. There were indeed numerous large timber farms around Tianhai, and given the usage rate, 30 tools were not excessive. The owner replied, "Adding welded steel pipes will incur an additional material and labor fee of 30. When do you need them?" "As soon as possible, preferably today." "You want them with welded steel pipes, and, given the urgency, you will need to pay a rush fee of 200. Li Ming calculated the costs. 30 for each tool s additional fee meant a sickle would cost 60, totaling 600 for 10 sickles, while both machetes and axes would cost 80 each, totaling 1,600 for 10 of each. Including the rush fee, the grand total came to 2,400. In the apocalypse, such a weapon would trade for 10 bottles of mineral water, equivalent to 10 lives. What a bargain. Li Ming readily agreed. The owner continued, "Your tools with welded steel pipes cannot be resold, requiring a 1,400 deposit." Li Ming quickly added the owner on WeChat and transferred the deposit. After completing the transaction, he cautiously inquired, "By the way, boss, our timber farm has been overrun with wild boars lately. Do you have any crossbows or similar weapons?" The owner hesitated. "Let's discuss that when you come to the store." A face-to-face discussion indicated possibilities. Crossbows are tightly regulated, and many owners are cautious about discussing such matters over the phone or WeChat. The ironware store owner assured him, "I will have your tools ready by 10 a.m. You can come by then. If you arrive after 11, we will be closed, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow." After hanging up, Li Ming checked his WeChat balance, which had dwindled to 19,000. With an upcoming payment of 1,000, he realized he had merely 18,000 left to spend. Truly, a wealthy man thrives, while a poor man struggles. Thankfully, he had reclaimed the 23500 from Wang Tao. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. With 5 hours until 10 a.m., Li Ming was determined not to squander this time, as the impending end of the world drew nearer. He needed to gather all necessary supplies swiftly to ensure his peace of mind. His next target was energy, specifically gasoline, whether diesel, 92, 95, or 98 octane. He needed to stockpile each variety. Particularly, he had researched the generator in his space, which required 92 octane gasoline. Acquiring gasoline from a refinery or gas station was utterly unrealistic, given the extensive surveillance in place. The only feasible method to obtain gasoline for free was to intercept it during transport. With 2 years of experience in logistics, Li Ming knew of a place where gasoline could surely be procured, albeit randomly. A restaurant named Lin Ye located near the Huanan refinery in the Tianhai suburbs. It was said that this eatery was run by the brother-in-law of a high-ranking official at the refinery. There was an unspoken rule that any tanker truck delivering refined fuel to the Huanan refinery must stop at this restaurant to eat. The implications of this arrangement were clear. Li Ming's primary target would be the trucks laden with gasoline, as drivers would not constantly monitor their vehicles while dining. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to tamper with the tankers parked in the restaurant's lot. Chapter 11. The simplicity of mail communication without hesitation. Li Ming took a taxi to the Lin Ye restaurant in the Tianhai suburbs. Located in the northern part of Tianhai, the restaurant was roughly 20 kilometers from his residence in the urban village. After finishing his meal, Li Ming arrived at the restaurant at 7:30 a.m. At the precise moment when these tankers completed loading at the refinery, the drivers arrived at the dining establishment for their meal. Typically, after dining, the drivers would take a brief respite and engage in a game of cards. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, following the lifting of the truck restrictions in the heart of Tianhai City, they would commence their journey to various gas stations within the city to replenish their supplies. To accommodate the drivers, the dining establishment had thoughtfully rented a vast expanse of land right in front, which could comfortably accommodate over 100 fuel-laden tankers. The management of this expansive parking lot was rather lenient, overseen by a handful of security personnel, all of whom were in their 50s. After all, the dining establishment was open for business, allowing all manner of individuals to come and go. The security guard's duties primarily involved assisting drivers with parking and performing basic gatekeeping tasks. During this time, the guards enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, as most vehicles had already parked, and it was still too early for the drivers to depart. As the clock approached 9, patrons began to leave, marking the onset of their busier hours, allowing the guards a brief opportunity to rest. Li Ming approached a rather affable-looking security guard and produced 2 cigarettes from last night's remnants. "Brother, would you care for smoke?" he offered, extending 1 cigarette toward the guard. The guard, puzzled, glanced at Li Ming, then at the cigarette in his hand. "Oh, a cigarette. How delightful," he replied, accepting the offering. Li Ming, understanding, took out a lighter to ignite the guard's cigarette before lighting his own. Soon, the two were enveloped in a haze of smoke, demonstrating the simplicity of camaraderie between men. With each respectful gesture from Li Ming, the guard's initial wariness of him began to dissipate. After exchanging a few puffs, Li Ming broke the silence, saying, "I came here with friends for a meal. The atmosphere inside the dining room is rather stifling, so I thought I'd step outside for a breath of fresh air." The guard nodded in understanding, well aware that the clientele consisted primarily of truck drivers or those associated with the Huanan refinery, a fact he was quite familiar with. Once Li Ming expressed his intent, the guard's caution transformed into a slight fondness. Among the working class, sometimes all it takes is a simple gesture of respect. Observing the guard's growing ease, Li Ming continued, "How long have you been working here, brother?" The guard flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, 10 years. "Since this restaurant opened, I've been on duty here. With age, other jobs are hard to come by." Li Ming feigned surprise. 10 years? The business here must be thriving to sustain such longevity, the guard confidently asserted. How could it not? With the backing of the Huanan refinery, if it were up to me, the business would flourish even more. Li Ming, uninterested in the guard's reflections on business, pressed on. "Aside from the fuel truck drivers and those involved in the refinery's dealings, do many ordinary people dine here?" The guard scoffed. "Only a fool would choose to eat here. The prices are more than double that of other establishments. Truck drivers have no choice but to endure the high prices to transport goods. Otherwise, they wouldn't be permitted to load." He continued, "As for the refinery's higher-ups, their meals are covered by the company, with expenses reaching millions each month. Can it possibly be cheap?" At this juncture, the guard's demeanor shifted slightly, suggesting he felt he had shared too much. Noticing the subtle change, Li Ming reassured him, "No need to be anxious. I'm neither a journalist nor a government official. Just someone looking to chat after a meal." With the knowledge that Li Ming posed no threat, the guard relaxed once more. Li Ming, smiling, redirected the conversation. "Let's shift gears. After so many years in this role, are you familiar with the types of fuel these tankers carry?" Recognizing the sensitivity of the previous topic, the guard readily responded, "That's no secret. I can identify the type of fuel in those tankers at a glance. Li Ming had been waiting for this information, knowing he could not simply collect without some insight into the contents of the tankers. Given his limited space of approximately 300 cubic meters, he could only accommodate 6 tankers. Upon seeing the guards, his instinct was to believe they possessed the knowledge to discern the fuel types. Noticing Li Ming, esa skeptical gaza. The guard pointed to a pair of tankers nearby, stating that one carries 98-octane gasoline, and that one contains diesel. This one is 92-octane gasoline, and that one too. The guard confidently identified 10 tankers, demonstrating his expertise. Li Ming, impressed, exclaimed, "Brother, how do you distinguish them? Teach me." It would be unwise to attempt to collect fuel under the guard's watchful eye without proper knowledge. The guard chuckled, and Li Ming took the hint, producing another cigarette to light for him. As the guard took a drag and exhaled a plume of smoke, he said, "It's quite simple. Anyone can easily differentiate the types of fuel in the tankers with just a little information." Li Ming responded, "Is it truly that remarkable?" The guard continued, pointing to one of the tankers. "Do you see the oil outlet beneath that tanker?" Li Ming nodded. The guard elaborated, "The outlet is wrapped in green tape, indicating it carries diesel fuel." Looking closer, Li Ming confirmed the presence of the green tape. To prevent confusion among gas station staff, the refinery would typically wrap the outlets with corresponding colored tape during loading. Green for diesel, yellow for 92-octane gasoline, orange for 95-octane gasoline, and red for 98-octane gasoline. Simple, yet effective. Li Ming beamed with realization as he surveyed the multitude of tankers, exclaiming, "So that is how it works." At that moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of Li Ming and the guard. The window slowly descended, revealing a young man with a rotund face peering out. "Oh, isn't that our class leader, Li Ming? Didn't T Guan say you were off to do some dirty work? What brings you here chatting with the guard?" He mocked. A smirk plastered across his face. Li Ming immediately recognized the man as Zheng Yang, his former classmate and a lackey of Guanfeng. The Guanzheng referred to as undoubtedly Guanfeng. Chapter 12. Gasoline acquired. Upon seeing Zheng Yang, the guard adopted a disapproving tone, choosing to walk away swiftly to avoid confrontation. Li Ming did not respond to Zheng Yang as taunts immediately. Instead, he took a contemplative drag from his cigarette before exhaling. His silence only fueled Zheng Yang's arrogance, who interpreted it as a sign of Li Ming's inferiority in the face of his success. Zheng Yang quickly rolled down the other windows of the Mercedes, gesturing towards Li Ming and addressing the gaudily dressed women inside. "Let me introduce you to our class leader from university, the once-renowned figure, Li Ming. He is currently working in sanitation, handling waste management." Haha. The women recoiled, covering their noses in disdain as they cast contemptuous glances at Li Ming. As he surveyed the trio of women in Zheng Yang's car, a notification chimed in his mind. Target does not meet minimum requirements. Reason, unhealthy. Reason, the entire body is a blend of technology and ruthlessness. Ding. The objective does not meet the minimum requirements. System, pay attention to the Adam's apple. Li Ming suddenly realized, a distinctive product of Thailand. Li Ming mockingly extended his thumb and said to Zheng Yang, "Zheng Yang, you are this one. You have managed to gather all 3 exquisite specimens." Zheng Yang, oblivious to the underlying implication of Li Ming's words, took it as flattery for his security job. The 3 individuals, oh no, 2 women and 1 man, rolled their eyes at Li Ming, assuming he was coveting their beauty. Zheng Yang proudly declared, "Thanks to Guan's father's connections over the past few years, my convoy has also latched onto the Huanan refinery, a prominent figure. You see, this brand new Benz was just picked up yesterday, costing over 50. Feeling envious? Is it infuriating?" Ha! Li Ming showed no interest in the Benz before him. In a few days, it would merely be a heap of scrap metal, unable to even fetch a bottle of mineral water. However, the term convoy piqued Li Ming's attention. "Is your convoy associated with Guanfeng? Does Guanfeng have shares in this convoy?" Zheng Yang replied disdainfully, "Of course, this is all Guan's business. I merely benefit from his good fortune." Li Ming feigned surprise and asked, "How many vehicles are in your convoy?" Zheng Yang, brimming with pride, responded, "Haha, I relish the sight of your astonished, unworldly demeanor. Look over there, those tankers marked with the character Yang belong to me. Zheng Yang, there are dozens. Guan's father is truly impressive. With just a word, I was able to attach myself to the Huanan refinery. How dare you compete with Guanfeng? You don't even qualify to carry his shoes. As for working as a security guard here, forget it. The manager here is my brother. You might as well beg Guanfeng to let you keep the job of cleaning sewage. At least you won't starve." Li Ming remained silent, wearing a meaningful smile. Of course, in Zheng Yang's eyes, this was merely a smile of subservience from a lower status to a higher one. Seated in the passenger seat, the carrier of syphilis grew increasingly impatient. "Zheng Yang, let us hurry up. Zhang is waiting for us to dine. What is the point of chatting with someone like this? Reeking of filth?" As Zheng Yang rolled up the car window, he said, "Li Ming, you're just a nobody." He then started the vehicle and drove into the parking lot. Li Ming grinned wickedly while watching the departing Benz, muttering, "You're quite the generous person. Since it's Guan Feng's property, I shall not hold back. After saying that, he walked into the parking lot. The parking area was vast. Although there were few cameras, there existed considerable blind spots. Li Ming deliberately chose several vehicles located within these blind zones, all prominently marked with the character Yang. Although the apocalypse was imminent, let me offer you a little surprise in advance. With that, he stored 8 tankers filled with gasoline from the blind spot into a space. The originally limited 400 cubic space was nearly filled to capacity by these 8 tankers. Of these, 3 contained 92-octane gasoline, 2 contained diesel, 2 contained 95-octane gasoline, and 1 contained 98-octane gasoline. One fully loaded tanker holds 50 tons of finished oil, meaning he currently possesses 150 tons of 92-octane gasoline, 100 tons of 95-octane gasoline, 100 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of 98-octane gasoline. How delightful! As Li Ming was about to leave, he noticed Zheng Yang's brand new Benz E300 parked nearby. After surveying his surroundings, he realized the Benz was perfectly situated within a blind spot. He approached the Benz, and with a thought, the pristine vehicle vanished from its location. Having completed this, Li Ming casually strolled out of the parking lot with his hands in his pockets. The earlier security guard shot him a disdainful glance and shouted, "A sewage cleaner." Pretending to be something he's not, doesn't he realize his own worth? People are like this, elevating themselves by stepping on others. The security guard, having rarely encountered someone worse off than himself, naturally took the opportunity to belittle him. Li Ming paid him no mind, hailed a taxi, and set off to the southern suburbs of the city to retrieve the weapons he had ordered. Zheng Yang was currently intoxicated alongside the refinery's executives. Suddenly, a driver burst in. Zheng, it's terrible. Something big has happened." Zheng Yang, red-faced and furious, snapped at the driver. "Can't you see I'm drinking with the executives? What big issue could arise here?" The driver trembled as he pointed towards the parking lot. "It's gone. Several of our tankers have disappeared." Zheng Yang, astonished, slammed the table and stood up. "Explain clearly what you mean by disappeared." The driver stammered. "It's just, they're gone." Zheng Yang's legs went weak. Their convoy had a contract with the refinery, and if the vehicles were lost before reaching the gas station, they would bear full responsibility. The restaurant was clearly not within the refinery or the gas station. The value of the 8 tankers was nearly 5 million, not to mention the cost of the tankers themselves. Even selling them would not cover the loss. However, how could such large tankers simply vanish? Especially 8 of them. There must be something sinister afoot. Zheng Yang grabbed the driver by the collar. "Have you searched thoroughly? Don't joke with me." The driver's lips quivered as he said, "We've searched the entire parking lot several times and found nothing. We've reviewed the surveillance footage multiple times, and there's no record of the vehicles leaving the parking lot." The driver paused, then nervously added, "There's one more thing." Zheng Yang yelled, "What is it? Speak quickly. Your newly purchased Benz is also missing." In an instant, Zheng Yang's vision darkened. It must be a dream, undoubtedly a dream. He had financed that Benz with 0 down payment over 60 installments. The worst part was that it was a brand new car, and the insurance hadn't even taken effect yet. Chapter 13. Bargaining requires having the price. Zheng Yang, are you joking with me? 8 fully loaded tankers just vanished without a trace. You better find them, or don't even think about seeing me again. Upon learning of the tanker loss, Guan Feng shouted in a fit of rage. The loss of 5 million in finished oil, plus the 8 tankers, was a sum even he could not afford to cover. At this moment, Zheng Yang lay on the sofa in the office of the refinery restaurant. Upon discovering that his financed Benz had vanished, he felt faint several times due to anger. Left with no choice, the restaurant owner allowed him to rest in the office. Zheng Yang cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and whispered, "Guan, do you think the restaurant owner could be behind this? In his territory, how could such a large tanker simply disappear?" Guan Feng replied coldly, "Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. We cannot afford to offend those connections. That restaurant makes millions in profit monthly. They wouldn't resort to such tactics." Zheng Yang pondered for a moment. Then, could it be Li Ming? Guan Feng paused. What does Li Ming have to do with this? Zheng Yang recounted the encounter with Li Ming in front of the restaurant. After a moment of thought, Guan Feng scoffed. If Li Ming had such capability, he wouldn't be in his current predicament. Don't overthink it. He is likely not involved. Meanwhile, Li Ming had arrived nearly 40 kilometers away at the southern end of Tianhai City at the Xinguang Agricultural Tools Store. Upon reaching the store's entrance, Li Ming observed neatly stacked sickles, hatchets, and axes equipped with welded steel pipe handles. Entering the agricultural tool store, Li Ming addressed the owner. "Hello, sir. Those tools outside with the welded steel pipes are what I ordered." The owner of the agricultural tool shop scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe. Although Li Ming's physique appeared relatively well built, there was nothing about him that suggested he was accustomed to laboring in the forest. The owner, with caution, inquired, "Are these tools genuinely intended for use in the forest? Surely, you aren't planning to engage in any illicit activities? After all, these tools were sold from a shop, and should any trouble arise, he would bear some responsibility." Moreover, Li Ming had previously made inquiries about crossbows over the phone, which heightened the owner's suspicion and caution. Li Ming chuckled softly. Do you think I look too refined and gentle to be a forest worker? The owner gestured toward the pine tree outside, saying, Hack at that pine tree, and based on your stance and strength, I shall determine if you are indeed a forest worker. Li Ming glanced at the pine, which had a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters and was marked with numerous cuts, clearly left by local farmers testing their tools before purchase. Upon examining the old scars on the sturdy pine, he noted that the deepest was merely around 5 centimeters. This suited Li Ming perfectly. He was eager to test whether these weapons were as resilient and sharp as he envisioned. Spitting on his hands and rubbing them together, Li Ming seized a machete welded with a steel pipe. Watch closely, boss, he declared, lifting the blade with both hands and striking the thick pine at a 45-degree angle. The machete penetrated nearly 20 centimeters into the wood, a diagonal measurement that far surpassed the previous cuts. Li Ming's experience from a past life, where he battled zombies, proved invaluable. Chopping wood and dispatching the undead were fundamentally similar tasks. Striking at a 45-degree angle maximized his force and lethality. The owner, witnessing the depth of the cut, was astounded. Even the bulliest of workers, who toiled daily, could only manage to penetrate the pine by about 3 to 5 centimeters. Yet Li Ming's blow sank nearly 20 centimeters deep. Observing his technique and strength, it was clear that Li Ming was no novice. The shopkeeper dismissed any notion that Li Ming intended to use the tools for unlawful purposes. After all, someone with such experience and strength could effectively wield even a simple kitchen knife without resorting to elaborate agricultural implements. Seeing the owner's suspicions dissipate, Li Ming seized the opportunity to ask, Boss, earlier I mentioned our forest wild boar problem regarding the crossbow, and he exchanged a knowing glance with the shopkeeper. The owner promptly locked the shop's door and cautiously asked, Are you truly planning to use the crossbow to hunt wild boar? Li Ming replied calmly, Of course. Otherwise, would I be hunting people? The owner lowered his voice. We do have crossbows, but in Huagua, hunting wild boar is illegal. If you're caught, you must not disclose that you acquired the crossbow from us, as selling crossbows is also against the law here. Li Ming produced 2 cigarettes, offering one to the shopkeeper. Rest assured, I understand, and we only hunt within the forest, where it's all our people. No one will report us. The owner accepted the cigarette, and Li Ming thoughtfully lit it for him. The owner then retrieved an old, rusty crossbow from the back room, stating, This is a crossbow I reclaimed 2 days ago. Despite its appearance, it is fully functional and no less lethal than the newly manufactured ones. Moreover, this model can fire 3 bolts in succession, with a range of 20 meters, delivering damage comparable to that of a bullet. Li Ming's eyes gleamed as he took the crossbow from the owner's hands. A 20-meter range with 3 consecutive shots was sufficient to intimidate most adversaries. While the crossbow would be ineffective against zombies, who could withstand 20 bolts without losing any mobility, humans would undoubtedly be struck by fear upon witnessing it in action. Excitedly, Li Ming inquired about the price. The owner, with a sly grin, replied, 10,000, which includes 20 bolts. Li Ming gasped at the exorbitance. Even a collection of knives outside amounted to only over 2,000. Carefully placing the crossbow down, he protested, It's too expensive. It exceeds my budget. The owner cunningly retorted, Is it too pricey? Perhaps I could offer you a discount in light of your generous offer. After a moment of contemplation, recalling a wise figure's advice regarding bargaining, never to feel shy, Li Ming gritted his teeth and proposed, 5,000, take it or leave it. The owner readily accepted the deal. Li Ming thought to himself that he had been taken advantage of, feeling he had overpaid. He awkwardly clarified, I meant 5,000 total, including the agricultural tools. The owner cheerfully agreed, sold. In Chapter 14, Who Advocates, Who Proves, it was revealed that the shopkeeper had acquired the crossbow for merely 200 from a farmer. Thus, the owner profited a staggering 3,800 from Li Ming. Having gathered information about a large agricultural product trading market nearby, Li Ming planned to collect his weapons and then grab a late-night snack before heading to the market, which was nearly 3 a.m. Prior to arriving at the trading market, Li Ming made a deliberate detour to an abandoned grassy area 3 kilometers away, extracting gasoline from 8 tankers he had taken from an oil restaurant. He left the 8 tankers abandoned in the desolate field. The agricultural product trading market typically commenced operations around 3 a.m., aiming to distribute fresh fruits and vegetables to various markets and supermarkets before dawn, ensuring that citizens could enjoy the freshest produce. After being swindled by the agricultural tool shop owner, Li Ming initially intended to exploit the trading market for a zero-cost acquisition to mend his bruised ego. However, upon arrival, he found himself unable to act, not due to stringent security measures, but rather because the overwhelming abundance of fruits and vegetables was astonishingly free. Some vehicles were even left unattended, laden with produce. The reason for his hesitation stemmed from the realization of how inexpensive everything was. The fruits of the farmer's labor weighed heavily on his conscience. Potatoes were priced at 50 cents per kilogram, amounting to 500 for 1,000 kilograms. carrots at 30 cents, cabbage at 40 cents, and various other vegetables were similarly priced, making it morally challenging for him to proceed with a zero-cost acquisition. It felt almost inhumane to do so. Here, the only viable option was to purchase freely, as if money held no value. He decided to buy 1,000 kilograms each of potatoes, carrots, and cabbage, along with 500 kilograms of assorted fresh vegetables and 500 kilograms each of watermelons, peaches, pears, apples, lychees, longans, plums, grapes, and other fruits. Those selling exotic fruits like durians and cherries were not ordinary farmers, but rather the elite among the wealthy. In an exclusive imported fruit store, Li Ming discreetly stashed away several boxes of durians, cherries, mangosteens, and other imported fruits into his storage space. He felt no moral burden in his zero-cost dealings with the wealthy. From 3 in the morning until 5, he roamed the market, ultimately purchasing over 10,000 kilograms of fruits and vegetables for just 10,000 yuan. The prices were astonishingly low, especially considering that real estate prices in Tianhai City had risen to 30,000 yuan per square meter, even in the vicinity of the trading market. Li Ming found it profoundly ironic that the sustenance of 10,000 jin could not even procure a single square of concrete. Farmers toil their entire lives, nourishing countless souls. Yet in the city, they cannot afford a home. In just 7 days, this perverse value system will be utterly dismantled. When the apocalypse arrives, houses and cars will become worthless. At that point, even a home may not be exchanged for a single potato. After securing supplies from the agricultural market, the dawn began to break. Li Ming's hoarding plan was nearly complete, with only 4,000 yuan remaining in his WeChat balance. Knock, knock, knock. The early morning light roused Li Ming from slumber in his rented room, interrupted by a rapid series of knocks. Who is it? It's early, he barked, irritation flaring as he dragged his weary form to the door. Standing outside were 2 police officers, a man and a woman, dressed in uniform. A chill ran down Li Ming's spine as he inhaled sharply, his first instinct being fear of exposure, for he certainly had secrets to hide. He quickly donned a facade of innocence. Did you 2 gentlemen make a mistake? He glanced at their badges. The man was named Zhang Vida, and the woman was Nan Gongling. A blue system interface appeared above Nan Gongling's head, revealing her details. Name, Nan Gongling. Occupation, police officer. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 22. Figure, 90 points. Combat power, 10. Overall score, 90 points. Li Ming was taken aback, for women with a combat power of 10 were indeed rare. Luo Zijuan only had a score of 5. His earlier anxiety dissipated as he observed that Nan Gongling was, in fact, a rare beauty. Her face was exquisitely crafted, her hair elegantly styled, accentuating her curvaceous figure in a uniform that exuded a distinct allure. Sansing Li Ming's Farbengaja, Nan Gongling, Disdain Fuyi Ramarka, Unkala. Do I look like an uncle to you? Li Ming chuckled lightly, just a common form of address. What brings you here? The duo did not immediately answer, but instead entered his modest abode, surveying the cramped quarters. The rental space was a mere 10 square meters, revealing a simple wooden bed, a desk cluttered with books, and a fabric wardrobe, an almost barren existence. Despite its size, the room was surprisingly tidy. Nan Gongling pointed at the sealed wardrobe. What's inside? Some personal clothing, Li Ming replied. Open it, she insisted. Huh? Nan Gongling's voice rose an octave. I said open it. As the zipper of the fabric wardrobe was pulled down, a cascade of undergarments fell directly onto Nan Gongling's face. Li Ming swiftly bent down to tidy up. Apologies. I haven't had the chance to clean up. What exactly do you need from me? The male officer was about to speak when Nan Gongling interjected. Were you at the Walmart warehouse in Longnan the night before last? Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered so swiftly? No, if he had, these 2 would not have come. Yes, he replied. What were you doing there? Drinking. With whom? My friend Zhang Ergu and his colleagues. Drinking isn't a crime. Is it? Nan Gongling shot him a glare. Just answer my questions without any nonsense. Besides drinking, what else did you do? Li Ming pondered for a moment. I urinated. Nan Gongling shoved him against the wall, pressing her hand against his chest. Answer my questions properly. Li Ming raised his hands innocently. It was just drinking and urinating. Zhang Vida then asked, what about last night? Where were you? At the oil restaurant and Tianhai agricultural market. The 2 locations were nearly 40 kilometers apart. What were you doing there? Looking for work. What kind of work? Security. Nan Gongling released her grip on him, her demeanor turning serious. You were at Walmart the night before last, and items went missing. Last night, you were at the oil restaurant, and items were also reported missing. I have reason to suspect a connection between these 2 cases and you. Li Ming chuckled, bemused by such flimsy reasoning. He discerned their intentions. They were not actual detectives from the precinct, but rather inexperienced officers, likely still in training. These trainees often acted with excessive zeal, as if each one were Sherlock Holmes. Having found Li Ming at both crime scenes, they hastily concluded he must be the perpetrator. This implied they possessed no concrete evidence. Why should I be concerned about their misfortunes? Li Ming raturta. You were at both crime scenes. How can you prove you had nothing to do with it? Nan Gongling pressed. Where's the evidence? Isn't it the accuser's responsibility to provide proof? Li Ming countered, crossing his arms defiantly. Nan Gongling's face flushed with anger at his retort. She swiftly produced a silver bracelet. Evidence? You will accompany me for an investigation, and we will clarify your involvement. Officer, can you provide a search warrant or an arrest order? I would gladly accompany you, Li Ming replied. Nan Gongling huffed. If it turns out you are innocent, I will apologize. But today you must come with me. Li Ming was taken aback. He had not expected such reckless behavior from her, disregarding protocol. The uncertainties of the police station loomed over him, and he readied himself for a potential escape. His rental was on the second floor. Fleeing from both Nan Gongling and Zhang Vida would not prove too difficult. Just as Nan Gongling prepared to advance on him, Zhang Vida intervened, pulling her outside. Nan Gong, we did not obtain approval from our superiors to conduct this inquiry. Acting without evidence could land us in serious trouble. Nan Gongling shot him an incredulous look. So what if we get reprimanded? Zhang Vida replied tersely, you are the daughter of the Nan Gong family. You may only face criticism. I could face severe repercussions, which would confine me to the role of a bottom-tier officer for life. I assure you, I will accompany you back once we have sufficient evidence. Nan Gongling stamped her foot. By then, he might have vanished. Zhang Vida glanced at Li Ming. If he is indeed the criminal, why would he flee? Our Tianyin system is no mere decoration. Were it not for his admiration of Nan Gongling, a charming heiress, Zhang Vida would not have accompanied her on this wild expedition. Li Ming overheard their conversation, realizing it was merely an instance of a privileged trainee's impulsive exercise of authority, a false alarm. Nan Gongling tucked the silver bracelet away and approached him once more. You'd best stay in Tianhai City. I may return at any time. Li Ming flashed her a flirtatious smile. I would prefer it if you came alone. Watch it, Nan Gongling snapped. Zhang Vida, sensing her agitation, quickly restrained her and addressed Li Ming seriously. Enough with the banter. We are here to investigate. Just cooperate. With that, he led Nan Gongling away. Before departing, she issued a final warning. If I find out you are truly guilty, your fate will be dire. Li Ming closed the door to his rented room. Although the police currently lack direct evidence to confirm his involvement in these matters, even the naive Nan Gongling has cast suspicion upon him. Is it conceivable that the seasoned criminal investigators have failed to consider this? Perhaps they wish to avoid alarming the perpetrator and are proceeding with a gradual investigation. Fortunately, the reckless actions of Nan Gongling, who disregards discipline, have prompted Li Ming to take heed. While it seems illogical to have stolen over 10 million worth of goods from Irma and 8 fuel tankers, it is possible that he did not execute these actions with absolute precision. There may be traces left behind in the most unsuspecting of places. With the detection technology available in 2034, it is likely that the investigators will soon uncover the truth. This rented accommodation is no longer safe. He must find a refuge where, even if they confirm his culpability, they cannot locate him in a short span of time. If he can endure just 6 more days, he will be beyond their reach. Li Ming recalled Hua Fian's residence. Yes, he had never had any social interactions with Hua Fian. No matter how clever they may be, they would never suspect that he had sought refuge in her home. Moreover, he had resolved to await the impending apocalypse within her abode. With a few days remaining until doomsday, he could take the opportunity to renovate the apartment's layout for greater comfort. Additionally, he still had 4,000 yuan unspent. Although it is not a large sum, it is hard-earned money that he cannot afford to waste. As he surveyed the empty rented room that had been his home for 3 years, he realized that the only items worth taking were a few books. The urban village where his rented accommodation is located houses over 300,000 individuals from the lower strata of society, as well as recent graduates. The population density is exceedingly high, making this area a likely hotspot for zombies in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Li Ming had fought hard to survive in such an environment. Reflecting on the hardships of his previous life, he was determined to live better this time around. The night market in the urban village is vibrant, filled with numerous shops and chaotic, colorful signs, while the air is infused with the aromas of various street foods and barbecues. Although Li Ming led a frugal life, he seldom indulged in these street delicacies. Yet, the thought of them in the wake of the apocalypse made his mouth water. If he did not purchase them now, he would never have the chance again. Li Ming strolled through the streets, ensuring to order his favorite Longjiang pig trotter rice without hesitation, opting for 20-pack servings. He also ordered 10 portions of changsha, stinky tofu, 10 hand-grabbed pancakes with extra meat and eggs, 10 servings of lemon boneless chicken feet, 10 portions of fried milk, 10 mixed grain egg pancakes, 10 servings of Chongqing noodles, 10 grilled pig trotters, 10 pounds of various flavored crayfish, 100 lamb skewers, 10 dozen grilled oysters, and 10 servings each of assorted barbecues. In total, this extravagance consumed 2,000 yuan. Do not underestimate the 10 servings of each variety under certain circumstances. 10 can easily multiply to 20, 40, or even 80 servings in the presence of exquisite beauties. When it comes to fast food, McDonald's and KFC are indispensable. A must-have of 10 family buckets and 10 chicken wing buckets, along with 10 various combo meals, led to a swift depletion of his 4,000 yuan. Without a penny left, He even lacked the fare for a taxi. After storing all these street foods in his space, Li Ming had no choice but to walk to Binjiang Yihao community. Chapter 16. Do you really think I'm foolish? Li Ming retrieved the key he had acquired from Hua Fian from his space. With the key in hand, the security at the community entrance and the main door of the house became mere formalities, allowing him swift access to Hua Fian's residence. Binjiang Yihao is a high-end residential complex in Tianhai City, comprising 15 buildings, each with 40 floors, and 2 elevators serving 4 households, predominantly featuring spacious layouts. The complex contains over 2,300 residences, boasting a high occupancy rate exceeding 90. Excluding some families temporarily away, Li Ming estimated that nearly 2,000 households would remain when the apocalypse strikes. He deemed this population density ideal. A more economical community would likely have even more residents. A higher density means a greater likelihood of encountering zombies in the aftermath, thus increasing the risks associated with venturing outside. In contrast, villa areas have a lower density, resulting in fewer zombies post-apocalypse. However, Li Ming's objective is exquisite beauties. A larger population implies a greater number of such beauties. Thus, the demographics of Binjiang Yihao align perfectly with his criteria. Hua Fian's residence exudes a light, luxurious cream aesthetic, which appears distinctly feminine. Although it seems comfortable, Li Ming does not favor this style. Considering that he would be residing here for an extended period, he resolved to invest time in renovations. Fortunately, he had tools and materials salvaged from the Irma warehouse at his disposal. The renovations were primarily aimed at aligning the space with his personal preferences, simply altering the decor style and functionality. Notably, he intended to convert the decorative fireplace into a functional, smokeless one. As temperatures would plummet to minus 450 degrees Celsius after doomsday, standard air conditioning would barely maintain an indoor temperature around zero, leaving individuals susceptible to frostbite. With the fireplace, maintaining a comfortable 30-degree environment would be feasible. After several days of work, Hua Fian's house had undergone a complete transformation, shedding its original cream aesthetic. The beige furniture in the living room had been removed, and the area had been reconfigured into a competitive and entertainment space. The remnants of Hua Fian's fragrance in the beddings were replaced with darker, more masculine linens. The bedside table retained a beautiful photograph of Hua Fian in her uniform. Each time Li Ming gazed upon this photograph, he wished that she could return before the impending apocalypse. Upon entering Hua Fian's home, Li Ming promptly cracked her Wi-Fi password. This was not a difficult task, easily accomplished with a simple Wi-Fi tool. After gaining access, he tirelessly downloaded a plethora of audio-visual content from various websites, which would serve as entertainment during the apocalypse. Particularly, he sought to download Japanese adult films. If he delayed, they would become irretrievable. Li Ming extracted 10 3 terabytes external hard drives from his space to store these films. By the time he completed his preparations, it was July 16th, with only 2 days left until the anticipated snowstorm and a drastic temperature drop. Lu Zijuan and Guanfeng had been waiting for Li Ming to approach them for assistance in retrieving the stolen oil tankers. Guanfeng, in particular, was anxious, having lost millions due to the theft. Although he had initially profited from Li Ming, he now felt compelled to recover his losses. In apartment 3803 of Building 7 in Binjiang Yihao, Guanfeng pondered the compensation of 3 million yuan, determined to hold Li Ming accountable. He was resolved to find a way to reclaim that amount from him. Guanfeng cast an irritated glance at Lu Zijuan, inquiring whether Li Ming had yet responded to her. Luo Zujin meticulously admired her freshly done nails. He has not contacted me recently. He is probably looking for a job. I wonder if he's upset because I refused to lend him money last time and even scolded him. Guanfeng paced back and forth, reflecting on the refinery situation, where I lost nearly 3 million yuan alongside Zhengyang. I am contemplating whether I can recover some of that from Li Ming. Luo Zujin interjected. Li Ming can hardly afford his meals now. How much do you think you can extract from him? Guanfeng replied with a sinister smile. I have a friend who mentioned that introducing someone to work in Myanmar could yield a bounty of 1 million yuan. Luo Zujin gasped at Guanfeng's suggestion. Are you planning to sell Li Ming? Guanfeng asserted, of course, having lost nearly 3 million, I must find a way to recoup some of it from Li Ming. Besides, he can't even afford to eat. We are merely offering him a high-paying job. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Zujin proposed. Could we negotiate the price down to 1.5 million? He was my first man. After all, we should add a bit more. Perhaps we may never see him again. Guanfeng and Luo Zujin shared a knowing laugh. Luo Zujin swiftly typed a message to Li Ming. Li Ming, we apologize for our previous oversight regarding the job, but our intentions have always been for your benefit. Please understand. She continued. You're the best friend of both Guanfeng and me. Seeing you struggle to afford food pains us. We have inquired about a job that could help you pay off your debts within a year. I hope you seize this opportunity and do not sink further. Meanwhile, Li Ming, indulging in a luxurious Australian steak accompanied by a bottle of 1982 Lafite, read his message. His debts amounted to several million. Could they truly be resolved in a year? He thought, let's see what these two schemers are up to now. Li Ming replied, what job? Luo Zujin responded. Guanfeng's friend has established an information company in Myanmar and is recruiting talents like you for management positions. This job was secured for you by Guanfeng, so you must cherish it. She added, this is a company owned by Guanfeng's friend, completely safe. You can trust us. We would never deceive you. Li Ming grimaced at the message. These two were relentless, having drained their own blood, and now contemplating selling what little remains of him. He retorted, do you really think I am foolish? If this job is so great, why not have Guanfeng take it? Luo Dejun shot back. How can you say that? Haven't we worried about you for years? Could you not show a little ambition? If you had just a bit more drive, perhaps our children would be playing together by now. Li Ming recognized this tactic. Every time they attempted to persuade him to do something he was reluctant about, they would invoke his guilt from his past life. At this point, he had no intention of sparing her feelings. Li Ming responded, children? Are you referring to Wu Jing's child or Zhang Chongfeng's? Oh, I forgot. You had a fling with that fat Zhang Yang. Perhaps you're talking about a child. Li Ming further remarked, my apologies, but I recall that Guanfeng seems to think he is the only man you've ever had before him. He must be unaware of your reputation as the public boss. Guanfeng awaited Li Ming's reply with anticipation. After reading it, Guanfeng's face darkened significantly. Luo Dejun exclaimed, Li Ming, given your current situation, I'm trying to help you, and yet you dare to slander me. Li Ming shot back. Who told you I can't afford food? Accompanied by the image of steak and red wine. Li Ming wished to see the flustered expressions on Guanfeng and Wu De's faces. Suddenly, the sound of someone fiddling with the front door lock reached Li Ming's ears. Chapter 17. You are a madman Huafian, dragging her suitcase and dressed in a flight attendant uniform, cheerfully announced, Dear, a sudden 13-level hurricane has swept through the U.S., causing our flights to be canceled, and our work plans have changed. Therefore, I now have a 5-day holiday. Yes, I can go pick up Xiaoha tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of him these past few days. I'll treat you to dinner. I'm at the door now. I'll head home for a shower and a good night's sleep. Please let me watch Xiaoha for one more day. Goodbye. Due to the unexpected cancellation of her 2-week flight schedule, Huafian was in high spirits. She longed to return to the comfort of her soft bed and rest for a day. Upon noticing the spare key in her hand, she recalled that she had lost her original key just before leaving last week. In her haste, she had not taken any action. She thought to herself that if she could not find it, she would have to change the lock. After all, as a woman living alone, she needed to eliminate any potential dangers. Creak. The front door swung open. Seeing the unfamiliar interior, Huafian quickly stepped back, bowing slightly as she stammered, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong door. Once outside, Huafian carefully surveyed the surroundings. It was unmistakably familiar. It was her home. She checked the door number, 72202. It was indeed her door number, but the decor inside, the gaming chair in the living room, the gigantic 100-inch LCD television on the wall, and all the furniture was not hers. Huafian cautiously opened the door again, peeking inside. Although the furnishings had changed, the wall decor remained consistent with her home. The dining table was still the one she had meticulously chosen, yet bore a half-eaten steak and an open bottle of red wine. Confirming that this was indeed her house, Huafian instinctively retrieved a golf club from the entryway, a precaution she had prepared against intruders. For a moment, she hesitated. This was indeed her golf club meant for defense. At this realization, her certainty about the house deepened. Who could have transformed her home in such a manner? A thief? Yet, would a thief leave behind a gaming chair worth over 100,000 yuan in her living room? And what about the 100-inch television, which must also be valued at several tens of thousands? Suddenly, Huafian felt a cold metal object pressed against the bare skin of her neck. Before she could turn to see what it was, a powerful electric current surged from the metal. Huafian fell into darkness, losing consciousness in an instant. Li Ming, wielding a high-voltage stun gun, looked down gleefully at the unconscious Huafian. Well, she really returned before the end of the world. She has no one to blame now. He swiftly retrieved a rope and bound Huafian tightly. It was impossible to rob her now. According to the system's requirements, the person involved must willingly offer themselves. In this post-apocalyptic scenario, there would be plenty of ways to make Huafian comply. Furthermore, a beauty like her would undoubtedly attract the attention of other men, potentially becoming a slave for trade. Having her in his grasp might be the best outcome for her. Gradually regaining consciousness, Huafian attempted to rub her eyes, only to find herself bound and gagged. Panic surged through her as she recalled the moment before she lost consciousness. She had been kidnapped. Uncertain of whether the assailants were after her wealth or her body, she looked up. The 100-inch LCD television was playing the zombie film Train to Busan. The terrifying scenes intensified her sense of dread. On the sofa in front of the LCD television sat a man, unmistakably the one who had kidnapped her. Huafian's mouth was tightly gagged, allowing only muffled sounds to escape her lips. The feeble noises reached Li Ming's ears, and he immediately realized that Huafian had regained consciousness. He swiftly turned off the movie playing on the television, rose from the sofa, and approached her slowly. Miss Huafian, you are finally awake. As Li Ming walked toward her, Huafian writhed in terror, her expression one of sheer panic. Li Ming crouched before her. Shoo, please try to remain calm and listen to me. Hua Fian looked at him in horror, her mind consumed by fear, rendering her unable to comprehend his words as she continued to emit muffled sounds, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Ming, feeling helpless, stood up again. I cannot communicate with you like this. Once you have calmed down, we can have a proper conversation. He returned to the sofa, picked up a can of beer, and began to drink. Though Hua Fian's mouth was covered, Li Ming could still hear her sobs. Yet, he remained unmoved. In this apocalyptic world, there were many women who had cried out in despair, far more tragic than her, and he had long since become immune to such displays. After 3 minutes, Hua Fian, exhausted from her struggles, finally settled into a state of weakness, though her body still trembled involuntarily. Li Ming again approached her, crouching down to remove the cloth from her mouth. Now, can we communicate properly? Hua Fian nodded weakly. Li Ming presented a benign smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Ming, and I will soon become your man. He continued, 2 things you must understand. First, this house will belong to me from now on. Second, I will be your master, and you must obey my commands unconditionally. Hua Fian gradually calmed, looking at Li Ming with confusion, perceiving him as a madman. Claiming my house. Who robs a house? Does he not realize that property must be transferred legally? Can it simply be taken? And to demand obedience from me. This is madness. I have never even obeyed my parents' commands. Who does he think he is? Moreover, this man seemed familiar. Where had she seen him before? Suddenly, Hua Fian recalled. You are the delivery man from last week, aren't you? I advise you to stop this immediately. Since I know where you work, you cannot escape. If you release me now, I will pretend nothing happened. I won't call the police or tell anyone. You are still young. Do not think of killing me. If I die, your crimes will be severe. Turn back now. You still have a chance. Li Ming replied calmly, if I were afraid, I would not have easily captured you. Rest assured, I will not harm you. As long as you meet my demands, I might even grant you your freedom. Hua Fian sobbed, tears cascading down her face. Please don't do this. I can give you money. I have over 100,000 in my account, and the password is 021021. You can take the money. I promise I won't report you. My father owns a shoe factory. If you need a job, I can arrange one for you. You don't seem like a bad person. Aside from wanting my body, I can give you everything else. Li Ming appeared slightly impatient. I have made myself quite clear. I will release you when you come to terms with this. In a way, I am also saving you, and you will thank me for what I am doing today. After saying this, Li Ming, amidst Hua Fian's struggles, stuffed the cloth back into her mouth. Chapter 18. Blood rain falls reflecting on the past. How many women had experienced fear and despair in the apocalypse? Willingly selling their bodies, or even using their bodies to seduce targets, cruelly killing and seizing resources from others? In extreme environments, women often exhibited more selfishness and cruelty than men. Having witnessed various vicious women, Li Ming had long ceased to understand the concept of cherishing delicate feelings. As long as he achieved his goals, he could be even more ruthless. After being gagged again, Hua Fian wept like a wronged little wife. With the apocalypse yet to officially descend, it was unlikely that Hua Fian, untouched by the despair of the end times, would easily allow Li Ming to achieve his objectives. However, Li Ming was not in a hurry. Having experienced the apocalypse, he knew that almost no one could withstand the torment of hunger and thirst. Most people would succumb after enduring hunger for 35 days. In the early morning, Li Ming was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes to see that it was Zhang Ergu calling. Li Ming lazily answered, Ergu, why are you calling me so early? Zhang Ergu asked seriously Li Ming. Tell me, is the theft of our Walmart warehouse related to you? Li Ming neither confirmed nor denied it, simply replying, Yes. Zhang Ergu cursed, I guess your grandfather. You're going to get me killed. The police have already found me today. Li Ming was surprised. You've been caught. Zhang Ergu responded. I received a tip-off and left early. They're still looking for me. Li Ming advised, then listen to me. Forget everything and hurry back home before 3 p.m. today, or you might not survive. Zhang Ergu exclaimed, Li Ming, I curse your grandfather. It must be you, right? I don't care anymore. I can't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. I want half of what you stole. Li Ming laughed. Good luck with that. Before Zhang Ergu could respond, Li Ming hung up. Just after hanging up on Zhang Ergu, Luo Zijuan's call came through. Upon answering, Luo Zijuan immediately began to scold. Li Ming, I've been sincere in helping you escape the mire, and you repay us like this? Yesterday, you defamed me on WeChat, and I want to hold it against you. But now you have even colluded with others to steal our fuel truck? Confess honestly. What have you done with those fuel trucks? Where's the money? Don't think you can get away with this. The police are already looking for you. I advise you to turn yourself in and seek leniency. Li Ming scoffed. I know how heartfelt your intentions are, but you seem to want to take my kidney, liver, and eyes as well. Fuel trucks? Aren't you so capable? Go find it yourself. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were well aware of Li Ming's insinuation regarding their deception in luring him to Myanmar. Guanfeng, filled with anger, snatched Luo Zijuan's phone and said, Li Ming, whether you go to Myanmar for work is entirely up to you. We have never forced you. return my fuel trucks, and I will let it go. Don't think you can escape. The police are already searching your rented apartment. It is only a matter of time before they find you. Li Ming chuckled. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, as a longtime friend. I advise you to stay home today and not go anywhere. If by 3 p.m. this afternoon, when the blood rain falls, you are still outside, you will either become a zombie or food for the undead. That would ruin my plan for revenge. If they die so easily, it would be too merciful. After hanging up on Luo Zijuan, Li Ming's phone rang again. It was still Luo Zijuan. He chose to turn off his phone, both to avoid further incessant inquiries from Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan and to evade the police pursuit. Although he was currently in Huafian's house, the police could still use technical means to trace his phone. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is best to simply shut down. Although the police have begun to suspect him, Li Ming remains utterly unfazed. The authorities may harbor their suspicions, yet he is certain that they possess no irrefutable evidence against him. Otherwise, they would have classified him as a major fugitive and commenced a manhunt, rather than merely inquiring about his whereabouts. If he can endure until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the impending blood rain will render such trivial matters insignificant. On July 28, 2034, at 3 o'clock p.m., in room 72202 of the Binjiang Yihao residential complex, Li Ming moved the tightly bound Huafian to the large floor-to-ceiling window, both gazing out at the tumultuous street below. The ominous blood-red rain began to fall, each drop splattering against the exterior of the glass. Li Ming tore away the cloth from Huafian's mouth. Weakly, she implored, "It's been nearly 2 days. Could you possibly provide me with some food and water? If I perish from hunger, you'll be a murderer." Li Ming lit a cigarette and took a drag, responding, "Look outside at the world. It is on the brink of annihilation." Huafian, bewildered, could not comprehend his words. She merely regarded him as a madman, a lunatic. Outside the community, a throng of people had gathered, captivated by a young woman who was frantically dancing while filming a video. As the blood rain fell upon her face, she instinctively wiped it away, frowning. "Oh dear, is it raining? No, wait. Why is the water red? It looks like blood." The young man, filming, also felt the rain on his face and wiped it away in agreement. "Indeed, it is red." He tasted the blood-red rain, exclaiming, "It's slightly sweet." The young woman, in disdain, retorted, "Oh, why you put everything in your mouth?" He chuckled, "What is the harm? Big germs consume little germs. Yours is so foul I might as well partake." She giggled playfully, "How annoying. The red rain is intensifying. Let us seek shelter in the mall." With that, she hastily opened her umbrella to shield herself from the blood rain. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and gather the knives. We need to find cover from the rain." "Hey, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said?" The young woman, noticing the young man's dazed demeanor, approached and tugged at him in frustration. "Wow." He abruptly turned, letting out a wild scream. At that moment, his face was marred by visible blood vessels. His eyes clouded with a grayish hue, and his teeth had transformed into sharp, menacing fangs, utterly inhuman. Luo Xiang, what are you doing? You startle me," she cried in terror. Before she could react, Luo Xiang, with jerky movements, lunged at her neck, sinking his teeth into her flesh. "No, it's me." In the next instant, blood vessels erupted across her face, draining her complexion of color as her eyes gradually transformed to mirror Luo Xiang's murky gray. Chapter 19. The Zombie Siege. The dawn of the apocalypse bang. "Hey, can you drive?" Stopping suddenly in the middle of the road, a man from the trailing vehicle emerged to angrily confront the driver of the front car. "We have a pregnant woman in our car. If you cause harm to my wife and child, I will end you." The front driver retorted, "Are you blind? Didn't you see the elderly woman lying on the ground? Should I just run her over?" The man from the trailing car shot back, "Did you hit her?" The front driver replied, "Don't accuse me unjustly. I have a dash cam. I was at least 3 meters away when she fell." The pregnant woman stepped out from the back seat, holding an umbrella. "Stop arguing. We need to check if that elderly lady is hurt. Let us get her to the hospital." The front driver scoffed, "It's not my concern. I didn't hit her, so why should I take her? Besides, you rear-ended me. You should compensate." The pregnant woman glared at him. "What kind of person are you? Prioritizing compensation over saving a life? You're utterly heartless." The front driver shouted back, "If you want help, go ahead. I said it's not my problem. That old lady is probably just a scammer." The man from the trailing car raised his voice. "What are you yelling about? If you frighten my wife, can you afford the consequences?" The pregnant woman tugged at her husband. "Don't waste your breath on someone like him. I've never encountered anyone so devoid of compassion. Help that old lady up, will you?" "Fine, we're on our way to the hospital for a checkup anyway. We might as well assist the elderly woman." Suddenly, the man from the trailing car screamed in terror. His neck had been violently bitten by the elderly woman he intended to help. Her eyes, now clouded with a gray haze, clung to his neck, refusing to let go. Fresh blood poured from the wound. "Ah, darling." The pregnant woman raised her handbag and struck the elderly woman's head. "What are you doing? Let go of my husband." The front driver chuckled sarcastically. "Pretending to be a saint? Now you're getting bitten. How delightful." In the next instant, the elderly woman released her grip on the man's neck and lunged at the front driver. Instinctively, he kicked her away, bending her leg at an unnatural angle. Yet, She continued to advance toward him in a grotesque manner, finally pouncing on him and sinking her teeth into his jugular. "Ah!" He screamed in agony. The woman, seeing her husband released, rushed to assist him. "Honey, are you all right? Why are there so many lunatics these days?" After a moment, she looked at her husband's face, which had turned a ghastly gray, devoid of color, with murky eyes and a gaping mouth revealing sharp teeth, resembling a zombie from the horror film she often watched. Fear gripped her as she clutched her abdomen. "Darling, it's me, it's us, and our baby." Her husband, now like a ravenous beast, lunged at her, tearing into her abdomen, greedily devouring the life within her. All of this transpired before the eyes of Li Ming and Hua Fian, who stood observing from a height. Hua Fian gasped in horror, wanting to wipe away her tears, but her hands and feet remained tightly bound by Li Ming. He mocked kindness, compassion. Such notions are reserved for paradise. I'm afraid this place is destined to become hell. On the streets, the blood rain continued to pour relentlessly, infecting more individuals who transformed into zombies, wildly pursuing the uninfected. The uninfected could only flee in terror, their screams and cries echoing in the chaos. The crowd on the streets had descended into utter disarray. The vibrant red on the ground blurred the lines between blood rain and the blood of the bitten. The city of Tianhai was engulfed in accidents, and traffic had become paralyzed as panicked individuals scurried like ants in a frenzy to escape. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, as humanity plunged into madness and chaos. Li Ming understood that after today, over 60% of the population of the Blue Planet would succumb to the zombie virus. This was merely the beginning. By midnight, the temperature across the Blue Planet would plummet dramatically. Tianhai's temperature would drop to a chilling -40 degrees overnight. As it stood, the temperature hovered around 30 degrees, meaning the temperature would plummet by 80 degrees in a single night. This region belonged to the southern part of Huagua, while reports indicated that in the northern regions, temperatures had dipped to -80 degrees, a staggering drop of over 100 degrees, truly terrifying. Without this cataclysmic cold snap, perhaps the zombies would rapidly decay in the sweltering heat and lose their vigor. However, this drastic temperature drop during the Cambrian period has resulted in a perpetual chill, causing the corpses of the undead to cease their decay, allowing them to endure indefinitely. This phenomenon is akin to the zombie meat procured during tranquil times. Perhaps the zombie meat you purchased has been stored in a freezer for over a decade. When it graces your dining table, you can still savor its tender, succulent, and delectable qualities. Under the confluence of zombies, frigid conditions, and the malice of certain individuals, it is estimated that after a month, no more than 10 people will have survived. A month later, official agencies will be virtually incapacitated, and this figure of 10 is merely a rough estimate by Li Ming. Hua Fian gazed in disbelief at the chaotic, bloody, and violent world outside, terrified as she uttered, "What has happened to this world?" Li Ming took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "This is merely the beginning. More surprises await us." Hua Fian looked at Li Ming in confusion, sensing that he seemed to have anticipated this situation from the start. Before departing from a floor-to-ceiling glass, Li Ming reflected on the myriad horrors he had witnessed in the world of the undead, feeling no curiosity about what might transpire next. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He reopened his phone and accessed the group for Binjiang Yihao community. During Hua Fian's unconsciousness, Li Ming had already utilized her phone to join several homeowner groups within the community. The messages in the homeowner groups were filled with lamentations, with over 500 unread notifications. Building 5's AI and IU, my heavens. Are those monsters outside zombies? I've seen them bite many people to death. Building 8's Wu Ji. My father has turned into a zombie. What should I do? Is there anyone who can save him? He's in our basement garage. Meng Hui Xiaoyan. Everyone, don't go to the basement garage. There are over 20 zombies there. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would be done for. Building 7 Shi He Yuan Fong. I am the same. Thankfully, my awareness was sharp, and I ran quickly. Had I not, I might have been bitten by those zombies. Thinking back on it now, I feel a chill. Jia He Wan Shixing. Can anyone help me find my child? My child went downstairs to play and hasn't returned yet. What should I do? Driving LSP. What is going on with that blood-red rain outside? Was it an accident at some laboratory that turned these people into zombies? Jian Kong Xing Fu. Does anyone know what the situation is over at the financial center? My daughter's phone has been unreachable. Li Ming swiftly scrolled and composed a message. Bao Qi Bao He. Recruiting female warriors. Meals provided. Plenty of water. Transportation included. If interested, please send a barefaced photo via private message. Limited to 5 participants. Chapter 20. Meals provided. Plenty of water. Transportation included. Bao Qi Bao He. Recruiting female warriors. Meals provided. Plenty of water. Transportation included. If interested, please send a barefaced photo via private message. Limited to 5 participants. Why is it limited to 5? Li Ming's first thought in recruiting beautiful women was the strategy of scarcity marketing. If he announced unlimited recruitment, they would not feel a sense of urgency. After all, Li Ming would need them at any time. By limiting the slots to 5, their hearts would race with anxiety, fearing they would miss their chance. Li Ming sent the same message across various homeowner groups, flooding the chat. Instantly, the groups erupted with reactions. Building 12's AI Jian Shenwang. Kid, are you crazy? Can't you see everyone is worried about the situation outside, and you're still thinking about this? Yin Dan Xing Feng. How can there be such a pervert? Such a pervert should be physically castrated. Hua Hao Lin Ye. No, dude, if you want to attract beautiful women, you need to invest some effort. What are your conditions of free meals and unlimited water? A poor loser shouldn't embarrass himself here. Dulong's Wan. Bro, can this really be done? I'd be willing to pay double. I can offer a lot of money, as long as she is beautiful. Just message me. 90 Sui Dai Bang Shota. Who is this person? What room number? While everyone is terrified of the zombies outside, why are you causing trouble here? Building 7's Jie Dao Ban Chung Gue Fong. Meals provided? I'm starting to suspect you pose a threat to the community. Please report to our street office immediately. Li Ming paid no heed to the comments in the group, as they had yet to realize that the world had changed irreparably and could never return to the peaceful era. The golden opportunity to recruit beautiful women would only last a month. The longer he waited, the fewer exquisite beauties that met the system's requirements would remain, perhaps tending towards zero. By the time everyone comprehended that this calamity was not temporary, the fabric of law, morality, and order would collapse. At that point, most women would become prey for marauders, especially stunning beauties like Huafian, who would lack the means to escape the clutches of the brutal. During this month, many exquisite women might, out of desperation for food and shelter, resort to selling their bodies. Even those who initially refused would likely be coerced into submission. Ultimately, only a scant few would endure. Therefore, Li Ming must act swiftly, broadcasting his advertisement at the earliest opportunity to embed it in people's minds. When exquisite beauties were ready to barter their bodies for survival supplies, they would think of Li Ming first. After sending the message in each group, he opened a short video app. Indeed, the platform was rife with clips of zombies attacking. Shocking. Over half of the citizens of Mo City have inexplicably turned into zombies. The entire city has fallen. Hurry to escape. Deep City is under siege by a horde of zombies. Citizens are urged to seek refuge in enclosed spaces. Across various regions of Shangjing, there are alarming numbers of zombies. The scene is chaotic, with bodies everywhere. Citizens should find safe places to take shelter. Texas, USA, Tokyo. Japan, Italy's capital. Li Ming observed the news of zombie sieges around the Blue Star and took a sip from his treasured Maotai to steady his nerves. Before long, an emergency notification popped up on the app. Emergency notification. Authorities have determined that the recent blood rain falling across the Blue Star contains a substantial amount of zombie virus. Currently, the surface rivers and lakes have been contaminated by the virus and are no longer safe for consumption. All cities nationwide will immediately halt water supply until officials devise a method to eradicate the zombie virus. If you discover anyone who has consumed water containing the virus, do not hesitate. For your safety, please eliminate them. Killing zombies will not be treated as murder. At the same time, all citizens must adhere to the law and refrain from harming innocent individuals. In the face of disaster, we must unite and face this challenge together. The authorities will swiftly organize rescue efforts. Please remain in safe locations and wait patiently. Li Ming found the situation laughable, since killing zombies had become legal. Who would still abide by the hollow laws? Who could definitively say if they had contracted the zombie virus? As long as I suspect, I can eliminate you on the spot. Once the news broke, the homeowner groups erupted anew. What is happening? Is it true that zombies exist not just in Tianhai City, but in every corner of the globe? Heavens, is the apocalypse upon us? My beautiful life has only just begun. How long will this blood rain continue? If it keeps up like this, the world will truly be finished. The existence of zombies is no longer the main concern. I believe the most dangerous threat lies with people. The official announcement allows for the killing of those infected with the zombie virus. But how are we to determine if someone is infected? If someone claims I am infected, can they simply kill me? What you say is indeed true. Doesn't this imply that some could kill at will without facing any consequences? This is far more terrifying than zombies. I no longer need to repay my mortgage, nor my credit card debts. Let those vampires turn into zombies. Is this truly the end of the world? I still have so much money left unspent. What should I do? The most excruciating aspect of life is to still be alive while the money in hand has lost its value. Fortunately, I am in a state of negative assets. Li Ming found these people's reactions utterly laughable. They seem unable to grasp the crux of the matter. Zombies and the fear of chaos are beyond human control. The real issue is that the water supply is about to be cut off, even if the authorities immediately shut down the water plant. The pipelines and the water tanks on the rooftops of the community will still retain some clean tap water. The amount that can be stored in time is quite substantial. In his previous life, upon receiving the news of the water cut, Li Ming promptly utilized all available water storage devices to hoard the last of the tap water, enabling him to survive the first hurdle of the apocalypse. Those with foresight and awareness have likely begun to store water by now, rather than merely venting their frustrations online. Many households, particularly those in residential communities, have installed water purification systems, and few still rely on bottled water. Once the tap water supply ceases, these purifiers will become nothing more than ornaments. As for food, every household has some level of reserves, such as rice and noodles, with most storing at least a 2-week supply. However, without a water source, even these staples become difficult to swallow, and forcing them down can lead to dehydration during digestion. Therefore, it won't be long before the entire world descends into chaos due to the lack of water. Fraud, humiliation, and murder will unleash the darkest aspects of humanity. At that time, this world will truly become a hell on earth. At this moment, tied to a chair, Huafian pleaded with Li Ming, "Please, can I make a call to my parents? I am truly worried about them. I beg you, I want to report you." Li Ming withdrew a fruit knife and approached her slowly. Huafian, gazing at the glimmering blade, looked at Li Ming in terror, shaking her head repeatedly. "Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." With a swift motion, Li Ming severed the ropes binding Huafian. "You are free now. Feel free to call, report, seek help, or even escape." Chapter 21. The virtuous Huafian, you are free now. Feel free to call, report, seek help, or even escape. Huafian, stunned by Li Ming's words, gazed at his face in disbelief, fearing he might change his mind at any moment. Li Ming put away the fruit knife and returned to the sofa. "I said you are free. Aren't you leaving?" Huafian remained skeptical, cautiously extending her hand to retrieve her phone from the table. Only when her fingers touched the device did she muster the courage to pick it up and immediately dial her parents' number. Beep, beep. After several unsuccessful attempts, she grew desperate, crying out, "Dad, please answer the phone." After a few more tries with no response, the accumulated anguish of the past 2 days erupted, and Huafian collapsed on the floor, weeping in despair for 10 minutes. Li Ming, irritated by her cries while reading, prepared to put on headphones to listen to music. Huafian, in a feeble and pitiful manner, implored him, "Could you spare me some food? You have locked me up for 2 days without a drop of water. I am starving and parched." Li Ming promptly went to the kitchen and retrieved a well-prepared steak and freshly squeezed juice. "Would you like to eat? Would you like to drink?" Huafian eagerly nodded like a well-trained puppy. Li Ming smirked, "You know my rules. If you agree, all of this is yours." Huafian understood he was referring to her body. Although she longed for the steak and juice in his hands, her sense of propriety forbade her from acquiescing. "Can I barter for it with something else? Money, jewelry, anything valuable will do." Li Ming walked to the window, opened it, and tossed the steak and juice, along with the plate and glass, outside. Huafian attempted to stop him, but she was too slow. She could only watch helplessly as the steak fell to the ground. The sound of the shattered plate instantly attracted the attention of 3 zombies, who converged upon the scene. Upon seeing the zombies, Huafian recoiled in fear, as if trying to hide from them. Li Ming returned to the sofa, picked up his book, and remarked, "It seems you are not hungry enough yet. We shall discuss this tomorrow." Huafian, incensed by his actions, summoned her courage and retorted, "This house belongs to me. You are currently sheltering here. Shouldn't you at least pay me rent or provide some food?" Li Ming laughed. "I took this house by my own abilities. Why should I pay you rent?" Huafian wanted to argue, but found his reasoning somewhat valid. Thus, she shifted her approach. "If you continue like this, I will report you." Li Ming replied, "As I just stated, you are free to report me. I will not stop you." Huafian raised her phone, testing Li Ming's reaction while subtly threatening. "I really will report you." Seeing that Li Ming showed no intention of stopping her, she dialed the police. However, after over 10 attempts, no one answered. With a flushed face, she said to Li Ming, "You are confident that the police are too busy to respond, aren't you?" Li Ming regarded her with interest. "You are quite astute." Huafian, standing in anger, declared, "You said I could move freely. I have hands and feet. I can certainly find something to eat." Although much of the furniture in the living room had been replaced by Li Ming, the kitchen remained as Huafian had arranged it. She knew precisely where food was concealed. Confident, she searched the kitchen only to find nothing. My chips and instant noodles were right here. And where's my chocolate? It's all gone." Opening the refrigerator revealed emptiness. Huafian endured her growling stomach and scoured the house, finding not a single grain of rice. "Despicable. You even hid the biscuits I concealed in my old clothes. I will not let you succeed." Li Ming's indulgence seemed to embolden Huafian, yet she still found nothing to eat or drink. After fruitlessly searching, tears welled in her eyes as she weakly pleaded with Li Ming, "Big brother, please have mercy and give me some food. I am truly at my limit. If you're that hungry, I have a friend who adores handsome men, especially someone like you. She is utterly immune to resistance. I can introduce you to her. Would that be agreeable?" Li Ming closed his book. "Can she compare to you?" Huafian shook her head in disbelief. It seemed she lost that charm when she turned 18. Li Ming scoffed, not interested. Huafian recalled her friend lived in building 3 of this community and realized she could seek refuge with her. It seemed hunger truly affected her intellect. Driven by hunger, Huafian sprang from her seat with renewed determination. "If I can't find anything at home, I refuse to believe no one in the entire community will share a morsel with me." Li Ming, engrossed in his phone, did not even glance at her. "Go ahead." Realizing Li Ming had no intention of stopping her, Huafian hurriedly opened the door. As long as she could reach Building 3, all her troubles would be resolved. However, the moment she opened the door, regret washed over her. In the past, the corridor was unremarkable, but now it has transformed into a realm of ominous shadows, as if various lurking dangers resided in its unseen corners. The haunting cries of zombies echoed through the stairwell. Terrified, Huafian quickly shut the door to her room. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely she would even reach Building 3. She would be overwhelmed and devoured by countless zombies before she could even descend the stairs. Huafian gradually retreated into her home, firmly locking the door behind her. Li Ming shot her a scornful glance, questioning her sudden retreat after claiming she would leave. Overwhelmed, Huafian collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her face. After a moment, she sobbed, biting her lip. "Why are you treating me this way? I have done nothing to offend you." Li Ming replied with a smirk. "I made my demands clear from the beginning. Comply, and you could have an endless supply of resources." Huafian summoned her last vestiges of strength, exclaiming, "You must be dreaming. Those are things I have held on to for over 20 years. I turned down countless suitors, including wealthy heirs and influential figures. How could I possibly sell myself for a mere morsel of food? My principles do not permit such actions." Chapter 22. A sudden drop in temperature in the dead of night. The blood rain outside gradually ceased, yet the calamity was far from over. The sky transformed as pink snowflakes began to fall, their intensity increasing by the moment. These pink flakes still harbored a significant amount of the zombie virus. Within 10 minutes, the snow had grown from the size of a fingernail to that of goose feathers. Li Ming, who had been asleep, was jolted awake by the chill. Though he had mentally prepared himself, a twinge of anxiety arose as the cold front descended. He wondered if Huafian's dwelling could withstand the impending drop in temperature. Rising to check the thermometer outside, he noted that the temperature had plummeted to freezing. In the afternoon, when the blood rain fell and the zombies emerged, the temperature had soared to nearly 40 degrees. In just half a day, it had dropped over 40 degrees, dipping below zero. Li Ming understood that this was merely the beginning of the cooling. By dawn, temperatures would plummet to between minus 40 and 50 degrees. This was the true test. He swiftly activated the auxiliary heating functions of all the air conditioning units, setting the maximum temperature to 30 degrees. Yet, that still felt insufficient. If the temperature truly fell below minus 40 degrees, the air conditioning alone could not maintain a comfortable indoor climate. With the air conditioning running, Li Ming retrieved charcoal and placed it in his modified fireplace, igniting a fire. In this frigid apocalypse, such primitive means of heating proved most practical. Under the combined warmth of the air conditioning and fireplace, the indoor temperature soared to 30 degrees. It was uncomfortably hot, prompting Li Ming to lower the air conditioning and reduce the charcoal in the fireplace. Soon, the indoor temperature stabilized at a comfortable 24 degrees. Meanwhile, in another room, Huafian, suffering from hunger and cold, was likewise awakened by the sudden drop in temperature. At that moment, she truly felt the pangs of hunger and the bite of the cold. Upon entering the hall, she gazed in confusion at Li Ming's actions as the temperature within the house quickly became pleasant. Thankfully, in comparison to her earlier plight, she no longer had to endure the cold, though the hunger remained unbearable. Watching Li Ming busy himself, she felt a strange emotion stirring within her. Once he completed his tasks, Li Ming found himself wide awake, needing to monitor whether the house could withstand the forthcoming temperature drop. Should any issues arise, he would need to escape at a moment's notice. Within an hour, the streets were blanketed in a thick layer of snow. The temperature had fallen from around 0 to minus 10 degrees. Li Ming added more firewood to the fireplace, causing the warmth within to rise once again. During the prolonged wait, he decided to check the news on his phone, where various platforms were filled with reports of the zombies and the sudden drop in temperature. What is going on? Why has it suddenly become so cold? The zombies were terrifying enough, and now this cold. Are we to be left without respite? Why is the temperature continuing to drop? This feels off. Just moments ago, the air conditioning was blowing a hint of warmth, and now the air is frigid. Does anyone have spare blankets? We just moved into this community, and we haven't brought winter blankets yet. I'm willing to pay a premium. I observed closely, and these snowflakes are pink. Could they, like the red rain, contain the zombie virus? My water supply is running low. Does anyone have extras? I'm willing to pay well. 200 for a bottle of mineral water. Do you think this bitter cold could freeze all those zombies outside? That would be a silver lining. At least we wouldn't have to worry about being bitten. Only Li Ming understood that these zombies were remarkably resilient to the cold and could not be frozen to death. When they failed to detect prey, they would remain motionless, lurking in every corner. Once they discern a target, they would contort their grotesque bodies, clawing and lunging toward it. The heavy snowfall significantly heightened the dangers of venturing outside, as the snow could conceal the zombies beneath its surface. When one walked upon the snow, they might scan their surroundings with vigilance, yet remain oblivious to the potential emergence of several zombies from beneath the snow, ready to drag them down and feast. Li Ming's greatest concern was whether the massive floor-to-ceiling glass could endure the temperatures of minus 40 degrees. 3 hours later, The outdoor temperature had indeed dropped to minus 40 degrees, yet the glass remained intact, allowing Li Ming to finally relax. Meanwhile, the indoor temperature remained comfortably at 24 degrees. Gradually, fatigue began to overtake him, and after stretching and yawning, he decided to retire to his room for a proper rest. Upon waking the next day, it was already midday. Li Ming discovered Huafian had set up a makeshift bed in front of the warm fireplace. While other areas of the house were not unbearably cold, the naturally cold-sensitive Huafian preferred to be in the warmest spot. Glancing at the outdoor thermometer, he noted that the temperature had plummeted to minus 50 degrees. Through the expanse of glass, he observed that the streets were now covered in a thick layer of snow, with the shops along the street buried up to 2/3 deep. If not for the extreme cold and the lurking zombies, the scene outside would have been a picturesque winter wonderland. After a brief wash, Li Ming began his daily task of flooding the chat with advertisements for exceptional beauties. All-inclusive, seeking beauties, meals provided, ample water, transportation included. Interested parties, please send a bare-faced full-body photo via private message. Limited to 5. Li Ming continued to spam the chat with 10 more messages. Today, the homeowners in the group had shed the previous day's tension. It was evident to all that this was a genuine disaster, the duration of which remained uncertain, but it was clear it would not be brief. Some homeowners had already begun to experience a shortage of water. Li Ming's advertisement garnerat immediata respuestas. Brother, have you stored a lot of water? Could you sell some to me? I'm willing to pay a high price. Hey, I'm a manager at Mada Group. Could you sell me some water? How about 500 for a 550 milliliters bottle? Does being a manager at Mada Group make you special? It's the apocalypse now. Who cares about titles? I'll pay 1,000 for a bottle of mineral water, however much you have. I'll offer 2,000 per bottle. I want as many as you have. Hey, don't drive up prices. This is just the beginning, and we have a long way to go. I have the money. What can you do about it? Neighbors, 550 milliliters Zihaha mineral water. 3,000 per bottle. Private message me if interested. Supplies are limited. Li Ming felt a sense of amusement. Indeed, there were individuals willing to sell the mineral water in their possession. However, he knew that in a few days, they would surely regret their decision. Soon, even 100,000 yuan would not suffice to purchase a single bottle of water, rendering any amount of money nothing more than worthless paper. As Li Ming patiently awaited a private message from the enchanting lady, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Chapter 23. Breaching her psychological defense at 8 o'clock in the morning at the property management office beneath Building 7. The property manager, Chen Ye, and security guard Zhang San huddled together, wrapped in curtains, shivering from the cold. The previous day while on duty, a horde of zombies had suddenly invaded the community. Before the property staff and security could react, most had already fallen victim to the zombies' bites or gnawing jaws. Chen Ye and Zhang San, however, displayed remarkable resolve. When the zombies hunted them, instead of becoming prey, they managed to kill 2 of the creatures and retreated to the safety of the management office. Inside the office, there were a few barrels of bottled water, but food was scarce. Only a few remnants of biscuits could be found on the desks of their female colleagues. Since the previous day, Chen Ye and Zhang San had subsisted on merely a few biscuits and were now on the brink of starvation and freezing. Zhang San, dejected, asked Manager Chen, "What are we to do? The outside is swarming with zombies, and soon we will starve to death here." Chen Ye revealed a sinister smile. His encounter with the zombies had seemingly awakened a latent desire for violence within him. "Did you see the official announcement yesterday?" Zhang San nodded, having remained tense and glued to his phone in an attempt to understand the sudden influx of zombies. Thus, he had certainly seen the official statement. Chen Ye continued. The announcement stated that killing those who have consumed the blood rain, as well as zombies, would not be prosecuted as murder. Zhang San, puzzled, responded, "So what? Are you suggesting we go out and kill zombies? How does that relate to our hunger?" With a malevolent grin, Chen Ye replied, "You fool. It means we can declare anyone who has drunk the blood rain as such. We can kill whomever we wish. With so many residents in Building 7, surely we can find something to eat." Zhang San suddenly comprehended. "Right, as long as we eliminate them, there will be no witnesses. There are a few female residents I have been eyeing. They live alone, and we can start with them." Chen Ye retrieved a list from the files. "No need for you to suggest it. I've already planned this. We could begin with the flight attendant Huafian from 2202 and the internet celebrity Long Kai from 2803. Both stunning beauties. We can subdue them first. I've been watching those 2 for quite some time," he added. "In the past, they would have given us a second glance. Now, it is the perfect time for action. If they resist, we can simply kill them and say they drank the blood rain. If they are willing to submit, then it will be delightful. In the future, if we encounter formidable foes, we can use them to barter for more food." Zhang San wiped his mouth. "I know those beauties well. Every time they walk by, I can hardly contain myself. Haha. But how do we get into Building 7? The outside is teeming with zombies." Chen Ye pointed to the wall behind them. "This wall leads directly to Building 7. Zhang San exclaimed, "What? Are we going to break through it?" Chen Ye produced 2 fire axes from the fire exit. These hollow bricks will crumble easily. Let us move quickly. If we linger here, we will freeze to death even before starvation claims us. After considerable effort, they finally created a hole large enough to crawl through at the back of the office, entering Building 7. Chun Jingye paused for a moment. Let us head to 2202. Huafian's place. A series of knocks shattered the tranquility within 2202. Li Ming and Huafian exchanged glances, wondering who could possibly be knocking at such time. The knocking persisted. Hello, we are from the property management. In light of this calamity, we have arranged some supplies for the residents, hoping everyone can safely weather this disaster. Is anyone home? Although the supplies are limited, it is a gesture from our management. Please open the door to receive them. Upon hearing that the management was delivering supplies, Huafian, nearly maddened by hunger, felt a surge of hope. She wanted to respond immediately, but was wary of Li Ming. In a hushed tone, she pleaded, "It's the property management delivering supplies. Can I open the door? They are for me. I want to expose you." Li Ming, indifferent, rupia. If you believe them to be trustworthy, you may open the door. I will not stop you. Li Ming held little faith that anyone would be foolish enough to deliver supplies at this time. The mineral water in the group had skyrocketed to 3,000 yuan a bottle. He would sooner believe himself to be a deity than trust that anyone outside would voluntarily deliver resources. In Li Ming's view, the arrival of these two individuals was opportune. It was time for Huafian to witness the malevolence of human nature, ultimately shattering her psychological defenses. Observing Li Ming's lack of opposition, Huafian swiftly approached the door. Though her stomach growled with hunger, it did not mean she had lost her ability to think clearly. With supplies being offered, she dared not trust them completely. Cautiously, she peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Chun Jingye sensed someone was observing them through the peephole and stepped back slightly, allowing Huafian to see his face clearly. You see, I am Chun Jingye, the property manager of Building 7, and this is security guard Zhang San. Given how long you've lived here, you should recognize us. As Huafian looked through the peephole, she indeed recognized Chun Jingye, the manager she often communicated with. Security guard Zhang San had also helped her carry items upstairs several times, leaving a strong impression on her. In her mind, both were kind-hearted individuals. Seeing these familiar faces, her guard lowered instantly. The door creaked open, revealing Chun Jingye and Zhang San, grinning sinisterly as they exchanged knowing glances. They had successfully deceived her. Thank you for your supplies. You are truly good people, and our management is commendable. The hefty property fees were not in vain, Huafian exclaimed with excitement. However, in the next instant, her heart plummeted into despair as a cold fire axe pressed against her neck. Hua, dear beauty, as long as you willingly comply with our wishes, we would never wish to harm you. Huafian gazed into Chun Jingye's avaricious and lecherous eyes, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. This gaze was starkly different from Li Ming's. She believed these two truly intended to commit unspeakable acts against her. Zhang Sen stepped into Huafian's home, his face betraying excitement and surprise. Manager Chun, you must see this. Her home is so warm, there isn't a hint of chill. Chun Jingye, with the axe still at Huafian's throat, stepped inside her apartment. The warmth enveloped him, a welcome relief. Indeed, Hua, you truly understand the essence of comfort. You've installed a fireplace at home. This is splendid, as it will keep us warm while we conduct our business here. Huafian, filled with dread, queried, conduct business? What do you intend to do? Chun Jingye, gripping her neck, replied, what do you think? Huafian let out a scream, pushing away the hand that restrained her neck. With a swift slap, Chun Jingye sent her crashing to the floor. Warning, I advise you to be sensible, otherwise, you will be declared a person who drank the blood rain, and we can kill you without fear of legal repercussions. Chapter 24, A Thought Released. Boundless freedom after being struck down by Chun Jingye, Huafian instinctively turned her gaze towards Li Ming. Where's Li Ming? He was just sitting here reading a book. It is no wonder that upon seeing the two individuals wielding fire axes, he was filled with fear and chose to hide away. Huafian found herself laughing at the absurdity of the situation as she found herself still praying for Li Ming to intervene and rescue her from Chun Jingye. Chun Jingye, in a fit of excitement, seized Huafian by her hair, dragging her across the floor to the sofa in the living room like a lifeless animal. Zhang San, quickly close the door and check if there is anything to eat in her kitchen. It's so warm and comfortable here. Let us take care of her right now. Splendidly. Zhang San, somewhat disgruntled, replied, Chun, you go first this time. For the next one, Long Kai from 2803, I must go first. I won't settle for the scraps you leave behind. Chun Jingye retorted angrily. Can you show some ambition? We will work together in the future. We can have whatever we desire. Just listen to me and find food and water right away. With that, he pinned Huafian down and tore open her outer garment. Huafian, weeping pitifully, clutched her clothes tightly and pleaded, Chun, please don't do this. I beg you, spare me. Slap, slap, slap. Chun Jingye struck her 3 times across the face, his expression twisted with rage as he warned, if you dare resist again, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. The once kind and courteous housekeeper had transformed into a creature more terrifying than a zombie. Starved of will to fight back, Huafian succumbed to despair, tears streaming down her face. Huh, I never imagined I would have this day to possess you. Ye was interrupted mid-sentence when someone from behind yanked his hair, pulling his head away from Huafian's chest. Instinctively, he turned to see who it was. In the next moment, a cold dagger pressed against his throat, slicing through as if he were but a chicken. Blood gushed forth, splattering Huafian and staining her with Ye's blood. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck in a panic, staring in horror at Li Ming, who held the dagger, struggling hopelessly. Just moments ago, he had appeared before Huafian as a hunter. Now, within mere minutes, he had become a prey, slaughtered. Li Ming sat beside Huafian and calmly remarked, "Do you know that when a person's major artery is severed, they do not immediately lose consciousness or die? In such moments, they become acutely aware, feeling as though time stretches indefinitely. They watch helplessly as their blood flows away, feeling their bodies grow colder from a loss. Ultimately, they can only succumb to fear, despair, and rage as they fade away." Huafian watched as Ye writhed on the ground, blood continually pouring from his wound. As the blood flowed more profusely, his body began to convulse, and his pupils grew vacant and hollow. This was the first time she witnessed the process of a person dying. Fear gripped her, causing her to tremble with cold. Only when Ye lay lifeless did Li Ming rise from the sofa, glancing at Huafian. "What are you still doing? Come help me dispose of their bodies. Do you wish to live with these corpses?" Li Ming was not lacking the strength to remove the bodies alone. He sought to involve Huafian to deepen her sense of participation, further shattering her psychological defenses. After the earlier scene, Huafian felt numb, her mind blank, as if she were a soulless entity assisting Li Ming in lifting Ye's corpse and throwing it out the window. Thud! The body crashed from the 22nd floor to the ground, producing a thunderous sound that immediately attracted nearby zombies. In less than 2 minutes, Ye's body was reduced to bones. They then returned to the kitchen to discard Zhang San's corpse, which had also met a similar fate at the hands of Li Ming. Within moments, Zhang San's remains too were left only as bones. The sight shattered Huafian's mental defenses entirely. After clearing the bodies, Huafian, like a helpless child, huddled in a corner and wept uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, she had considered leaping from the window to end her own life. However, the image of Ye and Zhang San being gnawed upon by zombies filled her with dread, extinguishing her courage even to embrace death. Li Ming casually cleaned the blood splattered around. He had grown accustomed to such gruesome tasks, feeling neither horror nor disgust. In his previous life, he would have sought to collect this blood, recognizing it as a precious resource. Now, with an abundance of food and water, he dismissed such thoughts. Once the blood was cleaned, hunger overtook Li Ming, and he retrieved some beef, lamb, fresh vegetables, and a packet of spicy hot pot seasoning from his space. In the frigid weather, the prospect of a delicious spicy hot pot was nothing short of heavenly. Huafian was baffled by where Li Ming kept his supplies. Having searched the entire house multiple times without finding a single grain of rice, yet he consistently produced various foods. Reflecting on Li Ming's actions since he had taken over her home, it seemed he had anticipated this disaster all along. He had foreseen the arrival of zombies and the drop in temperature, modifying her decorative fireplace into a true heating device. He had even hidden away ample food and water supplies in unknown places. Perhaps her survival depended solely on Li Ming, as she dared not trust anyone else after what had happened with Ye. In the face of this calamity, kindness, trust, and morality had become luxuries, exposing the depths of human wickedness. A moment of acceptance brought her newfound clarity. The invisible shackles that had burdened her seemed to dissolve, leaving her spirit remarkably light. With a determined yet frail demeanor, she crawled before Li Ming. "Li Ming, I agree to your terms. I will willingly offer my body to you." Although she had come to terms with her situation, the words brought a flush of alluring crimson to her cheeks. Li Ming smirked slightly. "Very well. Since you've come to your senses, go take a shower first." Huafian fixed her gaze on the hot pot on the table. "Could I have something to eat first? I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days." Li Ming replied coldly, "I do not dine with disheveled women." Chapter 25. Loyal servant Pil. Huafian nestled under the covers, blushing shyly like a newlywed. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, and the most cherished parts of her life had been taken by Li Ming. Yet she felt no sorrow, only a flicker of excitement. Li Ming reclined on the bed, lighting a cigarette. Taking a drag, he relished the sensation he craved as he checked the system. Ding! System task completed, achieving a second doubling of capacity. Space volume doubled to 4,000 cubic meters. All stored resources in the space doubled. Post-doubling physical attributes: Constitution, 20 strength, 32 speed, 28 agility, 24 mentality. 24 upon completing the task, he received a special system reward. Loyal servant Pil, X3. Li Ming excitedly examined the space. The original 2,000 cubic meters had transformed into 4,000 cubic meters, and all stored supplies had successfully doubled. The stored water, initially at 800 cubic meters, has now doubled to 1,600 cubic meters. The 80 bags of rice have transformed into 160 bags, while the 1,000 boxes of instant noodles have increased to 2,000 boxes. Even the tools, a sickle, an axe, and a machete, have each doubled from 10 to 20. Remarkably, the half watermelon left by Li Ming has also become a whole one. Upon inspection, Li Ming confirmed that all supplies had indeed doubled. What piqued his interest the most was the special reward, the Zhongnu pill. Li Ming inquired with the system about the nature of the Zhongnu pill. The system replied, as the name suggests, that anyone who ingests the Zhongnu pill will become your slave, bound to be 100 loyal to you for life, devoid of any deception, concealment, or betrayal. Those who consume the pill will experience a tenfold enhancement in their physical attributes. Incredible! A tenfold increase in physical attributes is simply extraordinary. Li Ming gasped, his eyes shining with excitement. This is a remarkable find. In this apocalyptic world, loyalty and integrity have become worthless, as a single pack of instant noodles or biscuits can easily sway someone to serve you. Similarly, those around him may betray him due to temptations of profit, threats to their families, or various other reasons. Such occurrences are beyond anyone's ability to completely eradicate, just like how Huafian might appear to obey him for survival. But when faced with greater temptations, her loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Now, with the Zhongnu pill in his possession, this issue could be definitively resolved. At the very least, those who frequently surround him, particularly someone like Huafian, must remain 100 loyal and obedient to him. With a mere thought, a chocolate-shaped pill appeared in Li Ming's hand, which he offered to Huafian. Take this. Huafian, blushing, shyly asked, what is this? Li Ming chuckled. A great tonic, it will benefit you. Huafian, thinking Li Ming was being considerate, sweetly replied, I'm still young. I don't need such a tonic. You, on the other hand, have worked so hard. It's better you keep it for yourself. Sensing Huafian's misunderstanding, Li Ming, unwilling to explain further, commanded, just take it. No more chatter. Pouting, Huafian accepted the Zhongnu pill from Li Ming's hand and swallowed it whole. Li Ming eagerly asked, how does it feel? The taste is quite good. I'm not asking about the taste. I want to know how your body feels after taking it. Confused, Huafian looked at her body and suddenly felt invigorated. Her waist no longer ached. Her legs were no longer sore. She felt as though she could take on a tiger. I feel full of energy, and my spirit is particularly vibrant. Huafian shyly glanced at Li Ming, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Li Ming pressed further. Do you feel anything else? Huafian gazed at Li Ming's face, her complexion deepening in color. I think you've become exceptionally handsome, entirely to my taste. I have never seen such a handsome man before. Moreover, the aura you exude completely captivates me. Every command you give seems perfectly justified, and I cannot resist. I find every action of yours utterly charming. I feel I could die for you at any moment. Li Ming attempted to push Huafian away from his chest, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge her even slightly. He smiled bitterly. Does she not realize that her strength has increased tenfold? His own physical attributes had merely quadrupled, while Huafian's had increased tenfold, enabling her to easily overpower him despite her slightly lesser base attributes. Thankfully, she was now his utterly loyal slave. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences today. Li Ming, invigorated by his own enhanced physical attributes, felt an urgent need to release his pent-up energy. Huafian gazed at him, still somewhat unsatisfied. As dawn approached, neither of them had slept. Huafian remained spirited and energetic. Li Ming lit a cigarette for a boost and took out his phone to check for messages. Today marked the third day since the apocalypse began, and under normal circumstances, about 70 people should be experiencing water shortages by now. Therefore, it was reasonable to believe that some beautiful women had succumbed to hunger and thirst, reaching out to Li Ming for help. To his surprise, more than 10 people had sent him friend requests. Li Ming perked up at the thought of acquiring another stunning beauty, which would grant him 8,000 cubic meters of space, doubling his supplies as well. Bro, which building and room number are you in? You must have stockpiled a lot of food and water. I'm willing to pay for it. Just name your price. A man added him on WeChat. Pay for it? I see through your ulterior motives. Why would you inquire about my room number to make a purchase? Hello, in this time of crisis, we should support one another as neighbors. Many elderly and children in our community cannot even get a meal. I hope you can be less selfish and share some of your stockpiled food with everyone. We will be grateful. Li Ming could not help but curse. Damn it, it's the apocalypse, and they still think of moral coercion. Have they lost their minds? Once again, I reiterate, as long as I choose to be amoral, no one can impose their morals on me. It's not my responsibility for the elderly and children and their families. Chapter 26, The Internet Celebrity Long Kai. Young man, I am Chung Suing, the director of the neighborhood committee. I am here to officially requisition the supplies in your possession. Of course, we will leave you enough for your personal necessities. I hope you can cooperate with our work. Otherwise, after the disaster, the organization will hold you accountable. This neighborhood committee director, Chung Suing, known as Aunt Chung, was vividly remembered by Li Ming. He never expected her to live here as well. The area where Li Ming rented his lodgings fell under her committee's jurisdiction. Initially, when Li Ming was applying for a residence permit, Aunt Chung had made his life difficult, requiring him to make 10 trips to obtain it. She was one of those typical people who, wielding a small amount of power, took pleasure in making life difficult for others. Even in the apocalypse, Aunt Chung still clung to her minuscule title to intimidate others. It was indeed characteristic of her. Li Ming ignored her and moved on. He sifted through all the friend requests from beautiful women seeking assistance and accepted them all. He then sent out a uniform message. If you want food and drink, please send your personal information and a recent photo without makeup. Soon, someone responded. Chun Xiaoman, do you really have enough supplies? Do you have French alpine spring water? I cannot drink any other mineral water. It makes me nauseous. If you have this brand, I might consider being friendly with you. But you can only have me as your woman. Li Ming was stunned. Even in the apocalypse, such a rare gem existed. He replied directly, good luck, but no thanks. Chun Xiaoman, how can you speak to a lady like that? Have you no manners? After realizing she had been blocked by Li Ming, the little fairy angrily cursed. How dare you block me? So many rich second-generation heirs wouldn't dare treat me this way. Who do you think you are? She then posted in the group. The one collecting beautiful women is a fraud, a pervert, a scoundrel. I hope my sisters don't fall for it. Ding. The second person messaged him. Su Mengxian. Hello, my parents and younger brother discussed it. Only you can provide us with 10 bags of rice and 100 bottles of mineral water. If you can do that, they will agree to let me be with you. But I'll need to give them 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 pounds of rice every day. What do you think? Ding. The system detects that the minimum requirements are not met. Su Mengxian possesses decent facial features, yet her figure is quite unappealing. Furthermore, she is overly attached to her parents and resembles Voldemort in character. Such a woman is even more challenging to manage than a fairy. Li Ming responded briefly. You do not meet my criteria. Su Mengxian quickly replied. My parents said they could evaluate you first. You may provide a bag of rice and 10 bottles of mineral water. If you perform well, they might relax their requirements. How amusing. Even in the face of an apocalypse, she still demands a high bride price. It seems they are desperate to sell their daughter. Li Ming, finding no reason to waste words, promptly blocked her. The group chat filled with a few more individuals hurling insults at Li Ming, their words quite unpleasant. Li Ming continued to the next candidate. Liang Yin, hello, until the disaster ends. I agree to follow you, but you must treat my son well, ensuring his daily needs are met. My son is inherently kind. I believe he will grow up to treat you as a true father would. You are fortunate to gain such a wonderful son. What on earth? Do they not understand what exquisite means? Her son is already so grown. There is no need for system detection to know they do not meet the standards. They are wasting their own time. Moreover, if Door Gun could not handle the situation, why would it be thrown onto me? What does this mean? Without hesitation, Li Ming blocked her. Li Ming proceeded to the next individual. Long Kai. Hello. I'm Long Kai. Is it only possible to trade the food you hoard through such means? Can it be sold? You set the price. Wow, what a stunning beauty. She seems somewhat familiar. Ding. A blue system interface appeared beside Long Kai's photo. Name, Long Kai. Occupation, Internet Celebrity. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 22. Figure, 95 points. Combat power, 6. Overall rating, 90 points. Indeed, beauty filters have been employed. I recall that the system rated Huafian with an overall score of 95, while this Long Kai only garnered 90. However, a beauty rated 90 can easily outshine 99 of young women. An internet celebrity? Suddenly, Li Ming remembered who she was. She is a super internet celebrity with millions of fans, the tearful dragon baby. After work, Li Ming enjoys watching her live streams. Although he has never tipped her, he has consistently given her likes, so it cannot be deemed entirely one-sided. Li Ming recalled that both Chun Jingye and Zhang San had mentioned Long Kai. She seems to reside in apartment 2803 upstairs. This could work. I will pursue it. Li Ming replied. Not for sale, only for exchange. If you are willing, you may stay with me, and your needs will be met. After a short while, Long Kai responded. You have no proof. How can I trust you? At that moment, Huafian had prepared an extravagant seafood breakfast. A 10-pound lobster, an emperor crab, salmon, abalone, and more. Which household can boast such a breakfast so early in the day? Extravagant. Huafian radiated happiness as she said, Minggu, I worked hard to prepare this for you, to help you replenish your strength. Li Ming took a few pictures of the lavish seafood feast and sent them to Long Kai. At that moment, Long Kai, curled up on her bed and shivering from hunger, saw the lobster in the pictures and couldn't help but salivate. She swallowed hard and wiped the corners of her mouth. Although she desperately wanted to eat, she maintained her composure. She understood that if she were to be deceived, she would lose not only her chastity, but possibly her life as well. In the worst-case scenario, she could become a mere plaything for men. After all, killing has become brazen, with no one held accountable. Therefore, she must exercise utmost caution. Long Kai, how do I know that photo is not old or downloaded from the internet? If you cannot prove that you currently possess that food, I cannot trust you. Li Ming thought. Long Kai is indeed cautious. If she were another woman, she would likely be unable to contain herself upon seeing such food. Li Ming replied, I will not explain it all to you. Please check the owner group. He then shared several photos of Hua Fian holding the 10-pound lobster and indulging in a lavish seafood breakfast in the group. All meals and beverages provided. Ample food and water, transportation included, limited to beautiful women, private message, only 5 spots available. Now 1 spot is occupied by a beauty, leaving only 4 remaining. Interested beauties, hurry up, spots are limited, first come, first served. Chapter 27, The Chaos Begins. As Li Ming shared these photos in the group, the chat erupted. Wow, isn't that our community's flight attendant Hua Fian? Has she really submitted to this exquisite young man? No way, my goddess. You are not that type of person. I was planning to confess my feelings to you soon. You can never be someone who easily submits. All meals and beverages provided. I will not share my wife with you. It is a matter of life and death. Did someone not just call him a scammer? Step forward and prove it. What conditions does he have? We can barely afford meals, and they are feasting on a seafood breakfast. How extravagant. All meals and beverages provided. Please take me in. I am willing to be your servant. Just give me shrimp shells. Community committee member Aunt Chung. All meals and beverages provided. How can you lack any sense of community? During this disaster, we should help one another. How can you be so selfish? Everyone is suffering, and you are still focused on that matter. Aunt Chung, as the community committee director, I command you to immediately relinquish your hoarded food to me for safekeeping, so we can distribute it according to everyone's needs, allowing us to endure this disaster together. Li Ming chuckled. I do not provoke you, yet you dare to provoke me? Li Ming sent a message in the group. Aunt Chung, you are absolutely right. Since it is for everyone's benefit, as the community committee director, you should be the first to distribute the supplies in your possession. If you can lead by example, I will be more than willing to follow suit and share my supplies. Other owners found this reasoning sound and began to express their approval. Yes, as a community leader, you should lead by example and be the first to distribute your supplies. This way, he will also share his. Aunt Chung, please distribute your supplies quickly. Only then will he share his with us. Don't delay our chance at a better life. I see Aunt Chung is just envious of others' good fortune, trying to seize their supplies under the guise of safekeeping. She clearly intends to hoard everything for herself. Get lost, old hag. Sensing the group's ire focused on her, Aunt Chung chose to retreat, but Li Ming's open confrontation left a mark. Long Qi paid little attention to the ensuing chaos in the group. Her focus remained fixed on the images of Hua Fian devouring the lobster. She yearned to taste that lobster herself. Should she trust this person? Long Qi felt deeply conflicted. She knew Hua Fian, the only one in Building 7 who could overshadow her beauty. Moreover, she was aware of Hua Fian's privileged background and her proud demeanor. If even such a proud woman had submitted to this man, perhaps he cannot be a fraud. If she were to pursue a relationship with him, would that not mean serving the same man as Hua Fian? This notion troubled her greatly. Li Ming's announcement mentioned only 5 spots, with Hua Fian already occupying 1. Only 4 remain. If she does not seize this opportunity, allowing other women to get ahead, she may truly miss her chance. Long Qi once again took out her phone and sent a message to Li Ming. Long Qi, don't you already have the beautiful Hua Fian by your side? Will there still be a place for me if I come? Upon receiving Long Qi's message, Li Ming handed his phone to Hua Fian. Hua Fian chuckled. How could I possibly mind? As long as you're happy, I find it worthwhile regardless. Moreover, with someone as exceptional as you, how could there be only one woman? I would even prefer you to have a harem of 3,000, passing on your admirable genes. Li Ming laughed heartily. In that case, why don't you reply to her? Your response would be far more effective than 100 of my words. Hua Fian took Li Ming's phone, pressed the voice message button. Hello, I am Hua Fian. May I call you Qi's sister? Li Ming is a wonderful and exceptional person. I sincerely hope you can come and serve him with me. Trust me, this will be your greatest honor, and I certainly won't mind. If you can come, we will be good sisters, and I believe we can get along splendidly. Upon hearing Hua Fian's voice message, Long Kai was utterly bewildered. Is everyone playing like this nowadays? From the sound, it was undoubtedly Hua Fian. However, the Hua Fian she remembered was proud, reserved, and an esteemed goddess. She never anticipated such an open mindset. Could it be that Li Ming truly possessed remarkable abilities? Although she was aware that Hua Fian was indeed by Li Ming's side, and that the existence of abundant resources was highly credible, she remained indecisive and hesitant. Bang! Was it a firecracker? No, it sounded more like a gunshot. The streets were devoid of any people or vehicles, rendering the world eerily silent. This gunshot shattered the tranquility of Binjiang No. 1 community, dispelling the illusions of many residents awaiting rescue. Everyone understood that the true chaos, looting, and slaughter had officially commenced with that gunshot. The sound echoed throughout the community, causing the weak to tremble in fear while the strong began to succumb to madness within. Hua Fian furrowed her brow. Ming-ge, that was a gunshot just now, wasn't it? Li Ming grinned. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. The era of great chaos has officially begun. Wrapped in her blanket, trembling from hunger and fear, Long Qi also recognized the sound as gunfire. At that moment, terror gripped her heart. The presence of gunfire indicated that some capable villains had begun their spree of theft and murder. As an attractive, single woman, she would undoubtedly be among the first targets for robbery. Knowing she stood no chance in a confrontation, Long Qi realized her time was running out. She finally made up her mind and sent a message to Li Ming. Long Qi, was that gunfire just now? There's zombies downstairs, and I'm so scared. Can you come get me? My room number is 72803. If she were in another building, it would complicate matters. The underground garage and the ground level were now teeming with zombies, meaning reaching other buildings would entail a bloody battle. Although Li Ming had the experience and confidence to manage it, he was not fond of taking risks. Fortunately, the second exquisite beauty who had sought refuge with him also resided in Building 7. Yoshi, the second exquisite beauty, has been successfully secured. Li Ming was genuinely grateful for that gunshot, as it spared him quite a bit of trouble. Just as Long Qi sent her message, several bloody images were shared in the Owner S group of Building 7. Image. One image depicted a tattooed gang leader holding a handgun, with 3 bloody corpses sprawled on the ground, unmistakably a family of 3. The second image showed a group of 7 men armed with knives, axes, and steel pipes. These images were clearly meant to intimidate all residents of Building 7. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society. Listen up, residents of Building 7. I am Zheng Haonan. From now on, Building 7 is officially under my control. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society. These individuals, driven by thirst, have been eliminated after drinking the blood rain, and we have dealt with them. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society. For the safety of Building 7, I have decided to take on the security management of this building, while also overseeing the unified management of its resources. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society. Today, our men will knock on every door. You must open up immediately to surrender your resources, or else you will be considered one of those who have already drunk the blood rain. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society. To the exquisite beauty, especially you. I know you possess a significant amount of resources within Building 7, and I hope you will voluntarily surrender them, rather than forcing us to take action against you. Chapter 28. Your face is quite large in room 1503 of Building 7. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were curled up under the covers, trembling in fear. It was not due to the small size of their room, but rather because they could no longer bear to stay in the master bedroom. The master bedroom was spacious, yet even with the air conditioning set to 30 degrees, the indoor temperature remained below 0. They could only hide in this small room, turning the air conditioning to the maximum, just to barely achieve a temperature above freezing. The gunshot from earlier had frightened them into silence, fearing others would discover their hiding place. They were not foolish. They understood the perilous situation outside. If they fell into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his men, they would be reduced to mere playthings for those men. Moreover, they had not had a drop of water for a day and a night because Luo Zijuan never cooked. Their meals were either takeout or dining out. They certainly did not have much food stored at home. Instant noodles were regarded as the most inferior food, unworthy of her nobility. When she saw the seafood feast that Li Ming posted in the group, Luo Zijuan swallowed hard, her throat parched. As a seasoned gold digger, she immediately recognized that the top-notch Australian imported lobsters and high-end seafood featured in Huafian's meal were indeed luxurious. Fixating on the images of the seafood banquet, jealousy overwhelmed her. She was acutely aware that Huafian lived in the same building, intensifying her sense of injustice. Why was there such a vast disparity, even though they all resided in the same community? It felt like living in 2 disparate worlds. At that moment, she was truly starving. She quietly tapped on the exquisite Beauties profile, considering sending her provocative photos in hopes of luck. Although she had lost her virginity to Li Ming long ago, she had spent the last few years on beauty treatments and fitness. Perhaps someone would truly take an interest in her. Then, she could kick Guanfeng aside and indulge in a seafood feast alongside that person. Luo Zijuan clicked on the exquisite Beauties profile. To her surprise, they were already friends. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly shook Guanfeng beside her. Guanfeng, irritated, said, "What now? Stop fidgeting and conserve your energy. Otherwise, you'll be even hungrier later." "Honey, look." Luo Zijuan excitedly handed her phone to Guanfeng. The person who has been messaging in the group about providing food and drinks, seeking exquisite beauties, is actually Li Ming. Hearing this, Guanfeng swiftly snatched the phone from Luo Zijuan and a smile of delight spread across her face. "Haha, it really is that little brat. That rascal has hidden so many resources without telling us." Luo Zijuan immediately jumped up with excitement. Knowing Li Ming's character, as long as I ask him for something, he'll bring it right to me without us having to go fetch it. Finally, no more hunger. My seafood feast awaits. Luo Zijuan eagerly dialed Li Ming's number. When Li Ming saw the caller ID, it was Luo Zijuan's call. The two of them were rather slow on the uptake. To help them guess his identity faster, Li Ming had deliberately retained his original WeChat profile picture. Any normal person should have been able to deduce it with a little attention. This reveals the extent to which these duplicitous individuals have chosen to disregard themselves. Not only have they failed to annotate their own WeChat contacts, but they have also neglected to even set a profile picture. When Li Ming answered the phone, the exhilarated voice of Luo Zijuan resonated from the other end. Li Ming, the owner group offering all meals and drinks is indeed you, isn't it? Li Ming replied curtly. So what? Taken aback by Li Ming's icy demeanor, Luo Zijuan paused. She had never experienced such a tone from him before. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. She continued, Li Ming, you told us to stay home and not wander around. You must have known this calamity was imminent, right? So you stockpiled a substantial amount of supplies, didn't you? You are truly impressive. The excitement in Luo Zijuan's voice could hardly be concealed, and Li Ming sensed her joy was about to take flight. In response, Li Ming curled his lips into a sardonic smile. This green TBTCH was undoubtedly playing the same old game, luring you in with sweet words before delivering a harsh blow. Li Ming languidly stated, if there's nothing urgent, I shall hang up. At that moment, Huafian had just finished washing a bunch of grapes and gently settled beside Li Ming. She plucked one and fed it to him so sweet. Hearing Li Ming's cold tone, Luo Zijuan felt a flicker of anger but quickly regained her composure. Over the years, I and Guanfeng have done so much for you, and you're certainly aware of that. Just a few days ago, you conspired with others to steal Guanfeng's fuel truck, yet we did not hold it against you. After all, you are the most important and cherished person in my life. Faced with this disaster, the supplies in your possession should be divided equally among the three of us. How did that sound? It would be quite generous for you to keep 1/3 for yourself. If you agree, please send the supplies over to me now. I have long wanted to inform you that our room number is 71503, right beneath Huafian's residence. Li Ming was left astounded. How could she be so brazen as to demand 2/3 right off the bat? And to top it off, she expected him to deliver it personally? Surely he must have misheard. Nevertheless, he decided to give her a glimmer of hope. Li Ming responded, but we're also two people now. Luo Zijuan's voice dripped with disappointment. Li Ming, you remain immature. Just look at Huafian. She is clearly not a good person. Had it not been for the disaster, she would not have cast a glance in your direction. Her willingness to associate with you is solely due to the supplies you possess. Can't you see through her? Such an insidious green TBTCH should be expelled from your home. What kind of person is she? Li Ming scoffed. So you insist on taking 2/3? Luo Zijuan replied, of course. Ideally, you should relinquish your share to us for safekeeping. Otherwise, one day, some woman might charm you, and you could easily fall for it. Li Ming realized he had grossly underestimated Luo Zijuan's shamelessness. She was not even willing to spare the final third. Her reasoning was as audacious as ever. Li Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. Fine, just wait for me. With that, he hung up the phone. Although he was aware that Luo Zijuan resided in Building 7, he did not know their room number. 1503, he chuckled. Now he was aware of their hiding place. Meanwhile, Huafian nestled against Li Ming's chest, feeding him another grape. Who is it? Li Ming wrapped an arm around Huafian. Just two lunatics. Luo Zijuan ended the call and immediately jumped for joy. That's fantastic. Li Ming has agreed to deliver the supplies to us personally. I told you, the moment I speak. He never refuses. Guanfeng embraced Luo Zijuan with pride. Wife, you are indeed the best. Luo Zijuan sneered. That scoundrel Li Ming knew a disaster was approaching, yet failed to forewarn us. Had we known, we could have stockpiled even more supplies with our strength. Guanfeng, filled with indignation, added, indeed, after the zombies descended. He did not come to seek us out immediately, but dared to use our supplies to pursue some exquisite beauty. Guanfeng was furious. Had those supplies fallen into his hands sooner, Huafian would be lying in his embrace. The moment he laid eyes on Huafian in Binjiang, Yihao community, he was captivated by her beauty. Guanfeng had persistently attempted to strike up a conversation with her, but the proud Huafian had never granted him the opportunity. He had presumed her to be aloof, but a single meal was enough for Li Ming to win her over. The bitterness festered within Guanfeng. He secretly vowed that once he seized Li Ming's supplies, he would thoroughly humiliate Huafian. Guanfeng's words further incited Luo Zijuan's ire, leading her to curse. You are absolutely right. That impoverished Li Ming dares to use my supplies to nurture other women while we suffer from cold and hunger, living in constant fear. Once we obtain his supplies, I shall cast him out to feed the zombies. Chapter 29, spatial skill, téléportation à. Help, I beg you. I have only this little water and food left. Please leave some for us, at least for the child. Please. Child? That child has already ingested blood rain. According to official orders, we must eliminate him immediately. No, he did not drink the blood rain, I swear. We have not gone outside for days. The water we are drinking is just the leftover mineral water, definitely not blood rain. I say he drank blood rain, so he drank blood rain. Take the food and water away. Please let my child go, I beg you. Wah, Daddy, save me, Dad. You beasts, you won't even spare a 5-year-old child. I will fight you to the death. Don't come any closer. Help. Is there anyone who can save me? No. Oh, those who understand know. Haha, how satisfying. This is the fate of those who dare to resist us. The speaker deliberately raised their voice to the highest volume, intent on ensuring the entire building could hear. Zheng Haonan and his group began their assault. Anyone who dared to resist was systematically eliminated. The fate of the women they targeted was even more tragic. In this silent community, any loud voice could be distinctly heard. At that moment, the residents of Building 7 were trembling in their homes, terrified that Zheng Haonan and his group would violently burst in. Long Kui could clearly hear the commotion outside while hiding in a room, although she was unaware of which floor or room Zheng Haonan and his group were currently occupying. She surmised they were drawing closer. She hastily sent a message to Li Ming. "Big brother, have you arrived? It seems Zheng Haonan and his gang are getting increasingly closer. If they catch me, I would rather die." Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking on Long Kui's door sent her into a panic, causing her to tremble so much that she could barely hold her phone, which fell heavily to the ground. She clamped her mouth shut, terrified that even the slightest sound would alert the individuals outside. Ding! Long Kui's phone received a message. "Is it me? Open the door." Upon reading the message, Long Kui's anxious heart finally settled, but she remained cautious. Quietly, she approached the door and peered through the peephole. She saw a striking young man clad in a long down jacket standing outside, accompanied by Huofian. At that moment, Huofian was dressed in a long red down coat, wielding a machete in each hand, exuding an air of gallant bravery. Li Ming, noticing that no one had opened the door after quite some time, knocked again, urging, "If you don't open the door soon, we will leave." Long Kui quickly called out, Wait, don't go. I'm opening the door right now." Before opening the door, Long Kui took a moment to tidy her appearance. After all, she had not washed her hair or face for 3 days. She was afraid that if Li Ming saw her in her current disheveled state, he would turn and leave. Click, the door lock was released. Long Kai appeared before Li Ming, who took a moment to appraise this internet celebrity with millions of followers. Although her bare face differs significantly from her appearance during the live broadcast, she exudes an air of awkwardness reminiscent of a neighborly younger sister, her delicate features distinctly exquisite. Unlike the standard beauty of Huofian, Long Kai embodies a refreshing type of beauty, despite her greasy hair and disheveled appearance. Likely due to a lack of water and bathing since the crisis began, the system's assessment of her as a 90-point beauty must be accurate. Li Ming stated succinctly, "Let us go." Long Kui, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Huofian approached her with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, Kui, we are merely going to my home. It is located on the 22nd floor." Long Kui gasped, "What? The 22nd floor?" Zheng Haonan and his gang are currently rampaging, even committing murder. "Is it truly safe for us to stay on the 22nd floor?" Huofian casually waved the machete in her hand, confidently replying, "We do not regard Zheng Haonan and his ilk as a threat. Just follow us." Long Kui pondered this. Indeed, with Li Ming hoarding such a vast supply of resources, he must possess a considerable arsenal as well. Their residence was fortified, akin to a stronghold in a post-apocalyptic scenario. With this thought, Long Kai felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had managed to survive thus far. Although she was uncertain why Li Ming had such peculiar preferences for exceptional beauties, it was undeniably preferable to falling into the hands of Zheng Haonan's gang. Noticing that Li Ming had already moved ahead, Huofian and Long Kui hurriedly followed. Zombies typically roamed the lower 3 floors, rarely venturing up to the 20th floor. Throughout Long Kui's journey, Li Ming encountered no zombies. Long Kui followed Li Ming and Huofian into apartment 2202. She was astonished by her surroundings. It was exceedingly comfortable, a surprising warmth in a world so harsh. The external temperature had plummeted to a chilling -50 degrees, yet despite cranking the air conditioning to its maximum, it barely maintained a temperature above freezing. This apartment, however, was astonishingly regulated to a cozy 24 degrees, leaving Long Kui in awe. The casually arranged fruits and snacks on the coffee table made her mouth water after days of hunger. This existence felt far too comfortable, almost indistinguishable from life before the calamity struck. Long Kui felt grateful once more for her decision to trust Li Ming. Li Ming looked at Long Kui with a hint of disdain. "Quit daydreaming and go clean yourself up. You smell terrible." Long Kui felt embarrassed. Was Li Ming really such a blunt and insensitive man? Could he not express himself with a touch more gentleness? In the past, anyone who spoke to her in such a manner would have found themselves on her blacklist. Wait, a shower? Water is incredibly scarce now. Bottled water in the group chat was being priced at 10,000 per bottle. Even offering 100,000 would not yield a sale. Yet here, Li Ming had clean water available for bathing. Long Kui shyly stole a glance at Li Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. She indeed made the right gamble. Huofian approached with a set of her pajamas. "Kui, our figures are quite similar. You can wear mine for now." Long Kui accepted the pajamas, her face flushing red. Ding, mission accomplished, achieving the 3rd doubling. Space after doubling, 8,000 cubic meters. All stored resources doubled. Attributes after doubling. Constitution, 40, strength, 64, speed, 56, agility, 48. Spirit. 48. Increased special reward for Legion members. Awakens spatial ability. Teleportation. Li Ming's jaw dropped in astonishment. In comparison to the doubling of space and resources, what thrilled him most was the awakening of the teleportation skill. He promptly examined the system's instructions for its use. The system stated, the host's intention is pieced together, allowing instant movement to a specified location within 100 meters. This can be upgraded. Usage frequency depends on the host's physical condition. Teleporting 100 meters was an extraordinary skill. It would grant him unparalleled mobility on the battlefield. The distance between the buildings in Binjiang one community is approximately 60 meters, meaning he could navigate between the buildings without worry of encountering a zombie ambush. After understanding the teleportation skill, Li Ming continued to assess the situation regarding his space and resources. At this moment, the water source in his space had doubled from 1,600 cubic meters to 3,200 cubic meters. The 160 bags of rice had transformed into 320 bags. The 2,000 boxes of instant noodles doubled to 4,000. Li Ming did not feel the need to check every item, as doubling was a certainty. What delighted Li Ming the most was that the special reward he received from Huafian, the loyalty pill, had also doubled. He had previously given one to Huafian, leaving him with 2 in storage, which had now become 4. Li Ming had not anticipated that even the system's special rewards could double. This meant that as he welcomed more exceptional beauties into his fold, his supply of loyalty pills would also increase. He could potentially forge an army entirely loyal to him. Moreover, those who consumed the loyalty pill would see their physical attributes enhanced tenfold, rendering such an army virtually invincible. Li Ming promptly retrieved a loyalty pill from his space and handed it to the exhausted Long Kai. Take this. At that moment, Long Kai felt utterly drained. I'm so tired. It hurts. She began to grasp why Huafian had been so eager for her to join. It was all a trap, a deep pit. Long Kai weakly accepted the chocolate-like item from Li Ming's hand. She dared not defy his words. Even if it was poison, she felt compelled to swallow it. Upon consuming the loyalty pill, Long Kai suddenly found Li Ming's every expression and gesture irresistibly charming. She had never encountered such a strikingly handsome man, gazing at him with infatuation. This look was all too familiar to Li Ming. Huafian had regarded him with the same gaze after consuming the pill. Although both Huafian and Long Kai were beauties scoring above 90, he was not a man who only thought with his lower half. He averted his gaze from Long Kai's burning stare and called for Huafian, who was waiting outside. Upon hearing her name, Huafian, clad in a lace camisole, eagerly rushed into the room. Minggu, do you want both Kai and me to serve you? I'm ready. Long Kai interjected, Li Ming, clearing his throat. Li Ming replied, you two must stop thinking about that all the time. I'm not that kind of person. You should be able to sense that after taking my pill, your bodies have become remarkably enhanced. To be candid, anyone who consumes this pill will experience a tenfold increase in their physical attributes. This means your strength, speed, and agility are all multiplied by 10. Huafian and Long Kai exchanged astonished glances. Being young adults, they were well familiar with the concept of a tenfold increase in physical attributes from their gaming experiences. They were shocked that Li Ming had given them such a powerful pill. This revelation elevated Li Ming's image in their minds to a more glorious and magnificent stature. Long Kai, moved to tears, nestled against Li Ming's chest. Minggu, you truly are the best for us. I apologize for ever doubting you. Please punish me. Use your most formidable techniques to discipline me. Li Ming waved his hand. As long as you know, I have your best interests at heart. I didn't call you here for that. The apocalypse has now persisted for 4 days, and as time progresses, this world will only descend further into chaos. Zheng Haonan from our building has begun to take action against others. It is only a matter of time before they target us. Although you have received a tenfold enhancement in attributes, your practical combat experience is non-existent. When you encounter them, victory is not guaranteed, especially since they are armed. Therefore, I have decided to conduct special training for you. Huafian nodded earnestly and said, indeed, if we do not grow stronger, we cannot adequately protect you. Minggu, we are willing to accept special training. Long Kui also spoke sincerely. Sister Fian is right. We cannot allow anyone to harm Minggu. Even if it requires hellish training, we must accept it. Li Ming's lips twitched slightly. Was the potency of the Zhongnu pill truly that formidable? All right, you need not be so fervent. As night deepens and others sleep, let us commence tonight. Huafian and Long Kui immediately stood at attention, chests out, ready to obey Ming Ji's command. At that moment, both of them were clad only in lace nightgowns, a sight that was somewhat distressing. Nevertheless, let us focus on the task at hand. There will be ample time ahead, and many exquisite beauties to encounter. It is wise to proceed cautiously. Li Ming retrieved 2 sets of extreme cold weather gear, along with 2 raincoats, hats, masks, and protective goggles from his space. He equipped Huafian and Long Kai from head to toe. Huafian inquired, Minggu, where are we headed? Li Ming replied calmly, to hunt zombies. Huafian and Long Kai exchanged puzzled glances before turning to Li Ming. Zombies are merely humans transformed, their physiques akin to ordinary people. Yet they move sluggishly and lack strength, making them an ideal choice for you to practice combat and enhance your experience. Li Ming, accompanied by the fully armed Huafian and Long Kai, descended the stairs and finally discovered two zombies on the third-floor landing. Although Huafian and Long Kai had consumed the Zhongnu pill and were absolutely obedient to Li Ming's commands, they were still ordinary girls at heart. Upon seeing the grotesque, snarling zombies, they could not suppress their fear. Observing their trembling forms, Li Ming asked, "Are you afraid?" Huafian struggled to control her terror and replied with a slight quiver, "No, we are not afraid. For Mingo, we fear nothing." Long Qi echoed her sentiments, trembling. "Yes, we cannot be afraid." Li Ming presented them with weapons to choose from. Huafian opted for two machetes, while Long Kai chose a long-handled axe. Both clutched their weapons tightly, seeking solace in them. Li Ming instructed them earnestly, "Remember, to incapacitate a zombie, you must sever its head completely. No matter how many times you strike its limbs, it can still lunge at you. The primary threat from a zombie is its bite, followed by its claws. As you hunt them, be sure to evade their attacks. To restrict its movement, you must first sever its legs. One last thing to remember, the claws, teeth, and blood of zombies contain a substantial amount of the zombie virus. If infected, I cannot save you." Huafian and Long Kui, though filled with fear, resolutely replied, "Understood. Lin Ye, we will not disappoint you." Li Ming held great expectations for Huafian and Long Kai, as he had an ultimate goal: should any trouble arise, they would handle it, while he would remain safe. What a delightful life that would be. In Chapter 31, I am the man you will never possess, Li Ming pointed to the two zombies in the stairwell and declared, "There are two zombies before you. Each of you will be responsible for taking one down. The one who succeeds first will receive my special reward." The allure of Ming Ji's special reward ignited Huafian and Long Kui's eyes with excitement. With great rewards come brave souls. They suddenly found the zombies less terrifying, even somewhat endearing. Huafian, wielding her dual blades, was the first to charge towards a zombie in the corridor. Despite her swift speed, the sound of her footsteps and the scent of a living human immediately attracted the attention of the two zombies. Roaring, the zombies instinctively lunged at Huafian. When one was less than a meter away, she instinctively kicked it in a moment of panic. With her enhanced tenfold physical attributes, her kick sent the zombie flying several meters until it crashed against the wall. Li Ming's brow furrowed as he sternly shouted, "Who told you to kick? What is the weapon in your hands for?" "Hiru Feiyan momentarily dasset, replied, Eem sorry, Ming Ye." It lunged at me, and I panicked and kicked. "Next time, I will definitely chop it." At that moment, Long Kai, gripping her long-handled axe tightly, charged towards her target. Learning from Huafian's experience, she grasped her axe firmly as the zombie lunged at her and swung down with a mighty chop. "Oh, how disgusting!" Long Kai shrieked, closing her eyes in horror. She had clearly missed the zombie's neck, instead cleaving into its chest, splattering its dark, viscous blood all over herself. "Li Ming Skulda, fool. Why did you close your eyes? You must never lose sight of your target during battle." Fortunately, Li Ming's timely intervention snapped Long Kai out of her momentary blindness. As she opened her eyes, the zombie was already lunging at her with its gaping maw. Long Kai, in a panic, kicked the zombie away. Li Ming could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Had it not been for their tenfold enhancement in physical attributes, their speed and strength exceeding that of the zombies, they would have long since become the zombies' next meal. Returning to Huafian's battle, the situation was too painful to watch. The scene had devolved into a chaotic brawl. Not far away, Huafian had discarded her machetes and was now pulling the zombie by its hair. Yes, she was genuinely yanking its hair. Huafian's immense strength allowed her to swing the zombie around violently. The scene was grotesquely bloody and brutal. For a fleeting moment, Li Ming felt a twinge of sympathy for the zombie. If it possessed thoughts, it would undoubtedly be lamenting, "What have I done to deserve this?" Strangely, Li Ming sensed that the zombie seemed to exhibit a flicker of anger. Turning to Long Kai, he thought, if not for the fact that it was a zombie, she might have considered biting it herself. Who truly is the monster here? The fighting style of Huafian and Long Kai revealed their feminine traits, grappling and kicking with abandon. Li Ming, exasperated, called out to them, "You both come back here at once." Upon hearing his command, Huafian and Long Kai swiftly released the zombie and returned to his side. Huafian chuckled awkwardly. "Minga, just give me a little more time. I was about to defeat that zombie." Long Kai earnestly added, "Indeed, that zombie cannot hold out much longer. We will surely take it down." With a sharp clap, Li Ming struck their heads lightly, saying, "I did not ask you to defeat it by hand. The weapon I provided is meant for severing its head. Do you understand? Each of you is to engage only one zombie. If there are 2 or 3 zombies, will you still resort to hair pulling or kicking?" Snatching a machete from Huafian's hand, he declared, "I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention, for if you continue like this, I will become the man you will never possess." Huafian and Long Kaoi's faces turned pale with fear. This punishment felt more unbearable than death itself. They simultaneously exclaimed, "Mingo, please no. We were wrong. We will focus and learn diligently." The two zombies, previously brought down by Huafian and Long Kai, twisted and reassembled themselves, swiftly charging toward Li Ming and his companions. Li Ming's gaze turned steely, coldly fixated on the approaching undead. He reminded himself that in combat, one must strategize before acting. Once the attack commenced, it should be swift, fierce, and precise. With a rapid pace, Li Ming advanced toward the zombies, executing a quick roll to position himself behind one of them. His machete hovered before the zombie's neck before he swung it decisively. The blade sliced through with a sickening sound, separating the head from the body in an instant. In the next moment, Li Ming was before the second zombie, swiftly bringing down his weapon again. Within a mere 5 seconds, he had dispatched both foes, not a drop of their dark, viscous blood staining him. With his physique enhanced eightfold and the combat skills honed from his previous life, eliminating these zombies was as effortless as breathing. Huafian and Long Kai, who had been observing, gaped in awe at Li Ming, their eyes sparkling with admiration, akin to fervent fans of a celebrity from the pre-apocalyptic world. Huafian exclaimed, "Ah, Mingo, you're so handsome, mua mua." Long Kai added, "Ah, Mingo, you will forever be my idol, YYDS." Li Ming returned the machete to Huafian, saying, "All right, no need for such exaggeration. Now it's your turn. Each of you must hunt down 5 zombies tonight." Huafian and Long Kai nodded eagerly. With Li Ming's demonstration and without the intimidation of their male counterpart, they became notably more proactive in their actions. Although their movements were not yet as fluid as Li Ming's, they managed to dispatch zombies with relative ease. In a room on the 7th floor, a woman lay on the bed, her eyes vacant and devoid of hope, her body marred with wounds. Zheng Haonan stepped out of the room, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Life had become even more pleasurable than before the apocalypse, laughter escaping him. Since earlier, the zombies in the underground garage had seemingly gone berserk, their eerie cries echoing. Did anyone know what was happening? A bald man approached Zheng Haonan with a sycophantic demeanor. It must be that someone is risking being bitten by zombies to scavenge for supplies in the garage. After all, many used to keep a stock of water in their car trunks before the apocalypse. That is a considerable amount of resources. However, the zombies in the garage are numerous, and not many dare to venture there. Zheng Haonan smirked. "Do you know who they are? Once they bring back the supplies from the garage, we can simply take them from their hands. It will save us much trouble." The bald man instantly flattered, "Brother Haonan, what a brilliant strategy. Your mind is so sharp. The supplies they risk retrieving will ultimately become your bounty." Chapter 32. The model Qinshanshan, Luo Zijuan, and Guanfeng sat in the frigid small room, consuming a piece of biscuit and a sip of water. Their remaining supplies of biscuits and water were dwindling. Now, they could only afford 1 biscuit per meal, and half a bottle of water a day barely sustained their lives. Guanfeng, in a feeble rage, cursed that scoundrel Li Ming. Why hasn't he sent us supplies yet? Does he wish to perish? At the mention of Li Ming, Luo Zijuan's previously listless eyes ignited with fury. Since last night, she had sent Li Ming countless messages and made over 100 calls, yet he had not answered a single one. This was utterly intolerable for Luo Zijuan. In her mind, Li Ming was akin to a pet she owned. He must appear at her call without hesitation. Just like yesterday, when she demanded 2/3 of the supplies. Li Ming had dared not complain and even vowed to deliver them personally. They had waited in the cold all night without a glimpse of him, let alone any supplies. Luo Zijuan dialed Li Ming once more, but still no one answered. Enraged, she hurled her phone down. "It must be that Huafian, that wretched woman, inciting Li Ming to withhold supplies from us. Doesn't she realize that those resources belong to us? If I catch that wretch, I will tear her tongue out for consuming so much of our food." Li Ming was a coward. A few whispered words from that woman made him back down. He is no man. Guanfeng's expression darkened. "Li Ming, do not blame me for being ruthless." Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng, puzzled. "What do you plan to do?" Guanfeng scoffed. "If others can rob us, why can't we retaliate? If others can kill, why can't we? Besides, it is Li Ming who has hoarded our supplies. We are justified in our actions." Luo Zijuan instantly grasped Guanfeng's intent, her excitement palpable. "This plan is excellent. Since we intend to sell him to the north of Myanmar, we might as well take matters into our own hands." After a moment of thought, she added, "But what if they resist? Li Ming is quite strong. I have felt it personally, and you might not even be able to take him down." Guanfeng's expression darkened further. Did this wretched woman have to speak like this? She retrieved 2 kitchen knives, her voice laced with malice. "When the time comes, you lure him to open the door. The moment he does, I will strike from behind. With his trust in you, he will not be on guard." Luo Zijuan envisioned the sumptuous hot pot and seafood feast awaiting her, her heart swelling with delight. "Let us do it. We have given Li Ming enough chances. It is his own fault for not cherishing them." Ding, ding, ding. Their phones chimed simultaneously. Luo Zijuan quickly picked hers up, Could it be Li Ming finally replied? Upon reading the messages, her expression darkened, a murderous aura enveloping her. The message contained 3 photographs and a text sent by Li Ming. The images depicted Li Ming flanked by Huafian and Long Kai, with Huafian personally peeling a lobster to feed him while Long Kai held a beer, ready to serve him, the table laden with a variety of barbecued delicacies. All meals included. Seeking beautiful women, meals guaranteed, ample water, transport provided. Interested parties please send a full body photo without makeup, private message, limited to 5 individuals. Only 3 spots remaining. Beautiful women with conditions should seize this opportunity. Miss it, and you shall live in hell forever. The once quiet community group erupted in uproar. Whoa, ISNT that our community's internet celebrity Long Kai with millions of fans. She S on that guy's ship too? How fortunate he is to have both Huafian and Long Kai. Truly enviable, given the current situation. How can there be conditions for eating lobsters and drinking beer? Can't you consider your neighbor's feelings? Why must it be only the finest beauties? This is blatant discrimination against us women. I will file a complaint. All meals included. Please, save my child. He hasn't had a drop of water in 3 days. You have so many supplies. Why not help us? All meals included. You are a selfish scoundrel. You cannot consume all that food yourself. Why not share some with us? Have you not attended 9 years of compulsory education? Hongxing Society Haonan. All meals included. Kid, do not get too arrogant. I know you are in Building 7. If you can turn over your supplies to me, perhaps I might allow you to be my junior. Community Director Chung Guiying. All meals included. You have no sense of community, no regard for organization. One day, the organization will hold you accountable. Meanwhile, Li Ming received an influx of friend requests. Tianhai San Xiao. Brother, I have a Lamborghini worth over 5 million, just delivered last month. I only need a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles. Interested? Let us chat. Ming Shang Jewelry. Greetings, I understand that wealth does not pique your interest. I possess a substantial collection of gold and silver jewelry, and I wonder if I might procure some supplies from you. Although I may not be a striking beauty, I do possess a fair degree of charm, and I am open to further discussions. Most are eager to acquire resources from Li Ming, yet he has chosen to disregard them entirely, selecting only the WeChat requests of the beautiful women. Upon receiving acceptance from Li Ming, the ladies, filled with anticipation, promptly reached out. Initially, they deemed Li Ming a mere scoundrel or a fraud and paid no heed to his messages. However, after Li Ming shared a photograph of Huafian yesterday, they began to believe his words. Yet, after years of preserving their chastity, could they so easily yield it to another? As of today, only 3 of the 5 positions Li Ming mentioned remain, and urgency began to set in. They genuinely feared that, as Li Ming had warned, they might be condemned to an eternal existence in hell. The tone of the messages from the women who reached out this time was markedly different, resembling that of timid newcomers to the workforce, cautious and exceedingly anxious. Hello, I am Chun Jai from Building 9, 19 years old. Below are my candid photos. Please review them attentively. Should there be any updates, kindly inform me at your earliest convenience. Alas, the notification chimed. Target does not meet minimum requirements. What a pity. Yet, Li Ming replied, you do not meet the criteria. Upon receiving this message, Chun Jai immediately erupted into tears. Why? What is it that disqualifies me? Please clarify. I can adjust. Li Ming scrolled further down, feeling a wave of nausea. Although the women who sent photos were still pure, most resembled dinosaurs or pigs, and not a single one caught his eye. He knew they would not meet the requirements and swiftly dismissed them. Ding! A photo appeared alongside a blue system interface. Name, Chun Shanshan. Occupation, car model. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 24. Figure, 95 points. Combat power, 7. Overall score, 95 points. Chapter 33, Lawyer Ji Yun. It was as if a ray of hope had pierced through the gloom. He had indeed unearthed a gem from the sea of faces. Li Ming hurriedly examined Chun Shanshan's information and details. Hello, my name is Chun Shanshan. I am aware you are in Building 7, but I am currently in Building 6. Can you truly come to fetch me? Besides the need for companionship, will I be required to perform any additional duties? If I find it unsuitable, may I leave? Standing at 172 centimeters, Chun Shanshan was strikingly tall, her long legs complemented by a sweet smile adorned with 2 dimples. Such beauty, even among car models, was exceptional. Li Ming replied, please provide your actual room number. I will come to collect you. Other matters can be discussed in person. Upon receiving Li Ming's message, Chun Shanshan leaped with excitement. Kai Xia, look, he replied to me, saying he will come to pick me up, which means I have been chosen. Her expression was more jubilant than when she had been accepted into her dream university. Gaining admission was merely the fulfillment of an academic dream and the promise of a bright future. However, receiving a response from Li Ming represented a chance to escape a life of suffering and embrace happiness. The value of this opportunity was immeasurable. Chun Shanshan and her close friend Lin Xia, both car models, had just relocated to this community. Little did they expect that within a month, disaster would strike. Initially, They had imagined official rescue efforts would come to their aid. Yet, after waiting several days, with food and water dwindling, no assistance arrived. The community grew increasingly unstable. Looting and violence had become commonplace. Lin Kaixia had voiced her concerns more than once. Thus, the two friends placed all their hopes on the person seeking exceptional beauties in their group. Lin Kaixia felt a wave of despondency upon realizing Chen Shanshan had received a response while she had not. A glint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. However, in her state of excitement, Chen Shanshan remained oblivious to the envy in Lin Kaixia's gaze. Chen Shanshan messaged Li Ming. I am in room 61303. May I bring my friend? She is also a great beauty and has sent you a message. Her name is Lin Kaixia. Please keep an eye out for her. Li Ming decided to look into the woman named Lin Kaixia. At first glance, she indeed appeared to be a stunning beauty, but with the system's scrutiny, how could she possibly deceive Li Ming? Ding. Target does not meet system requirements. Reason. All technology and fierce undertakings. Li Ming replied. She does not meet my criteria. This is not a refugee shelter. I only accept those who fulfill my requirements. Upon reading Li Ming's message, Lin Kaixia's heart sank. Chen Shanshan quickly reassured her. Kaixia, I will not abandon you. If he does not take a liking to you, I will find a way to procure supplies for you. At that moment, Lin Kaixia's jealousy intensified. Why should Chen Shanshan be favored over her? In terms of figure and appearance, she believed she surpassed Chen Shanshan in every regard. Refusing to accept this, Lin Kaixia said to Chen Shanshan, Shanshan, I advise you not to trust this person. I have a lingering suspicion that he harbors ulterior motives. Think about it. Is it conceivable that he has stockpiled so many resources? If he truly has, where might they be stored? He would undoubtedly require a considerable number of people to guard them, which would make him a significant force within the community. Yet, we have received no news from anyone else. I suspect it is a trap. Huofian and Long Kai are likely in cahoots with him to deceive us. His goal is to lure us into servitude, and with so many of them, do you think you could endure it? Chen Shanshan frowned. But you didn't say that before. You encouraged me to send the message. Lin Kaixia retorted. It's my fault for not thinking it through earlier. The more I ponder, the more it seems amiss. Feeling intimidated by Lin Kaixia's words, Chen Shanshan hesitated. I've already given him my room number. What shall we do if he arrives? Lin Kaixia asserted. We will not go with him. He cannot force you. Having reassured Chen Shanshan, Lin Kaixia eagerly sent over more than 10 cherished photos from her phone to Li Ming. Upon viewing the images, Li Ming frowned, thinking to himself, how shameless. He then scrutinized the photos from various angles multiple times. Lin Kaixia added a message. Brother, look at how I am. Will you not consider me? I am both understanding and playful, and I guarantee I will not disappoint you. After responding to Chen Shanshan's message, Li Ming continued his exploration. Ding! A photo appeared alongside a blue system interface. Name, Ji Yun. Occupation, lawyer. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 30. Figure, 90 points. Combat power, 6. Overall score, 85 points. Oh, a woman in her 30s who has managed to maintain such remarkable appearance and figure is indeed a rarity. Li Ming swiftly examined Ji Yun's profile. Hello, my name is Ji Yun. I am willing to agree to accompany you provided you can fulfill one of my requests. Li Ming reviewed her photo. Unlike Huofian and Long Kai, Ji Yun, with her shoulder-length hair, exuded a sense of professionalism, radiating the maturity characteristic of a seasoned woman, almost embodying the aura of a femme fatale. Li Ming mused, indeed, a true lawyer, starting with stipulations right off the bat. Very well. Let us inquire about the nature of your request. Li Ming replied, please share your requirements. Ji Yun replied, currently, I live with my family, which includes my parents and a younger brother. I hope that once I am well, you can regularly provide them with sufficient supplies to ensure their survival in this apocalyptic world. Li Ming glanced at this message, understanding that everyone has family members they cannot forsake. However, the definition of sufficient supplies is quite ambiguous. Li Ming responded, how does one define sufficient supplies? A pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water could sustain their lives, while 3 lavish seafood meals a day, with drinks flowing freely, would never be deemed excessive. Ji Yun's younger brother, Ji Xiaochang, snatched his phone and exclaimed with indignation, of course, it should be 3 seafood meals a day. Who would want instant noodles for every meal? A few packets of instant noodles and a few bottles of water won't suffice to win my sister over. He must be dreaming. Ji Yun's mother, Chen Xiu, interjected with a grimace. Xiaochang is right. If you go, you will surely enjoy a comfortable life. Do you intend for your brother to eat instant noodles every day? I will not agree to that. Ji Yun crossed her arms and coldly replied, even if someone is willing to provide, they must have the means to do so. Are you not aware of the current situation? Having instant noodles to eat is already quite fortunate. Regardless, I've sent the message as you requested, and they have responded. You can decide what conditions to propose. I am indifferent. I suggest you request a larger quantity of supplies all at once. Otherwise, if I discover that person is a deceitful manipulator, I might just end my life in despair. Over the years, she has endured their endless exploitation. Despite her exceptional qualities, she has been drained by her mother and brother, who incessantly siphon off her vitality. Her previous boyfriends could not bear the burden of her parasitic family and left her, resulting in her being 30 years old without any romantic prospects. She never expected that her body could still hold some value today. Chapter 34. Who is this beggar? Thank you to the top supporter for the generous gift of an airplane. The emotional Babak is here to sing a special song for the top supporter, wishing them prosperity in the future. Lin Ye especially organized a one-on-one live streaming service for Li Ming at home. Despite enduring a night of zombie hunting training, the spirits of the two women remain remarkably high, showing no signs of fatigue. Olafin, dressed in a flight attendant uniform, approached Li Ming with a tray of water. Wearing a sweet smile, esteemed customer, technician number 88 is here to serve you. Please remember to give me a 5-star review. She then knelt before Li Ming, gently placing his feet into the warm water. Oh, how refreshing. There is indeed a hint of that sensation. Unfortunately, only Unki and Koafang are present. If only 2 more girls could come and massage him from either side, it would truly be a delightful experience. While others struggle to eat and drink, his life is surprisingly luxurious. Do they not feel a sense of imbalance? No, a live stream must take place before the power goes out. Not for any other reason, but to inquire whether I am disliked, bothersome, or deserving of a beating. Chen Sansan and Jiyin must be brought over quickly. Once acquired, my physical attributes can be enhanced to an astounding 32 times. This strength would allow me to roam freely within the community. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Huafan and Longqi immediately halted their actions, turning their gazes to Li Ming. Who could it be? Could it be Jing Hanan and his companions? Li Ming popped a grape into his mouth. Would Hanan and his companions knock so gently? But he shook her head. Definitely not. Then who could it be? Li Ming's mind was already 90 sure. Fin, go take a look, but be cautious of ambushes. Huafan promptly stood and nodded, tucking 2 machetes at her waist. She was becoming increasingly adept at wielding these machetes. Approaching the door, Huafan cautiously peered through the peephole. Minga, there's only a disheveled woman outside. A woman? Indeed. It was Luo Jujin. Since the Jujin has arrived, Ganfeng must be lurking nearby. Given the nature of these two, they likely intend to kill me and seize all my supplies. Li Ming smirked at Huafan and Long. You killed so many zombies last night. Today, let's practice on some humans. Huafan and Long immediately perked up. Kill them? Li Ming waved his hand. No, please don't let them die. Rather, allow them to slowly suffer in despair. This time, I want you to learn to control your strength. I know you are powerful, but often, brute force isn't the solution. Go ahead, and remember, do not kill them. Huafan and Longqi exchanged glances, both curious about who had incited such hatred in their They smiled brightly. Rest assured, we will not let them die. Bang, bang, bang. The previously gentle knocking transformed into a forceful pounding, as the person outside clearly grew impatient. A voice rang out from outside, I know you are inside. Don't think about being a coward. Open the door now. Upon hearing the woman outside call Li Ming a coward, Huafan's anger erupted. Such provocation was undoubtedly more offensive than desecrating their ancestors' graves. Huafan swiftly opened the door. Slap, slap. 2 resounding slaps struck Lord Zujin's face. You vile woman. How dare you insult our Ming? Try saying another word, and I will tear your mouth apart. Huafan had evidently not controlled her strength well, as she knocked out 2 of Zujin's false teeth. Stunned and bleeding, stood dumbfounded. Unable to comprehend how the moment the door opened, she received 2 harsh slaps. With blood spilling from her mouth, she pointed accusingly at Huafan. You that vixen? Slap. Another slap landed on Lord Zujin's face. Huafan coldly retorted. Keep your mouth clean. Everything unfolded rapidly. Huafan, who had been lurking nearby, was caught off guard and was swiftly dealt with by the stunning Huafan. Guanfeng did not anticipate Huafan's fierceness. Without hesitation, she had struck. With tears in her eyes, glared venomously at Huafan. Ganfeng, what are you waiting for? Quickly take down this vixen. Guanfeng, perplexed, had envisioned that Li Ming would open the door. Once he eliminated Li Ming, Huafan would naturally submit to him. With Huafan and Longqi at his side, he could easily discard the tiresome Fin. He never expected that Huafan would be the one to open the door. With no time to waste, he focused on securing the supplies first, intending to subdue Huafan before going after Li Ming. Ganfeng raised the kitchen knife and charged at Huafan. Just as he swung the knife down, he suddenly dashed out from behind, gripping Ganfeng's wrist tightly. With that knife, what do you intend to do? Longqi's voice was chilling, her grip so strong that Ganfeng's wrist felt as if it were being crushed. The intense pain caused Ganfeng to loosen his grip, the knife clattering to the ground. Attempting to break free from Feng's grasp, Ganfeng fought back. However, it felt as if his wrists were ensnared by iron, utterly immovable. Longqi swiftly maneuvered behind Ganfeng, seizing his wrist. Bang! A powerful throw sent Ganfeng crashing to the ground. His scream was agonizing, unsure if his ribs had been broken. Seeing Guanfeng, a grown man, easily subdued, Funky's expression turned ghastly, and her body trembled slightly. We are here to finding. We are his friends. Slap. Huofian landed another slap across Evident's face. Although Yin had mentally prepared herself this time, Huofian's speed was simply too swift, and she had no time to react before the slap struck. Huofian scoffed. Friends? Do you all enjoy bringing a kitchen knife to your friends' homes for a bit of fun? Luo Zijuan, cradling her swollen cheeks, cried out, Yimin Ci In Ti Shun. At that moment, Li Ming emerged slowly from the room. Upon seeing him, Luo Zijuan could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Although Li Ming was well aware of Luo Zijuan's exceptional acting skills, this time her tears were genuine. The visage of that beauty was battered to the point of resembling a pig's head, and one could not expect her to feel unjustly treated. As she sobbed, she sweetly exclaimed, Li Ming, you finally came out? Why do you let these two harlots beat me? Li Ming, observing Luo Zijuan's disheveled state, could not help but chuckle. Who is this beggar? Do I know her? Chapter 35. Footbath of Gold. Once Luo Zijuan regained her composure, she finally noticed the attire of Li Ming, Huofian, and Long Kui. How revealing. Li Ming was clad merely in a massage outfit pilfered from Yaoqi Club, accompanied by slippers. Huofian wore nothing but a flight attendant uniform, while Long Qi's outfit left her thighs exposed. Their attire was shockingly scant, especially given that it was 50 degrees below zero outside, and even indoors. The air conditioning barely kept the temperature above freezing. Luo Zijuan's gaze drifted past Li Ming and Huofian, peering into the house. At that moment, she realized why Li Ming's home felt so comfortably warm. It was not just tolerable, it was almost a tad warm. Through the door, she could see a coffee table laden with an assortment of fresh fruits and snacks. Her eyes widened with astonishment and envy. Was this not the ethereal life she longed for? Casting a glance at Huofian and Long Kui, she understood that confronting them would be futile. She could only reason with Li Ming. In her heart, she believed that manipulating Li Ming would be a simple matter. Clearing her throat, she boldly declared, Li Ming, we agreed that the supplies you amassed would be divided 2/3 to Guanfeng and 1/3 to me. You must support these two vixens. Suddenly, she sensed Huofian's icy glare and feared that a misstep would lead to another slap. She swallowed her words about supporting women, opting instead to assert that she and Guanfeng would reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. Luo Zijuan raised her chin defiantly before Huofian, confident that Li Ming would acquiesce to her demands, perhaps even punishing Huofian and Long Kui for their aggression. Li Ming snorted, it seems her mind is still foggy, spouting nonsense. Fian, help her regain her senses. At Li Ming's command, Huofian's face broke into a joyous smile. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps landed on Luo Zijuan's face, though Huofian was cautious not to strike with full force for fear of causing serious harm. The 3 slaps still left Luo Zijuan dazed. Seeing Luo Zijuan being beaten, Guanfeng managed to clamber to his feet. He seemed to comprehend that the most formidable forces here were Huofian and Long Kui. If he could win them over, dealing with Li Ming would be effortless. Clutching his chest, he addressed Huofian and Long Kui, ladies, do not let this impoverished fool deceive you. He is merely a delivery boy. No, he is even less than that, just a waste collector for my family. He is a fraud, and all the supplies he possesses are mine. Do not fall for his tricks. I swear, if you assist me in reclaiming my supplies from him, I will ensure you are well compensated. If you wish, you can remain by my side. To be frank, my father is a high-ranking official in Tianhai City. Official rescue will arrive soon. Follow me, and I guarantee you will live in luxury. Far better than with this conman. When mentioning his father's esteemed position, Guanfeng's face gleamed with pride. He believed Huofian and Long Kui would surely choose him over Li Ming, just as Luo Zijuan had once done. Indeed, before the apocalypse, who would dare disregard his father's name in Tianhai City? Guanfeng viewed the current calamity as a temporary setback. Once the official rescue arrived, he would leverage his father's connections to elevate himself above others. Suddenly, Long Kui seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw. Her voice was chillingly cold. Who do you dare call a fraud? Speak another word against our Ming Ge, and even if he orders us not to kill you, I assure you that your limbs will never function again. Huofian nodded in agreement. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Luo Zijuan immediately escalated her crying, attempting to cling to Li Ming's arm. However, as she took a step forward, Huofian blocked her path. A single glance from Huofian sent Luo Zijuan retreating in fear. With no choice left, she resorted to a distant performance, covering her mouth and sobbing like a forsaken little wife, tears streaming down her face. Li Ming, you promised you would always treat me well and be responsible for me. Have you forgotten those beautiful times we shared? Am I not your first woman? I know you harbor some resentment because I am with Guanfeng, but putting that aside, don't you bear any fault? If it weren't for your weakness and incompetence, how could we have reached this point? I am merely here to reclaim what belongs to me. Is that so wrong? I beg you, I do not need all your supplies. Just half will suffice. Besides, you know I am sensitive to cold. Could you not ask them to let me have this house? You can allow them to stay in my place. I wouldn't mind. Li Ming, astonished by her audacity, realized how he had once been so obedient to such a shameless individual. Truly, those in power can be blind to the truth. As he regained his focus, he noticed the fiery wrath in Huafian and Long Kai's eyes. Had Luo Zijuan struck a nerve? Huafian gritted her teeth, glaring at Luo Zijuan. The first woman? You, this shameless hussy, took away our Ming Ji's first time? Long Kai glared at Luo Zijuan with equal fury. You wretched creature, utterly unforgivable. Luo Zijuan, terrified, looked at the furious Huafian and Long Kai, utterly bewildered. What had she done to provoke these two harbingers of doom? The atmosphere erupted with sounds akin to those of slaughterhouse. Huafian and Long Kai unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Luo Zijuan. Guanfeng, lying nearby, dared not move, pretending to be dead, fearing that he might also become a target for their wrath. As Luo Zijuan lay weak and battered, Huafian seized her by the hair. You should thank our Mingge for his mercy. Otherwise, I would have tossed you out to feed the zombies. Bruised and battered, Luo Zijuan lay on the ground. Li Ming, you cannot treat me this way. I am so thirsty and hungry. Please give me some food and water, I beg you. Li Ming smirked. Look at you. If you had this attitude from the start, it would have been much better. I am not unwilling to help. He pointed to the basin of foot bath water that Huafian had prepared. That is my foot bath of golden broth. Consider yourself fortunate today. Foot bath water? Luo Zijuan gazed in horror at the basin in Huafian's hands. With a splash, Huafian doused them both with the icy water. Chapter 36. The abalone is stale under the assault of the foot bath of golden broth. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng fled in disarray. Meanwhile, Li Ming remained indoors, enjoying music and the attentions of Huafian and Long Kai. Huafian, while squeezing Li Ming's thigh, remarked, Mingge, won't it be inappropriate to let those two go? Even though they're not formidable, I fear they might expose our location and attract others to deal with us. Long Kai, who was also concerned, echoed the sentiment. We should have eliminated them on the spot. Li Ming closed his eyes to relax and responded, What, are you afraid? Huafian and Long Kai replied in unison. Not afraid. Li Ming lazily opened his eyes and said, Since you are not afraid, why worry? However, humans are not zombies. In this apocalypse, humans can often be more terrifying than the undead. While zombies feel no pain or fear, they lack intellect and act solely on instinct. The malice of humans is boundless. Cunning, ruthless, savage, and vicious are commonplace traits. Some individuals are particularly adept at manipulation, making it difficult for you to guard against them. Therefore, you must exercise greater caution when confronting enemies than you do with zombies. Huafian and Long Kai stood at attention and answered resolutely. Mingge understood. If they truly found themselves in a dire situation, Li Ming could use teleportation to escape with them. However, such a scenario would be utterly humiliating. Having acquired a system, yet still being pursued, Li Ming could not allow such a disgrace to occur. He must grow stronger swiftly. Lin Ye paced angrily, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she brandished a private photo that would make anyone blush. Li Ming's only response was, How shameful. A great humiliation indeed. After all, she was a prominent figure in the car model industry, frequently pursued by wealthy heirs and celebrities alike. Today, she had put herself out there, only to be rejected. This was intolerable. Lin Ye felt a surge of intense animosity towards Li Ming. Indeed, Li Ming possessed a wealth of supplies, and she did not need to grovel before him. From a different perspective, if she could eliminate him, his resources would also fall into her hands. This thought enlightened Lin Ye. Aware that as a vulnerable woman, she might be killed in turn by Li Ming, she knew she needed allies. She thought of the two muscular gym trainers living in her building, Chun Hao and Zhou Daze. Whenever they saw her and Chun Shanshan, their eyes would gleam with desire, even flaunting their impressive muscles before them. Who they targeted was irrelevant, and those two muscular men appeared quite capable. In an apocalypse, having such individuals around would greatly enhance her sense of security. Lin Ye wasted no time. She donned a heavy down jacket and headed towards the muscular men's residence. At that moment, Chun Hao and Zhou Daze were at home, gnawing on protein powder to stave off hunger. After a few bites, Chun Hao found it impossible to swallow. It was too dry and suffocating. Brother Zhou, I really can't eat this anymore. I'm starving, but this only makes me thirstier. At this rate, we'll die of dehydration rather than hunger. Zhou Daze, clutching a bucket of protein powder, shook his head in despair. We must find water. Chun Hao set down the protein powder and tilted the dried-up water bottle to his lips, hoping for a drop. In the next moment, he furiously crumpled the plastic bottle and tossed it against the wall, exclaiming, Not a drop. Brother Zhou, while we still have strength, let's go rob some water from someone else. Otherwise, we'll truly perish. Zhou Daze nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. If we don't seize resources, others will have already gone mad with looting. Chun Hao stood up excitedly. Since everyone's looting, we should take the opportunity to deal with those two sisters upstairs. After all, no one cares about killing now. What is robbing them compared to that? Zhou Daze hesitated briefly, his expression growing fierce. Let's do it. We'll go to them first. They might still have some water. Having made their decision, the two donned heavy down jackets and gathered some makeshift tools for knocking on doors. As they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Saixia, who was looking for them. In that instant, all three stood in bewilderment. Lin Saixia noticed the tools in Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue's hands and cautiously inquired, "Where are you two going?" Chun Hao exchanged glances with Zhou Dazue, thinking, "They're delivering themselves to us? What a stroke of luck." He quickly stepped forward, pressing a knife against Lin Saixia's neck, swallowing hard. "We're just looking to borrow some supplies from you and your sister, then maybe play some cards." Lin Saixia remained calm. She had come prepared. With a charming smile, she said in a playful tone, "If you have something to say, just say it. I never said no. Don't scare me with a knife." She then gently pushed the knife away from her neck. Her response exceeded Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue's expectations. In the past, she had always looked down on them with disdain, but now she was actively flirting with them. It seemed the sister supplies had run low, prompting them to seek help. Although Lin Saixia hadn't bathed in several days, and her complexion appeared somewhat sallow from living on instant noodles, her tall figure and delicate features still held great allure for Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue. The two quickly moved to drag Lin Saixia into their home. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I can't run away." Lin Saixia surveyed the surroundings, noting the piles of protein powder cans and empty water bottles in Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue's living space. "Looks like you two are running low on supplies as well. At this rate, we'll all starve. I have a brilliant idea to acquire a substantial amount of resources, but it requires your help." Upon hearing the prospect of abundant supplies, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue paused their actions. Zhou Dazue asked, perplexed, "A large amount of supplies? What do we need to do?" Lin Saixia adjusted her attire and whispered, "You know about the guy in the group who collects exquisite beauties, right?" Chun Hao's face contorted with indignation. "Of course I know that scoundrel. I asked him for supplies in the group, but he completely ignored me. If I find out where he is, I'll take care of him." Lin Saixia's expression turned shrewd. "That guy's interested in my sister. He should be coming to pick her up today. We can take this opportunity to ambush him. Once he enters my place, you two can immediately subdue him. At that point, with some coercion, he won't be able to refuse handing over his supplies." After a fierce game of Dodiju, Lin Saixia brought Chun Hao and Zhou Daze to her home. Chun Shanshan, noticing Lin Saixia's disheveled hair, gasped, "Kaixia, have they bullied you?" She pulled Lin Saixia behind her protectively, murmuring, "Kaixia, don't worry, I'm here. You two should leave my house quickly, or else I won't be polite." Chun Hao leered, "Not polite? Then shout louder. The louder you scream, the more excited I become." In the next moment, Lin Saixia suddenly bound Chun Shanshan from behind. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tie her up." Hearing Lin Saixia's command, Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao rushed forward. It was only then that Chun Shanshan realized Lin Saixia was in cahoots with him, her eyes wide with terror. "Kaixia, what are you doing? Let me go!" She screamed while writhing and kicking, trying to escape Lin Saixia's grasp. Chun Shanshan's strength was no less than Lin Saixia's, and she nearly broke free. Zhou Daze stepped forward and yanked Chun Shanshan's hair, delivering a harsh slap to her face. Already weak and dehydrated, Chun Shanshan was sent reeling, her vision spinning as she collapsed to the floor. Zhou Dazue scoffed, "Do we really need to go through all that trouble to deal with her? A single slap would suffice." Chun Hao quickly took out the rope he had prepared in advance and bound Chun Shanshan. "Zhou Gu, be gentle. We haven't even started playing. And you might break her," he said. At that moment, Chun Shanshan felt an icy chill enveloping her, desperately looking at Lin Saixia. "Saixia, what are you planning to do? Why are you treating me like this?" Lin Saixia replied with venomous resentment. "Shanshan, if you must blame someone, blame that so-called collector of exquisite beauties. What makes you better than me? How dare he say I don't meet his standards? And to call me dark?" Confused, Chun Shanshan asked, "What did he say about you being dark? Did you ever offend him?" Lin Saixia's face flushed with embarrassment. How could she utter such shameful words? Did she have no shame? Did he truly believe he was the only man in this world? "Zhou Gu and Chun Gu were quite decent. I have tested them, and they can certainly protect me in this apocalypse. We don't need to rely on that collector of exquisite beauties. Once we capture him, all the resources in his possession will inevitably belong to us." After securely binding Chun Shanshan, Lin Saixia instructed Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue he should be arriving soon. "You both hide behind the sofa and in the kitchen. As soon as he enters, I will use my charm to ensnare him. Although he looks down on my photos, I am far more beautiful in person. I refuse to believe he won't be moved. At that moment, you must strike suddenly, leaving him no chance to resist." Chun Hao nodded. "Can you ascertain how many of them will come? Do they have weapons?" Lin Saixia shook her head. She was solely focused on killing Li Ming to vent her frustration and seize his resources. Other matters had not crossed her mind. Zhou leered at the bound Chun Shanshan, smirking, "I don't care how many of them come. This little scoundrel won't stand a chance. Don't forget, I am a national Muay Thai runner-up. For ordinary people, taking on 10 is no pressure at all." Chun Hao flattered, "Zhou Gu is formidable. Let us prepare swiftly, aiming for a one-strike kill. Oh really? A Muay Thai champion taking on 10? That surely surpasses you. A strange voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Li Ming had anticipated that someone would use the information about the exquisite beauty to lure him out, laying numerous ambushes. Based on people's habitual thinking, they assumed Li Ming would traverse from Building 7 to Building 6, inevitably passing through the underground garage or the first-floor garden. The first-floor garden was completely covered in snow, leaving only the underground garage as a viable route. While they were unaware of how Li Ming could evade the zombies in the garage, they were confident that once he arrived, their ambush would subdue him and compel him to surrender his resources. Knowing this, how could Li Ming possibly take the conventional route? With his teleportation skill, a distance of less than 100 meters was merely a small hurdle. In the Binjiang Yihao community, most balconies were enclosed like Huafian's home, which had large floor-to-ceiling glass windows. However, outside every kitchen, there was a living balcony, which was generally open. Li Ming observed that Huafian's living balcony aligned perfectly with Chun Shanshan's. With a simple teleport, he appeared on the living balcony of room 1303 in Building 6. Due to the cold weather, the doors and windows of the living balcony were tightly shut. Fortunately, they were merely closed and not locked. Even if they were locked, it would not pose much of a challenge for him. Li Ming easily entered Chun Shanshan's kitchen and subsequently made his way into the living room. At that moment, Lin Saixia, Chun Hao, and Zhou Dazue were preoccupied with binding Chun Shanshan and did not notice Li Ming emerging from the kitchen. Upon hearing Lin Saixia's intent to capture him and seize his resources, Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Did they really believe that a deceitful schemer and two ineffectual fools could subdue him? How underestimated they were. I see you have a Muay Thai champion among you. Is that not more formidable than Yuan? The sudden voice startled them, causing their hearts to race as they turned to face Li Ming. Lin Saixia gasped in shock. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Haha, weren't you just discussing how to deal with me? Li Ming's kufa, Zhou Dazue, and Chun Hao's expressions darkened. They had just been plotting against him, unaware that he had already been waiting for them. Chun Hao raised the iron rod in his hand, pointing it at Li Ming. So you are the collector of exquisite beauties? Do I not look the part? Li Ming responded with an open-handed gesture. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao scrutinized him, instantly feeling reassured. Although Li Ming was tall and somewhat handsome, his seemingly frail physique emanated a scholarly air, which made him appear to be no match for them. Though they didn't know how Li Ming had suddenly appeared behind them, it was possible that Chun Shanshan had let him in earlier. Zhou Dazue contemptuously pointed at Li Ming. Kid, are you foolishly dreaming of beauties? How dare you come here alone? I have come, so what do you wish to do? Capture me, as per your plan? Li Ming Loga. Since you have overheard our conversation, if you are wise, you will surrender without resistance, or else, before Zhou Dazue could finish his sentence, Li Ming swiftly severed his arm at the elbow. Blood gushed forth. Zhou Dazue barely had time to scream before his other arm was similarly detached. The two arms fell to the ground almost simultaneously. The excruciating pain forced Zhou Dazue to emit a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Li Ming Ramarka. Now you can no longer practice Muay Thai, can you? Chun Hao and Lin Saixia were at a loss for what had just transpired. In the previous second, Zhou Dazue had been boasting, and in the next, his arms had miraculously detached from his body, with blood splattering onto their faces. Yet in their eyes, Li Ming had not moved an inch. Was this something a human could accomplish? Was it sorcery? Did this involve some form of sorcery? Lin Saixia and Chun Hao stared at Li Ming in terror, as if they were gazing upon death itself, rendered speechless. Li Ming turned to Chun Hao. He practices Muay Thai. What about you? What is your most formidable technique? Chun Hao trembled. I practice Taekwondo. Black belt, 10th Dan. With a swift motion, Li Ming severed Chun Hao's legs at the knees. The house was instantly filled with the anguished cries of Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao. Li Ming coldly remarked, why do you not study the profound martial arts of Erhuagua, instead opting for those flashy and ineffective techniques? Lin Saixia was paralyzed with fear. In less than a minute, everything had transformed. Just a moment ago, she was confident of victory, dreaming of a better life after obtaining the resources. Now, in under a minute, her presumed formidable allies, Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao, had been incapacitated. She hurriedly knelt before Li Ming, rubbing her artificially enhanced face against his thigh, pleading, they forced me into this. You know I want to get along with you. You saw the photos I sent, right? Li Ming Kika Elena Kashia Asida. Do not soil my clothes. You are not only dark, but also repulsive. He then drew his machete and swiftly cut the ropes binding Chun Shanshan. You must be Chun Shanshan. Are you all right? Chun Shanshan gazed at Li Ming with unwavering attention, her eyes filled with boundless admiration. This gaze was one Li Ming knew all too well, though he had yet to employ the loyalty pill on Chun Shanshan. Indeed, she had already been conquered by her own charisma. After a long while, Chun Shanshan finally emerged from her astonishment. I am fine. As long as you are fine, Li Ming replied, extending the axe in his hand towards her and gesturing to the disarmed Zhou Dazue. That person on the ground is far too noisy. Put an end to him. Trembling, Chen Shanshan accepted the axe, recalling the humiliation she had just endured. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and end Zhou Dazue's life with a single strike. However, despite her tightly gripping the axe, she lacked the courage to take a single step forward. They were all children molded in an era of peace, having received 9 years of compulsory education. Witnessing injury, death, and bloody scenes would instill fear within them. The thought of taking a life was even more daunting, even though Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao boasted of their prowess. When confronted with the reality of killing, they would likely falter. At that moment, Zhou Daze and Chun Hao were enveloped in a terror of death, suppressing their screams as pain coursed through their bodies. Chun Hao, frightened, knelt and pleaded, "Brother, we were wrong. Please grant us a chance to live. It was this vile woman who seduced us into this." Chun Hao crawled forward, weeping. Li Ming paid no heed to their pleas and earnestly instructed Chen Shanshan. "These are the ones who betrayed you, sold you out, and even attempted to humiliate you. You must deal with them. From this moment on, you will be my person. If you cannot do it, then you may as well perish. I do not need someone who cannot even bring themselves to confront those who betray them." Unsteadily, Chen Shanshan rose to her feet. She had witnessed Li Ming's strength and believed that in this apocalyptic world, only he could ensure her survival. She had endured enough of the hunger and cold, of days where meals were scarce. She was determined to leave this place with Li Ming to escape. Gritting her teeth, she raised the axe and brought it down. Zhou Daze, stripped of his arms and unable to resist, fell silent, his breath extinguished. Lin Saixia and Chun Hao were taken aback, trembling in fear, not expecting Chen Shanshan to truly go through with it. Chun Hao frantically crawled toward the door, desperate to escape this house and seek help. After dispatching Zhou Dazue, the psychological burden on Chen Shanshan lifted significantly, and the tension and guilt within her dissipated. She quickly pursued the crawling Chun Hao and struck again, ending his life with a swift motion. Lin Saixia, terrified, stumbled backward, urine streaming down her legs. "Wasn't it said that we were out of water? How could there be so much urine? Soak in my entire pants." Lin Saixia pleaded, "Shanshan, please don't. You forgotten? We were the best of friends." Chen Shanshan replied coldly, "Best of friends? The one who urged me to contact Li Ming was you. The one who envied my recognition from Li Ming was also you. Do not assume I'm unaware of your feelings. I thought it was merely your hidden resentment. I had even fantasized about one day securing resources and ensuring they reached you, treating you as a vital person in my life." Lin Saixia hurriedly crawled towards her, grasping Chen Shanshan's pant leg. "Shanshan, I was wrong. Forgive me this once. Let me go, and I promise I will never appear before you again." Chen Shanshan hesitated, slowly lowering her weapon. Faced with her longtime friend, she found herself wavering, unable to deliver the final blow. Seizing the moment, Lin Saixia suddenly sprang up, pulling a fruit knife from her thick-down jacket and pressing it against Chen Shanshan's throat. In an instant, Chen Shanshan was taken aback, disappointment flooding her eyes. This friend had become a stranger to her. Was this truly the Lin Saixia she once knew? Lin Saixia frantically shouted to Li Ming, "Li Ming, hand over the supplies now, or I will kill her." Li Ming burst into laughter. "You wish to kill her? Why should I fear that? I have no particular need for her." Lin Saixia laughed derisively. "Do you truly think I am foolish? You scour the world for exquisite beauties. If these women were not of use to you, would you go to such lengths to find them? Though I do not know your intentions, they are undoubtedly important to you." Li Ming sighed. "What a pity. You are a clever person, yet your jealousy has clouded your judgment." In the next moment, Li Ming vanished from Lin Saixia's sight. When she regained her senses, a gaping wound appeared on her neck, blood gushing forth. Lin Saixia collapsed into a pool of blood, her eyes filled with resentment and fury directed at Chen Shanshan and Li Ming. Chapter 39. The fruit of abilities. Li Ming lifted Chen Shanshan and, with a flash, returned to Huafian's home. Chen Shanshan was astonished by Li Ming's ability to move in such a manner. Although she had witnessed his strength, she realized that anything concerning this man was not to be taken lightly. Upon seeing Li Ming return with Chen Shanshan in his arms, Huafian and Long Kai exclaimed, "Minggu, you're back. You must be exhausted." "Minggu, technician number 88 is ready and can be arranged at any time." Li Ming set Chen Shanshan down and said to Huafian, "No need for technician number 88 today. Take her to wash up first." Huafian pouted in disappointment, then turned to Chen Shanshan with enthusiasm. "Sister Shanshan, let me take you to shower." Minggu dislikes being around messy people. Chen Shanshan was taken aback. She was astonished by Huafian and Long Kai's welcoming demeanor. She had expected jealousy and rejection upon her arrival, but instead, they were so warm. What surprised her even more was the presence of water for bathing. In her and Lin Saixia's home, they could barely spare 500 milliliters of drinking water daily, often holding back even urine to avoid waste. Here, it seemed, as Li Ming had said, there was food to eat and water to drink. Seeing the astonished expression on Chen Shanshan's face, Long Kai recalled her own feelings when she first arrived here. Under Huafian's guidance, Chun Shanshan luxuriated in a warm bath, feeling as if she had returned to a time before the apocalypse. After enduring the harshness of the last few days, she understood how precious this comfort was and silently vowed to serve Li Ming well. After her bath, Huafian dressed Chun Shanshan in Li Ming's favorite attire. Chun Shanshan was slightly taller than Huafian. While her features did not match Huafian's delicate beauty, her figure was curvaceous and devoid of excess flesh. Li Ming gazed in rapture. Another exquisite beauty. Ding. System task completed, achieving the fourth doubling. Space after doubling. 16,000 cubic meters. All stored resources doubled. After doubling. Physical attributes. Constitution. 80. Strength. 128. Speed. 112. Agility. 96. Spirit. 96. After completing the task, a special reward from the system was received. Awakening A-level ability. Thunderclap. Upgradable. Congratulations to the host for triggering random rewards and obtaining. Ability fruit. Mythical beast form. Phoenix. Wow. Awakening the ability Thunderclap? This power is incredibly exciting for Li Ming. He even triggered a random reward. How splendid. Li Ming immediately extended his right hand, concentrating his thoughts. Small bolts of lightning appeared in his palm, like fine threads. Impressive. Previously, his spatial and teleportation abilities had no offensive power. This Thunderclap ability perfectly compensated for his current lack of attack capability. The combination of Thunderclap and teleportation would undoubtedly allow him to annihilate most enemies and zombies in an instant. At present, the ability level of this supernatural power is classified as A-grade, and the system indicates that it can be upgraded. This suggests that there are indeed higher tiers beyond A-grade. The system delineates the levels of supernatural abilities as D, C, B, S, and SS. Li Ming is quite pleased, for according to this grading system, his thunderous roar ability is already considered above average. Moreover, it can be further enhanced, potentially reaching S-grade or even SS grade. However, the question remains, how does one achieve this upgrade? The system clarifies that the host's skill level will rise in tandem with the host's supernatural ability level, which currently stands at A-grade. Is it truly the case that his supernatural ability level is merely A-grade? It seems imperative to seek out several extraordinary beauties swiftly, as elevating his ability level to S-grade is essential for ensuring his own safety. Having experienced a previous life, Li Ming is aware that only a minuscule fraction of individuals infected with the zombie virus do not transform into zombies. Instead, they conquer the virus and awaken as formidable supernatural beings. Among these powerful entities, there are certainly A-grade and even S-grade supernatural beings. Although he understands that infection with the zombie virus may lead to the awakening of supernatural powers, the odds are exceedingly low. Who would willingly take such a risk? Now, with the system's reward of supernatural fruit, Li Ming can enable those around him to acquire powers without any risk. Regrettably, the system specifies that the enhancement is singular in nature. Otherwise, if placed in storage, it wouldn't take long for him to assemble a legion of Phoenix warriors. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. As long as he continues to seek out more exceptional beauties, the establishment of his supernatural army is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the members of this army would exhibit unwavering loyalty to him. Li Ming then examines the random rewards. Supernatural fruit. Illusory beast type, Phoenix form. Since it is indeed a fruit, it can be consumed by anyone. But what about himself? Can he absorb this Phoenix form as well? The system affirms that all rewards triggered by the system are indeed available for the host's use. Oh yes, this means that he not only possesses the thunderous roar ability, but also gains the Phoenix form. Truly invincible. Yet, upon further reflection, he realizes that the Phoenix form may not suit him. Although he desires the power of the Phoenix, it seems somewhat too delicate, not aligning with his masculine image. How could a dashing man like him transform into a Phoenix? No, this ability must not be used by him. The Phoenix form, with its power of flight, suddenly strikes Li Ming as particularly suitable for Huafian. As a flight attendant, she surely does not fear heights when flying. Li Ming casually inspects other resources, all of which have doubled in quantity, revealing nothing particularly remarkable. After consuming one of the loyalty pills, Long Ku E now has 6 remaining. The quantity is steadily increasing. The water supply has expanded to 400 cubic meters. Instant noodles have surged from 4,000 boxes to 8,000 boxes. All other resources have doubled. There is an abundance, more than he could ever use. Li Ming contemplates that in a few days, he will utilize these resources to recruit and establish his own faction. In future encounters, they will lead the charge, allowing him to remain in the shadows, which aligns perfectly with his cautious nature. Li Ming retrieves a loyalty pill from his inventory and hands it to Chun Shanshan, who consumes it. Instantly, the intensity of her gaze towards Li Ming deepens, surpassing even that of Huafian and Long Ku E. Chun Shanshan already holds Li Ming in high regard. After consuming the loyalty pill, she perceives Li Ming as a deity, one whose authority must not be challenged. Every word and command from Li Ming resonates in her heart as divine decree. Li Ming is momentarily taken aback by her fervor. The service she provides is incomparable to any ordinary establishment. It is reminiscent of the legendary days of Tianshang Runjian. Li Ming hastily calls for Huafian. Upon entering, she is still clad in her flight attendant uniform and greets him with a signature gesture. "Hello, sir, would you like the services of technician number 88? Li Ming retrieves the supernatural fruit in phoenix form from his inventory. Huafian and Shan Shanshan look on with curiosity at the orange-red fruit, resembling a dragon fruit. Li Ming presents the phoenix fruit to Huafian. "Fian, this is a reward for technician number 88. Please enjoy." Huafian cradles the orange-red fruit with both hands, her eyes brimming with excitement. The reward from Ming Gu signifies recognition for her service as technician number 88. Even if it were a lump of clay, she would treasure it dearly. Huafian curiously inquires, "Ming Gu, what kind of fruit is this? I have flown all over the world and have never seen anything like it." Li Ming, uninterested in elaborating, commands, "No questions, just eat it." Heeding his command, Huafian does not hesitate, disregarding her image as she eagerly bites into the phoenix fruit. After Huafian finishes consuming the entire fruit, Li Ming impatiently asks, "So, how does it feel?" Huafian, sticking out her tongue in discomfort, exclaims, "EW, it tastes terrible." Li Ming replies coolly, "I meant, how does your body feel after eating it?" Huafian closes her eyes to sense her body. Suddenly, orange-red flames erupt from several parts of her body. Startled by the flames, Huafian gasps, "Mingo, what's happening to me?" Li Ming focuses intently on the orange-red flames enveloping Huafian. Is this the fire of the phoenix? The temperature of the orange-red flames in phoenix form is not high. In fact, it feels quite warm and comfortable in the vicinity. Li Ming stands and approaches Huafian slowly. "Fian, what I provided you is a supernatural fruit of illusory beast type, phoenix form. Eating it grants you phoenix abilities." Huafian, astonished, replies, "So, does that mean I have now acquired phoenix abilities?" Being a fan of comics and animations, she possesses some understanding of supernatural powers. Moreover, her childhood dream was to acquire the power of the phoenix, both beautiful and fierce, soaring through the skies. This supernatural fruit must be incredibly precious. Minggu thought of giving it to her first. A blush rises on her face as her gaze toward Li Ming becomes even more fervent. Hangju, Mingge, Mu, Mu. Feeling the intense and affectionate gaze of Huafian, Li Ming senses trouble brewing. Is this silly girl contemplating something inappropriate again? He urgently inquires, "Is the temperature of your phoenix flame limited to this?" Huafian extends her hand, and a flame instantly ignites in her palm. "Of course not. I was merely afraid it would harm you, so I kept its temperature within a comfortable range. I can freely control its temperature, at maximum. I believe it could melt even the finest steel." Long Ku Yi and Chun Shanshan watch in envy as Huafian is enveloped in orange-red flames. Long Ku Yi coyly remarks, "Minggu, the power of the phoenix is simply too cool. I want it too. Rest assured, as long as you both perform well, I will reward you with suitable supernatural fruit in the future." Long Ku Yi and Chun Shanshan simultaneously link their arms around Li Ming's, excitedly declaring, "Minggu, we will definitely perform well and ensure your satisfaction." Li Ming takes Huafian's hand. "Fian, let's go outside to try. You should be able to soar through the sky." Upon reaching the open balcony, Li Ming eagerly encourages, "Fian, try transforming into your complete phoenix form." Huafian nods, and with a thought, the orange-red flames surrounding her ignite fiercely. The flames gradually envelop her entire body, shaping her into a feathered form. Huafian's hands begin to transform, morphing into wings adorned with fiery feathers. As her feet gradually transformed into talons, her eyes grew large and bright, sharp and piercing like those of a majestic eagle. Her entire form swelled, and the small balcony could scarcely accommodate the resplendent figure of Huafian. She exuded an overwhelming confidence, as if she were born with the innate ability to soar through the skies. With a powerful flap of her wings, she ascended into the heavens. Huafian, in her phoenix form, glided through the air, leaving behind a shimmering trail that illuminated the sky, as if the very fabric of space had been torn open. Within the radiant light danced a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a rainbow entwined in the air. With each beat of her wings, countless luminous particles scattered, and her flight traced a long, vibrant arc across the sky. With a clarion call, Huafian emitted two melodic cries of the phoenix, crisp and resonant, echoing through the night sky. The flying phoenix was a dazzling sight, captivating the entire community, prompting residents to emerge onto their balconies in awe of this celestial spectacle. Comments erupted in the neighborhood chat group. "Everyone look, what is that flying outside? It's beautiful. It's a phoenix, a true phoenix. Come see the sky. The phoenix heralds auspiciousness and peace. Is it here to save us? It must be a heavenly being come to rescue us. Oh God, save us." At that moment, the majority of the surviving residents knelt on their balconies, praying to the soaring phoenix. Soaring joyfully, Huafian circled through the sky, feeling elated. Mingo, thank you. This is truly exhilarating. Suddenly, Li Ming had a brilliant idea and shouted to Huafian, Fian, come closer to me. Responding to his command, Huafian circled in the air, gradually approaching Building 7 of the community. Once she was within 100 meters, Li Ming executed a swift teleportation toward her. In an instant, he stood upon the back of Huafian, enveloped in the phoenix flames. With a wingspan of 20 meters in her phoenix form, her back was broad enough to comfortably accommodate several people. Surrounded by the blazing orange flames, Li Ming felt an unusual warmth. The altitude, which plummeted to -60 degrees with howling winds, failed to chill him. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a gentle, comforting embrace, as if the fatigue of an entire day melted away in the warmth of the phoenix's flames. Mingo, my phoenix flames not only dispel fatigue, but also possess healing properties. If I stay by your side, I can heal you at any moment. Li Ming Laoga Farhili. This is simply the dream mount I have longed for. I have a companion who is both my steed by day and night, with Huafian as my flying mount. I can venture out without a care for the zombies below, going wherever I please. Li Ming chuckled with exhilaration. Fian, let us fly farther. Earlier, he hesitated to test his thunderstorm ability indoors for fear of damaging his belongings. Huafian instantly adjusted her speed to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, they had soared over a kilometer from the Binjiang No. 1 community. Li Ming quickly pressed his palms together and slowly spread them apart. Suddenly, arcs of lightning surged between his hands, emitting a dazzling blue and white glow. The air was filled with a deafening roar, reminiscent of a stampede. Thunderstorm. With a low shout from Li Ming, brilliant electric arcs descended from the heavens. With a resounding crackle, the ground erupted in plumes of smoke, and all the zombies beneath the lightning's path were reduced to ash. Huafian exclaimed, Mingo, what was that? You're so impressive. Li Ming replied with satisfaction. It's my new ability, Thunderstorm. After a night of testing, Huafian's flying speed reached a staggering 500 kilometers per hour. However, maintaining such speed for long periods would quickly exhaust her, drastically reducing her flight range. Thus, her typical flying speed hovered around 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to a high-speed train. Returning home, Luo Zijuan trembled, cocooned in her blankets. Despite wrapping herself in 3 thick quilts, she still felt intensely cold. A brief walk might alleviate her discomfort, but moving only heightened her hunger. Their food supplies were dwindling, and their water source had long since run dry. She cautiously glanced at Guan Feng, who lay lifeless on the bed, ensuring his gaze was elsewhere. Stealthily, she retrieved a solid block of ice from her pocket and placed it in her mouth. This was the result of the foot-soaking golden broth that Li Ming had poured in front of his door yesterday. In the frigid corridor, the water had instantly frozen into ice. In the quiet shadows, Luo Zijuan had secretly stashed several ice blocks formed from the golden broth. Although they had a strong taste, they were devoid of any zombie virus, making them a valuable resource. If sold outside, these blocks could fetch tens of thousands of dollars, if only there were buyers. Moreover, the salty flavor provided essential sodium to replenish her body. With the golden broth ice in her mouth, she clutched her phone, praying for a swift response from Li Ming. Since the previous night, she had sent him over 100 messages, pleading for forgiveness. Li Ming, I apologize for the harm I caused you in the past. Trust me, I am sincere. Can you grant me a chance to apologize to you in person? Ming, do you miss me? I miss you. Let us reconcile. I know you still harbor feelings for me. She recounted how she had abandoned him for Guan Feng, coerced by threats against her family. You know, Guan Feng's parents hold significant power in the city. If I refused him, he would have hurt my family, including my younger brother still in school. When you face failure, I didn't want to burden you, which is why I left. I hope you understand my plight. Through hardship, I realized that you are the one who has treated me best, and you are the one I love most. You have changed. You were never like this before. You once promised to forgive me no matter my mistakes. Can you not forgive me this time? I truly regret my actions. I beg you, grant me another chance to start anew, to accompany you. In this apocalypse, we should rely on each other, never parting ways. Immersed in the joy of acquiring the thunderstorm ability and witnessing Huafian's phoenix form, Li Ming had no time to check his phone. Moreover, Huafian, Long Kai, and the newly arrived Chan Shanshan regarded him with increasingly fervent gazes, leaving him exhausted. It was not until morning that he finally took out his phone, discovering the over 100 messages from Luo Zijuan pleading for forgiveness. He shook his head, realizing he had sacrificed everything for such a woman in his past life. Luo Zijuan loved only herself, willing to do anything to ensure her own comfort. Previously, she flaunted her relationship with Guan Feng on social media, indirectly belittling him at every turn. Now, barely a week into the apocalypse, she was eager to abandon Guan Feng and return to him, ready to cast aside her pride and dignity for the comforts he could provide. Li Ming replied with a photo showing 3 beautiful women attending to him. Do I need your company? You are utterly despicable, yet you play the part of the noble. I am well aware of your affair with Guan Feng. Luo Zijuan was taken aback. How had it come to this with 3 women? Are these women truly of such elevated status? Just one night has passed, and yet another beauty has emerged. Observing Chan Shanshan's appearance and figure, she is undeniably more alluring than myself. Luo Zijuan immediately sent a voice message demanding, Huafian and Longkui can be set aside, but who is this vixen? The more people there are, the more mouths to feed. Li Ming replied, what business is it of yours? I prefer fertile fields. I have no interest in barren land. Upon reading Li Ming's message, Luo Zijuan, infuriated, hurled her phone away. You were once the most eager to cultivate. It is often said that men are heartless creatures, quick to abandon once their trousers are pulled up. After being thrown by Long Kai, Guanfeng, heavily injured and bedridden, observed Luo Zijuan's fury and commented, why are you acting so irrationally? Wouldn't it be better to conserve your energy? Luo Zijuan picked up a pillow and began to strike Guanfeng relentlessly, exclaiming, it's all your fault, you useless waste. You can't even handle 2 women. What can I possibly rely on you for? Guanfeng, already wounded, groaned with each hit. Be gentle, please. It hurts terribly. I think that madwoman broke my ribs. Can someone find me a doctor? Luo Zijuan coldly scoffed, a doctor? You still think of doctors? Even if you were healed, you would just be a cripple, a waste. None of you men are worth anything. Since I can't count on any of you, don't blame me. Especially you. Li Ming, daring to call me barren land. I will ensure you pay the price. The more she pondered, the more resentment filled her gaze, fierce and venomous. If she could not defeat him and could not join him, she would sell his information to someone who could. Zheng Haonan possessed a gun. Surely, she didn't believe that Li Ming's 2 madwomen could rival that. Thus, she picked up her phone from the ground and swiftly located Zheng Haonan's WeChat. Hello, Haonan Gu. I wish to sell you some information regarding a particular collector of exquisite beauties. Are you interested? It wasn't too long before Luo Zijuan received a reply from Zheng Haonan. What do you propose? Luo Zijuan responded, I will divulge all his information to you. And once you acquire the goods, we split evenly. I want 50. Zheng Haonan replied, you really dare to demand so much? Can you even handle 50? Upon seeing his message, Luo Zijuan calmly contemplated. Indeed, even if she managed to secure 50 of Li Ming's supplies, as a frail woman, she would struggle to keep it safe. This could make her a target for many. Those supplies would become a hot potato. Guanfeng, in his pitiful state, was certainly unreliable. She needed to find another protector, someone formidable. Zheng Haonan inquired, is the person in your circle of friends really you? The circle of friends? Had Zheng Haonan seen her photo there? Indeed, Zheng Haonan was a robust ally. He not only had many underlings but also possessed firearms. If she could secure him, then not only the 50 supplies but all the resources would belong to her. Manipulating men was her forte. Luo Zijuan was confident that Zheng Haonan would soon fall under her charm. Of course, those photos are all of my natural look. Am I beautiful? I particularly admire capable men like you. Can we meet to discuss further? Chapter 42. Am I disliked? Am I bothersome? Doy deserve a beating. Luo Zijuan utilized all her remaining resources to present herself impeccably and proceeded alone to Zheng Haonan's residence. Upon entering, she surveyed the surroundings. Finding Zheng Haonan lounging on the sofa, surrounded by several burly men. In the corner of the dining room sat a few scantily clad young women wrapped in blankets. Luo Zijuan recognized one as her neighbor from downstairs. It seemed that had she not sought out Zheng Haonan today, he would have come knocking on her door instead. The room echoed with the anguished cries of women. Zheng Haonan cursed loudly, blonde, in broad daylight. Can't you be gentler? Is this 40-year-old woman really that enjoyable? Haonan Gu, you wouldn't understand the allure of mature women. I've been yearning for her for so long. Came a lewd voice from the room. Spotting the pile of bottled water in the corner, Luo Zijuan instinctively licked her dry lips. Zheng Haonan's bald accomplice, noticing Luo Zijuan's arrival, laughed, wow, Haonan Gu. She is not lying. She is indeed a beauty. We've had enough of the 30 to 40-year-olds lately. And she has got some guts. Most women would avoid us. She dares to approach. As he spoke, the bald man reached to pull at Luo Zijuan's clothing. Slap! Luo Zijuan swiftly struck the bald man across the face. Her demeanor proud and disdainful. Am I someone you can touch? She had studied the preferences of various men. For someone like Zheng Haonan, who operated outside the law, relying on charm or coyness might only pique his temporary interest. To truly captivate a man like him, she needed to be even more ruthless to outshine him. This was why the wives of notorious gangsters were often feared. If she was to engage, she would be the formidable matriarch, not a mere plaything to be discarded. Enraged by the slap, the bald man seized Luo Zijuan's hair, raising his hand threateningly. You filthy whore, how dare you touch me? Stop! Zheng Haonan commanded from the sofa, his voice calm. Boss, she had the audacity to strike me. The bald man protested. Get lost! Zheng Haonan shouted. Deflated by Zheng Haonan's reprimand, the bald man retreated, rubbing his face. Zheng Haonan scrutinized Luo Zijuan, assessing her from head to toe. You've entered my territory, and if you don't give me an explanation, you won't be leaving in one piece today. Luo Zijuan swayed her hips towards Zheng Haonan, intending to sit beside him. He drew a gun, pointing it at her. Don't move. One more step, and I'll make a hole in your head. In this apocalyptic world, Zheng Haonan was wary of allowing anyone near him, especially after having robbed and killed so many. He had to consider the possibility of revenge from those he de-wronged. Take off your clothes. Luo Zijuan seemed to have anticipated this demand, effortlessly shedding her 2 thick down jackets. Underneath, she was entirely bare, although the system had rated her an overall score of 80. She had devoted the past few years solely to beauty and fitness. Her figure and appearance were exquisitely maintained, enough to stir Zheng Haonan's interest. Noticing Zheng Haonan's shifting gaze, Luo Zijuan recognized that she had ensnared him, bearing the near-zero temperature indoors and the stares of the bald man and his companions. She slowly sat beside Zheng Haonan, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly whispering into his ear, Haonan go, would you like to join me in a room for a more in-depth discussion? Zheng Haonan erupted in hearty laughter. You are quite bold, and I like that. He lifted the bare Luo Zijuan, striding into the room under the gaze of all present. The bald man commented enviously, Haonan go, you truly are fortunate. In this building 7, aside from Huafian and Long Kai, it seems she is next in line. The blonde beside him gulped. Do you think the boss will let us have a turn after he has done? The bald man rubbed his sore face and shook his head. Don't even think about it. This woman is not simple. 5 minutes later, Zheng Haonan lit a cigarette after their encounter. Is your information accurate? Are there really only 4 of them? Could there be other weapons? Zheng Haonan was genuinely intrigued by Li Ming's supplies. Although he had robbed many recently, the resources acquired were quite limited. He still had to support so many underlings. Every word out of his mouth revolved around supplies. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ming's true capabilities remained a mystery, and he dared not act recklessly. Luo Zijuan displayed a bottle of mineral water and replenished her energy from Zheng Haonan. At this moment, her demeanor improved significantly. She confidently declared, I am absolutely certain that Li Ming is nothing but a scoundrel. He used to be a mere delivery man with no combat prowess. In contrast, Huafian and Long Kui possessed considerable strength. Zheng Haonan chuckled heartily. Strength? How much can the might of 2 women truly amount to? Besides, we have firearms. I initially thought Li Ming had stockpiled a significant amount of resources, surely guarded by numerous personnel and weapons. This has prevented us from making a move against them for the time being. In that case, we shall be unreserved. Once we successfully acquire his resources, I shall allocate 20% to you. Luo Zijuan shyly nestled into Zheng Haonan's embrace, Brother Haonan. As long as you assist me in eliminating Li Ming, I could forego all the resources. Zheng Haonan looked at her in astonishment. Is your grudge against him that severe? Luo Zijuan recounted her grievances with Li Ming, portraying him as a schemer who deceitfully seized her and Guanfeng's resources, neglecting their past camaraderie and inciting Huafian and Long Kai to assault them. In short, to Luo Zijuan, Li Ming was nothing more than a despicable scoundrel. Zheng Haonan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. Zijuan, rest assured, I will ensure this scoundrel Li Ming pays dearly. Look at you, so quickly calling me Zijuan. It seems men are inherently drawn to the notion of rescuing damsels in distress, championing the weak against the strong. Whenever they hear of a woman burdened with a gambling father, a gravely ill mother, or a wayward brother, they cannot help but shower her with affection. Observing Zheng Haonan's eagerness, Luo Zijuan revealed a satisfied smile. You think offering me 20% will suffice? Not only Li Ming's resources, but any materials you acquire henceforth belong to me. Besides Zheng Haonan, the bald man she had slapped earlier also seemed formidable. Perhaps she could entice him later. In this apocalyptic world, the more men one had, the greater the chances of survival. A principle she understood well. At that moment, the entire community, along with several neighboring ones, erupted in a frenzy. Bin Jiang Yihao was live-streaming, offering a lavish feast of roast pig and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. In the pre-apocalyptic world, most would deem such indulgence excessive and lacking in value. However, this was the apocalypse. Many had gone days without tasting meat, let alone sipping red wine. They now ration water drop by drop, each drop a luxury. In the video, Li Ming sat at a grand dining table, flanked by Long Kai and Chen Shanshan, who were massaging him. Huafian, holding fresh ingredients, fed him by hand. Li Ming chewed on a piece of premium dried abalone, but spat it out, exclaiming, too tough. It lacks the tenderness. Chen Shanshan quickly knelt. I apologize, Minggu, I will be more attentive next time. He tried a piece of imported Japanese wagyu, but again spat it out. You dare present me with food from a country plagued by radiation? Chen Shanshan, in a tone of desperation, promised, Minggu, I was wrong. I swear never to bring Japanese products before you again. When presented with top-tier imported French foie gras, Li Ming, devoid of any desire to even chew, tossed it out the window. What good can come from a nation incapable of hosting even an Olympic opening ceremony? They must be jesting. Each time he rejected food, the comments in the live stream exploded. Wow, so heartless. Weren't Huafian and Long Kui the only ones before? How did Chen Shan Shan from Building 6 end up there too? You waste food like this. Surely you will incur divine retribution. Unless you let me have a taste. It must be fake. If it were real, he would have swallowed it. It's undoubtedly made of wax. Stop spitting it out. If you won't eat it, let me. I beg you. Even what you reject is fine with me. Father, you are my biological father. Come and claim me. Brother, do you need a pet? A 30-year-old dog seeks a home. I will eat what you spit out. Huafian, Long Kai, release that boy. Let me take my turn. Chapter 43. A walking experience package. Ajan fell in love with a Chong, singing unabashedly in the live stream on a starry night. As Li Ming's voice filled the air, Huafian and the others erupted into fervent cheers. Ah, Mingguo, your singing is absolutely enchanting. It has made our ears pregnant. Mingguo, we'll be together forever. YYDS Muamua. Who else exists in this world that can compare to our Mingguo? Oh. Zheng Haonan, witnessing Li Ming's shameless antics in the live stream, felt a surge of anger. How despicable. Li Ming is indeed a scoundrel. He suddenly felt transformed into a righteous avenger. Driven to seek justice for Luo Zijuan. Having played the villain for decades, he experienced for the first time the thrill of stealing for a noble cause. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us go and eliminate this beast. After days of looting and chaos, Zheng Haonan's group had grown to 12 robust and ruthless individuals. His standards for selecting team members were stringent. Not just anyone could join. Those who contributed nothing were utterly unwelcome, for in the apocalypse, resources were scarce. And each additional person meant an extra mouth to feed. Upon hearing the plan to eliminate Li Ming, excitement surged through the group. They all knew that the food Li Ming was hiding could surpass the combined resources of the entire community. Moreover, he was surrounded by 3 stunning women, a tantalizing thought. The ball man leered, "Boss, once we've dealt with this guy, can we share one of those 3 beauties? Otherwise, our enthusiasm might wane." Zheng Haonan waved his hand grandly, declaring, "I already have my sister-in-law. Those 3 women belong to all my brothers." Without the promise of reward, would these men follow him? Zheng Haonan understood better than anyone that mere promises would not suffice. He had to show them tangible benefits. Just a few women, if necessary. Even Luo Zijuan could be offered to them. Hearing that all 3 women would belong to the brothers ignited a fervor among Zheng Haonan's subordinates. These 3 women, whom they could only admire from afar, now presented an opportunity they had never dared to dream of. Meanwhile, Li Ming was passionately belting out a song when his phone rang. It was Guan Feng calling, an unexpected occurrence. Leaving the live stream, he answered the call, spit it out. At that moment, Guan Feng, disregarding his pride, spoke in a low, subservient tone. "Li Ming, I have crucial intelligence to sell you. Are you interested?" "Not interested." Li Ming hung up. The phone rang again. It was Guan Feng once more. Curious about what intelligence he could possibly have, Li Ming reluctantly answered. "I'll give you one more chance. Get to the point." Fearing Li Ming would hang up again, Guan Feng, with a quaver in his voice, lamented. "That wretched Luo Zijuan has allied with Zheng Haonan and even abandoned me." Li Ming scoffed, "Is that all? Isn't that typical of her?" Guan Feng couldn't hold back his tears. "She left me without a second thought, and when I asked her for a packet of noodles or a bottle of water, she wouldn't give me anything. Do you have any idea how much effort and money I have invested in taking her away from you? Now, even when I ask her for a bottle of water, that ungrateful wretch refuses to comply." Li Ming had no desire to listen to his lamentations. As it was entirely self-inflicted, it had nothing to do with him. "If you insist on continuing this conversation, I might just hang up." No. "Please don't hang up," Guan Feng hurriedly interjected. "I must inform you that Luo Zijuan has convinced Zheng Haonan, and they will be invading your home today to seize your supplies and women." Li Ming responded with a dispassionate, "Oh, understood." Guan Feng was taken aback, questioning what he meant by that. Wasn't Li Ming supposed to be anxious? Shouldn't he be frantically inquiring about what to do? Shouldn't he be probing into the number of people and weapons Zheng Haonan has, and when they'll set out? Li Ming's calm demeanor was utterly unexpected, rendering all of Guan Feng's pre-planned lines useless. He had originally intended to leverage this information to extort Li Ming. "Is there anything else you need? If not, please refrain from bothering me." No. Guan Feng's voice trembled with desperation. "Li Ming, considering I've shared this intelligence about Luo Zijuan with you, could you spare me some medicine, food, and water? That woman might have truly broken my ribs. I'm in excruciating pain and on the brink of death." "Absolutely not. You're asking for far too much." Guan Feng, however, was thrilled. His implication that it was too much meant that Li Ming was still willing to give something. After a moment's hesitation, Guan Feng asked, "Then could you at least provide me with a bit of water and food?" "No, that is still excessive." "Then just a little water. Surely that is acceptable?" "No, even a drop of water is too much." With that, Li Ming hung up the phone. Guan Feng scoffed. "With your kind of attitude, you expect to receive supplies from me? What a delusion." However, he found the conflict between Luo Zijuan and Zheng Haonan to be a source of amusement for Li Ming. Wasn't Zheng Haonan merely a minor nuisance? Why be alarmed? At most, they were just a band of experienced seekers, easily manageable. Their arrival would provide an excellent opportunity for Huafian and Long Kui to hone their combat skills against adversaries. One could only hope that Zheng Haonan's group would prove to be somewhat competent and not too easily defeated. As for Chun Shanshan, it was best to leave her out of this. She had yet to experience the rigorous training required to combat zombies. Although she was exceptionally loyal and admiring of Li Ming, her past timid nature would not change overnight. Just as Li Ming set down his phone, Huafian excitedly approached him, holding her own phone and extending it towards him. "Minga, you must see this." Curiously, Li Ming took her phone, and the screen displayed a newly created group, Zheng Haonan versus Li Ming. Oh, how swiftly the news of Zheng Haonan seeking trouble has spread. They even established a new group to discuss it. Is there a professional informant in the vicinity? Clearly, Huafian had also been added to this group by the group owner. It was no wonder, despite being a local resident, she rarely participated in discussions. Very few knew that the nickname sheep-counting expert belonged to her. With keen interest, Li Ming entered the group. The revelations startled him. The members had installed pinhole cameras throughout the stairwell of Building 7, 22nd floor, capable of providing a 360-degree live stream without any blind spots. Even Li Ming was unaware of when these installations had occurred. Indeed, among the populace of Huagua, there were always remarkable talents, particularly when it came to observing and gossiping. Regardless of how dangerous or challenging it may be, nothing could deter them. Everyone, this live broadcast is available for a fee. No need for a whole box of water or even a bottle. Each person only needs to pay the price of a cup of water to watch the showdown between the strongest contenders in Building 7 from the comfort of their home. Li Ming couldn't help but smirk. The group owner was truly resourceful, having devised such a profitable scheme. Indeed, in the apocalypse, everyone has their means of survival. He was quite curious about how they planned to collect a cup of water from each person. The residents in the group began to comment. "I wonder who will emerge victorious? Personally, I'm betting on Zheng Haonan. He has the manpower and weaponry." I share that sentiment. Zheng Haonan seems to have the upper hand. Li Ming, despite his initial abundance of supplies, has shown no initiative to recruit allies or fortify his position, fixating instead on women, and must have top-tier ones at that. He deserves to fail. Does he not understand that in the apocalypse, one must possess weapons to thrive? What a fool. Li Ming silently noted the names of these naysayers. I disagree. Can Li Ming truly hoard that much on his own? He must have an undisclosed backing. Perhaps this time Zheng Haonan will hit a snag. I genuinely hope Li Ming has the strength to eliminate Zheng Haonan. While his crew may be selfish and despicable, they haven't harmed anyone, unlike Zheng Haonan, who has likely killed numerous people in recent days. Li Ming took out paper and pen to jot down this person's remarks, so he wouldn't forget. One day, he would need to confront this individual and inquire about the claims of his selfishness and depravity. In my opinion, neither of these individuals are virtuous. It would be best if they mutually annihilated one another. Indeed, if they both perish, the supplies hoarded by Li Ming would belong to all of us residents. Li Ming merely chuckled at the naivety of such remarks. They failed to comprehend that for every Zheng Haonan who fell, there were countless others waiting to take his place. Unless one is ruthless and cunning, regardless of the pre-apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic era, one remains merely a meek lamb. Chapter 44. Given freely, who would decline? They're here. Zheng Haonan and his gang have already appeared within the surveillance area. It's over for Li Ming. Zheng Haonan's force has grown significantly, with 13 robust members, all physically imposing. There is no suspense. The power disparity is too great, especially with Zheng Haonan wielding firearms. How can this be contested? Alas, what a pity for the two beauties, Huafian and Long Kui. They are about to become playthings for Zheng Haonan's crew. Are they accepting new members? I'd like to join their team, not for anything else, but to experience those two women. If you're willing to be a plaything, they might consider you. Oh, ISNT that Luo Zijuan? How did she end up with Zheng Haonan? Oomph. I always suspected she was not of good character, flaunting and being promiscuous. Zheng Haonan led his brothers up the stairs to the 22nd floor. Luo Zijuan gleefully pointed to the door of room 2202. Brother Haonan, this is the place. Can you feel it? The warm air seeping through the door crack. They had previously opened the door, and the temperature inside was comfortable, at least 25 degrees. Upon hearing that Li Ming's indoor temperature was a balmy 25 degrees, the group erupted in astonishment. Everyone, did you hear that? Li Ming's house is a staggering 25 degrees. This guy is living in luxury. He is enjoying such comfort alone without considering us neighbors. It's no wonder Zheng Haonan has set his sights on him. May he perish. Exactly. The men could be disregarded, but at least he could have taken care of us lovely ladies. If he treated us well. Being his girlfriend for a day or two wouldn't be out of the question. Zheng Haonan's group, having felt the warm air escaping from the crack of room 2202's door, became increasingly excited. They were going to occupy room 2202. That bastard truly knew how to indulge himself. Even the hallway in front of his door was more comfortable than their own rooms. The bald man exhibited a glint of greed in his eyes, as if everything within that house would soon belong to them. Today marks the beginning of our stay here. and it is undeniably comfortable. Brothers, when we break down the door, be gentle. We must not damage anything inside. The underlings raise their weapons in a cacophony of cheers. Brothers, let us strike. There is an abundance of food and water within, not to mention 3 stunning beauties. I am determined to claim Huafian for myself. Just the scent of her in the elevator once made my heart race. Long Ku is mine too. You have no idea how much I've spent in her live stream, yet I could barely exchange a word with her. I heard that Chen Shanshan is a car model. How thrilling. I suspect Li Ming is currently cowering inside, trembling with fear, and soon he will be begging for mercy. Haha, let's get to work, let's go. The chatter continued. It's over, Zheng Haonan and his crew are really going to make a move. How long do you think Li Ming can hold out? I wager a maximum of 10 minutes, although their door lock seems sturdy. It's certainly one to withstand Zheng Haonan's brawny men. I possess a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a brand new model, and I've bet on Zheng Haonan's victory. Is anyone brave enough to wager against me? I have a Patek Philippe watch valued at $1 million. Likewise, I bet on Zheng Haonan. Who dares to challenge? I own a family heirloom estimated at over $100 million. I bet on Zheng Haonan. Who will take me up on this? I have 20 LV handbags. Betting on Zheng Haonan's win. The group was filled with bets in favor of Zheng Haonan, with no one supporting Li Ming. Li Ming merely chuckled. While these items might hold little value in the apocalypse, who would refuse gifts? Shuyang Darun. I bet on Li Ming to win. What are your stakes? I'll take them all. Shuyang Darun. Rolls-Royce Phantom, 3 boxes of mineral water, Patek Philippe watch, 1 box of mineral water, antique. 1 bottle of mineral water, 20 LV bags, 20 bottles of mineral water. Dude, my Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth over $8 million. And you offer just 3 boxes of water? Why don't you go rob someone? My family heirloom is valued over $100 million. You only offer a bottle of water? This is outrageous. All my LV bags are limited editions, barely used, and you offer just a bottle of water for one? Get lost. Shuyang Darun. These items are worth exactly that. If you don't want to bet, then leave. Of course, who would refuse free items? I don't believe that Li Ming can outmatch Zheng Haonan and his crew. Exactly. Losing is inevitable for you. I fear you'll lose, and there won't be enough water for us. If you lose, the entire group will need at least 20 boxes of mineral water. Do you have that? Shuyang Darun. Photos, boxes of mineral water piled together, visibly numbering at least 50. So, what's the big boss? My apologies. Wow, another wealthy fool. Amid the cheers of Zheng Haonan's subordinates, 2 of his men raised their heavy hammers, preparing to strike the door lock. Crack! The lock clicked open. The scene fell into silence. What was happening? Did the people inside open the door themselves? This was an occurrence they had never witnessed in their days of plundering. Others, faced with their violent actions, typically trembled in their rooms or even begged for mercy. The door swung open, revealing Huafian, closely followed by Long Kui. Huafian's serene and graceful visage, with her cascading waves of hair and alluring figure, left everyone in awe, including Zheng Haonan, who previously thought Luo Zijuan was beautiful enough. In comparison to Huafian and Long Kui, Luo Zijuan seemed like a shabby hen. At this moment, he regretted his earlier promise to share Li Ming's 3 women with all his brothers. Such exquisite beauties should be enjoyed exclusively. The group erupted into chaos. What is going on? I thought they could hold out for at least 5 minutes. But they opened the door in seconds. Did they see that Zheng Haonan's crew was all muscular and menacing, and they were instantly petrified? Oh, what a coward. Even the solitary widow downstairs could hold out for half an hour, yet he. Let him die. What a pity for Huafian and Long Kui to be with a man like Li Ming who would push them out first in danger. Had I known Li Ming was so timid, I would have brought 2 people to intimidate him. Huafian and Long Kui would have been mine. Shuyang Darun. Haha, you foolish spender, prepare to pay us with mineral water. A bottle of water for my heirloom? Dream on. Shuyang Darun. Thanks for the 3 boxes of mineral water, boss. The bald man, gazing at Huafian and Long Kui as they emerged, wore a lewd grin and said, Haha, the 2 beauties are indeed clever. Knowing that Li Ming is about to let them down, they voluntarily come out to surrender. Rest assured, my brothers will take good care of you. We are far better than Li Ming. Huafian's expression turned deadly serious as she coldly replied, Do you intend to break down my door? Can you afford to pay for the damages? The bald man rubbed his hands together, his grin becoming even more lecherous. Hey, soon, you will be ours. How about I compensate you with my body? Haha, Huafian smirked. Are you sure you want to offer your body to me? The bald man lewdly wiggled his corpulent form, bringing his greasy face closer to Huafian. Absolutely. As long as you desire, my body is at your disposal. Long Kui, with an innocent smile, inquired of everyone outside, What about you? Are you willing to offer your bodies to me? Over 10 men outside erupted in uproar. I am willing. As long as you wish, you can have my body anytime. Wow, I would gladly die for you. With so many of us, can you handle it? Huafian and Long Kui's gazes turned icy. Then we shall not hold back. With a swift motion, Huafian drew a machete from her waist. And in one decisive stroke, the bald man's head was severed from his body. In the blink of an eye, the once jubilant bald man found his head rolling away, his eyes still reflecting the shock of realization. Huh, why isn't my body responding? Thud, thud, thud. The bald man's round head dropped to the ground, his eyes blinking in disbelief. The scene fell into a hushed silence, all present horrified at the sight of the severed body, unable to comprehend the brutality before them. In their recent sprees, some stubborn individuals had fought back, but their methods were typically limited to intimidation. Even with a knife, they lacked the courage to truly harm anyone. Yet Huafian, with her lethal precision, offered no opportunity for retaliation. Seeing the bald man's head swiftly severed, everyone instinctively recoiled a few steps from Huafian's ferocity. Even these ruffians felt fear when faced with someone more ruthless than themselves, such as human nature. Recovering from the shock, Zheng Haonan immediately raised his handgun, aiming it at Huafian. You vile woman, how dare you lay hands on my brother? Put down your knife at once, or I will blow your head off. Huafian flicked the blood from her blade. What? He offered his body to me. And if you wish to shoot, then go ahead. Your threats do not intimidate me. Chapter 45. I have my eyes on his gun. The sudden eruption of violence reignited chaos within the group. What is happening? Is this real life and not a movie? Did Huafian just decapitate the bald man? Is this bald man foolish? How could he present his neck to be cut like that? Is there something wrong with his intellect? Olafia's tenacity is remarkable. This is not merely the slaughter of poultry, but the act of taking a life. It seems that she was the first to be pushed forward by Li Ming, feeling despondent and utterly hopeless, perhaps contemplating a desperate end alongside Zheng Haonan and his companions. The blame lies squarely with Li Ming, that scoundrel, who, despite being accompanied by such a fine woman, failed to protect her and ultimately shattered her heart. Zheng Haonan, having witnessed many a scene, quickly composed himself in the face of the situation. He perceived that Fan was merely putting on a facade of calm, while internally she was in sheer panic. In this world, he had yet to encounter anyone unafraid of firearms. The reason the bald man fell to her was simply due to his own negligence, allowing her to mount a successful ambush. Zheng Haonan's finger grazed the trigger of his pistol. Move again, and I shall blow your head off. Do you believe me? Why are you so verbose? She has made her intentions clear. If you wish to shoot, then do so, Li Ming said coolly as he emerged from the house, exuding calmness. Chun Shanshan trailed closely behind, carrying an enormous executive chair. Upon reaching the corridor, she hastily placed the chair down, gently wiping away the dust. Lin Ye, please take a seat. Li Ming sat upon the chair like a king, crossing his legs. Chun Shanshan produced a fruit platter from somewhere, kneeling beside him as she offered a fresh lychee. Mingo, please enjoy. Olafian and Long Kai stood before Li Ming like devoted guardians, ensuring no one could approach him stealthily. The manner of Li Ming's entrance incited a wave of indignation among the crowd. Their anger reached a boiling point. Who does Li Ming think he is? Making Chun Shanshan kneel to serve him fruit? How despicable. I have never encountered anyone so pretentious. Even when death looms, he dares to put on airs. How can such a shameless individual exist, hiding behind 3 women, utterly contemptible? You truly bring disgrace to manhood. Is the taste of soft rice that delectable? Thank goodness I am wise enough to discern that a man like him, seeking women in this group, is surely no good. Someone, please, tear his face apart. I cannot tolerate such a person. Zheng Haonan, we all support you. These individuals seem to have forgotten the misdeeds of Zheng Haonan over the past few days, fervently cheering him on. Zheng Haonan and his companions were utterly astounded by Li Ming, marveling at such regal service. Even before the apocalypse, they had never experienced such treatment. Living in the same dystopia, in the same building, how could there be such a disparity? Li Ming appeared to be living more lavishly than before the world crumbled. Inciting envy and disdain, Li Ming ejected a lychee seed, which Chun Shanshan promptly caught. The audience has arrived. Your performance may commence, Li Ming remarked with anticipation. Zheng Haonan glared at Li Ming with malice. Li Ming, is this not a touch too arrogant? A performance? Do you consider us mere monkeys? Li Ming smiled nonchalantly. Huh? How could trash like you be compared to monkeys? Monkeys are far more charming. How dare you call me trash? Zheng Haonan retorted angrily. Li Ming shukled. No. Do not misunderstand. I'm not saying you are trash. I'm stating that all of you are trash. Help. Someone drag this pretentious dog out and slaughter him. My heavens, I cannot endure this. Do not let me see that face again. I fear I may lose control and slap him. How has such a person managed to survive until today? It should not be. Provoked by Li Ming's insults, Zheng Haonan's face flushed with rage, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Brothers, take him down. I want him to regret ever being born. The 4 burly men at the forefront brandished their axes and knives, charging at Huafian and Long Kai. Huafian swiftly unsheathed the machete from her waist, executing a graceful spin. In a flash, she struck twice, severing the arms of the 2 closest men who wielded their weapons. With another seamless motion, she dispatched the remaining limbs. The 2 men emitted agonizing cries, which were abruptly silenced as their heads were removed from their bodies, leaving them unable to utter another sound. Hua Feiyan's movements were fluid and seamless, akin to a dance. Li Ming was aware that Hua Feiyan had applied the techniques he had taught her for dispatching zombies against human foes. It is crucial to recognize that the psychological burden of killing zombies differs vastly from that of taking a human life. Slaying zombies is akin to vanquishing monsters, devoid of guilt. Conversely, killing humans, particularly for those who have experienced peace, can evoke profound feelings of remorse, paralyzing their resolve. Li Ming had not anticipated Hua Feiyan's rapid adaptation. It appeared she would soon become his foremost enforcer. Meanwhile, Long Kai charged forward, wielding her long-handled axe with wild abandon. Lacking the fluidity of Hua Fei's movements, yet exuding the spirit of a berserker, Long Kai leaped into the air, bringing her axe down upon the nearest adversary. The giant man, quick to react, raised his iron fire axe to deflect her ferocious strike. However, the iron axe shattered under Long Kai's immense strength, and despite it absorbing much of her blow, the axe still cleaved through the man's head. The man was bisected, his insides spilling forth in a gruesome display. The remaining giant stood in shock, staring at Long Kai with terror, unable to reconcile her innocent beauty with the monstrous ferocity she displayed. Monster, monster, monster! Mama, I want to go home. I'm done playing. Before the giant could finish his plea, Long Kai executed a horizontal swing with her axe. The man was cleanly severed in half, yet he did not immediately lose consciousness, howling in despair. Help! Big brother, come save me. I do not wish to die. I want to go home. With a single blow, Long Kai crushed the man's skull, splattering blood and flesh across the wall. She had used the blunt side of the axe rather than the sharp edge. In less than 10 seconds, Zheng Haonan's 4 underlings met their gruesome end at the hands of Hua Feiyan and Long Kai. The brutality was shocking, the carnage appalling. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, leaving the onlookers and the chat group in stunned silence. Li Ming calmly consumed a grape offered by Chen Shanshan, remarking, "It took you a full 10 seconds to dispatch those 4 little rascals. There is room for improvement." Hua Feiyan and Long Kai did not divert their gaze from Zheng Haonan and his cohorts, with Hua Feiyan saying, "Minggu, we apologize. We will practice more diligently to avoid disappointing you in the future." The crowd finally snapped back to reality, astonished by their exchange. "Leader, are you certain this is not a pre-recorded science fiction film? OMG, are Hua Feiyan and Long Kai even human? The men they killed could each take on 5 opponents. This cannot be real. How could those burly men be dispatched as if they were mere chickens?" Li Ming, the so-called Phoenix Man, is dissatisfied even after such efforts from Hua Feiyan and Long Kai. If he is so formidable, why does he not fight himself instead of hiding behind women? I detest such men. Hua Feiyan and Long Kai are truly magnificent. They are the Valkyries in my heart. It is regrettable that they have chosen to follow someone as cowardly as Li Ming for mere supplies. Zheng Haonan and his remaining 7 subordinates gazed at the disordered remnants of limbs and organs strewn across the ground, their stomachs churning violently. Observing the horrors through a screen is vastly different from experiencing them firsthand. Despite having witnessed the terror of zombies and having grown accustomed to taking lives over the past 2 days, the grisly scene before them made them all feel nauseated. The yellow-haired one was retching uncontrollably, trembling in fear. "They are demons. They are monsters. Run away." Bang! Zheng Haonan struck the yellow-haired one to the ground with a punch, scolding, "Useless. Aren't you all big talkers? Is this little harlot scaring you?" The yellow-haired one covered her swollen face, saying, "Brother Haonan, but they are truly terrifying." Zheng Haonan feigned calmness. "Coward. That was merely their negligence. No matter how fast they are, can they outrun my gun? No matter how powerful they are, can they withstand bullets?" Li Ming's voice rang out flatly. "Feiyan, I have my eye on his gun." Chapter 46. Valkyries. Alas, Li Ming seems to have set his sights on the gun in Zheng Haonan's possession. I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zheng Haonan being targeted by this leech of a man. Is he not aware of his own capabilities? Without Hua Feiyan and Long Kai, Zheng Haonan would have turned him into minced meat long ago. Yet, he shamelessly covets another's weapon. Do they think that just because Hua Feiyan and Long Kai have taken a few lives, they have one? Zheng Haonan still has 9 subordinates. Although that wretched woman, Luo Zijuan, is of little use. Someone quickly send Li Ming to fetch a lunchbox. I cannot bear his insufferable presence any longer. Rest assured, Brother Ming, I will personally deliver the gun from his hands to you, Hua Feiyan said devoutly. Her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Zheng Haonan. The corners of Zheng Haonan's mouth twitched. What an absurd situation. He had come with his men to seize their supplies. Yet now he felt like the prey being hunted. He recalled the information Luo Zijuan had provided, stating that these 2 women possessed immense strength. He now wished to pummel Luo Zijuan. Was that truly called strength? This was nothing short of the prowess of Valkyries. Zheng Haonan ponde. If he could bring these 2 women under his command, he could dominate this community. Thus, he attempted to negotiate. "Ladies, if we continue fighting like this, We will only harm each other, ultimately benefiting others. I have a proposal. I formally invite you to join our team, to collaborate for mutual benefit. Should you choose to ally with us, I assure you that you will hold the highest authority after me. All supplies will be prioritized for our enjoyment, and no one will force you to do anything against your will. In this apocalypse, we must band together to survive. If you wish to support Li Ming, you are free to do so. I will not interfere. So what do you say? Please consider my offer. The expressions of Hua, Fei Yin, and Long Ke darkened instantly, exuding an ominous aura. Hua Fei Yin, wielding twin blades, coldly declared, "Old scoundrel. Who do you call pretty boy?" Zheng Haonan was startled by the sudden ferocity emanating from Hua, Fei Yin, and Long Ke. Come on. There is no need to be so furious if you disagree. I was merely making a suggestion. Hua Fei Yin's eyes glinted icily. Cover me. I will take this old scoundrel's life. Understood. Go ahead, Ke replied. Hua Fei Yin's cold gaze was fixed on Zheng Haonan. Despite holding a gun, Zheng Haonan felt a wave of panic. These two female fiends were not ordinary foes. Looking at the pile of dismembered limbs on the ground, he felt a chill of dread. In terror, Zheng Haonan shouted, "Men, attack. Whoever can kill them shall be my second in command. You could take on Luo Zijuan as you wish." If Luo Zijuan were present, she would surely scream, "What does this have to do with me? Don't involve me." Hua Fei Yin suddenly leapt forward, charging at Zheng Haonan. Bang! In panic, Zheng Haonan fired a shot at Hua Fei Yin, but her figure had already vanished from his sight. Looking up, he discovered Hua Fei Yin hanging upside down from the 3-meter-high ceiling like a bat. Li Ming stood up excitedly. Nice. What a feint. Fei Yin's combat experience is truly growing, he thought to himself, envisioning a future of ease. As Hua Fei Yin hung from the ceiling, she forcefully pushed off, soaring towards Zheng Haonan with the agility of a swift swallow. She struck at his vital points with her twin blades. Zheng Haonan's gun-wielding right hand was severed. True to his background as a survivor, Zheng Haonan swiftly maneuvered his body to avoid a fatal blow, ignoring the excruciating pain from his severed hand. His left hand instinctively drew a dagger to stab at Hua Fei Yin's abdomen. Hua Fei Yin reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping Zheng Haonan's attack and delivering a forceful kick to his chest. Zheng Haonan was sent flying several meters, rolling down the stairs. Witnessing Zheng Haonan lose his right hand, Luo Zijuan was filled with terror. Yet, she forced herself to remain calm. Seizing the opportunity, while Hua Fei Yin and Long Ke were engaged with the remaining subordinates to escape into the stairwell. This scene did not escape Li Ming's notice. However, it was not yet time to eliminate her, and he allowed her to leave. Just as Hua Fei Yin was about to chase down the stairs, Li Ming's voice called out, "Fei Yin, don't pursue. He won to survive." Hua Fei Yin turned back to see that Zheng Haonan's subordinates had been nearly annihilated by Long Ke, with only the yellow-haired one remaining. Is it possible that just Hua Fei Yin and Long Ke alone could drive Zheng Haonan away? Brothers, did you see that? It seems Hua Fei Yin leapt to the ceiling. Yes, I saw it too. Is this something a human can do? And when she jumped from the ceiling to Zheng Haonan, that was at least a 5-meter leap. Such agility is beyond even Olympic champions. And Long Ke, she must have cleaved the remaining 7 men in half with her axe. Are they even human? Indeed, Hua Fei Yin and Long Ke are the Valkyries of my heart. Yet fate has blinded them to follow someone as wretched as Li Ming. Nevertheless, their defeat of Zheng Haonan has done us a favor. At least we won't have to worry about him raiding our supplies for now. It infuriates me that Li Ming, that scoundrel, has gained so much from this. At this moment, the yellow-haired one trembled uncontrollably. Clutching a watermelon knife while cowering in a corner, a golden liquid slowly oozing from her pants. "Help! Don't come any closer. Please, I'm so scared. We have many women, yes, many beautiful women in the community. If you spare me, all the women will belong to you." Li Ming pointed at Hua Fei Yin and Long Ke. "Are you foolish? With them, why would I need those women?" The yellow-haired one wailed, desperately racking her brain for any bargaining chip to save her life. There is. Li Ming, haven't you always been searching for exquisite beauties in the group? We have one, a rare beauty that I caught and hid with the bald one. We have yet to savor the moment. If you release me, I shall reveal to you her hiding place. At this juncture, Hua Fei Yin has already transferred the firearm from Zheng Haonan's grasp into Li Ming's hands. Li Ming, with a sense of gravity, toyed with the handgun, marking his inaugural encounter with a real weapon. Upon hearing the mention of an exquisite beauty from the yellow-haired man, he immediately directed the gun at the man's head, demanding, "Where is she?" The yellow-haired man, cautiously, replied, "You must promise to spare my life before I divulge your location." Bang! Li Ming recoiled, frowning as he rubbed his ear. Goodness, the sound of this thing is deafening. It startled me. The yellow-haired man screamed in agony as the bullet struck his thigh. Li Ming persisted, keeping the gun trained on his head. "What do you have to bargain with me? Answer my questions, do you understand?" The yellow-haired man clutched his injured thigh tightly, gritting his teeth. "You may as well kill me. Otherwise, you will never learn her whereabouts from me. I will take my secrets to the grave." "Huh, you have spirit. I shall oblige." Li Ming chuckled. Fian, do you know what Lin Ye is? Cut his flesh piece by piece, and ensure he does not die easily. Fian nodded joyfully. Li Ming was baffled by her exuberance. Was she inherently bloodthirsty? Long Kai promptly retrieved rope to bind the yellow-haired man, preventing any attempt at self-harm. She stuffed a rag into his mouth to hinder him from biting his tongue in despair. You think I cannot handle you? Fian inflicted 10 precise cuts on his thigh. Li Ming inquired again, so, will you speak now? Li Ming gave a thumbs up. Well done. You are a true man. Fian proceeded to cut into his other thigh, delivering another 10 strikes. The yellow-haired man, drenched in sweat, wept profusely from the pain. Li Ming asked once more, will you speak now? The yellow-haired man writhed in agony, emitting muffled sounds. Li Ming regarded him with admiration. Hey, you truly are a tough guy. This is quite entertaining. At that moment, Chun Shanshan approached Li Ming, whispering, Minggu, is it possible he cannot speak because his mouth is obstructed? Li Ming shot Long Kui a guilty glance. Look what you have done. The crowd suddenly bore expressions of dread. You were the one who did this. The yellow-haired man, unable to contain himself, blurted out, 903. In the master wardrobe of room 903 in building 7. Please, no more cutting. Li Ming grinat. You should have said so earlier. He then aimed the handgun at the yellow-haired man's head. Chun Shanshan instinctively covered Li Ming's ears. Bang. Chapter 47. The Educated Ye Jiechi. What is this Li Ming playing at? The yellow-haired man has confessed, yet he still resorts to violence. Is he unwell? Some individuals thrive on asserting their presence through such methods. Earlier, when Zheng Haonan arrived, he cowered behind several women like a quail. Now, faced with a defenseless yellow-haired man, he revels in the violence. These people seem to have forgotten how many lives the yellow-haired man had extinguished, how many women he had violated, and how much he had plundered in the days prior. Can one truly lay down their weapons and achieve enlightenment? Absurd. Fian and Long Kai must be blind to trust such a man. Li Ming is undoubtedly the foremost leech in our community, and he dares to act tough. It brings shame upon us men. Li Ming utilized Fian's account to release a video in the group chat. In the video, he wore a mischievous grin and said, thank you to all the benefactors. Please prepare the items you have lost. I shall collect them at my convenience. You all know my address, and it would be splendid if you could deliver them personally. Boom. The group erupted once more. What the hell? This sheep counting expert is actually Li Ming? How does the group leader manage things, allowing Li Ming to join? Group leader, I am innocent. I had no idea this WeChat account belonged to Li Ming. It clearly indicated a female profile. Oh no, we just spoke ill of him in the group. Will he hold a grudge? I've heard he is particularly petty. Please, just a leech. Without Fian or Long Kai, he is nothing. Do not fear. Can he truly harm us? He is not Zheng Haonan. Why should we be afraid? I protest. This is a black whistle, an insider trading scandal. Li Ming has known Fian and Long Kui's capabilities all along, which is why he dared to gamble against us all. I protest. Li Ming paid no heed to the insults and protests in the group, having already arrived with Fian at room 903. The door had been forcibly breached by Zheng Haonan's thugs, allowing them to enter the premises effortlessly. Upon entry, they were met with the lifeless body of a young boy, approximately 10 years old, already frozen and rigid. There were no signs of decay. His complexion was purplish, and his eyes were wide open, a haunting visage. Fian turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Being a woman, she was more sensitive and could not help but feel sorrow for the tragically deceased children. Following the yellow-haired man's instructions, Li Ming and Fian approached the wardrobe in the master bedroom. It seemed the occupant had heard movement outside. Mistaking it for the arrival of the bald man and the yellow-haired man, she began to kick and pound on the wardrobe, producing a series of thuds. Fian pulled open the wardrobe to reveal a young woman, bound at the hands and feet, her mouth taped shut. Li Ming scrutinized the disheveled university student before him, her face smeared with dirt and bearing signs of swelling, likely for being beaten by the bald man and the yellow-haired man. Her hair fell straight but was in utter disarray, and curled up, it was impossible to discern her figure. Ding! A blue system interface appeared above her head. Name, Ye Jiechi. Occupation, university student appearance. 90 points age, 19 physique, 90 points combat power, 5 overall score. 88 points, what a delightful surprise. A youthful and invincible university student? Li Ming was taken aback. Had he encountered such a woman under normal circumstances, he would have likely mistaken her for a madwoman. Fortunately, the system unveiled her hidden beauty. At that moment, Ye Jiechi gazed at Li Ming and Fian with fear, despair, and helplessness, tears welling in her eyes. Fian stepped forward, severing the ropes binding her hands and feet and tearing away the tape from her mouth. Freed, Ye Jiechi dare not move, trembling as she huddled in the corner of the wardrobe. Wah, who are you? Can you please let me go? I'm so scared and I'm so hungry. Li Ming spoke coldly. Rest assured, those who brought you here have been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Ye Jiechi slightly relaxed, her gaze gradually meeting Li Ming's. Cautiously she asked, the bald man and the yellow-haired man are really dead? Are you police? Have you come to rescue me? Do you have water or food? I'm so hungry and thirsty. Yi Jiechi looked at Li Ming with hopeful anticipation, yearning for someone to extricate her from this hell. Li Ming scoffed. What kind of world do you think it is outside? Don't delude yourself into thinking the police will come to save you. Yi Jiechi's clear eyes dimmed with disappointment, and she trembled as she asked warily, Then, who are you? What do you want? Li Ming, with a touch of pride, replied, Do you know what Bao Qi Bao he means? That is who I am. Yi Jiechi stared at Li Ming in confusion. Is Bao Qi Bao he your name? What a peculiar name. Li Ming was astonished that someone in this community was unaware of him, especially given that he had made quite an impression recently. Hua Fian interjected. You're not from our community? You aren't in our WeChat group, are you? Yi Jiechi nodded slightly and whispered, I do not reside in this community. I am here as a tutor. At the time of that torrential blood rain, I was assisting the child of this family with his summer homework. At that moment, the child's father had just left, and only my student, his mother, and I remained in the house. Initially, we were not overly anxious because Sister Zhang, the child's mother whom I affectionately call Sister Zhang, has a penchant for cooking and thus stockpiles an abundance of ingredients at home. Upon receiving the official notice, Sister Zhang immediately utilized all available resources to hoard a substantial amount of tap water. Originally, these supplies were sufficient for us to survive a month, allowing us to await official rescue with peace of mind. However, the announcement from the authorities disrupted everything. In a bid to prevent more individuals from becoming zombies, they absurdly legitimized murder. Indeed, after 2 days of waiting in relative safety, a bald, portly man and a person with a head full of yellow hair barged in. In a desperate attempt to survive, Sister Zhang willingly surrendered the hoarded food and water to them. Yet, these two brutes were not satisfied and turned their intentions towards Sister Zhang and me. We fought back, but the two beasts ended up killing Xiao Tian and claimed they would offer Sister Zhang to their leader. As for me, they did not wish to share me with their leader, so they hid me away, stating they would come for me when they had the chance. It was no wonder I had only seen a child's corpse upon entering. It was likely that his mother was in grave danger as well. Li Ming pondered. Little did he know that the greed and selfishness of the bald man and the yellow-haired individual inadvertently left him with a rare gem. However, the plan to acquire such an exquisite beauty must be expedited. As time progresses, more individuals like Yi Jiechi, who succumb to the collapse of order and morality, will become prevalent. This implies that the likelihood of finding a suitable exquisite beauty will diminish as time goes on. Li Ming gazed out at the pink snow, which had inundated even the second story of buildings. The once beautiful world had transformed into a veritable ruin, plagued by zombies. Li Ming calmly stated, We are not good people. If you wish for us to rescue you from here, you must accept our conditions. Chapter 48. Calm and collected ding. Task completion notification. 5th doubling achieved. After doubling, space, 32,000 cubic meters. All stored supplies have doubled. After doubling, physical attributes. Constitution, 160, strength, 256, speed, 224, agility, 192. Spirit, 192. Upon task completion, a special reward was granted. Awakening of A-level ability calm and collected upgradable. How to survive in this apocalyptic world. As university students, she still possessed some common sense. If Li Ming and his group were to leave, individuals like the bald man and the yellow-haired one, who eyed her body with predatory intent, would multiply. Rather than allowing those individuals to benefit, it would be wiser to agree to Li Ming's proposal now. Moreover, Li Ming appeared to be far more reasonable than those others. At the very least, he would not force her against her will. Additionally, he was quite handsome and possessed an impressive physique, though he lacked emotional depth. It had only been a week since the onset of the apocalypse, and the willingness of girls to offer themselves had significantly increased. She recalled the effort he had put into breaking down Hua Fian's psychological defenses. Eventually, they would all lose what they held dear. Was there any significance in holding on now? If this could secure water and food, the majority would undoubtedly be willing. After a cigarette, Li Ming checked the system rewards. A-level ability calm and collected. System. The ability calm and collected allows the host to maintain a state of calm over an extended period, reducing daily energy expenditure. In this state, the host's ability aura is suppressed to that of a B-level ability user, rendering it undetectable by external instruments. The host can dismiss the calm and collected state at will. Li Ming chuckled wryly at the seemingly useless ability. Suppressing his ability aura to B-level may allow for occasional deception, but it offered no enhancement in combat capability. The tactic of feigning weakness could only be employed once against the same foe. After that, everyone would be aware of his true strength, rendering further pretense pointless. System. The host can also utilize the ability calm and collected to enter an invisible state. In this state, the host's scent and aura are nullified, making it impossible for opponents to detect him, even if they possess abilities for detection. Stealth can last up to 2 hours, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Other abilities cannot be used while in the invisible state. Li Ming opened his mouth in astonishment. He could enter an invisible state, effectively becoming non-existent. More importantly, even those with specialized detection abilities would be unable to perceive him. This was absurdly incredible. This meant that in future encounters with any adversary, he could directly enter a state of invisibility. The instant he emerged from invisibility, he could unleash his thunderous abilities for a decisive strike against an unsuspecting enemy. Who could withstand such a silent and colorless ambush? Furthermore, when faced with formidable foes, he could simply retreat into invisibility with ease. This was undoubtedly an exceptional skill for stealthy assassination and escape. If only this ability had a greater impact before the apocalypse. Having comprehended the skill calm and collected, Li Ming continued to inspect the other stored supplies. The previously stored 800 cubic meters of water had now transformed into 800 cubic meters. With this quantity, the water consumed daily was hardly worth mentioning. So far, the reduction in Li Ming's space water supply had been less than 10 cubic meters. Instant noodles had also multiplied from 1,000 boxes to 16,000 boxes. With an abundance of superior food in his space, who would still wish to eat instant noodles? As of now, the consumption of instant noodles had been 0. Li Ming had not touched a single packet. The remaining 5 loyalty pills that Chun Shanshan had used had now increased to 10. As per routine, Li Ming took one of these 10 loyalty pills and handed it to Yi Jiechi. Yi Jiechi received the loyalty pill from Li Ming, uncertain of what it was. But feeling she had no grounds to refuse his offer, she obediently placed it in her mouth and swallowed. As her gaze grew increasingly fervent, Li Ming focused his thoughts, and his body instantly entered a stealth state. This will surely frighten those girls. Chapter 49. Truly a talent Huafian, Long Kai, Chun Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi finally gathered around a table for a game of mahjong. Li Ming stood alone before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the thick blanket of snow outside. Feeling exhausted, both physically and mentally, the blizzard had finally ceased, and the snow had accumulated to over 5 meters, burying the ground and the first 2 stories of buildings, including the zombies on the streets, who were also concealed beneath the heavy snow. Yet, this was precisely the most perilous situation. If one believed the zombies outside had perished from the cold and ventured out recklessly, their life would be in grave danger. The unseen threats were the true dangers. These zombies possessed extraordinary resistance to cold. They often lay in wait beneath the snow, ready to spring forth and tear apart any unsuspecting prey that came near. Suddenly, a crisp knocking sound resonated. Li Ming furrowed his brow. After yesterday's massacre, did someone dare to openly trouble them? The 4 players at the mahjong table paused their actions. But rather than appearing anxious, they seemed composed. They all turned to Li Ming by the window, anticipating his next command. Fian, why don't you go check who it is? Huafian walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Minggu, it's a tall, thin man wearing glasses. He looks rather weak. Alone? Yes, it seems to be just one person. Open the door and inquire about his purpose. If he comes seeking trouble, do not let him in. Huafian nodded slightly and opened the door. The man outside appeared gaunt, with a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly charm. Even though he was bundled in a thick down jacket, it was apparent that he possessed a tall and slender physique that conveyed a sense of frailty. Upon seeing Huafian step out, accompanied by the axe-wielding, his eyes immediately sparkled with admiration and reverence. Lady Valkyrie Huafian and Berserker, it is truly a delight to meet you. My name is Xiaoyu. Huafian regarded the disheveled, thin man with a puzzled expression. What do you want from us? Speaking of Valkyries and Berserkers, Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. That's just what I've dubbed you. Your performance in yesterday's battle was so impressive, it was as if characters had stepped right out of an anime. Lunk, growing impatient, barked, get to the point. The reprimand made Xiao visibly anxious as he stammered. I would like to propose a collaboration. May I speak with Mr. Li Ming? Li Ming emerged from the house, his tone cold. What makes you think we would want to collaborate with you? Upon seeing Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable surge of fear, causing him to tremble and take a few steps back, nearly losing his balance. It's not exactly a collaboration. I can provide you with the intelligence and services you need in exchange for a small amount of supplies. Xiaoyu hastily added, I'm quite frail and don't eat much. A pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water each day would suffice. Instant noodles and mineral water? Li Ming mused, recalling that his own supplies were still unopened. What makes you think you can earn those from us? With a nervous chuckle, Xiaoyu replied, I'm the one who created the group for yesterday's live stream and set up the surveillance. Li Ming scrutinized the frail man before him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. So it was you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on our door. When did you install those cameras? Feeling the chill of the smile, Xiao grew even more anxious, his voice trembling. I installed them a few days ago, but I swear the surveillance wasn't meant to spy on you. He continued hastily, I set up cameras not just on the 22nd floor, but throughout the entire 7-0 and even the whole community. However, the focus is primarily on 7-0. The other buildings have far less coverage. Li Ming stared at the frail man in astonishment. You managed to set up surveillance for an entire complex? Who are you? Curiosity piqued, Li Ming asked. Did you install these cameras before the apocalypse? Xiao Yu glanced at Li Ming nervously. No. I only started after Ganon and his gang began their raids. I set up the cameras to keep an eye on them. They are ruthless and armed. If no one stops them, it would only be a matter of time before they come for me. If I can't fight back, at least I can stay alert. I know exactly where to flee when they come, and I return once they're gone. There have been times when they left to raid others, and I even snuck into their home to steal supplies. But I was careful not to take too much for fear of being caught. Li Ming chuckled at Xiao Yu, recognizing his cunning. You really are quite the character, stealing from Gun's home when he wants tea around. You even know when he is home or not. Realization dawned on Li. So you have cameras in Gun's house too? When Lord Jin went to raid my supplies, you were immediately aware. No wonder the entire building knew about it before Danon had even set out. The live stream was arranged almost instantly. Xiao Yu offered an awkward smile. I just wanted to seize the chance to gather some supplies from the neighbors. Every drop counts. Indeed, he was a resourceful individual. Li Ming inquired further. So how do you collect this entrance fee of water from each neighbor? Xiao Yu's expression dimmed as he awkwardly replied. I simply knock on each door and ask. Leaving S mouth fell agape in disbelief. That's your brilliant plan? How many fees have you collected? Xiao Yu sheepishly shook his empty water bottle. Not a single drop. Bursting into laughter, Li Ming pointed at Xiao Yu, thoroughly entertained. They say the line between genius and fool is razor thin. Today, I've seen it firsthand. This Xiao Yu may be a technical prodigy, but he is a complete novice in social matters. After a fit of laughter, Li Bing resumed questioning. So why come to me now? Wouldn't it be better to just continue as you have? Xiao Yu cautiously glanced at Li. Yesterday during the live stream, my identity was exposed. Even if I didn't come looking for you today, you would eventually seek me out. By then, I may not have the opportunity. Furthermore, with Hanan eliminated, I have no means to gather supplies for survival. I doubt I can last a week. This Xiao was indeed perceptive. Li had been contemplating the necessity of finding him. Allowing someone who could silently monitor his front door without his notice to roam freely was a distinctly dangerous affair. Chapter 50. The hacker your surveillance setup is quite intriguing. I'm willing to buy it outright. Name your price. Li Ming stated earnestly. With these cameras, he could observe the movements of everyone in the building. It wasn't out of fear of their actions, but a mere desire to keep tabs on them. Xiao Yu hesitated, looking troubled as he stammered. Mr. Ling, I'm not looking for a one-time transaction. If you consider me as your employee, I would be at your service. A one-time deal wouldn't suffice. Supplies would eventually run out, and even if he received them, he might not be able to safeguard them. If he relinquished control of the surveillance, Xiao Yu would lose sight of the building's inhabitants. With his frail physique, he might not even be able to fend off a middle-aged woman, let alone protect any supplies received. Li Bing replied seriously, becoming my subordinate requires more than just these cameras. At that moment, Xiao Yu resembled an eager interviewee promoting himself. Mr. Li Ming, my role as a network engineer is merely a facade. I am also an exceptional hacker. Li Ming was taken back. A hacker? You? Xiao Yu nodded earnestly. Yes. My companions and I once hacked into the servers of the White House and remained undetected for 5 minutes. Given sufficient time, I could accomplish similar tasks independently. Mr. Li Ming, you understand how vital intelligence systems are. Accurate and timely information can often dictate the course of events. Accessing the majority of the city S, or even the nation S, secure networks is as simple as taking candy from a child for me. Should you employ me, I will dedicate all my skills and knowledge to serve you. Li Ming was well aware of the significance of intelligence systems. Otherwise, why would nations spare no expense to deploy spies for gathering information on their adversaries? The importance was self-evident. Li Ming once more scrutinized the frail, disheveled man before him. Impressive. You managed to breach the servers of the White House? Is he not undeniably a master-level hacker? If what Xiao Yu says is indeed true, Li Ming has truly stumbled upon a treasure. Noticing Li Ming's silence, Xiao Yu assumed that he still doubted his abilities. He promptly retrieved a computer he had prepared from his backpack and sat down on the floor to demonstrate. His fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, causing a flurry of green code to flicker across the screen. Li Ming and Huo Fian could not comprehend the intricacies, but watched Xiao Yu's actions in awe. As if he were performing a remarkable feat before long, Xiao Yu stood and presented the computer screen to Li Ming. Mr. Li, behold. This is the management system of the community, containing all the residents' information. Who resides in which unit is all laid bare within these records. He then opened another interface. This is the management system of Shi Maozi Shushu, where one can find detailed information about any individual within the city. He opened a specific page. Here is your personal information, Mr. Li Ming. Please verify its accuracy. Li Ming gazed at the displayed personal data, which clearly outlined all his details, including family members, household registration, and educational background. Excitedly, he inquired, can anyone access this information? Seeing Li Ming recognize his prowess, Xiao Yu smiled. As long as one is a citizen of Huagua and not classified as a top-secret individual, everyone can access it. Li Ming pondered whether Xiao Yu had exaggerated. Yet he acknowledged the latter's true capabilities. With a smile, he said to Huafian, "Please search him, if no dangerous items are found. Let him come to my home for further discussion." Standing at the door for quite some time in his home attire, Li Ming was nearly frozen. He also realized it was time to recruit 2 more male guards. Such tasks as body searches should not be assigned to the women around him. After all, there are distinctions between the genders. Having been thoroughly searched by Huafian, Xiaoyu followed Li Ming into the warmth of the house. It was incredibly cozy. Since the apocalypse, he had never experienced such a comfortable temperature. The fresh fruits and snacks on the table made him swallow hard, and his stomach growled audibly. Chen Shanshan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles, topped with a slice of luncheon meat and an egg. It was too extravagant. Xiaoyu initially thought it was Li Ming's lunch, but Chen Shanshan placed the bowl right in front of him. "Eat up. My subordinate shall never go hungry," Li Ming declared generously. "As long as you provide me with sufficient value, I assure you, you will enjoy the same privileges as them." Xiaoyu cautiously picked up the bowl of noodles. The aroma was irresistible. Seeing no one stopping him, he dared not let the noodles cool and devoured them voraciously. In less than 10 seconds, the entire bowl, broth included, was consumed. After finishing the noodles, Xiaoyu wiped his mouth with his sleeve and knelt before Li Ming, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "Thank you, boss. I thought I would never again enjoy a bowl of hot noodles in my lifetime. I shall dedicate myself to serving you. Whatever you command, I shall comply." It is often said that a person is like iron and a meal is like steel. One cannot maintain their pride after being starved for a week, let alone their dignity. Li Ming, slightly irritated, replied, "Once you are full, hurry up and get to work." He instructed Xiaoyu to project the surveillance footage of the entire community onto his 100-inch television screen. The 17-inch computer screen, filled with numerous tiny segments, was quite uncomfortable for Xiaoyu to manage. After a flurry of operations, Li Ming could clearly see every corner of the building on the massive screen. Even hearing the sounds from the scene, he gazed at the segmented footage and slowly inquired, "Have you been monitoring the surveillance? Do you know where Jing Haonan and Luo Zijun have gone?" Xiaoyu immediately switched to one of the feeds, revealing the location outside an elevator shaft on the 8th floor. After sustaining injuries, Zheng Haonan had taken refuge in this elevator room and had not yet emerged. It remained uncertain if he was still alive. Li Ming spoke gravely, sent his location to the group. Having killed so many, his enemies will naturally seek him out. Xiaoyu nodded, "Understood, boss." Then he switched the view to Zheng Haonan's residence. Luo Zijun was there. After their defeat, she hurried back to collect supplies from Zheng Haonan's home. However, she was not the only one who thought of those supplies. The moment Zheng Haonan's defeat was confirmed, others had rushed to the scene, leading to an encounter with Luo Zijun, resulting in her being captured. Everyone knew Luo Zijun was Zheng Haonan's girlfriend, and some who had lost family members to him were enraged, inflicting punishment upon her. Her condition was dire. Hearing of her plight brought a sense of satisfaction to Li Ming. The surveillance footage revealed over 10 corpses sprawled across the floor of Zheng Haonan's home, clearly indicating a fierce struggle for the supplies he had left behind. Though the chaos had subsided, those who survived bore the marks of battle. At that moment, Luo Zijun was bound to a chair, looking as wretched as a plucked chicken, battered and bruised. "Brother, please, don't hit me anymore. I truly am Li Ming's girlfriend. Can you let me call him?" The lead man disdainfully replied, "If you are Li Ming's girlfriend, then I am the emperor of the bath." After Xiaoyu sent Zheng Haonan's hiding place to the group, it was not long before 5 middle-aged women armed with kitchen knives appeared before the elevator shaft on the 8th floor. One of the women clasped her hands in prayer and fervently addressed the heavens. "Husband, son, I shall avenge you by slaying this beast. Once I have avenged you, I will reunite with you immediately. Our family shall be together forever." The other 4 women mirrored her actions before they fiercely flung open the elevator door and charged inside. Moments later, each of the 5 women emerged, clutching freshly severed pieces of meat. In Li Ming's mind, Zheng Haonan was akin to an annoying mosquito buzzing against his skin. A single slap would suffice to eliminate him without any sensation. Li Ming continued to switch the surveillance feeds, most of which revealed empty hallways devoid of even a fly. In the biting cold, with scarce food and water, who would venture outside to waste their energy? It was only when the footage switched to the underground parking garage that Li Ming discovered over 10 individuals engaged in combat with zombies. These individuals were well trained, forming teams of 3, exhibiting remarkable coordination among themselves. The zombies lunging at them were swiftly dispatched through their collaborative efforts. One man, clad in a military green coat, displayed a ferocity and precision in his movements that reminded Li Ming of his own desperate struggles for survival against the undead in a previous life. Intrigued, Li Ming inquired Xiaoyu, "Who is that man? He is remarkably fierce." Xiaoyu quickly checked the computer records. His name is Zhang Kai, a retired veteran, once the security captain of Huatang Security Company prior to the apocalypse. He currently resides in Building 11, which is the most orderly building in the entire community. The day after the official announcement, Zhang Kai swiftly extinguished the criminal atmosphere surrounding Building 11 with a decisive force. From that moment onward, he became the dominant figure of Building 11, which, under his management, remained orderly and was the only building that did not experience any riots. To procure supplies, he organized the able-bodied men of Building 11 daily to search for resources in the underground garage. Li Ming suddenly understood why all the car trunks near Building 11 had been pried open. In the brief time that Xiao Yu was introducing him, Zhang Kai had already successfully slain 2 zombies and pried open the trunk of a sedan with his large knife. A flicker of a smile crossed Zhang Kai's stern face as he gazed upon the supplies in the trunk. What good fortune! This trunk contains 3 cases of bottled water. We have found a total of 10 cases today, which should suffice for now. Brothers, let us hurry and move this water. Our noise is too great and will soon attract more zombies. We must retreat quickly. 3 men promptly lifted the bottled water from the trunk, preparing to leave. Just as the group was celebrating their fruitful haul, a zombie suddenly leaped out from beneath the car, sinking its sharp teeth into one man's neck. "Xiaoge!" The group exclaimed in shock, grabbing their weapons and striking the zombie's head in a frenzied assault. Only when the zombie's head was completely destroyed did it release its grip on the man. After dispatching the creature, everyone rushed to check on the injured Xiaoge. "Everyone, disperse. Have you all forgotten our discipline?" Zhang Kai's cold, stern voice thundered. "If a teammate is bitten or infected by a zombie, we must distance ourselves immediately. How can you forget this?" Upon hearing Zhang Kai's serious reprimand, the crowd retreated, maintaining a distance of nearly 10 meters from Xiaoge. "Damn it, how could this happen? Is there truly no saving Xiaoge?" One voice lamented. "Don't be foolish. How many brothers have we lost already? Have you ever seen anyone saved? Xiaoge is beyond help. In less than 10 minutes, he will become a zombie. While he still has his senses, let's bid him farewell." With a grave expression, Zhang Kai approached Xiaoge, gripping his large knife with a heavy heart. "Xiao Qiu, do you have any last words?" At that moment, Qiu Ji's face was marred with blood vessels, his pupils dilated, and his teeth becoming sharp and jagged. He bore an expression of extreme agony, yet fought to maintain control. "Kai, brother Kai, please take care of my mother. Once I'm gone, she will be left all alone," he pleaded. Zhang Kai's deep, resonant voice replied, "Rest assured. Xiao Qiu, as long as I have food, she will never go hungry." Xiaoge managed a calm smile. "Thank you. Do it. I do not wish to become that monster and harm everyone." With a swift motion, Zhang Kai raised his knife and brought it down. The blade met flesh with a sickening sound as Qiuge's head fell, dark blood spilling forth. Watching the scene unfold on the monitor, Li Ming could not help but marvel at Zhang Kai's decisiveness. He acted without hesitation, for any delay could spell danger for all. In this post-apocalyptic world, the greatest liability was sentimentality. Li Ming continued to switch through the surveillance feeds on the LCD screen and, without turning back, inquired of Xiao Yu. "What do you know about the situation in the other buildings?" Xiao Yu examined the data he had recently compiled. Aside from Building 11, all other buildings have descended into chaos. Currently, only Buildings 1, 3, and 9 have formidable factions like Zhenghao NS. He continued, however, these factions are insignificant compared to Valkyrie Huafian and Berserker Longkai. The conditions in buildings without such strong factions were even more dire, as they were filled with multiple weak groups vying against each other. In their desperate attempts to seize all resources within the buildings, these groups ruthlessly robbed defenseless residents. Frequent brawls among these factions resulted in heavy casualties. Li Ming was indifferent to the lives and deaths of these individuals. They posed no threat to his safety. As for Building 3, Li Ming recalled that the system had detected Ji Yun, who met the criteria, still residing there. Ever since he had responded to her message, she had gone silent. Had she fallen victim to the bullies of Building 3? His space currently held 32,000 cubic units of resources, indicating that Ji Yun was worth the same amount, alongside the system's rewards. This was immensely appealing to Li Ming. If the thugs in Building 3 dared to lay a hand on Ji Yun, he would not hesitate to eliminate everyone in that building. Li Ming switched the surveillance to the floor where Ji Yun's apartment was located. The screen revealed the hallway outside room 2803 in Building 3. He noticed several individuals sneaking into Ji Yun's home, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "Who are these people?" Li Ming asked Xiao Yu in a low voice. "Is there any way to ascertain the situation inside the house?" "Absolutely," Xiao Yu responded without hesitation. "Give me 2 minutes." As soon as he spoke, Xiao Yu began typing furiously on his computer. Li Ming was unsure how Xiao Yu would manage to uncover the interior conditions without cameras, but seeing his confident demeanor, he refrained from questioning further. Gradually, the large LCD screen began to display a series of blurred images and chaotic sounds. With Xiao Yu's adjustments, these indistinct images coalesced into a clear picture, allowing them to hear the conversations within the house distinctly. Li Ming's expression shifted to one of surprise as he curiously asked, "How did you accomplish this? Did you install a camera in her home in such a short time?" Xiao Yu adjusted his glasses with pride. "That would be impossible. Installing cameras is no simple task. I hacked into the phones, computers, and other devices of everyone in the house, controlling the cameras. Each camera has a unique angle, and by reassembling the footage from all the devices, I was able to create a complete image. As for the audio, that was easier. I simply selected the clearest sound from the best mobile devices. Chapter 52. All conspiracies are paper tigers. Through Xiao Yu's meticulous setup, Li Ming could clearly see the entirety of Ji Yun's home in the surveillance feed, even hearing every sound within. In room 2803 of Building 3, 5 individuals sat around a round table measuring 1.5 meters in diameter. Based on their external characteristics, Xiao Yu quickly identified their true identities. Among them, a middle-aged couple dressed in black down jackets, sitting closely together, were Ji Yun's parents, Ji Guohua and He Jinhua. Not far from them sat a young man in a colorful down jacket, dyed hair, Ji Yun's younger brother, Ji Xiaoqiang. Opposite these three was a middle-aged man in a mink coat adorned with a thick gold chain, the leader of Building 3, Feng Su. Before the apocalypse, Feng Su ran the largest slaughterhouse in Tianhai City and was known for his cruelty, having spent years in prison for violence. The last individual, wearing black frame glasses and featuring sharp facial contours, was Lin Ye, the leader of a small group in Building 4. Before the end of the world, Lin Ye operated a pet hospital nearby and was notorious for his expertise in poisons, earning him the moniker Deadly Poison Master. Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment. How could someone from Building 4 be in Building 3? Aren't they afraid of the zombies in the basement? Xiao Yushuan swiftly retrieved the structural blueprint of the entire residential complex from the computer, presenting it before Li Ming. The geographical positioning of Building 3 and Building 4 was rather peculiar, as the distance between the two doors of the basement was exceedingly short. With sufficient speed, one could easily evade the zombies lurking in the basement and traverse between the two buildings. In the past, while delivering parcels at Binjiang, Yihao residential area, Li Ming had never ventured into the underground parking garage and was completely oblivious to its location. On the surveillance screen, He Jinhua's sharp and acerbic visage radiated excitement as she greedily inquired, Boss Feng, Boss Lin, I don't mean to cast doubt upon your capabilities, but do you truly have confidence in capturing Li Ming alive? You all watched yesterday's live stream, right? Those two women by his side are no ordinary characters. They dispatched so many without a flicker of hesitation. Moreover, Zheng Haonan's handgun has fallen into Li Ming's possession. Li Ming, observing the surveillance, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Initially, he merely wished to ascertain what these individuals were clandestinely scheming. Yet he found himself at the center of their machinations. They were conspiring to capture him alive. How amusing. The women behind him emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent upon hearing the dialogue from the surveillance. Ming Ye. These people actually intend to capture you alive. Should I go and eliminate them all right now? Li Ming remained composed, as if this affair bore no significance to him. They were merely ants. There was no need for such agitation. Wiping them out was but a matter of moments. Rather than hastily extinguishing them, he was more intrigued by the methods they would employ to ensnare him. On the surveillance, Feng Su snorted disdainfully before drawing 2 handguns from his waist, scoffing. It's just a handgun. Who doesn't have one? Witnessing the guns in Feng Su's hands, everyone's expressions morphed into shock, even revealing signs of fear. However, this soon transitioned into surprise and excitement. At least in the endeavor of capturing Li Ming, Feng Su could be considered a reliable ally. The greater the strength of an ally, the higher the probability of success in this undertaking. Ji Xiaoqiang immediately approached Feng Su with a flattering demeanor, rubbing his hands together, and said, Brother Feng, you truly are the most formidable person in Building 3. Once you make a move, capturing Li Ming will be a piece of cake. Only a man like you deserves to be my brother-in-law. Rest assured, once we secure Li Ming's supplies, I will certainly persuade my sister to be with you. Feng Su, satisfied, gently patted Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder and continued. The prowess of Huafian and Long Kai cannot be underestimated. Zheng Haonan met his demise due to underestimating their capabilities. However, it is fortunate that Zheng Haonan sacrificed himself to reveal their strength to us. If we can successfully subdue these two, the soft-handed Li Ming behind them will pose no threat. Ji Xiaoqiang scoffed derisively. What if they are formidable? They are just 2 women, Brother Feng and Brother Lin. Do you not have over 50 men? 50 against 2. What is there to fear? Moreover, Brother Feng has a gun. In my view, once those 2 ladies witness the might of our 2 leaders, they will undoubtedly abandon that soft-footed Li Ming and come crying to your side. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Lin Guojin rose slowly, saying, I wonder what Li Ming has done to them. They seem particularly loyal and obedient to him. Therefore, we must tread carefully to avoid ending up like Zheng Haonan. Feng Su carefully wiped his handgun, speaking cautiously thus. We must utilize Li Ming's visit to Ji Yun's home as an opportunity to set traps around the vicinity, ensuring absolute success. I have this. Lin Guojin produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to He Jinhua. This vial contains a potent sedative. Even an elephant would lose consciousness with just a drop. When Li Ming and his group arrive, you are to warmly welcome them and ensure they all consume this sedative. If you can trick him into drinking it, we will save ourselves considerable effort. He Jinhua received the sedative from Lin Ye and asked, what if they refuse to drink? Lin Ye grinned cunningly. If they do not drink, we shall release the prearranged mist. While the effect of the mist is not as potent as consuming the sedative directly, inhaling even a small amount will render the body weak and powerless. Huafian and Long Kui will also lose their ability to resist entirely. Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Lin, are you suggesting that Huafian and Long Kai will be utterly incapable of resistance, but still retain awareness? Lin Guojin nodded slightly. Ji Xiaoqiang immediately exclaimed with glee, that is splendid. Without the ability to resist, yet retaining consciousness, we can have our way with them. Ji Guohua instantly grasped his son's intentions, his expression transforming into one of exhilaration. Son, they just happen to be two. We could perfectly execute a mixed assault, haha. Beside them, He Jinhua's face darkened as she seized Ji Guohua's ear. Mixed assault? Do you wish for me to perish? Have you been secretly hoping for my demise? Stop joking. Let me go, it hurts. Ji Guohua cried out in terror. Enough. You all be quiet and let us finish discussing the matter at hand. Feng Su snapped at them, then continued, to ensure absolute success, we will also set various traps within your home. Once they enter, you will guide them to sit in the trap-laden spots. Simultaneously, all of our over 50 brothers will lie in wait around the house. At a single command, we will all surge forward. No matter how formidable Huafian and Long Kui may be, I refuse to believe they can take down all 50 of us. We have established 4 defensive lines. I am confident that Li Ming and his group will find it impossible to flee this time. Laughter once again filled the round table. In room 2202 of Building 7, after Feng Su and Lin Guojin had laid bare their plan to capture Li Ming, Long Kui lamented, sedatives, mist, traps, ambushes. These scoundrels are truly going to great lengths to capture our Ming Ge. Huafian, Long Kui, and Chen Shanshan were all eager to act. As soon as Li Ming gave the command, they would rush to Ji Yun's home and eliminate all those conspiring against them. Only the newly joined Yi Jiaqin wore a worried expression, although she had consumed the chocolate-like black pill Li Ming had given her, significantly enhancing her strength, and even her speed and reflexes. She remained unaware of Li Ming's true prowess due to her lack of combat experience. Yi Jiaqin anxiously said, Minggu, these individuals are beasts in human form, and they are numerous and well-prepared. Should we not avoid provoking them? Li Ming calmly patted Yi Jiaqin's head. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues are but paper tigers. Chapter 53. Everything is under control in room 2803 of Building 3. After Feng Su and Lin Guojin had just departed from Ji Yun's home, she emerged with an icy demeanor. Your actions are simply inviting disaster. Are you not aware? If Li Ming can keep the formidable Huafian and Long Kui firmly in check, do you truly believe he is an easy target? His true strength may even surpass that of Huafian and Long Kui. If he discovers that you have colluded with Feng Su and Lin Guojin to deceive him, would he let you off easily, even if you were to successfully capture Li Ming and seize his supplies? How can you be certain that Feng Su would hand over those supplies without hesitation? If I were Feng Su, once successful, I would undoubtedly eliminate you like a dog. Certainly, I myself would not have a favorable outcome, merely subjected to their alternating whims. Ji Yun's tone was strikingly indifferent, so much so that it seemed as if the matter she spoke of bore no relation to her. Ji Xiaoqiang wore a look of disdain. He could hardly tolerate Ji Yun's lofty demeanor, as if she regarded him perpetually as if he were mentally deficient. Does the world revolve around you, the esteemed lawyer Ji? Let me assure you, we are bound to prevail this time. As Ji Xiaoqiang spoke, he sauntered over to the spot where Feng Su had just been seated. Seizing the remaining half bottle of mineral water, disregarding any hygiene concerns, and poured it into his mouth, as long as it did not transform him into a zombie. That sufficed. This mineral water was all brought by Feng Su, as the Ji family's water supply had long been monopolized by He Jinhua. Each person was allotted a fixed amount daily. Did you think my parents and I had not considered what you just said? We had analyzed this situation long ago. I have already inquired about Li Ming. He never initiates violence unless threatened, like Zheng Haonan. Moreover, even if he were to triumph, eliminating both Feng Su and Lin Guojin, he would undoubtedly hesitate to act against me. Why, you ask? Because I am your dear younger brother. As long as you are on good terms with him, I become his brother-in-law. Do you believe I could slap him and he would dare utter a word? However, I do not believe that Li Ming possesses such capability. If he did, he would have gone on a rampage throughout the entire neighborhood. At that time, he could have his pick of women. Similarly, if Feng Su were to win, as long as you are on amicable terms with him, I remain his brother-in-law. What kind of world would allow a brother-in-law to go hungry, let alone be slaughtered like a dog? By then, with Feng Su as my brother-in-law, I would stride through Building 3 and indeed the entire neighborhood with aplomb. The thought of those unfortunate women awaiting my rescue stirs my heart. He Jinhua gazed at Ji Xiaoqiang with a benevolent smile. her eyes brimming with affection and pride. Our darling is truly clever. What is Li Ming after all? And Feng Su? They are but puppets in our darling's hands. Regardless of who ultimately prevails between them, once your sister is married off, we shall be the mother-in-law and brother-in-law. At that time, women like Huafian and Long Kai would be clamoring to be our darling's partners. However, do refrain from overexerting yourself. Too much of that could deplete one's essence. Ji Yun shook her head helplessly, letting out a cold snort. Ha! I thought your surefire methods were exceptionally astute, yet it turns out you merely intend to sell me off to those men. This mother and brother of hers had naturally drained her of her vitality before the apocalypse. With the advent of the apocalypse, they would only resort to selling her off to procure supplies. Having lived under He Jinhua's protection, Ji Xiaoqiang had never encountered the harsh realities of society. Who cares about morality when faced with absolute profit and power? Even one's own parents could be slain, let alone the brother-in-law and mother-in-law wandering the streets. He Jinhua regarded Ji Yun, her eyes devoid of the earlier kindness, and venomously remarked, "How dare you speak of your brother like that? His actions are for your own good. If I do not find you a formidable man, do you think you could survive in this apocalypse on your own?" Truly, a dog-biting Lu Dongbin fails to recognize a good-hearted person. Raising a dog is far more worthwhile than raising you, the ingrate. Ji Yun seemed all too accustomed to He Jinhua's unfounded vitriol and was disinclined to engage in further debate. She had long seen through the character of her parents and brother, and her heart held no hope for these so-called family members. No matter to whom they ultimately sell her, she is indifferent, for she has resolved that should anyone force her into actions against her will, she would take her own life, thus returning this life to her unfeeling parents. Ji Yun's hands tightly clutched the fruit knife she had prepared in her pocket. After leaving Ji Yun's home, Feng Su and Lin Guojin parted ways in the corridor, each commencing preparations to capture Li Ming alive. Just as Lin Guojin departed, Feng Su's subordinate, Sun Jiao, approached him, speaking in a grave tone. "Boss, do you truly intend to split those supplies evenly with the two families? I fear the brothers may not acquiesce." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiao on the head, revealing an evil grin. "Haha, split evenly? Am I the sort to share the meat already in my mouth? They are merely my pawns, and even more so, my prey. Haha." Once accomplished, the Su family of 3 can be swiftly eliminated and discarded to feed the zombies. That Ji Yun is indeed a rare beauty. Tell the brothers that I shall not keep her to myself. Once I have had my fill, she shall belong to all of us. Upon hearing that they could toy with the stunning Ji Yun, Sun Jiao instantly became excited. Although they had captured numerous women during this time, none from Building 3 could compare. In the entire building, only this older single woman Ji Yun could be deemed a true beauty, were it not for her remaining utility. Feng Su would have long since stormed into Ji Yun's home and assaulted her. "Thank you, boss. The brothers will certainly give it their all. However, boss, why involve Lin Guojin's group? They're not as easily placated as the Ji family trio, and if we fail to secure the supplies, I fear they may not let it go easily." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiao's head again, clearly irritated. "After being with me for so long, why are you still not clever? That Lin Guojin is indeed skilled with poison. If he can successfully incapacitate Li Ming and his group, the whole process will proceed much more smoothly. You have seen the combat capabilities of Huafian and Long Kai. If things go awry, someone needs to hold them back, right? Lin Guojin's crew makes for excellent cannon fodder, which will also reduce our brothers' casualties. Once accomplished, would those 10 or so dare to negotiate with us? I could easily wipe them out." Just returning to Building 4, Lin Guojin reassured his 3 most capable brothers, 3 massive and fierce wolfhounds. Lin Guojin's girlfriend, Ai Wei, bashfully nestled against him, expressing her concerns. "Guojin, can we truly trust Feng Su? He does not strike me as a good person." Lin Guojin tossed a barely breathing man into the dog cage, watching as the 3 wolfhounds violently tore into him until he was utterly lifeless. "In this apocalypse, no one is more reliable than my 3 brothers, including you." Ai Wei playfully pounded Lin Guojin's chest a few times. "If Feng Su and his crew are untrustworthy, why then do you collaborate with them? They are not kind-hearted souls." Lin Guojin's eyes gleamed with malice. The one I just tossed into the dog cage was also a thoroughly wicked individual, was he not? Ultimately, I used him to feed the dogs. Am I not aware of Feng Su's intentions? He merely seeks to use us as cannon fodder, even if we obtain the supplies. They would not part with a grain of rice or a drop of water. While he views me as prey, am I not also regarding him as prey? If I seize this opportunity to bring him down, along with the supplies in Li Ming's hands, I could become the ultimate power broker between Buildings 3 and 4. Perhaps even the strongest ruler in the entire community. Great risks often herald great rewards. He is already eager to claim all that Feng Su possesses. Observing the gruesome sight of the 3 wolfhounds ravenously devouring entrails, Lin Guojin's smile grew ever more sinister. Chapter 54, Subduing Xiaoyu. Early on, Xiaoyu, through his exceptional technical skills, successfully hacked into their phones, rendering their every word and action known to Li Ming. Li Ming was not the slightest bit surprised by the thoughts and actions of these individuals. In the apocalypse, such schemes, mutual exploitation, and betrayals are commonplace. The relationship between hunter and prey often exists simultaneously. Those with capability yearn to acquire more resources through such means to ensure survival. However, they have chosen the wrong target this time. Li Ming is completely unconcerned with the schemes of Feng Su and Lin Ye regarding their machinations as mere entertainment. Not only are their every move under Li Ming's watchful eye, but even an ambush in a state of unpreparedness would hardly cause him any alarm. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and stratagems are rendered futile and devoid of significance. Li Ming's gaze fell upon the disheveled Xiao Yu standing beside him, who appeared innocuous. Compared to the insignificant Feng Su and Lin Ye, this man, who once infiltrated the servers of the White House, piqued Li Ming's interest. Although uncertain whether Xiao Yu was embellishing the truth, his ability to breach all devices in the vicinity within such a short span indicated a substantial degree of credibility in his claims. Even though the security level of Feng Su and others' phones pales in comparison to that of the White House, it nonetheless demonstrates that Xiao Yu possesses the capability to monitor everyone in the community, including himself. Li Ming had no desire to be constantly surveilled. Xiao Yu must either become wholly devoted to him or be utterly destroyed. Feeling the intensity of Li Ming's penetrating gaze, Xiao Yu involuntarily shivered. His greatest fear before arriving was that Li Ming might suspect him of having previously surveilled him using this technology. Although he had never monitored Li Ming's every move, he could not prove his innocence at this moment. With a mix of respect and trepidation, Xiao Yu exclaimed, "Boss, you must believe me. I have never surveilled your phone or any devices around you. Neither in the past, nor will I in the future." Li Ming did not trust a single word of Xiao Yu's declaration. This meticulous individual had monitored Zheng Haonan and even the entire community. Would he truly overlook himself? However, such concerns were not on Li Ming's mind. What mattered was whether Xiao Yu could be of use to him. Li Ming smirked slightly, revealing a cryptic smile, and asked, "Do you prefer men or women?" Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. One odd question. Of course, he favored women, as evidenced by the 2 terabytes of videos hidden in his computer. His right hand, which had accompanied him for over 20 years, could also attest to that. Yet, sensing Li Ming's frivolous gaze, he instinctively stepped back, adjusting his clothing nervously. "Boss, I'm only selling my skills. I would never sell my virtue." "Who wants your virtue? I am merely asking if you prefer men or women." Li Ming replied, curtly. "I certainly like women, so I would never sell my virtue." Xiao Yu stammered, unable to meet Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming covered his eyes and shook his head, realizing that Xiao Yu had misunderstood something. Since he favored women, there should be no problem. He then retrieved a loyalty pill from his space. This was the first time he would use such a pill on a man, and he was uncertain how it would affect him. He hoped it would not be like the fervent gazes of Huafian and the others. For if a man were to fixate on him with such intensity, he would rather eliminate Xiao Yu. He could not bear the thought of a man constantly gazing at him with such fervor. Li Ming tossed the loyalty pill to Xiao Yu. "You have 2 choices. Either consume this pill and become my subordinate, or die." Xiao Yu caught the pill, resembling a chocolate candy, unsure if it was poison. He was locked in a fierce internal struggle between eating it or not, when Huafian's sweet voice rang out from behind. "Don't worry, this is a great tonic. Only those recognized by our Minggu are qualified to consume it. If Minggu wanted to kill you, it would be a mere gesture. No need for such trouble." Xiao Yu sighed. Indeed, if Li Ming wished to kill him, there would be no need for such underhanded means. With the skills of Huafian and Long Kai, a simple cut on his neck would suffice to end his life. Although uncertain about the effects of the pill, Li Ming had stated that consuming it would make him his subordinate. He had come here to demonstrate his abilities with this very purpose in mind. Despite his capacity to monitor the community's activities, with his frail physique, he could not even contend with a fierce woman, making it exceedingly difficult to procure resources alone. Moreover, the supplies in the community were finite and would eventually run out. Only by closely aligning himself with a powerful figure could he hope to survive. Li Ming's team presented a splendid opportunity. With this thought, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated and swallowed the loyalty pill. In the next moment, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him, a sensation he had never experienced before. At that moment, he felt as though he could rival tigers and lions. It was an exhilarating feeling. Simultaneously, Li Ming's image transformed in his mind, becoming majestic, noble, and radiant, emanating an aura of authority that could not be challenged. Deeply captivated by Li Ming's brilliance and imposing presence, Xiao Yu humbly knelt before him on one knee. "I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord, to serve and obey your commands, even unto death." Li Ming sighed in relief, realizing that a man's reaction to the loyalty pill indeed differed from a woman's. Had Xiao Yu reacted like Huafian and the others, Li Ming would have mercilessly ended his life. With the loyalty pill consumed, Xiao Yu could no longer utter a single lie before Li Ming. Li Ming asked in a low voice, Is it true that you hacked into the servers of the White House? Xiao Yu did not dare to raise his head, cautiously replying, "Yes, my lord. It is absolutely true. In the global rankings of top hackers, my skills are among the top 3. Li Ming revealed a satisfied smile, pleasantly surprised to discover such a formidable talent hidden within this community. What a fortunate find. In the future, if anyone sought to harm him, acquiring intelligence on them would be significantly easier. Yet, it was unexpected that a technical genius like Xiao Yu could not escape the fate of being a 996 worker in Huagua. Li Ming continued to question Xiao Yu. You have truly never tampered with our devices? Xiao Yu trembled slightly, shifting from a kneeling position to a full prostration. My lord, I deserve death for my deceit. Since the advent of the apocalypse, I have monitored your every move. I even recorded videos of you and the sisters, storing them on my computer for future enjoyment. Huafian, Long Kai, Chun Shanshan, and Yi Jiaqing were instantly taken aback. The room erupted in a cacophony of outrage. With a loyalty pill enhancing Xiao Yu's physical attributes tenfold, he need not worry about sustaining any damage from their assault. Dream on. Dare to record my video? Let us see if I don't make you regret it. Long Qi raised her hand, preparing to strike. Xiao Yu cast a languid glance at Li Ming, saying, Master, I assure you that I have turned in all those videos. I would never dare to keep anything hidden. His gaze fell upon the array of ingredients in the pot, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Master, may I have just a sip of the soup? Just one sip. It appeared that even a loyal servant like him could not withstand the pangs of hunger. Eventually, Xiao Yu could no longer bear the torment of his cravings and implored himself for sustenance. Want a drink? Li Ming lifted the beef soup and poured it directly onto the ground. Go ahead. Xiao Yu understood this was his master's punishment without the slightest hesitation. He crawled to the floor, extending his tongue to lap up the spilled soup. The onlookers felt a sense of relief as they witnessed Xiao Yu licking the beef soup off the ground like a dog. Although they were all utterly loyal to Li Ming, they possessed 100% autonomous consciousness. None could accept being surveilled without their consent, let alone having been recorded. Had they not been serving Li Ming, they would never have so readily forgiven Xiao Yu. After the meal, Li Ming assigned Xiao Yu the task of overseeing the surveillance of the entire community, for he was indeed a technical expert in this regard. Xiao Yu was required to report the movements of everyone in the community to him daily. Should any emergencies arise, immediate notification to Li Ming was mandatory. He was not intimidated by ordinary groups like Feng Su and Lin Ye. Nearly 10 days into the apocalypse, out of Tianhai City's 20 million residents, at least 10 million have been infected by the zombie virus, turning into zombies. Even if the probability of an infected individual awakening special abilities was merely 1 in 10,000, the city likely already harbored around 1,000 individuals with abilities. It was even possible that someone with a system like his could emerge. After all, Li Ming had awakened this system merely a month after the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life. This indicated that there was always the potential for someone stronger than him to appear, perhaps even within the very community he inhabited. This reality compelled Li Ming to remain vigilant. Indeed, he needed to expedite the expansion of his female warrior contingent to fortify his strength. Ji Yun must be secured without delay. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Just from the sound, it was evident that those outside displayed a complete lack of manners. Li Ming furrowed his brow, wondering who dared to disturb him. Did they have a death wish? Xiao Yu promptly rose from the ground and opened the surveillance to ascertain the situation outside. The monitor revealed a group of 7 or 8 middle-aged women, led by Aunt Chung from the neighborhood committee. Behind them stood 3 young men, brandishing live-streaming equipment. Xiao Yu quickly checked his phone, and indeed, everything happening here was being broadcasted live to everyone's devices by those 3 young men. He turned cautiously to Li Ming and asked, Master, should we block their live stream? Li Ming smirked devilishly. No need. While I am uncertain of their intentions, let them continue. At that moment, Aunt Chen grew increasingly impatient, banging on the door and shouting, Li Ming, I know you're in there. Stop hiding and open the door. Li Ming scoffed. Hide? Why would he hide from a few old women? Bang, bang, bang. Another round of urgent knocks followed, and Li Ming was starting to lose his patience. He signaled for Huafian to open the door. As soon as it swung open, Aunt Cheng's voice came rushing in, aggressive and high-pitched. Are you all deaf? We've been knocking for so long. Do you want to freeze us to death out here? The other women echoed her sentiments, cursing and complaining. Exactly. Don't you know any manners? With so many of us outside, you should have opened the door right away. This is basic decency. They say delivery people are the lowest in society. What kind of upbringing could they possibly have? Just a mere delivery worker, hoarding supplies before the disaster. Acting all high and mighty. Who in this community, ISNT, worth over 10 million? The group of women, filled with indignation, attempted to push past Huafian and storm into Li Ming's home. However, despite Aunt Cheng's attempts to shove Huafian, she remained steadfast. Aunt Cheng's face darkened as she recalled that Huafian was a formidable woman, capable of easily dispatching men. But Aunt Cheng was undeterred by this so-called Valkyrie. She believed she was here on official business to reason with Li Ming. Besides, the three young men were broadcasting everything live to the community. Did Li Ming dare to act against her, an official representative, in front of everyone? With an air of confidence, Aunt Cheng glared at Huafian and arrogantly declared, "Step aside. I am here on official business to inform Li Ming of something very important." Bang! Long Kai slammed an axe down onto the ground with great force. The women's raucous chatter fell silent instantly. "Speak your piece outside. Whoever dares to step inside, I will strike without hesitation." Aunt Cheng, furious, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Who are you trying to intimidate? I am an official representative. If you dare to lay a hand on us, it is an outright defiance against the organization. Such actions will inevitably be punished by the organization." Though she spoke boldly, she instinctively took a couple steps back. She was genuinely afraid that Long Kai, the fierce woman, might actually take action. Yet, she also yearned desperately to enter Li Ming's warm abode, especially given the cold temperatures outside, which hovered around -10 degrees. Inside, however, the warmth was palpable, easily exceeding 20 degrees. The tantalizing aroma of beef hot pot wafted from Li Ming's home, causing her and the other women to salivate. Is that the scent of beef hot pot? My heavens! While the rest of the community suffers in the cold and hunger, they are enjoying such luxuries. It's so enticing. Once we get our hands on their supplies, I too want to savor a bowl of beef hot pot. Moreover, their home was far too warm. They were even wearing short-sleeved loungewear. How selfish could these people be, indulging in comfort while disregarding the plight of their neighbors? As the neighbors in the live stream heard the complaints from the women, they began to voice their criticisms. How can this person be so selfish? He hoarded so many supplies. What's wrong with sharing a bit with us? Exactly. We wouldn't even ask for it for free. We could buy from him at 100 times the price. He is just a delivery worker. He probably won't earn that much in his lifetime. Doesn't he understand the value of opportunity? They've already established he is just a delivery worker. How can he possibly have such a mindset? Does he think this disaster will last forever? Chapter 56. Do you have misunderstandings about me? Long Kai could no longer tolerate the ugly faces of the women and, filled with impatience, exclaimed, "What do you want? If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. Stop shouting in front of someone else's door." Seeing Long Kai's blatant disrespect, the women were instantly incensed, pointing fingers and berating her. "Hey, how dare you speak to your elders like that? Don't you know any manners?" Indeed, the company one keeps reflects their character. It's true that women around delivery workers lack decency. Exactly. Just a woman who trades her body for food. Long Kai, incensed, raised her axe, her gaze icy as she glared at the 7 women outside. At this moment, Li Ming slowly emerged from the house, standing at the entrance with his arms crossed and a devilishly charming smile gracing his face. "Pray tell, what brings you all here to seek me?" Aunt Cheng, upon seeing Li Ming, wore a mocking expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Ah, little Li, it's quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you. One might mistake you for a high-ranking official." The audacity! She immediately addressed Li Ming as Little Li, a term typically reserved for esteemed elders or superiors addressing their subordinates. This appellation effectively relegated Li Ming to the status of her junior or subordinate. While Aunt Cheng adopted an air of superiority, Li Ming, however, chose to ignore her, maintaining a calm gaze as he awaited further elaboration from Aunt Cheng. Noticing his lack of retort, Aunt Cheng continued with a self-satisfied expression. "It has been nearly 10 days since the disaster struck. In response to the spirit of mutual aid and solidarity, the community has decided to establish a disaster relief committee, with myself as the chairperson. My current position represents the authority of the organization, and should you choose to defy me, you would be opposing the organization itself, and I trust you comprehend the consequences. I hereby officially notify you that you must surrender all your accumulated supplies, which will be distributed uniformly by our committee. Rest assured, you shall receive double the rations compared to others daily. If you comply, I will personally advocate for your commendation to the organization once this calamity subsides. Furthermore, we require your residence, as many elderly residents are unable to endure this frigid cold. Your home must be relinquished for their use. You are all young and capable of withstanding the chill. We shall secure a more suitable accommodation for you." With a proud demeanor, Aunt Cheng concluded her speech, imparting a paternalistic reminder to Li Ming, as if she were a high-ranking official addressing the common folk. Inwardly, Aunt Cheng was elated. Soon, she would reside in this warm house, reveling in hot pot and humming a merry tune, a delightful thought. The idea of the Disaster Relief Committee was a spur-of-the-moment creation of hers, with the disaster having lingered for nearly 10 days without any official communication. She felt compelled to devise a means of self-preservation. Upon discovering Li Ming's true identity as a courier, she believed that leveraging her pre-apocalyptic status would easily enable her to dominate and torment him. After all, how could a common citizen like Li Ming, who occupied the lowest echelons of society, possibly oppose someone with a semblance of authority? Before the apocalypse, She was merely the neighborhood committee director, yet she could render these individuals utterly submissive. The onlookers murmured their disbelief at Aunt Cheng's audacity. Is she out of her mind? Demanding all of Li Ming's supplies, and even his home? If I were Li Ming, I would never comply. Will Aunt Cheng really distribute the supplies to us after seizing them from Li Ming? Huh, do you really believe that old hag? I guarantee that if she obtains Li Ming's supplies, half of it will line her own pockets. It's laughable. She self-appointed herself as the chair of the Disaster Management Committee. This is the first time I've seen someone so shamelessly promote themselves. Li Ming let out a cold laugh. And what if I refuse to comply? At that moment, a woman resembling the fiery grandma, Li stepped forward, shouting, "You dare defy us? What do you have to be arrogant about delivering packages? Do you want me to file a complaint against you?" Li Ming distinctly remembered this fierce woman. She was the nemesis of all couriers in the area, having lodged complaints against many, resulting in significant salary deductions for them. He had delivered packages to her a few times, each time facing refunds due to supposed damages. Consequently, he had endured several months of salary cuts. Li Ming chuckled, "But I haven't even delivered to you. What grounds do you have for a complaint?" Grandma Li's face turned crimson with rage as she pointed at Li Ming, shouting, "I don't care. I will complain about you. Complain all you want. It's of no concern to me," Li Ming replied with calm composure. Witnessing Li Ming remain unfazed by Grandma, Li's tirade only fueled Aunt Cheng's sense of triumph. Prior to this encounter, she had feared that Li Ming might react violently, as he had with Zheng Haonan's group. Thus, she had offered benefits to the three young men operating the live-streaming equipment, ensuring that the proceedings were broadcasted throughout the community. She was convinced that Li Ming would not dare harm a government official in plain view. Aunt Cheng understood that convincing Li Ming to willingly surrender all his supplies and his home was implausible. Her strategy was to initially demand an exorbitant amount and then gradually ease her terms, making it easier for Li Ming to accept and ultimately agree to part with some supplies. With a beaming smile, Aunt Cheng implored Li Ming, "Little Li, I understand that asking for all your supplies at once may be overwhelming. However, this is the organization's directive. If you cooperate, Aunt Cheng will request that you only surrender 70 of your supplies. As for your residence, a 3-bedroom apartment, we will leave one room for your use. And you need not relocate. You can all squeeze into one room. It will be cozier that way. After all, everyone else is doing the same. If you agree, we can finalize this arrangement." Aunt Cheng and her entourage of women beamed with delight, as if they were bestowing a monumental favor upon Li Ming, convinced that he would acquiesce to her terms. Li Ming scoffed, his anger manifesting as a sardonic laugh. "Ha, do you harbor some misapprehension about me? On what basis do you assume I am amenable to negotiation?" Aunt Cheng, expecting Li Ming to comply, now found herself flustered and shouted, "Li Ming, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Do you truly wish to oppose the organization? Let me make it clear. If you continue to resist, we have the authority to expel you from this community immediately." Huafian fixed a cold glare at Aunt Cheng and stated icily, "How absurd. The house was purchased with my own funds. What right do you have to evict us? You should take your leave while you still have a chance." Grandma Li, hands on her hips, menacingly stepped forward, asserting, "While the house may belong to you, this Li Ming has severely disrupted the harmony and safety of our community. Moreover, what right does a mere courier have to reside in the same neighborhood as us? Binjiang Yihao community is renowned as a prestigious area in Tianhai City, not a place for just anyone. Besides, we represent the authority of the organization. We possess the right to expel him." Chapter 57. A chance to practice your skills. Have they lost their minds? Contemplating the expulsion of Li Ming from the community? Aren't they afraid Huafian will take them all down? Huh, it's laughable. These old women believe that just by throwing tantrums, they can dictate terms. Li Ming might not dare to act against them. After all, that Aunt Cheng is indeed a public official, and killing her would differ fundamentally from dealing with Zheng Haonan's group. Public official? She's merely a neighborhood committee director, at best a civil servant. Li Ming, arms crossed and wearing a disarmingly innocent smile, calmly remarked, "Shan Shan, since you missed your chance to confront Zheng Haonan's group yesterday, perhaps these individuals can serve as practice for you." Practice? Does that mean we're to be treated like Zheng Haonan's group? The three young men operating the live-streaming equipment reacted much quicker than the old women. They seemed to sense that Li Ming's demeanor had shifted ominously, their hearts racing with fear. One of them hastily discarded the equipment, trembling as he spoke. "Li Ming, this has nothing to do with us. We merely accepted a small favor from Aunt Cheng. We are not accomplices." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly grabbed 2 other young men and urged them, "We must flee immediately. Do you intend to wait here for death? We have all been exploited by Cheng Dama." Witnessing the 3 abandon their live-streaming equipment and escape in haste, Cheng Dama could not help but curse, "You 3 cowards. Return my reward of 6 bottles of water and 6 packs of instant noodles." We agreed to continue the live stream until we were safely gone. These young people truly lack any integrity. Yet, the 3 young men had long vanished from sight. A nearby elderly woman seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and tugged at Chung Dama's clothing, saying, "President, perhaps we should leave as well. We can settle accounts once the organization arrives." At that moment, Chung Dama was filled with dread. Her greatest reliance lay in the live streaming of those young men. She had wagered that Li Ming would not dare to act against defenseless women in front of so many witnesses. However, to her dismay, the three had abandoned even their equipment and fled alone. As the president of the disaster relief committee she had established, she desperately sought to maintain her dignity. "Shall Li, I will give you one more day to ponder this. I hope you can come to a wise conclusion and avoid a dead end. This is truly a test from the organization, and I hope you seize this golden opportunity to contribute to the nation." The elderly woman who had earlier shouted about filing a complaint against Li Ming now spoke with a conciliatory tone. "Indeed, Li Ming, you must trust the organization and us. We are all acting in your best interest. Perhaps your noble actions will help the neighbors weather this crisis, and the organization might reward you with a position in the future. There is no need for anger. We are merely here to convey the organization's spirit, and we harbor no ill will toward you." Although the three young men had discarded the live streaming equipment and their images were no longer visible, the voices at the scene were crystal clear to all. "Wow, Jiang is indeed cunning. Even at this moment, she can utter such shameless words. Is Li Ming really going to act against them? They are utterly defenseless. This soft-hearted scoundrel, a demon, is capable of anything." Chung Dama is naive to think that establishing an official organization would intimidate Li Ming. In this day and age, no one is a fool. After trading a few sharp words, Chung Dama and her companions swiftly turned to escape. However, upon turning, they discovered that Chun Shanshan had appeared behind them, completely blocking their path of retreat. The elderly women trembled in fear at the sight of the two gleaming bone saws tightly gripped in Chun Shanshan's hands. These bone saws had been collected by Li Ming from a Walmart warehouse, and when given the opportunity to choose a weapon, Chun Shanshan had immediately selected these two sharp tools. Summoning her courage, Chung Dama glared at Chun Shanshan, who obstructed their escape route, and shouted, "What do you want? The entire community knows we are here. If anything happens to us, you won't escape punishment. Attacking national officials is a grave crime worthy of execution. I advise you to think carefully." Granny Li Hua, adjusting her ample bosom and stomping forward with her over 150-pound frame, declared, "What does a little brat with two knives think she can intimidate? I have seen far worse. Half of the bathhouses in Haishur City are mine, with my people on both sides of the law. If you had dared to speak to me like this before, you'd be 6 feet under." With an emotionless expression, Chun Shanshan swung her bone, saw it gently across Granny Li Hua's neck. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain. The cut was shallow and not immediately fatal, yet it severed the carotid artery, rendering Granny Li Hua incapacitated as she collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching her neck. Chung Dama and the remaining elderly women stared in horror at Granny Li Hua's fallen form, their hearts gripped by fear and panic. For a moment, they seemed to lose their ability to speak, eyes wide in shock as they fixated on the bleeding Granny Li Hua, unable to utter a sound. The blood flowed toward the abandoned camera, allowing all viewers of the live stream to witness the gruesome scene. Did Li Ming truly resort to violence? They are merely defenseless middle-aged women. How could he be so ruthless, akin to a demon? His actions against unarmed individuals bear no difference from Zheng Haonan's gang. We must preserve evidence and ensure this demon pays for his deeds. That's not true. Zheng Haonan and his group actively attacked and slaughtered community owners. If you leave Li Ming alone, he won't bother with you. Huh, well done. These old scoundrels deserve to die, under the guise of the community. Who doesn't realize they merely seek to seize Li Ming's resources? To even covet his property, how shameless. They deserve their fate. The elderly women behind Chung Dama snapped back to reality in their terror, now deeply regretting following Chung Dama's instigation to confront Li Ming. Chung Dama had repeatedly assured them that Li Ming would never dare to act against them, which gave them the courage to come along. Otherwise, even with 10 times their current bravery, they would not have dared. The elderly women immediately knelt before Chun Shanshan, trembling and pleading, "Young lady, please spare us. It was all Chung Dama's idea. We were misled by her to follow her here. Indeed, we never received any official notification about establishing a disaster management committee. It was solely Chung Dama's scheme to trick everyone into surrendering their resources." She claimed that as long as they operated under an official pretense, Li Ming would not dare to resist, as everyone fears the official authority. Forcing Li Ming to surrender his resources was just the first step. Once he complied, the other residents would have no choice but to follow suit. Those who resisted would be made examples of. This way, we could gather all the resources in the community and then hire a few strong individuals to protect us. The elderly women divulged their entire plot. Chung Dama, furious, pointed at them and yelled, "You are lying. This was a collective decision we made together. You clearly stated that you were willing to do anything for the resources. And now you're throwing me under the bus?" Chapter 58. The chosen assassin, these elderly women are truly despicable. I thought they only sought to confront Li Ming, but it turns out they have no qualms about betraying us as well. Such greed and lack of foresight. They should have sought out the most resourceful Li Ming, instead of trying to manipulate the timid residents in the community group for a little gain. Such wicked and malicious individuals deserve to be punished by even worse people. I hope they learn to behave in the future. In this lifetime, they have no chance, perhaps in next, with Chung Dama included. 8 elderly women lay on the ground, writhing in pain from the severed arteries inflicted by Chen Shanshan. They clutched their necks tightly, their eyes filled with regret and terror. Facing the mournful and helpless gazes of these elderly women, Huafian and Long Kai could not bear to keep their eyes open. Meanwhile, the executioner, Chen Shanshan, appeared remarkably calm and composed. She gripped her bone saws tightly, waiting silently for these individuals to draw their last breaths. Witnessing this scene, Li Ming's conviction only grew stronger. Such senseless slaughter was better suited for Chen Shanshan to carry out. Although Huafian and Long Kai would also excel in such tasks, their consciences would weigh heavily afterward, as their values, shaped by years of peaceful times, would not permit them to act against the defenseless. In stark contrast, Chen Shanshan experiences no anguish stemming from a breach of her own principles. After Li Ming rescued her from the clutches of individuals like Lin Saixia and Zhou Dazue, her sense of identification with Li Ming reached its zenith. Coupled with the effects of Zhongnu pills, Chen Shanshan resembles a devout follower who has undergone complete indoctrination, with Li Ming as her deity. Prior to the apocalypse, the majority of conflicts on Blue Star were ignited by disputes among different religions, where fervent believers would sacrifice everything, including their lives for their divine ideals. Chen Shanshan is no different. Any command from Li Ming is perceived as the will of the divine. Fulfilling this divine will epitomizes her greatest happiness and value. Such a Chen Shanshan becomes the prime candidate for the roles of assassin and killer. It is only upon seeing Li Ming that her cold, merciless visage transforms into a radiant and sweet smile. Brother Ming, I did not kill them immediately. I want them to suffer slowly. You won't blame me, will you? The Ji family watched this live broadcast from the comfort of their home. He Jinhua's face turned pale, her lips trembling as she exclaimed, "Did he really kill them all? This Li Ming is too ruthless. They were merely a few ignorant old women. Couldn't he have just taught them a lesson instead of resorting to such lethal measures, leaving no one alive?" Mrs. Huang from Building 7 was still my good friend. Though somewhat greedy, she was not a wicked person. Yet Li Ming indiscriminately killed her too. He is truly a scoundrel. A devil. She never envisioned that Li Ming could be so cruel, believing, like Aunt Cheng and the other elder sisters, that he had only killed Zheng Haonan and his ilk out of self-preservation. Little did she know that he could be equally merciless towards defenseless women and children. Perhaps even more so. A twinge of unease began to rise within her, questioning whether allying with Feng Shulin and Lin Guojin against Li Ming was the right decision. Ji Xiaoqiang seemed to have sensed his mother's anxiety and quickly comforted her. Humph, it was just a few defenseless old women he killed. What's so surprising about that? Compared to our brother Feng and brother Lin, his tally is but a drop in the bucket. He is nothing before them. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's analysis, He Jinhua's grim countenance improved slightly. Upon further reflection, she realized it was indeed the case. The combined forces of Feng Su and Lin Guojin numbered over 60. All young and robust men. Would they truly fear this Li Ming? In terms of ruthlessness, Li Ming was even less than 1/10 of Feng Su and Lin Guojin. With this thought, He Jinhua felt more at ease. Ji Yin could not help but scoff, mocking, "Is it merely a matter of how many people he has killed? It proves that Li Ming is not as easily manipulated as you imagined." Ji Xiaoqiang shot her a disdainful glance. "Now you understand what kind of person Li Ming is, right? My mother and I are looking out for you. If you were to fall into the hands of this devil, you would understand what fate awaits you. However, this brat won't last long. Once Brother Feng and Brother Lin are ready, we will eliminate him together and see how arrogant he remains. Yet, this lad certainly has his fair share of romantic fortunes. Huafian, Long Kai, and Chen Shanshan are all renowned beauties in this community. If we take care of Li Ming, perhaps one of them might end up in my hands, which would be delightful." Ji Xiaoqiang began contemplating how he could secure one of these 3 beauties for himself. Naturally, it would be ideal if all 3 were to belong to him. That would be truly splendid. As he imagined this, a greedy and lecherous grin spread across his face. Ji Yin rolled her eyes at him. There was no point in conversing with Ji Xiaoqiang. It would be akin to playing music to a cow. In this apocalypse, individuals wielding a modicum of power are all ruthless and merciless. The reputations of Feng Su and Lin Guojin in the community are even worse than Li Ming's. Each day, countless women suffer their brutalities. Ji Xiaoqiang's alliance with Feng Su and Lin Guojin would ultimately lead to his demise. In contrast, after watching this live broadcast, Ji Yin seemed to have developed a different perspective on Li Ming. He is decisive in his actions. He shows no mercy even towards those who malign him. Regardless of whether they are defenseless, he accomplishes tasks without any hesitation, perfectly aligning with her ideals of a partner. Ji Yun is an astute woman, yet such a perceptive individual longs for a powerful man to protect her, especially in these dire times. Furthermore, it is evident from the two broadcasts that those who follow Li Ming, such as Huafian, Long Kai, and Chen Shanshan, not only receive the respect they deserve, but have likely gained formidable strength by being associated with him. Ji Yun retrieved the footage from the two broadcasts on her phone. Observing the poised figures of Huafian and Long Kai, she found herself enviously admiring them. She boldly imagined that if she were to follow Li Ming, could she not also transform into someone like them, gaining freedom, respect, and dignity? With this thought, the once dead heart of Ji Yun seemed to grasp at the glimmers of hope once more. She no longer wished to be manipulated, nor did she want to endlessly satisfy the avarice of the Ji family. Even in the apocalypse, she yearned to live for herself. She resolved to gamble once more for her life, wagering that Li Ming is the person she can rely on in this world of chaos. Ding! Li Ming received a message from Ji Yun. Mr. Li Ming, do not come to my house. Over 60 people have laid an ambush nearby, complete with poison gas and traps. These individuals intend for you to come and not return. Chapter 59. Ji Yun's test. Ji Yun sent Li Ming all the details of Feng Su and Ling Guojin's plans for ambushing him at her home. Upon reading Ji Yun's message, Li Ming found himself somewhat perplexed. What exactly is Ji Yun trying to achieve? He was already aware, through Xiao Yu's network technology, that the Ji family had allied with Feng Su and Ling Guojin to set a trap for him. But why did Ji Yun choose to send him a warning at this critical juncture? What could her motives be? Is it possible that she is interested in him due to his handsome appearance and does not wish to collude with her family? Li Ming instructed Xiao Yu to investigate Ji Yun's background, eager to uncover her true intentions. Just a minute later, Xiao Yu acquired all of Ji Yun's information. This efficiency left Li Ming quite satisfied. Ji Yun, aged 30, is a graduate student from the law department of Jingxing University. After graduation, she was employed at an elite law firm in Tianhai City, specializing in economic disputes for the wealthy elite of the city. Before the apocalypse, she had achieved an astonishing 100 win rate in her cases, making her the most promising golden lawyer at the firm. At just 30 years of age, she had already become a junior partner, earning an annual salary exceeding 1 million, not including bonuses. Unfortunately, this prodigy is burdened with a gambling-addicted father, a mother who values sons over daughters, and a brother prone to causing trouble. Although Ji Yun earned a significant income over the years, it was insufficient to fill the financial void created by her family. They clung to her like leeches, draining her of every ounce of vitality. Despite earning several million annually, Ji Yun had no savings prior to the apocalypse and was in debt for millions, making her a remarkable case indeed. Her ex-boyfriend could not tolerate her family situation any longer, leading to their separation. Everyone present was astonished upon hearing Ji Yun's story, not expecting to encounter such a melodramatic tale amidst the apocalypse. Huafian inquired curiously, what does she hope to achieve by sending a message to Brother Ming at this moment? Does she intend to take revenge on her family and perish alongside them? Li Ming shook his head gravely and remarked, I find it unlikely. With her astuteness and beauty, if she sought revenge against her family, she could easily attach herself to a powerful man and strike at her family from that position. This approach would be far more effective than mutual destruction. Just as I retaliated against Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng, true hatred entails watching one's enemies suffer in despair. In this apocalyptic world, death is merely a release. Mutual destruction is the most foolish course of action. A woman as shrewd as Ji Yun would certainly not choose such a path. It is not without possibility. Xiao Yu replied solemnly. Ji Yun has grown utterly disillusioned with her family and her life. She has long been prepared for a complete destruction of both. Are you suggesting that she is ready to take her own life? Li Ming asked in a low voice. Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, Actually, while I was monitoring all the residents in the neighborhood, I noticed this woman. Whenever she was alone, she would take out a fruit knife she had hidden and trace it across her body, seemingly searching for the most efficient method of suicide. Upon hearing this, Long Kui displayed a sympathetic expression, saying, This sister is so pitiful. Before the apocalypse, she was drained of her vitality by her parents and brothers, and even now, they plan to sell her for supplies. Perhaps she truly intends to perish alongside her family to spare Mingo from harm, which is why she sent a message to warn him, Huafian suggested. At this moment, Yi Jiechi, who had remained inconspicuous, slowly raised her hand, her expression tense. May I also say a few words? Everyone turned to gaze at Yi Jiechi, silently waiting for her to continue. Gaining the group's approval, Yi Jiechi mustered her courage and spoke. I believe such an intelligent person would never resort to the foolish act of mutual destruction. She must be testing Mingo. This is her last hope and her final chance. Yi Jiechi's insight was quite unique. Sending a message to test herself? Li Ming looked at Yi Jiechi in confusion. Testing me? What does she wish to test about me? Yi Jiechi cast a glance at Li Ming, hesitating to articulate her thoughts, uncertain if her analysis was correct. She even worried that if she misspoke, Minggu might hold it against her. However, having already voiced her thoughts, she pressed on. When I was trapped in that dark wardrobe by the bald man and the one with yellow hair, although I knew the chances of rescue were nearly zero, I still harbored a deep-seated hope that someone would come to save me from that darkness. Ji Yun is the same. Despite being mired in despair, exhausted in body and spirit, she likely wishes to make one final struggle for her life, hoping for someone to rescue her from her own darkness. And Minggu, you are her last hope and her final chance. Long Kui laughed heartily, unabashedly exclaiming, this woman is truly melodramatic. If she wants us to save her, she should just say it outright, instead of sending us cryptic messages for us to guess. She even wants to test Minggu. Yi Jiechi continued her analysis. Everyone is different. Ji Yun's upbringing makes it difficult for her to trust anyone unconditionally. Moreover, she is exceedingly intelligent and cautious, unlikely to believe in love without reason. That is why she messaged Li Ming, urging him not to visit her home, while simultaneously revealing Feng Su's plans to him. Her purpose is to test whether Minggu is someone worth relying on in this apocalypse. Her objectives are twofold. First, she needs to ascertain whether Minggu, fully aware of the danger, would still endeavor to rescue her, thereby testing her significance in his heart. Second, she wishes to confirm whether Minggu possesses the capability to rescue her against the combined forces of Feng Su and Lin Ye, thereby validating his strength. Everyone knows that in this world, other emotions are meaningless. Only strength holds sway. If one lacks strength, being consumed or eliminated is merely a matter of time. This is Ji Yun's final opportunity, her last glimmer of hope. Long Kai, rubbing her forehead, said irritably, this elite's caution is excessive. All this roundabout reasoning gives me a headache. Why can't it be as simple and direct as I am? Li Ming couldn't help but smile, admiring Yi Jiechi. He hadn't expected this quiet university student to possess such sharp intellect. Yi Jiechi felt the intensity of Li Ming's gaze and shyly lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting as she tried to mask her fluster and embarrassment. Standing up from the sofa, Li Ming stretched his neck and cracked his knuckles, declaring, since she wishes to test me, I shall provide her with a satisfactory answer. Fian, prepare yourself. We're going on a little trip. Long Kai, Chun Shan Shan, and Yi Jiechi all stood up simultaneously, speaking with urgency. Minggu, take us with you. We promise not to slow you down. It's not like we're entering a den of tigers. Fian and I are more than capable. Chapter 60. At least let me experience joy inside Ji Yun's home. Feng Su discarded the still smoldering cigarette, but onto the floor, crushing it beneath his foot. He placed a hand on Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder. Cigarettes are a precious commodity in this era, and only someone of Feng Su's caliber can afford to indulge, which is why he cherishes them so much. Xiaoqiang, we can use your sister's phone to notify Li Ming to come over. My team and Lin Lauda's crew have completely surrounded this place. Not even a fly could escape. Once he arrives, he will be trapped. He Jinhua looked disdainfully at the cigarette, but on the ground, her eyes filled with discontent. This house was purchased for 10 million from Ji Yun, intended as Ji Xiaoqiang's future marital home. It was her prized possession, even in the apocalypse. She meticulously polished each tile to a gleaming shine, taking great care of it. As she picked up the cigarette, but she scolded indignantly. How can you be so uncouth? Throwing cigarette butts everywhere? How can I trust you with my daughter? What if Li Ming arrives and sees this mess, growing suspicious? Ji Xiaoqiang frowned at his mother's reprimand, clearly annoyed. Mom, it's just a cigarette butt. Is that how you talk about my brother-in-law? Ji Xiaoqiang held Feng Su in high esteem, already considering him as his brother-in-law in speech. He believed that as long as he clung to Feng Su, he would be able to walk confidently throughout the neighborhood. He Jinhua seemed to regard Feng Su as her son-in-law as well, glaring at him with hands on her hips, scolding. Do you have any idea how expensive this house's furnishings and decor are? Every piece was carefully selected by me. Just look at this imported Italian sofa and the custom marble dining table. They cost me a fortune. As she proudly admired the exquisite Wangwali wood door crafted by Japanese artisans, 3 chilling shadows of blades suddenly sliced through the robust door, cleaving it into 9 pieces. In the midst of He Jinhua's astonishment, Huafian delivered a powerful kick, shattering the solid wood door to splinters. My Wangwali wood door. Who did this? He Jinhua shrieked in despair, her voice piercing through the air. Li Ming, accompanied by Huafian, strode into Ji Yun's home, trampling the broken door as if he were a rogue, calling out boldly, Ji Yun, I receive your message. I'm the man you've been waiting for, what? As Li Ming stormed in with such audacity, everyone stood frozen in shock. Ji Yun, in particular, felt as though she had turned to stone, her mind racing with incredulous thoughts. Is this guy truly an idiot? In a reckless act of adventure, Ji Yun divulged every detail of Feng Su and Lin Ye's ambush and plans to Li Ming. According to her expectations, Li Ming would undoubtedly use the intelligence she provided to strategize meticulously, ultimately springing a surprise attack on Feng Su and Lin Ye, catching them completely off guard. But what was happening now? Instead of utilizing her intelligence, Li Ming brazenly stormed in through the front door. You barged in fine, but why do you also have to shout that you received the information I sent? Are you afraid others want to know that I am the one who provided you with this intelligence? Isn't this a blatant betrayal of me at the first moment? Faced with such a foolish ally as Li Ming, Ji Yun could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She resigned herself to the fact that she had ultimately misjudged her trust. How could she have wasted her hopes on such a person? Ji Yun found her own naivety laughable. Upon Li Ming's sudden intrusion, Feng Su was momentarily taken aback, then revealed an evil grin. Li Ming, I was worried you wouldn't dare to show up. I didn't expect you to be not only despicable, but also a fool. How foolish of us to have devised so many schemes to capture you. Without a hint of hesitation, Feng Su raised his arm and shouted, Brothers, move in. Swiftly. Several sturdy steel ropes shot out from their hiding places, binding Li Ming and Hui Fian tightly. Don't struggle. These ropes can withstand 10 tons of weight. Not even an elephant can break free from them, Feng Su exclaimed excitedly, roaring with arrogance. Release the poison gas. A dense white smoke spewed from the ceiling, enveloping Li Ming and Hui Fian entirely. Members of Feng Su and Lin Ye's team, along with everyone from the Ji family, hastily donned damp masks to prevent inhaling the toxic gas. With this quantity of poison gas, they should completely lose their ability to resist, Lin Ye remarked slowly. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Su raised his 2 handguns and fired continuously at Hui Fian's position. He did not wish to follow in Zheng Haonan's footsteps, perishing at the hands of this woman. Brother Feng, it would be a pity to kill this woman so easily. Ji Xiaoqiang lamented. She's just a woman. Once we succeed, I can find you 10 more. Hui Fian must die today. We've spent so long setting this up. I didn't expect the process to be so easy. Ha ha ha. But being cautious doesn't hurt. Feng Su and Lin Ye exchanged excited and greedy glances, knowing that once they confirmed their plan's success, they would immediately turn against each other. As the thick poison dissipated, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation, dreaming of a bright future. Ji Yun's gaze dimmed completely. She had once held onto a glimmer of hope, but now even that flicker was snuffed out. At the same time, she felt foolish for placing her hopes on the incompetent Li Ming. Is this it? Weren't you supposed to have prepared so much for us? This is incredibly disappointing, came Li Ming's defiant voice from within the toxic haze. Suddenly, an orange-red flame surged forth from a mist like a ferocious beast. The dense white poison cloud dissipated entirely under the high temperature of the orange flames. It was then that everyone could see that Li Ming and Hui Fian were unscathed. The orange flames encircled them, forming a protective barrier that isolated them from the outside world. The more than 10 bullets fired by Feng Su had transformed into droplets of molten steel, falling to the ground. The once chilly room rapidly heated up under the flames, causing everyone in down jackets to break into a sweat. Although the temperature soared to over 40 degrees Celsius, the hearts of Feng Su and the others felt like ice. Filled with shock, Feng Su trembled with fear, staring in terror at Li Ming and Hui Fian. Desperate, he raised his handgun again and fired several shots at Li Ming. However, the moment the bullets touched the orange flames, they melted into steel droplets. The hidden partners of Feng Su gasped in horror. What is this thing? A monster. They're monsters, Run. I told you, just the 2 of them took down over 10 of Zheng Haonan's men. It's definitely not normal. Li Ming spread her arms wide and shouted exuberantly. Oh, come on. Don't be so cowardly. At least let me experience some joy. Feng Su gradually regained his composure and shouted, Everyone, don't be afraid. They're just 2 people. We have so many. Let us take them down together. Li Ming grinned mischievously. That's the spirit. Come on, hee. Fian, don't let any of them escape. Hui Fian nodded, her hands gradually transforming into phoenix feathers, her body shifting into a phoenix form. More than 60 individuals hidden in the shadows surged forward, wielding machetes toward Hui Fian and Li Ming. With a wave of her hands, Hui Fian unleashed the flames that coiled around her arms like fiery bullets, striking down all who charged at them. Screams erupted from the attackers as flames engulfed them, releasing a charred scent. Ah, my groin is on fire. Someone help me put it out. Feng Su cried in terror, looking down at the flames consuming him. Instantly, over 10 of his subordinates, untouched by the flames, rushed to his side. Boss, where's the water? Lie down, we'll help you put it out. Reluctantly, Feng Su lay on the ground. If he didn't extinguish the flames, he would be burned alive. Ugh, oh, hey. Feng Su's heart-wrenching cries echoed as tears streamed down his face, filled with despair. A phoenix? She is truly a phoenix? Lin Ye gazed at Hui Fian with eyes filled with surprise and excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure beyond compare. Chapter 61. The Beast Tamer, my genuine leather sofa, my marble dining table, my Wang Wali wooden door. He Jean Hua lamented over the shattered furniture, her heart bleeding. It took Feng Su's subordinates tremendous effort to extinguish the flames beneath him. Now, an acrid odor emanated from his groin, a place that would likely never be usable again. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yun's dim eyes seemed to glimpse the light of hope. Impressive, so this is their alliance? No wonder they are so fearless. Yi Yun marveled. Just a casual strike from Huofian had decimated over half of Feng Su and Lin Guijin's 60-plus subordinates, leaving the remainder injured. Those who remained looked at Huofian with no desire to fight, only endless fear in their eyes. Am I dreaming? How can such a monster exist in this world? She is not human. How could we possibly defeat such a creature? That is not a monster. It's a phoenix. A deity. We were blind to not recognize the greatness before us. Please, have mercy and spare me. Feng Su, enduring the searing pain, crawled to his knees before Huofian, repeatedly bowing his head. The disparity in power was too vast. Under such overwhelming force, Feng Su knew that any further struggle would be futile. All he wished for now was to preserve his life. Li Ming, I should not have overstepped my bounds by challenging your authority. I beg you to spare my insignificant life. From now on, I will be your dog, your minion. Whatever you desire, I can help you achieve it. With our assistance, you will soon conquer the entire neighborhood. No, the whole Tianhai city. You will be the king of Tianhai city. Seeing Feng Su kneeling before Li Ming like a dog, Ji Xiaoqiang immediately puffed out his chest. Haha, Feng Su. This time you've truly picked the wrong person. Li Ming is my sister-in-law. From now on, I am your master, and you must obey me. Immediately hand over the resources and women you have gathered. I will persuade my brother-in-law to spare you. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's words, He Jinhua cast an appreciative glance at him. Her beloved son was indeed clever, his mind quick to turn the tide of their initial defeat. From this moment on, Li Ming would be your son-in-law. She hastily pulled Ji Yun forward, exclaiming, You foolish girl, why do you stand there in a daze? Go and serve my brother-in-law well. If he is even slightly dissatisfied, I shall punish you severely. Li Ming and Feng Su exchanged scornful glances at Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. It was indeed remarkable that Ji Yun had endured for 30 years in such a family. Li Ming lowered his voice and said to Huofian, Let them all be eliminated, not a single one spared. Hearing this, Huofian's fiery aura intensified, radiating a formidable pressure. The palpable sense of dread and tension gripped everyone as they stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. Just as Huofian was poised to deliver a final blow, she halted her movements, an expression of anguish crossing her features. Li Ming noticed her abrupt change and glanced toward her. Minggu, my body is no longer under my control. It feels as though something is restraining me. What is happening? How could Huofian be subdued? Li Ming's gaze shifted to Lin Guijin, the source of the whistle. What had he done to Huofian? At that moment, Lin Guijin looked on with exhilaration, teetering on the brink of madness. Marvelous, simply marvelous. My abilities truly work on you. Haha, the heavens have favored me. To encounter you here, I must be the chosen one. The whistle blew again, and 3 large wolfhounds raced through the ruined doorway. Standing before Lin Guijin, baring their sharp fangs and growling menacingly at Li Ming. Lin Guijin, ecstatic and manic, laughed. My dear, cease your struggles. Before my powers, you have no chance of resistance. I am a beastmaster. Whether they fly in the sky or roam the earth, none can escape my control. Though you are formidable, I am your natural enemy. Come now, submit to me. Under Lin Guijin's influence, Huofian could no longer maintain her phoenix form and reverted to her human shape. Kneeling in agony. You dream. I shall only submit to Minggu. You are nothing. Lin Guijin's laughter grew more deranged. I delight in taming fierce creatures like you. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. Feng Su and the others were bewildered by Lin Guijin's sudden prowess over Huofian. Yet he appeared to exude an air of superiority. They felt emboldened. Feng Su could not help but complain, You bastard Lin Guijin, if you had this power, why not reveal it sooner? So many brothers have perished at this woman's hands. Command your dogs to kill them all. How dare they set fire to my pride? Ji Xiaoqiang's excitement surged as he looked at Lin Guijin. Brother Lin, so you are my brother-in-law. That Li Ming is too ungrateful. Teach him a lesson, so he knows who the true master is. Everyone shot Ji Xiaoqiang incredulous looks. Was he truly this foolish? Or was he simply devoid of shame? Lin Guijin's face twisted into a cruel smile as he raised his hands to his mouth and whistled again. Shadow, thunder, gale, eliminate everyone. At his command, the 3 wolfhounds, seemingly possessed, lunged at Feng Su and the others. These beasts were evidently enhanced, their speed and strength far surpassing that of ordinary hounds. Boss, your dogs have bitten the wrong people. Li Ming is over there. We are teammates. Lin Guijin sneered. They're precisely the ones I wish to bite. Do you worthless scum think you can command me? Anyone aware of my powers must perish. Several of Lin Guijin's subordinates cried out in fear, Boss, we are your men. Are you really going to kill us too? Lin Guijin chuckled darkly. You lot are hardly worthy to be my subordinates. You are merely fodder for my beasts. The three wolfhounds savagely tore into their victims. Feng Su, unable to escape due to an injury, was swiftly dispatched by one of the hounds. The Ji family watched in horror as the chaos unfolded. One wolfhound charged toward them, and He Jinhua instinctively pushed her husband Ji Guohua forward. Before Ji Guohua, the wolfhound began to rip him apart, tearing flesh and crushing bone. Terrified, Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua shoved Ji Yun to the front, attempting to use her as a shield against the beast. Monster, feast upon her. She is tender and delectable. Ji Yun, in shock, could hardly believe that this mother and son had sunk to such depths, pushing her toward death in such a moment. What was she to them? Had her years of sacrifice merely rendered her a pawn for their survival? With any lingering hope extinguished, Ji Yun retrieved a fruit knife from her pocket. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife into Ji Xiaoqiang's abdomen. The excruciating pain caused him to release his grip on her. Ji Yun swiftly turned and shoved the wounded Ji Xiaoqiang toward the bloodthirsty wolfhound. With a sickening crunch, one of Ji Xiaoqiang's arms was severed, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. My dear! He Jinhua cried out in terror, paralyzed by fear as she dared not approach to save him. Mother, help me! Please help me! He Jinhua glared at Ji Yun with venomous fury. You wretched girl! How dare you harm my son? I will make you pay. Faced with the ferocity of the wolfhounds, He Jinhua was too afraid to advance. The wolfhound that had bitten Ji Xiaoqiang now began to gnaw at his thigh and the muscles within. Mother, come save me. Why are you just standing there? Dear, I'm frightened too. I cannot face this beast. He Jinhua, in a fit of desperation, pleaded with Ji Yun. You are nearly 60. You have lived enough. I am only 20. I must carry on the Ji family line. Frustrated, He Jinhua jumped in place, glaring at Ji Yun. It's all your fault. You dare to strike your own brother. Are you even human? You are an ungrateful wretch. I have raised you for 30 years only for you to betray us. Go save your brother, or I shall never forgive you. As she spoke, He Jinhua attempted to seize Ji Yun, hoping to throw her to the wolfhound in exchange for her precious son. In that moment, Ji Yun severed all ties with his family. She kicked He Jinhua sharply in the leg, her voice resolute. Ungrateful? How much of my blood have you drawn over the years? You have never once regarded me as your own, beyond giving birth to me. What have you done for me? I was raised by my grandmother, and since high school, I have earned every cent for my living expenses and tuition through hard work. After graduating, you took every penny I earned without hesitation. I have borne the entirety of the family's gambling debts, and every time Ji Xiaoqiang has gotten into trouble, it has been I who has stepped forward to handle the legal battles at my own expense. Even the home you currently reside in was purchased solely with my funds, and it is laughable that this house has no connection to me at all. In the apocalyptic world, you would only sell me off for resources, pushing me out to face death. Do you truly consider yourselves my family? I no longer owe you anything. Rather, it is you who owe me. Ji Yun poured forth 30 years of suppressed resentment and grievances in one breath. With a fierce grip, she seized He Jinhua's hand and forcefully flung her towards Ji Xiaoqiang, shouting in rage, if you love your precious son so much, then go die with him. He Jinhua, being of advanced age, was no match for Ji Yun and was swiftly tossed before Ji Xiaoqiang. At that moment, Ji Xiaoqiang's lower limbs had already been torn apart by the wolves, blood and flesh in disarray as he crawled towards He Jinhua with his last ounce of strength, pleading weakly, Mom, please save me. He Jinhua, her gaze fixed on the mangled Ji Xiaoqiang, was consumed by fear, shouting, don't come near me. Don't bring that beast over here. As she spoke, she kicked Ji Xiaoqiang in the face, attempting to push him away. Mom, I'm your precious child. Please save me. I don't want to die. Darling, be obedient. Don't come closer. I'm afraid of dying too. Ji Yun looked at this selfish mother-son duo with immense disgust. In less than a minute, Feng Su's gang and Lin Guojin's subordinates had met a gruesome end at the claws of the three wolfhounds. Whistle. Lin Guojin blew a different whistle, summoning the three ferocious wolfhounds to his side, laughing arrogantly. Huafian, do you see? This is my power. Stop struggling. I am your ideal master. Ha. Your strength is indeed formidable, but regardless, I will tame you. No matter how you struggle, it is futile. You cannot escape my control. Once you become my pet, I shall lead you to conquer the entire Tianhai city, and the city will belong to us. Ever since he discovered his awakened abilities, Lin Guojin had been waiting for the opportunity to encounter a fierce beast capable of amplifying his strength severalfold. He never anticipated encountering Huafian in her phoenix form today, a perfection that far exceeded his expectations. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He was determined to tame this perfect Huafian at all costs. Huafian knelt on the ground, gritting her teeth and glaring at Lin Guojin. I would rather die than become your pet. Ming Ye, I'm sorry. It's no big deal. I'm here. Li Ming stepped forward slowly, gently patting Huafian on the shoulder, then calmly turning to face Lin Guojin. You're quite the hidden talent. aren't you? Quietly, you're an ability user. Lin Guijin displayed a cunning smile. When a beast hunts, it conceals its tracks and scent, delivering a fatal blow to its prey when least expected. I am a perfect hunter. Ha ha ha. So, to keep your secrets and power hidden, you even killed all your subordinates? Li Ming glanced at the shattered corpses on the ground. They were merely fodder. With strength, one can easily replace such individuals. There's nothing to lament. Li Ming wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Guijin's words. In a world on the brink, human life was the most worthless commodity, barely enough to trade for a bottle of water. Lin Guijin's gaze turned cold and sharp as he fixed his eyes on Li Ming, especially you. You are the greatest obstacle between Huafian and me. Thus, you must die. Only by eliminating you will Huafian lower her guard and completely become my pet. Go die, Zhaning, Lei Ting, Ao Feng, tear this man apart. The three wolfhounds bared their sharp fangs, muscles taut, emitting low growls. In the next moment, they lunged at Li Ming with the force of cannonballs. Bang, 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 boom. Li Ming unleashed 3 punches against the rapidly approaching wolfhounds, sending their massive bodies flying as though struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing against the wall. The wall where the wolfhounds collided instantly bore a spiderweb-like crack, shaking the entire 4th building. Li Ming smiled nonchalantly. Do you think these 3 beasts can handle me? You must be underestimating me. Lin Guijin stared incredulously at the 3 wolfhounds that had been knocked away, disbelief etched on his face. These wolfhounds had been nurtured using his abilities, their strength and speed reaching terrifying heights. Their weight was comparable to that of an adult man, nearly 150 gene. Yet Li Ming had effortlessly sent them flying with a single punch. Soon, Lin Guijin regained his composure, a self-assured smile returning to his face, as if everything were within his grasp. You are indeed an ability user, but as a mere enhancement type, do you dare to flaunt your skills before me? Chapter 63, Thunder God's Whip. An enhancement type ability user? Li Ming remarked that it was merely a typical punch, with his physical attributes enhanced 32 times. That previous strike had not even utilized half his strength. Jian was equally astonished by this scene. She had witnessed the might of those 3 wolfhounds firsthand, having observed more than 30 burly men fall prey to them, all torn apart in less than a minute. And Li Ming, using nothing but a close-range punch, had sent those ferocious wolfhounds flying and even shattered the thick wall. One could only imagine the extent of Li Ming's power. Ji Yun's gaze toward Li Ming sparkled with renewed admiration, stirring feelings long buried within her heart. Had it not been for her fear of Lin Guijin's interest in her and her own modesty as a 30-year-old woman, she might have shouted her support for Li Ming. Whistle. Lin Guijin summoned the wolfhounds back to him. Their bodies seemed sturdier than ordinary wolfhounds, as they stood unscathed after crashing into the wall. The wolfhounds gathered around Lin Guijin, their eyes focused intently on him. He then drew a dagger from his pocket, swiftly slicing open his palm. Dark red blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. Eat beasts. Lin Guijin's blood seemed irresistibly alluring to the wild creatures, as the wolfhounds frantically licked the blood pooling on the ground. In an instant, the wolfhounds that had tasted Lin Guijin's blood appeared invigorated, their muscles visibly swelling. Their fur stood upright like steel needles, sharp teeth bared, saliva dripping from their fangs, their eyes bloodshot and filled with rage, emitting deep, violent growls. They crouched, claws digging into the ground, poised to launch an attack on Li Ming. Huafian, caught in her painful struggle, felt the overwhelming ferocity of the wolfhounds and shivered with fear. Minggu, be careful. These wolfhounds are not simple. Li Ming's gaze remained fixed on Lin Guijin, calmly stating, beasts are still just beasts. They cannot change the world. With a resounding crack, the 3 wolfhounds lunged at Li Ming, their fangs bared, claws slashing. Bang, 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 boom. The enraged wolfhounds were again sent flying by Li Ming's punch. This time, their bodies crashed heavily against the wall, shattering both themselves and the wall. Li Ming rotated his wrist, taunting frenzy. Isn't it all the same? What has changed? Lin Guijin's eyes bulged wide, his pupils almost bursting forth, and his facial muscles became entirely rigid, presenting an unnatural distortion. Upon confirming that the 3 ferocious wolfhounds had indeed been dispatched by Li Ming in an instant, he hastily closed his eyes and shook his head, wishing fervently that all of this was merely an illusion. After tasting his blood, he was all too familiar with the power of the wolfhounds in their frenzied state. Their strength could effortlessly lift a 2-ton vehicle. Their speed was akin to lightning, and their claws were as lethal as the scythe of death. Even an armored mechanized unit would be easily obliterated by them. Yet, such frenzied beasts had been vanquished by Li Ming with a single strike. Lin Guijin stood frozen, his gaze hollow as he stared at the fallen wolfhounds, his lips trembling as he murmured, how can this be possible? This cannot be real. However, seeing the 3 creatures, now subdued and gasping for breath on the ground, he was compelled to accept this harsh reality as truth. The calm demeanor on Lin Guijin's face faded, replaced by a menacing glare. Li Ming, I admit I underestimated you. But this is not over. My strength is far beyond this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Guojin raised the dagger in his hand and viciously slashed at his own wrist. Dark red blood gushed forth from the severed vein. Witnessing the blood spurt forth made Li Ming wince, and he scoffed mockingly. Ha! Is your ability self-mutilation? That must hurt. Don't be too smug, Li Ming. Once I unleash this move, you're as good as dead. Lin Guojin screamed in madness. With that, he brought his injured wrist to his mouth. Greedily drinking his own blood, Li Ming furrowed his brow. This ability seemed disturbingly twisted, something he would not accept as a gift. Crack! Crack! Lin Guojin's bones emitted ominous sounds, his face contorting in agony as his expression shifted to one of torment. His body began to grow and morph, muscles expanding, turning an ominous shade of reddish hue. His fingers elongated, nails transforming into sharp claws that glimmered with a cold light. His facial structure gradually altered, his nose protruding, mouth jutted out, fangs piercing through his gums, sharp and menacing. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, Lin Guojin transformed into a colossal and fearsome beastman. Li Ming. This is my ultimate form, achieved by merging my essence with that of a spirit beast. In this state, my strength is tenfold that of those three beasts. Li Ming observed Lin Guojin's ultimate form with keen interest, a sly smile adorning his face. So, you are now a truly feral creature? Then I shall not hold back. Zzz. Zzz. Countless threads of lightning erupted from the palm of Li Ming's right hand, intertwining like a spider's web, radiating a disquieting blue-white glow. At Li Ming's will, these threads gradually coalesced, forming a 10-meter-long whip that shimmered like a venomous serpent. The whip crackled ominously, sending chills down the spine. Li Ming grinat wickedly. Thunder God Whip. The best way to deal with beasts is to strike them mercilessly. Simultaneously, Li Ming dispelled his calm demeanor, emanating an overwhelming pressure akin to Mount Tai. Lin Guojin's pupils constricted sharply, his expression freezing in an instant. The blade-like pressure of Li Ming's powers caused Lin Guojin's massive form to tremble involuntarily with fear. In his beastman state, Lin Guojin could perceive the deathly aura that accompanied this extraordinary pressure more acutely. Why, you are an enhancer, aren't you? How can you possess such formidable power? Lin Guojin roared with fury, his greenish beastman visage becoming increasingly grotesque. Did I ever claim to be an enhancer? Li Ming raturta playfully. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can easily send my 3 ferocious wolfhounds flying with your bare fists, and now you claim you are not an enhancer? Lin Guojin screamed hysterically, suddenly raising his enormous fist. Yet before he could strike, his arm was ensnared by the blue-white thunder god whip. Li Ming intently declared, 10,000 volts. Lin Guojin's body was electrified, his hair standing on end as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. In the next instant, the thunder god whip released his arm. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Ming relentlessly swung the thunder god whip, striking Lin Guojin repeatedly. Each lash left a charred mark on Lin Guojin's body. It was only when Lin Guojin's form was reduced to a bloody pulp that Li Ming ceased his assault. Lin Guojin swayed unsteadily, his complexion pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If you possess such immense power, why conceal it? Had I known your true strength beforehand, I would never have dared to confront you. Li Ming chuckled in frustration, shrugging his shoulders. Can you blame me? A hunter must conceal their strength and aura. Is that not what you said? Moreover, I never intended to hide my capabilities. It was simply that my teammates were too powerful, leaving me no opportunity to showcase my own. Chapter 64. The delicious feast awaits before you as Lin Guojin gazed at the crackling thunder god whip in Li Ming's grasp. Terror and despair burgeoned within him like rampant weeds. He acutely realized that he and Li Ming were not even in the same league. Whenever Li Ming wished, he could crush him like an ant. In the face of such overwhelming disparity in strength, he had no chance whatsoever. Regret was futile. From Li Ming's treatment of Chengdama and her companions, it was evident that he showed no mercy even to the defenseless. The notion that he could simply plead for mercy was nothing short of a delusion. Woo woo woo. Lin Guojin blew his whistle once more. The 3 wolfhounds, under Lin Guojin's mental control, stirred back to life, stumbling to his side. Beasts, delay him from me. Lin Guojin commanded the wolfhounds, attempting to use them as a buffer against Li Ming. His remaining power barely sustained his beastman form. If he could just buy himself a second, he could leap out the window and escape. Though they were on the 28th floor, the ground below was blanketed in over 5 meters of snow. And with his substantial bulk, he estimated he would not sustain severe injuries from such a fall. As the wolfhounds caught sight of Li Ming once more, they instantly recoiled in terror, resembling frightened strays. Despite their fear and unwillingness, under Lin Guojin's control, they still bared their teeth and lunged at Li Ming. Seizing the moment, Lin Guojin propelled himself towards the window with all his might. Zzz. Crack. Before Lin Guojin could react, the thunder god whip struck his face. The whip seared a charred mark across his visage. Bang! The force of the whip sent Lin Ye crashing back into the room, colliding with the wall. He struggled to lift his head. The three wolfhounds were now standing before Li Ming. Their fur bristled, their bodies emitting smoke, barely clinging to life. Lin Ye stared at Li Ming in astonishment. He was too powerful. He was utterly no match. He couldn't even escape. The dread of death began to envelop Lin Ye entirely. Don't run. I haven't had my fill yet. Li Ming's voice was calm, yet filled with an oppressive authority. Li Ming swung the Thunder God Whip again, wrapping it tightly around Lin Ye. 100,000 volts. Lin Ye's entire body erupted in smoke. His eyes turning white as he lost all ability to resist, collapsing to the ground. Severely injured, Lin Ye could no longer maintain his beastman form and reverted to his ordinary human shape. Lin Ye lay helplessly on the ground, straining to keep his consciousness intact. Emitting a feeble voice, Li Ming, I'm fully aware that I am no match for you, yet you have witnessed my strength. In this apocalypse, no matter how powerful you are, it is ultimately in vain. There will always be someone stronger than you. You need to possess abilities like mine, as well as formidable allies. No, subordinates. Grant me a chance to become your loyal dog, and I shall undoubtedly remain steadfast to you. I could even learn to bark. Woof woof. He understood that Li Ming would not spare even the defenseless, but he was convinced that he was different. Li Ming surely recognized how much a powerful subordinate could elevate a team. As long as Li Ming was not a fool, he would agree to his terms. He cast a glance at Huafian, thinking that once he found the opportunity to tame her completely, her strength would be a match for Li Ming. At that point, he would no longer fear Li Ming. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and besides, he was no gentleman, exhausted of his abilities. Lin Ye could no longer control Huafian. Freed, she stood up, glaring at Lin Ye in fury. Minggu, how dare this dog handler lay a hand on you? I shall turn him to ashes. Flames of a fierce phoenix erupted in her hands, her gaze icy as she focused on Lin Ye. Do not act impulsively. Li Ming raised a hand to block Huafian, preventing her from attacking Lin Ye. A smirk appeared on Lin Ye's face. He believed Li Ming had fallen into his trap. In this dire world, who wouldn't want to recruit powerful subordinates to strengthen their own influence? Li Ming grinned at Lin Ye and said, You have reminded me that having pets in the apocalypse is quite advantageous. However, in terms of pets, you appear too pitiful. Those 3 dogs over there are far more suitable. A chill ran down Lin Ye's spine as he felt an ominous premonition. Li Ming retrieved 3 Zhongnu pills from his space and tossed them before the 3 wolf dogs. With a grave expression, he fixed his gaze on the canines. Dogs, if you wish to live, consume the pills before you. The 3 wolf dogs, barely clinging to life, turned their attention to Li Ming. Wolves are inherently intelligent creatures, and thanks to Lin Ye's recent use of abilities to nurture them, they possessed higher intelligence than the average wolf, even comprehending human speech. With Lin Ye's powers depleted, he could no longer control them. They were fully aware of their autonomy. The 3 wolves exchanged glances, fully aware of their predicament. If they failed to consume the pills, their fate would be death. Instinctively, they decided to ingest the Zhongnu pills. Witnessing this, Lin Ye let out a derisive laugh. Ha! Wolves are the most loyal of animals. After raising them for so many years, they will forever remain loyal to me alone. To think you could tame them is sheer folly. Unless you also take me in, I will ensure their allegiance to you. The slap of reality came swiftly. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, the 3 wolf dogs stood before Li Ming, raising their front legs, tongues lolling and tails wagging, resembling obedient pets. Lin Ye was utterly astonished. These dogs he had nurtured for years had never displayed such behavior before him. Even after acquiring the beast-taming ability, they had never been so subservient. Defeated in a realm where he believed he excelled, he gritted his teeth and demanded, Li Ming, what have you done to them? Li Ming replied with a smile. Good creatures choose their nests wisely, and so do dogs. Did you not wish to join my team? Unfortunately, you have missed your opportunity. The wolf dogs, having ingested the Zhongnu pills, experienced a tenfold enhancement in their physical attributes. They now brimmed with untapped energy, growling fiercely at Lin Ye, seemingly warning him not to provoke their master. Lin Ye was suddenly struck with fear, silenced by his own pets, his body chilled. Li Ming grinned at Lin Ye. I wonder how it feels to be devoured by your own pets. I recall that your flesh possesses the ability to enhance their strength. Dogs, what are you waiting for? Your delicious feast is right before you. Lin Ye's face turned ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he stammered. Jianing, Lei Ting, Ao, Feng. It's me. I am your master. A twinge of unease began to rise within her, questioning whether allying with Feng Xulin and Lin Ye against Li Ming was the right decision. You need to see clearly. I raised you. The wolf dogs coldly regarded Lin Ye, their throats emitting low growls that seemed to accuse him of his transgressions. Ignoring Lin Ye's desperate pleas, they lunged at him with a force akin to thunder, their sharp fangs tearing into his flesh. Lin Ye's anguished cries echoed as he struggled futilely against the overwhelming strength of the wolf dogs. As they ruthlessly tore and devoured him, he gradually lost consciousness, his life force swiftly fading. The scene of the wolf dogs feasting on Lin Ye was gruesomely vivid. Li Ming could not resist teasing Hua Fian. "Would you like a taste as well?" Hua Fian glanced at the mangled remains on the ground, her stomach churning with nausea. Her brow furrowed tightly, eyes filled with reluctance, yet fearful of displeasing Li Ming. "Mingge, there are many ways to enhance one's strength. I will practice diligently to improve my abilities. As for this pile of flesh, I must decline. I simply cannot do it." Li Ming responded only with hearty laughter. As the wolf dogs feasted on Lin Ye's flesh, their bodies began to undergo a transformation. They swelled like balloons, growing long fur, and eventually sprouted robust, majestic horns. By the time they had consumed Lin Ye entirely, they had grown to the size of a large plateau yaks, their weight surpassing a ton. Their long fur made them resemble colossal Tibetan mastiffs, and with their horns, they appeared akin to the mythical creature Qiangqi. Their fur varied in color. One was adorned with striking red, another with vibrant yellow, and the last with shimmering gold. With their bellies full, the dogs howled, shattering the glass throughout the room. The indoor temperature plummeted as the windows shattered. This power astonished even Li Ming, who had not anticipated such a dramatic enhancement from Lin Ye's flesh. The tenfold attribute boost from the Zhongnu pills combined with Lin Ye's unique flesh had propelled them to unprecedented heights. Even with all his abilities unleashed, Li Ming had no certainty of easily defeating them. After their roar, they obediently sat before Li Ming, eagerly licking the blood that remained at the corners of his mouth, vying for his affection like eager pets. Their size was immense, raising the question of how much food they would require in a day. Li Ming approached them slowly, and the three wolf dogs immediately lay their heads on the ground, allowing him to pet them. "From this day forward, I am your master. I shall give you new names. You shall be called Hong Mao, Huang Mao, and Jin Mao." The dogs howled in approval, seemingly delighted with the names Li Ming had bestowed upon them. He then collected all the corpses into his space, ensuring that this premium dog food would not go to waste. The three sizable wolfhounds seemed uncertain whether a single corpse would suffice for their daily sustenance. Perceiving Li Ming's disdainful gaze, combined with his actions of collecting the remains, the wolves appeared to comprehend his thoughts. They promptly reverted from their Qiangqi forms back to their original sizes, wagging their tails and bounding around Li Ming with enthusiasm. After a short while, their bodies visibly expanded, transforming once again into their formidable Qiangqi forms, only to revert back to their original shapes shortly thereafter. Barking excitedly, they seemed to convey to Li Ming their ability to freely control their physical forms, transitioning seamlessly between their original and Qiangqi appearances. Li Ming felt an overwhelming joy. The return to their original forms not only conserved space, but also significantly reduced their food requirements. During combat, they could effortlessly shift back to their more powerful Qiangqi forms. Li Ming and Hua Fian escorted Ji Yun and the three wolfhounds back to their home in Building Number 7. Long Kai, Chun Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi were already donned in the combat attire specially tailored for them by Li Ming, eagerly awaiting his triumphant return. Although they were aware that Li Ming would undoubtedly be training the newcomer Ji Yun that evening, they still yearned for his personal guidance, believing that Ji Yun alone could not possibly fulfill all of Li Ming's capabilities. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Long Qi eagerly flung open the door, her heart brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Mingge, it's me." However, she was taken aback by the three wolfhounds outside, for even in their original forms, they bore a striking resemblance to adult men, exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. "Where on earth did you find these terrifying wolfhounds, Mingge?" Long Qi gasped, repeatedly patting her chest. "Terrifying? They are quite adorable," Li Ming replied, pointing to one of the wolfhounds. "This one with the red fur is a gift for you. It shall be your steed henceforth." Long Qi gazed at the three seemingly identical wolfhounds in confusion. "Red fur? Which one is red fur? Why is it called that? With their size, it's rather peculiar for them to be mounts, isn't it?" Red Fur seemed to understand the conversation between Li Ming and Long Kai, promptly approaching her with a wagging tail, eager to please. Whoosh! Red Fur transformed into its Qiangqi form. The imposing figure, draped in vibrant red fur and exuding a fierce aura, startled Long Kai once more. "It looks so majestic. Now I understand why it's called Red Fur." Behind Red Fur were two more wolfhounds, prompting Chun Shanshan and Yi Jiechi to excitedly grasp Li Ming's arms. "Mingge, can you give me a steed too?" Chun Shanshan whispered enticingly in Li Ming's ear, "I will repay you handsomely." Li Ming laughed heartily. "The other two are named Jin Mao and Huang Mao. You may use them whenever you need." Chapter 66. A world of ice and fire. Upon his return, Li Ming immediately sent Xiao Yu back to his own residence. As a man, his presence here felt rather out of place, making Li Ming himself somewhat uneasy, inhibiting any potential enjoyment. "Red Fur, Huang Mao, and Ji Mao were stationed outside the corridor to deter anyone from approaching their abode. Though Huafian had only joined a few days earlier, she had already assumed the role of the eldest sister in the group. She took Ji Yun to the bathroom, ensuring she was thoroughly cleaned inside and out before dressing her in the specially crafted loungewear made by Li Ming. After donning the loungewear, Huafian couldn't help but marvel at Ji Yun's exquisite figure, which radiated an air of a powerful career woman while maintaining a graceful demeanor. Her fair skin shimmered under the light, exuding an aura of untouchable elegance. In the presence of Ji Yun's physique, Huafian felt a twinge of inferiority. Sister Ji, did you grow up on milk? How would you possibly look like this? It's truly enviable. Ji Yun lowered her gaze, her face flushing with color. You all know my family's circumstances. How could I possibly have the means to drink milk every day? However, I do enjoy eating lard, especially over rice. I could devour 3 bowls, but I fear gaining weight, so I can only indulge once a week during college. Huafian had heard of the folk remedy suggesting that lard could enhance growth, but she never expected it to be true, let alone to such an exaggerated degree. The two quickly grew closer, with Huafian kindly sharing Li Ming's interests and how to swiftly bring him to peak combat readiness. Long Kui, overhearing the conversation in the bathroom, eagerly pulled in Chun Shanshan and Yi Jiechi to join in. Before Ji Yun could fully appreciate the living conditions here, she was swept into discussions about various combat experiences led by the 4 women. For Ji Yun, who had no prior combat experience, the excitement was palpable, and she shyly lowered her head. In the small bathroom, bursts of laughter and playful banter echoed among the 5 women. Ji Yun felt an overwhelming sense of comfort in their company. These women seemed devoid of ulterior motives, engaging with one another in complete honesty. She had always assumed that joining this group of women would lead to rivalry, as she had grown accustomed to such dynamics in the workplace. However, as the conversation flowed freely among them, Ji Yun quickly let down her guard and became a part of the lively exchange. Li Ming particularly cherished this atmosphere, prompting him to resolve to treat everyone equally that evening. With a resounding crash, Li Ming burst through the door. Ding! Task completion. 6th doubling achieved. Host doubling space. 64,000 cubic units. All stored resources within the space have doubled. Host doubling physical attributes. Constitution. 320. Strength. 512. Speed. 448. Agility. 384. Spirit. 384. Upon task completion, the system grants a special reward. B-grade ability fruit. Nature system. Ice power. Unique. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random system reward. Zombie virus antigen X30. Wow. Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. The system was incredibly generous, bestowing upon him a natural ability fruit. Given the global freeze, possessing the ice power ability was undeniably advantageous. With the environmental boost, this ice power would prove to be more potent than other natural abilities of the same grade. Regrettably, it was only a B-grade fruit. Had it been A-grade or higher, Li Ming would not have hesitated to consume it himself. Thus, he decided to gift this ice power fruit to Long Kui. Li Ming retrieved the ice blue, orange-like fruit from his space and gently called out to Long Kui. Upon hearing her name, Long Kui sprang up from her bed, brimming with energy. Mingo, do you intend to duel with me? The other 4 women cast envious glances at Long Kui. Although Ji Yun had yet to consume the loyalty pill, she found the prospect of a duel intriguing, feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. Li Ming flashed a confident smile. Isn't it simply a duel? I can engage with you until dawn. Huafian immediately raised her hand. Mingo, I want to join too. Chan Shansan, Ye Iyaki. And even Ji Yun eagerly followed suit, expressing their desire to partake in the grand duel. Li Ming tossed the ice blue, orange-shaped fruit towards Long Kui. Before the duel begins, consume this. Long Kui recalled how Huafian had devoured the phoenix fruit, and instantly realized this was also an ability fruit. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Ye, you are too good to me. No time for flattery. Eat it quickly, or I shall reclaim it. No way, this is mine. With that, Long Kui swallowed the orange-sized ice power fruit in one gulp. Li Ming Budaplay Fulgrin. You usually complain about not having a big enough mouth for bananas. Yet you managed to swallow an orange whole. Long Kui blushed, playfully sticking her tongue out. Huafian looked on in anticipation. Come on, sister, show us your abilities. Long Kui nodded swiftly and then extended her hands. The surrounding moisture was rapidly absorbed by her extraordinary ability, coalescing in the palms of her hands. The temperature in the entire room began to plummet dramatically, transforming the once warm space into a frigid cavern. The moisture solidified instantly in Long Kui's palms, taking the form of a long, icy arrow. At that moment, everyone felt the piercing chill through their thin garments. Chun Shanshan could no longer endure it. Kui, please retract your power. It's too cold. We are mere mortals. Huafian had to summon her phoenix flame immediately to restore the temperature. Li Ming wore a sly smile. I wonder what the combination of Huafian's phoenix flame and Long Kui's freezing ability will feel like. Chapter 67. Zombie Virus Antigen System. Organisms successfully injected with the zombie virus antigen will attain permanent immunity to the zombie virus. Individuals already infected with the zombie virus may cleanse their bodies of all traces of the virus before completely losing their human consciousness, significantly enhancing the probability of awakening extraordinary abilities. This is indeed a remarkable find. No matter how formidable one's power may be, accidents can occur. During battle, even a slight injury from a zombie or inadvertent ingestion of contaminated water can render any extraordinary abilities or physical strength utterly useless. This zombie virus antigen perfectly addresses that flaw. Moreover, rescuing those already infected could potentially yield subordinates with naturally awakened abilities. Hence, my team will only grow stronger. With that, Li Ming retrieved a vial of zombie virus antigen from his space and injected it into his arm. Long Kai, still basking in the delight of acquiring the freezing fruit, suddenly turned pale with anxiety. Mingo, what is that liquid? Are you unwell? The other women also watched Li Ming with concern, fearful of any ailment befalling him. Li Ming was the backbone of their team. They couldn't let anything happen to him. After assessing his condition and sensing no change, he spoke slowly. Do not panic. This is the zombie virus antigen. Once injected, one will never be infected by the zombie virus again. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their pupils shimmering with incredulity. With the zombie virus antigen, we can hunt zombies without fear of being tainted by their blood. Long Kai's facial muscles trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of her profound excitement. The prospect of transforming into a red-haired Qiongqi, wielding freezing powers, and now possessing the zombie virus antigen, was an overwhelming surprise from Li Ming. With the augmentation of these three treasures, she envisioned that venturing outside the community would no longer be a mere fantasy. After being confined for so long, everyone yearned to breathe in fresh air. However, Yi Jieqi's expression was grave as she hesitantly queried, Hunt zombies? Why must we do that? Can't we simply stay here and await rescue? It was understandable. She was merely a university student, still harboring naive fantasies about this world. Li Ming then realized that only Huafian and Long Kai had undergone training in zombie hunting. The others were still novices, and time was of the essence to expedite their growth. As the apocalypse progressed, the world would become increasingly chaotic and perilous. The onslaught of zombie hordes and the struggle for territory among factions would escalate. The Binhang No. 1 community could not serve as their refuge indefinitely. It was time to begin establishing their own base of power. Li Ming extracted 5 vials of zombie virus antigen from his space, instructing them to inject it into their bodies. Along with the red-haired, blonde, and golden-haired companions, 10 vials were swiftly consumed. It seemed he needed to continue searching for suitable exceptional women to bolster his strength while replenishing supplies. Li Ming inspected the remaining resources. After distributing a Zoninu pill to Xiao Yu and the 3 wolf dogs, 6 remained, doubling from the previous count to 12. The water supply also increased from 12,800 cubic meters to 25,600 cubic meters. Even with a monthly usage of 100 cubic meters, this water would suffice for over 20 years. The instant noodles had multiplied from 16,000 boxes to 32,000 boxes. These would not be needed immediately, but as resources became scarce, they could serve as valuable trade commodities with other factions. After inspecting all other supplies, Li Ming found his space, now holding 64,000 cubic meters, brimming with resources. This abundance provided him with a profound sense of security and satisfaction in the apocalypse, having faced true hunger in his previous life. He retrieved another Zoninu pill from his space and handed it to Ji Yun, ensuring that everyone around him remained 100% loyal. After a night of revelry, they all slept soundly until the following afternoon. The newly awakened women took an inordinate amount of time in the restroom. With only 2 available, they had to queue. As more women joined them, Huafian felt increasingly cramped in her 140 square meter apartment, which could no longer meet their basic needs. In response to Huafian's concern, Long Kui promptly raised her hand, standing straight with pride. Mingge, why not stay at my place? My home is 200 square meters. It would certainly be more spacious than here. Ji Yun inquired curiously, Kai, does your home have a fireplace as well? With the external temperature hovering around minus 50 degrees. Without a fireplace, even cranking the air conditioning to maximum would only yield temperatures around 0. Without a fireplace, any activities would be unbearably cold, numbing all sensation. Long Kai immediately wilted like a withering flower, lowering her head in silence. Yi Jieqi remarked, I think it's quite nice for everyone to be crammed in this house. It's warm and cozy, and I really like it here. Chen Shanshan added, I like it too. The only issue is the lack of restrooms, but everything else is great. Plus, sleeping together is genuinely warm. Li Ming stood up from the sofa. He had already considered this issue upon moving into Huafian's home. Having gained a 64-fold power enhancement, he easily removed the 100-inch LCD television from the wall as if it were a mere piece of paper. He then rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at the television wall. With a resounding crash, the solid wall crumbled under his blow like a wafer. Instantly, a chilling draft rushed through the hole he had created. I have long assessed this property. Room 2202 shares a wall with room 2201. The latter is the largest suite in the Binhang community, encompassing an area of 400 square meters with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. By knocking down this wall, we would have ample space for all of us to move. As for heating, we can install a similar fireplace in room 2201. If one fireplace isn't sufficient, we can install 2. There are plenty of materials available. Chapter 68. Dividing into 2 paths. Although Li Ming had long harbored intentions for room 2201, it was not until today, after breaching the wall, that he truly beheld its grandeur. Upon seeing the luxurious decor and layout of the 400 square meter flat, Li Ming was taken aback. The opulent design exemplified luxury and sophistication, with every conceivable amenity. It was estimated that the homeowner had spent millions on the renovation to achieve such a result. Furthermore, the central air conditioning system was far superior to standard units, providing enhanced heating. However, without the added warmth of a fireplace, even at maximum capacity, the central air could only reach around 10 degrees. The house stood empty, an eerie silence enveloping it. Disaster had struck suddenly, and perhaps the owner had not returned in time, now transformed into a mindless creature. The kitchen's refrigerator still held a considerable stock of food, and since this house was adjacent to Li Ming's, no one dared to covet it. Naturally, the task of renovating room 2201 fell to Xiao Yu, as the others had already been assigned duties by Li Ming. Today, Li Ming decided to venture outside the community for a reconnaissance. Firstly, it was imperative to diversify the supplies within the space, particularly weapons and medicine. Zhang Haonan's revolver had multiplied to 4, and Feng Su's 2 Glock 18 pistols had doubled as well due to Ji Yun's inclusion, resulting in a total of 8 handguns. However, ammunition was scarce. Even after 2 rounds of doubling, there were only 40 bullets. As for medicine, the Walmart warehouse had no stock of medical supplies, let alone equipment. In this apocalyptic world, even a simple cold or fever could prove fatal without timely treatment. Nevertheless, such necessities could be gathered if one were to locate an abandoned hospital. Secondly, Li Ming had nearly gathered all the exquisite beauties within the community. To recruit more fitting candidates, he would have to seek opportunities outside. His space was only 64,000 cubic units, which was far from ample. To establish his own base of power, this amount of space and supplies was grossly inadequate. Only when his space exceeded 100 million cubic units could Li Ming truly enjoy life without worry. This reminiscence brought to mind the female officer Nangong Ling, who had sought trouble with him, a stunning beauty whose combat prowess had already reached 10 before the apocalypse. He hoped she could survive using her skills in this new world. Li Ming decided to split the group into 2 teams. Long Qi would lead Chen Shanshan, Yi Jieqi, Ji Yun, as well as the red-haired and yellow-haired dogs to the underground garage for zombie slaying practice. Long Kai was already well-versed in hunting zombies and was fully capable of teaching them. The transformed dogs, now resembling Qiongqi, possessed strength surpassing that of Long Kai, who had the ability to freeze. Their presence would ensure the girl's safety. Meanwhile, Li Ming, along with Huafian and the golden-haired dog, would wander throughout Tianhai City in search of opportunities. Huafian's flying ability and the golden dog's terrestrial agility made outdoor activities remarkably convenient. Long Qi led her group into the underground parking garage. Before departing, she had already imparted Li Ming's zombie hunting techniques to them, detailing every precaution. Compared to Huafian and Long Kai, they were fortunate. After all, they had all received the zombie virus antiserum and did not need to fear infection. Perhaps it was Long Kui's imagination, or perhaps it was daytime, but she felt that there were far fewer zombies in the parking garage than before. Previously, when Li Ming had brought her and Huafian here, they had encountered zombies rushing towards them near the 3rd floor corridor. Now, upon reaching the basement parking level, they had yet to spot any signs of the undead. Yi Jieqi's face had turned pale, clutching the long-handled sickle gifted by Li Ming tightly to her chest, her breathing becoming rapid and erratic. Sister Kai, the zombies are terrifying. You must keep a close watch on me. Don't let them eat me. Long Kai glanced at the nearly tearful Yi Jieqi and shook her head in exasperation. The girl was simply too timid. Do not worry. These zombies are quite easy to kill. With the enhancement from Brother Ming's miraculous medicine, hunting them is as simple as slaughtering chickens. I am merely puzzled as to why we have not encountered a single zombie in the underground parking garage yet. Isn't the absence of zombies a good thing? This way, we can return early, Yi Jieqi responded, her tone slightly brightening. Our task is to each hunt 20 zombies, and if there are none here, we can go outside. I estimate there are at least several thousand zombies in the Bijiang Yihao Communities Attached Mall. There is no shortage of targets for us to slay, Chen Shanshan remarked, her tone heavy. She had hoped to showcase her prowess here to earn Li Ming's praise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the cramped parking garage, accompanied by the chilling howls of zombies. Wonderful, Kaigo, we have succeeded. There must be at least 100 zombies here. With just 2 more visits, we can clear out this entire underground parking lot. The laughter erupted as they realized the zombies had fallen into their trap, mindlessly rushing in despite the obvious danger. These creatures act purely on instinct and lack any capacity for thought. However, do not let your guard down. A mere scratch could cost you your life. Long Kai and her group, accompanied by the 2 dogs, cautiously made their way towards the source of the commotion. Turning a corner, they were met with the sight of over 100 zombies engulfed in flames, crackling and burning without a hint of awareness to their plight. Their roars persisted as they lunged toward the 4 girls and 2 dogs, only ceasing movement once their bodies had been reduced to charred remains. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air. Navigating past the incinerated zombies, Long Kai recognized the individuals responsible for the trap. Zhang Kai, the leader of Building 9, stood at the forefront. Zhang Kai's expression turned serious as he recognized Long Kai. His awareness heightened by the notorious livestream of her slaying Zheng Haonan that had circulated throughout the community. Boss, look, isn't that beauty Long Kai? She looks even more stunning in person, and her complexion is radiant. She doesn't resemble someone who has gone hungry at all. Wow. And there are 3 other gorgeous women with her, all seemingly connected to Long Kai. Are they all beauties that Li Ming has gathered? Isn't that obvious? Who in the community doesn't know that Li Ming possesses the most resources? Being by his side, how could they possibly starve? What good is that soft-footed shrimp's wealth if he doesn't venture out to expand? Sooner or later, he'll exhaust his resources. Zhang Kai shot a stern glare at his underlings. You all need to behave yourselves. Do not let your tongues run wild and offend them. Kaiga, it's just a few women and 2 dogs. Perhaps they are here seeking our refuge. The speaker was Chun Jun, the second in command of Building 9, his gaze fixated on Long Kai, unabashedly surveying her with a predatory glint. Zhang Kai's subordinates began to jeer. Kaiga, if they're here asking for our protection, should we just ignore them? Even if you forbid us from forcing them against their will, if they are willing, then we cannot be blamed. If all 4 of them requested to be with me at once, how would I choose? It's quite a dilemma. Only a fool would choose. I want them all. As long as our plan succeeds this time, acquiring a few more women is simply a drop in the bucket. Zhang Kai's expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, as long as they did not cross his bottom line, he would not interfere. He understood the immense psychological pressure his brothers faced daily while battling zombies. It was no easy feat if they were not allowed to release their pent-up frustrations. Trouble would inevitably arise. However, his instincts told him that these 4 women were anything but ordinary. What kind of normal woman would dare venture into a zombie-infested underground parking garage? He gazed intently at Ji Yun, the short-haired woman behind Long Kai, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. That woman behind Long Kai is Ji Yun. Over 50 members of Feng Su's group went missing from Building 3 yesterday, and not a single body has been found. Ji Yun's sudden appearance in Li Ming's team raises serious concerns. With a disdainful laugh, Chun Jun remarked, Boss, don't overestimate them. Just because something happens in the community doesn't team mean it's their doing. I've already investigated the disappearance of Feng Su's group. It was Lin Ye from Building 4 who acted, and afterwards he disposed of all their bodies by throwing them to the zombies. As for Ji Yun's presence in Li Ming's team, there are plenty of women who covet his meager supplies. Before Zhang Kai could respond, Chun Jun had already hastened towards Long Kai. As he surveyed the charred corpses of the zombies scattered on the ground, he seemed to take pride in his own achievements. With an arrogant grin, he declared to Long Kai, how could that useless Li Ming allow you to venture into this perilous underground parking lot alone? Why not join us? We are not like Li Ming, who hides behind women. You see the corpses of zombies on the ground? That displays our strength. In this entire community, only we dare to confront these zombies head-on. All the supplies in the underground parking lot belong to us, and if you choose to align with us, we will certainly share the bounty. In an instant, Chun Shanshan drew 2 bone knives from her sleeves, her gaze icy as she warned, You foul creature, dare to insult our brother Ming again, and I will slice your flesh inch by inch. Chun Jun was unfazed by Chun Shanshan's fierce demeanor. Both he and Zhang Kai had been affiliated with Huading Security Company before the apocalypse, and as veterans of the official special forces of Huagua, they had encountered all manner of skilled fighters. Had it been Chun Jun and Zhang Kai confronting Zheng Haonan back then, Chun Jun was confident they could have dispatched Zheng's group as cleanly as Huafian and Long Kui had done. Thus, he regarded Huafian and Long Kui's abilities as mere showmanship. Still, he mockingly laughed, They say Li Ming has exceptional skills in charming women. Today, I've witnessed it firsthand. Instantly, Chun Shanshan exuded a fierce aura, ruthlessly thrusting her knives toward Chun Jun's vital points. Taken aback by her swift action, Chun Jun's expression turned cold as he quickly blocked her strike with his own weapon. However, facing the formidable force of Chun Shanshan's enhanced strength, he found himself pushed back 3 meters before crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhang Kai and his subordinates were utterly astounded. That woman had actually brought down Zheng Ge? Zheng Ge was known to be a man capable of defeating even tigers. Whether he could really tackle a tiger was uncertain. But they had all witnessed him single-handedly slaying 3 zombies. Rumors claimed that Zheng Ge could take on 5 zombies at once. What was this woman's background? This foul woman had no regard for martial ethics, launching a surprise attack. Zheng Ge had simply been caught off guard and lost his balance. Did she truly believe she was his equal? Chun Zhen's face was filled with terror. He alone understood the ferocity of Chun Shanshan's strike, which felt like being hit by a savage beast. His hands still tingled, the residual numbness serving as a reminder of her overwhelming strength. Fortunately, Chun Shanshan, lacking in actual combat experience, had left openings in her attack, allowing him to successfully defend against her fierce onslaught. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. However, failing to retaliate would be a disgrace, and he would never be able to hold his head high among his peers. He feigned indignation, rising to his feet and pointing at Chun Shanshan, exclaiming, "You foul woman, how dare you ambush me?" Noticing Chun Shanshan's icy glare, Chun Zhen's heart trembled, and he quickly backed down. This madwoman was serious and showed no mercy. "Given that you are a woman, if you apologize, I will let this go." The expressions of his subordinates, who had anticipated Chun Zhen fiercely retaliating against Chun Shanshan, froze in disbelief. "No, Senke. Shouldn't you be teaching this wench a lesson for attacking you? When did you become so soft-hearted? I remember you didn't hesitate to beat Lu from the 18th floor nearly to death for merely sipping your water. Shouldn't this woman pay for pushing you down?" At that moment, Chun Zhen wished he could silence those who stood idle, spouting their opinions. "If you have the guts, try it. This woman possesses strength like an ox. Even the oxes would bow down before her." Clearing his throat, Chun Zhen said, "Cough. Kaigu advised us not to provoke them. I'm merely showing respect for him by sparing you." "You think you deserve an apology?" Chun Shanshan scoffed, immediately launching another assault on Chun Zhen with her knife. With a swift motion, a formidable figure appeared before Chun Shanshan, seizing her wrist with a grip as unyielding as steel. Chun Shanshan's arm was immobilized instantly. Reacting quickly, she swung her other arm, knife poised to strike at the figure. Yet, her other hand was also captured with equal force. Faced with the intimidating presence, cold sweat broke out on Chun Shanshan's forehead. Long Kai, witnessing this, swiftly drew her axe, preparing for battle. "Hold on, ladies, we mean no harm." Zhang Kai's deep voice resonated as he released Chun Shanshan's wrists. "I apologize on behalf of my people for their offensive words." Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, clad in military attire, Zhang Kai emanated an aura that commanded respect. His mere presence instilled a sense of pressure in Long Kai and her companions. He could effortlessly withstand the full force of Chun Shanshan's enhanced strength, revealing his own formidable prowess. Before the apocalypse, Long Kai would not have dared to utter a word in front of such a man. Now, armed with enhanced abilities and accompanied by her allies, she felt emboldened. However, with Li Ming absent, she wished to avoid further conflict with this man. Long Kai shot Zhang Kai a disdainful glance and turned to Chun Shanshan, saying, "Shanshan, that's enough. We have a mission." Chun Shanshan returned the glare to Zhang Kai. "Understood, Sister Kai." As the 4 women and 2 dogs prepared to leave, Zhang Kai's voice boomed again. "Ladies, please wait a moment." Upon hearing Zhang Kai's request, Long Kai furrowed her brow, her expression icy. "You think you could stop us? Do you really believe you are invincible?" Zhang Kai was taken aback, realizing the misunderstanding. "That is not what I meant, ladies. I have a plan and would like to propose a collaboration." In that brief moment when he halted Chun Shanshan, he had gained a profound understanding of her strength. Though he appeared relaxed, he had exerted all his power, nearly losing his grip on her. He was astonished by the incredible strength of this woman, a rarity he had never encountered. He recognized that Long Kai's abilities were equally formidable. If all 4 women possessed such power, it would be truly terrifying. However, if such formidable individuals were allies, it would surely be an exhilarating prospect. Their plans will proceed more smoothly. Cooperation? Long Kai looked at Zhang Kai with confusion. Zhang Kai paused for a moment and slowly replied, "I know that Li Ming has hoarded a substantial amount of supplies, so for now, he will not be troubled by a lack of resources. However, you must sense that this natural disaster will not conclude anytime soon. Even when it does end, this world will never return to its former state. The supplies in your possession will eventually be depleted. At this stage, there's not yet been a large-scale upheaval, and we should seize this opportunity to gather as many resources as possible in preparation for the impending changes. Therefore, we have resolutely decided to clear all the zombies from the underground parking lot." Long Kai surveyed her surroundings. No wonder they had not encountered zombies in the underground garage. It was because they had been continuously clearing them. Long Kai scoffed. "What little supplies can be found in the parking lot? You can't even divide them among yourselves. Yet you plan to include us?" Zhang Kai hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "The supplies left in the cars will only last us about 10 days at most. After that, we will be completely out of resources. Our focus is on the fresh food stores, grain and oil shops, and convenience stores on the outskirts of the community. As far as I know, those shops have enough supplies to sustain us survivors for a year. While we still have enough manpower and before those stores are targeted by others, we must act quickly. If you're willing to cooperate with us, We are prepared to share 40% of all resources with you. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted among Zhang Kai's followers. Kaigo, are you out of your mind? Why should we give them 40%? We cleared out the zombies in the underground parking lot. This was fought for with our lives. How many brothers have we lost in the last few days? To just hand over 40% to them is unacceptable. We can manage on our own. Why do we need them? They are nothing but playthings for men. If you really want a woman, I can have my wife accompany you. Silence. Zhang Kiroadet. His subordinates had no idea of the capabilities of these women before him, which surpassed all of them. If they were willing to join, it would significantly reduce their team's mortality rate. Offering them 40% was already generous. If divided according to strength, they would deserve 60%, which would not be excessive. With the combat prowess of these 4 women, they could even target the affiliated shopping mall of the community. The large supermarket within the mall contained a vast amount of supplies, not to mention the numerous dining establishments on the upper floors. Acquiring these resources would ensure that their entire team would not have to worry about supplies for the next decade. Yet, there were at least a few thousand zombies within the mall, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain the supplies inside. We're not interested in your plan, Long Qi stated coolly. She was aware that Li Ming had an abundance of resources in his storage space, although she did not know the exact quantity. Living for a century or 2 should pose no issue. They had no need to engage in such matters for a paltry amount of resources, especially not with Zhang Kai and his group. Zhang Kai seemed to have anticipated Long Qi's response and continued, if you are dissatisfied with the division, we can offer you 50% of the resources. Zhang Kai's subordinates erupted once again. Boss, 50% is truly inadequate. Besides our brothers, there's also a large group of orphans of the fallen. With only half the resources, they will starve. Kaigo, if you really want a woman, I can catch a few for you right now. You'll be satisfied. Kaigo, we know you are usually quite dull and do not understand how to pursue women, but simply giving will not win their hearts. Wealth is meant to be showcased to women, not squandered on them. Nor should it be handed over to others as if you have no concern for money. Those few shameless women are clearly out for gains. As long as we have resources in our hands, we need not fear them not groveling before us. Long Kai's expression darkened, her eyes filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Under the influence of her freezing ability, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped by 10 degrees instantly. The sudden wave of hostility made even the battle-hardened Zhang Kai's heart tremble. Bang! Zhang Kai's fist struck the face of the subordinate who had spoken disrespectfully, sending 2 of his teeth flying and leaving him bleeding profusely. I should have warned you to be mindful of your words and actions. If anyone dares to speak ill of them again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Long Kai understood that Zhang Kai was expressing his stance and also attempting to save his dying subordinate. Zhang Kai, based on your attitude, I will not hold it against you. Do not think that I am interested in your 50% of the resources. Even if you are willing to offer me 90%, I would have no interest. In the future, let us not interfere with each other. Do not provoke us without reason, for the consequences are beyond what you can bear. With that, the 4 women and 2 dogs headed towards the exit of the parking lot. The zombies within the parking lot had already been nearly eradicated by Zhang Kai and his group. Moreover, with their presence, it was not the right time for them to showcase their full strength. Thus, Long Kai decided to lead them outside the parking lot to hunt zombies. Zhang Kai's subordinates watched the direction in which Long Kai and her companions departed, their expressions gradually revealing astonishment. Kaigo, are they planning to leave the parking lot? Do they not realize that there are zombies everywhere outside? This is bad. Do they know our plan and intend to bypass us to act on their own? Damn, we cannot allow them to get ahead. What are you thinking? Just those 4 women and 2 dogs? Can they possibly contend with hundreds or thousands of zombies? Well, if they get eaten by zombies, then Kaigo won't have any more wild thoughts. In the sky above Tianhai City, an orange-red phoenix soared gracefully, carrying a person and a dog on its back. Fian, below us, is the police station of Nanshan District. Let us see if there are any unexpected gains. Chapter 71. Survivors in the police building of Nanshan District in Tianhai City. The pink snow had already covered half of the 5-story police station, rendering it desolate. Without careful observation, it was difficult to discern that this had once been a police station. Blood rained down, and, as the zombie outbreak occurred, some citizens who happened to be nearby quickly sought refuge in this building. However, among those who entered the building were not only citizens seeking shelter, but also carriers infected with the zombie virus. Unsurprisingly, the zombie virus erupted within the police building, and the vast majority of those inside became zombies, filling every corner of the police station. The current state of the police building was exceedingly eerie and terrifying. It is hard to believe that there were still people surviving within this ominous structure. After all, this was a place responsible for maintaining public safety in the entire Nanshan district, as well as detaining and reviewing criminals. The security here was more than 10 times stronger than in other buildings, and the heating facilities and public institutions were also top-notch. Over 30 individuals, during the outbreak of the zombies, took refuge in the original holding cells for suspects on the first floor, managing to avoid the zombie assault and survive. Beneath the layer of snow, The air was thin, and the survivors huddled closely together in groups of 3 or 5 to prevent their body heat from dissipating. The faces of all present were gaunt, and the atmosphere was thick with anxiety and fear, oppressive to the extreme. For girls sitting closely together had wandering gazes. Their lips cracked, and their hands unconsciously rubbed their stomachs, attempting to alleviate their unbearable hunger. Why has Nangongling been gone for so long in search of supplies? I'm starving. Do you think Nangongling has abandoned us and gone to the refuge to enjoy life? What is so surprising about that? People act in their own self-interest. Nangongling is just a name-dropper. Do you think she genuinely cares for us? Her eagerness to save us was merely to promote herself after the disaster, to become a political asset. Unfortunately, she did not anticipate that this disaster would last so long. Zhang Meng, Li Jiamin, Zhao Sisi, and Tong Lia, for young women, revealed their unsightly true natures as they unabashedly engaged in a discussion. Their presence at the police station amidst impending disaster stemmed from their imaginations, running wild while riding the subway. Convinced that an elderly man crouched and peering at his phone was surreptitiously photographing them. Consequently, they reported the incident to the authorities, leading to their being taken to the police station for questioning. A young couple huddled closely together, with the girl, Yi Shi, clutching her knees, her voice thick with emotion as she implored, Long, Officer Nangong Wu Ti truly abandoned us. Would he? Can we survive this? Her boyfriend, Zhang Xiaolong, wrapped his arms around her in comfort, assuring her, she's not your mother. It's perfectly normal to leave. Don't worry, I'll be here for you. You want to go hungry? Woo, but I feel like I'm starving. Yi Shi burst into tears. The young women couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xiaolong's words. Indeed, the tongue of a man is often deceptive, adept only at sweet-talking young girls. If he were capable, he should be out securing food for his girlfriend. It was clear that he had consumed the majority of their shared rations, leaving only a meager portion for her. Such shamelessness. Zhang Xiaolong's lack of dignity was soon exposed, and he became furious, shouting at the young women. We're enjoying ourselves. What business is it of yours? You bunch of nosy women. Who are you calling that, you lowlife? They retorted. You're the ones who are gluttonous and disgusting. The 4 words gluttonous and disgusting struck a nerve, prompting a chorus of shrill screams from the young women. Who is gluttonous and disgusting? Who? The 6 of them soon found themselves in a scuffle, seemingly discovering an outlet for their pent-up frustrations in this oppressive environment. Momentarily forgetting their hunger. Everyone quiet down. It's driving me insane. If I hear another peep, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies. Bidou sans biao, a criminal already confined within the cell. If it weren't for Officer Nangong, I would have dealt with all you food-wasting trash long ago. With Sang Biao's roar, the young women and the couple quickly separated, glaring at one another defiantly. In this cell, aside from Officer Nangongling, the most feared individual was undoubtedly Sang Biao. Anyone who incited his displeasure would soon find themselves at the mercy of his fists, leaving them questioning their very existence. Sang Biao sat closely beside several other criminals who were already imprisoned. After the cell fell silent again, Sang Biao lowered his voice and inquired of the others. How is it going with Fai Long? Why is progress so slow? A voice responded. We just received word from Wei Ge that we'll definitely be able to open the armory door today. Sang Biao was elated. If they could access the firearms in the police station's armory, they would no longer have to endure this confinement. Meanwhile, his friends outside had already conquered the entire neighborhood, living like emperors, stirring his envy. He believed this was not a disaster, but the dawn of their era. With sufficient ruthlessness, they could lead a better life in the apocalypse than they had before, without the constant fear of imprisonment. Open door. Quickly, came a crisp, clear voice from outside. Upon hearing Officer Nangong-Ling's voice, everyone in the cell broke into smiles, excitement lighting their faces. Their joy was not due to any particular fondness for her, but rather the knowledge that her return signified their food supply for the day was secured. The young women hurriedly opened the door, eager to endear themselves to Officer Nangong-Ling in hopes of receiving their rations first. Although Officer Nangong-Ling would distribute supplies evenly, the size of each loaf of bread or biscuit varied slightly. While the difference might not be noticeable, every little bit counted, particularly during the distribution of water. She often poured herself a tad more, leaving others none the wiser. However, when the door swung open, the young women were taken aback. Officer Nangong-Ling bore no supplies. In her hands was a Tang Hung knife stained with dark brown blood, and she was supporting Officer Zhang Vida, who had lost an arm and was disoriented. Clad in a black down jacket, with the scabbard of the Tang Hung knife strapped to her back and her hair tied in a high ponytail. She appeared valiant, yet utterly exhausted, her eyes filled with tension and anxiety. We were ambushed by zombies on our way back. Officer Zhang lost his arm. Hurry! Help him inside for bandaging. Yet, rather than assisting Officer Zhang, the young women cautiously retreated a few steps. He has been bitten by a zombie. Will he turn to one? Oh, no. Officer Nangong, toss him out quickly. I don't want to be near a zombie. Chapter 72. The ungrateful wolf, upon learning that Zhang Vida had been bitten by a zombie, The expressions of everyone in the cell turned to visible disgust and avoidance, as if they wished to distance themselves from this ominous figure. Officer Nangong Ling, furious, shouted, "What are you doing? He's my comrade. Move aside." Officer Zhang was injured while searching for supplies for all of you. Do you have no gratitude at all? Zhang Ming displayed a look of disdain, pinching her nose as if the very air shared with Zhang Vida could turn her into a zombie. Officer Nangong, don't glorify yourselves. Protecting us weak citizens is your duty. Besides, weren't you the ones who insisted we come here for questioning? Is it any wonder we're trapped? Li Jiamin, another young woman, cast a similarly disdainful glance at the barely conscious Zhang Vida. I absolutely refuse to share the same space with a zombie. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll expose you online. Zhao Cixi added, if you let him in, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Tong Lia chimed in. Do you know who my father is? After this disaster passes, I'll make sure you can't eat for the rest of your lives. Officer Nangong Ling trembled with rage, gripping the Tang hung knife tightly. Had they risked their lives daily for this ungrateful lot? Initially, 7 members of their police force had survived. However, facing relentless hordes of zombies, only she and Zhang Vida remained. Zhang Vida was her most esteemed senior. She was determined to protect him at all costs. Just then, a bespectacled man with a neatly parted hairstyle and a refined demeanor stepped forward. Officer Nangong, may I ask how Officer Zhang sustained his injuries and how long it has been? This man was He Ziqing, an employee from a nearby bank. Officer Nangong Ling suppressed her anger and replied begrudgingly. Officer Zhang and I were ambushed by several zombies on our way back. While we fought valiantly, suddenly, a zombie lunged from the snow and caught hold of Officer Zhang's right hand. In that instant, I decisively severed his right arm and killed that zombie. Officer Zhang has been injured for nearly half an hour now. He Ziqing cradled his chin, gazing intently at Zhang Vida. Officer Nangong, do you recall whether you severed Officer Zhang's arm before or after the zombie bit him? Zhang Ming, visibly impatient, interjected, why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to play detective or something? He Ziqing shot a fierce glare at Zhang Ming. The implications were significant. If Officer Nangong had acted first, it would imply that Officer Zhang's arm was severed before the zombie bite, thereby ruling out the possibility of infection. Conversely, if the zombie had bitten Zhang Vida first, and Officer Nangong then severed his arm, there remained a chance he was infected. Nangaling endeavored to recollect the events, but ultimately shook her head in resignation. However, everything transpired so abruptly, and the circumstances were exceedingly urgent, leaving me unable to recall the details. Jimei Li Jimin immediately exclaimed, since the memories are unclear, let's treat him as a zombie. Even if there is the slightest possibility, I do not wish to remain in the company of a zombie. He Ziqing cast a fierce glance at Li Jimin once more, then quickly adopted a gentler demeanor as he spoke. I beg to differ. Typically, individuals infected with the zombie virus exhibit symptoms within 10 minutes. Yet Officer Zhang has already endured half an hour without incident. Let's place Officer Zhang in one of the solitary cells for observation. Even if he were to transform into a zombie, he would pose no threat to us. After a moment of contemplation, Mangaling could only nod in agreement. The 4 members of Jimei also concurred with He Ziqing's plan, provided it did not jeopardize their interests. Nangaling assisted the nearly unconscious Zhang Vida into the cell, where the young couple, Yi Shi, hurriedly approached and inquired, Officer, what about today's supplies? I'm absolutely famished. Resisting the anger bubbling within her, Mangaling extracted a packet of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water from her black down coat. This is all we have for today. The rest was lost during the battle against the zombies. Please make do for now. Sang Biao swiftly accepted the biscuits and water from Nangaling. Yi Shi, in frustration, stomped her foot. This meager amount of biscuits isn't even enough to feed a chicken. We are human beings. How can we possibly be satisfied with this? How could anyone be so foolish as to prioritize supplies in a crisis? What good is saving a dying burden? Sang Biao hastily tore open the biscuit package, stuffing several pieces into his mouth before sharing the remaining biscuits with his companions. If you don't want to eat, that is fine by me. Thank you, Officer Nano. The brothers of Sang Biao quickly consumed the already scarce biscuits. The 4 Jimei and Yi Shi erupted in anger, pulling at Sang Biao and his companions' clothing. Who permitted you to eat first? Those are our biscuits. Do you not understand the concept of ladies first? Sang Biao slapped Yi Shi to the ground, asserting ladies first. If it weren't for Officer Nangong being present, I would have taken care of all of you first. If you wish for biscuits, I still have a smidgen lodged between my teeth. Feel free to stick out your tongue and lick it. Sang Biao shamelessly opened his mouth wide, revealing his yellowed and foul-smelling teeth. Yi Shi felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but alas, her stomach was already empty. Nangong Ling chose to ignore the commotion, helping the unconscious Zhang Vida into a separate cell. A loud crack resounded as He Ziqing forcefully threw Zhang Ming to the ground, stepping on her face as he venomously declared, You foolish woman, do you lack common sense? If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Can you not see the current situation? Offending Nangong Ling means we are doomed. If she abandons us, will you go out and search for food on my behalf? A group of mindless fools, They should be striving to pleasing, ensuring she willingly serves us until death. Zhang Ming and the other Jimei attempted to retort, but were met with a barrage of resentful glares. Though dim-witted, they understood the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, they could very well be cast out to become zombie fodder. And that would be a dire fate. In a solitary cell, after Nangaling poured half a bottle of mineral water into Zhang Vida's mouth, he finally awakened, coughing violently as the water went down the wrong way. The weariness in Zhang Vida's eyes was palpable, and he managed a bitter smile. Shi Mei, Nangong, I cannot endure any longer. You are the sole survivor from our police force. The pack of ungrateful wolves outside are not worth our sacrifice to protect. You should leave and seek refuge at the Nanshan base. With your abilities and the influence of the Mangong family, you can thrive even in this apocalypse. Nangong's lips curved downwards as she shook her head helplessly, retrieving her phone from her pocket and presenting it to Zhang Vida. The Nanshan refuge base has betrayed us. How could this be? The Nanshan refuge base is not only the largest disaster refuge in Tianhai City, but also a critical tactical military base. How dare Cheng Tao commit such an act? Zhang Vida's voice was frail and hoarse, shaken by the shocking news, causing him to cough incessantly. Nan Gongling quickly approached, patting his back to alleviate his coughing. The Nanshan refuge base represented their last hope. Their survival thus far had been predicated on the belief that help from the Nanshan base would eventually arrive to rescue them from this hellish place. When did you receive this information? Zhang Vida inquired, calming himself as he asked weakly. This was a message sent to me by my brother-in-law 2 days ago, Nan Gongling replied. Her tone slow and heavy. You know my brother-in-law holds a significant position in Tianhai City. When he speaks of such matters, it is as good as confirmed. After sending this message, he has completely lost contact with me. I suspect he has fallen victim to Cheng Tao as well. Sitting on the ground, Nangung tightly hugged her knees, burying her head in her thighs as she sobbed uncontrollably. Zhang Vida struggled to muster a smile, attempting to comfort her. Without seeing your brother-in-law's corpse, we cannot definitively conclude that he is dead. Furthermore, Tianhai City is not limited to just his official refuge base. Even if Cheng Tao has betrayed us, there are other bases still standing. As the esteemed young lady of the Mangong family, they would not dare to turn you away. Mangong shook her head, speaking with resignation. It is futile. This disaster has struck us too suddenly and too violently. The higher-ups in Huagua are undoubtedly overwhelmed and unable to manage these refuge bases. These bases have completely lost control, and no one knows what they have devolved into. Perhaps at this very moment, those refuge bases have transformed into hell on earth. To venture forth without understanding the situation is akin to walking into a tiger's den. Zhang Vida fell silent. Initially, he had intended to counsel Nangongling against such pessimism. However, upon observing those ungrateful wolves they had risked their lives to protect, he could not help but acknowledge the validity of her words. In the apocalypse, perhaps kindness is indeed a flaw. Zhang Vida, with pain etched across his face, managed to force out a smile, saying, as long as we can survive, there will come a day when you encounter someone worthy of your trust in this desolate world. Those ungrateful wolves outside are not worth your concern. Do not carry the burden of their expectations. Your skills with a blade are unmatched in this apocalypse. Becoming a lone wanderer, traversing the world, is also a splendid choice. Ha ha. You are the true lone wanderer, Mangongling scoffed with a smile, glancing at Zhang Vida's lost arm. The one-armed wanderer, ha ha. Their laughter echoed, a bittersweet moment amidst their suffering. While others were starving, they still managed to share a hearty laugh. Yishi slumped onto the ground, seething. It is evident that they return with full stomachs, leaving us only scraps and demanding our gratitude. It is utterly disgusting. They deserve to be bitten by zombies. Her boyfriend, Zhang Xiaolong, cautiously glanced towards He Zicheng and Sang Biao, nudging Yi Shi with his arm. Stop your nonsense. If they overhear you, you will inevitably face a beating, and I will not come to your aid. The Jimei collectively rolled their eyes at Zhang Xiaolong, as if he had ever stepped up to defend Yi Shi when she was being beaten. This shameless man would always hide in the corner, terrified of being discovered. Yi Shi, too, was foolish, boldly confronting the world, yet remaining silent before this shameless man. Truly, a classic case of love blindness. A diminutive man, resembling a groundhog, returned to the cell with a lewd gait. With his mouth pressed against Sang Biao's ear, he lowered his voice and exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, it's done. The armory door has been opened." Upon hearing this, Sang Biao, who had been resting on the ground with his eyes closed, immediately sprang up with enthusiasm. Really? Ha! Our good days are coming. Brothers, follow me. Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled with keen insight. Sang Biao's exuberance surely indicated he had discovered something valuable. She swiftly approached and grasped Sang Biao's arm, her face awash with flattery. Biao-ge, have you found supplies? Can you take me along? I'll just have a little. Really just a tiny bit. Slap. Sang Biao delivered a hefty slap, knocking Zhang Ming to the ground. Get lost. What do you want? Right now. My mind is solely on Officer Nangong. With that, Sang Biao strode purposefully towards the exit. Zhang Ming shouted at his retreating figure. "Huh, you should take a look in the mirror before trying to scheme against Officer Nan Gongling, get lost, and go to sleep." A short man, resembling a gopher, leered at Zhang Ming as he squatted down to touch her face. "Oh, so smooth. If Biao Ge doesn't want you, you could come to me. I'll make sure you're well taken care of." Zhang Ming pushed the gopher away with one hand, her brows furrowed in disgust. "Were you a toad wishing to eat swan meat? Keep your distance from me." The gopher, seemingly unfazed, only grinned wider. "Hee hee, I like your resistance. Soon you'll know how formidable I am, and I guarantee you'll be screaming." After saying this, the gopher hurried to catch up with Sang Biao, heading towards the armory. The zombies along the path from the prison to the armory had long been cleared out by the police team, including Officer Nan Gongling. They had initially intended to retrieve weapons from the armory to combat the relentless waves of zombies. Unfortunately, only after eliminating all the zombies did they realize they lacked the authority to open the armory door. The armory door was crafted from 20-centimeter thick steel, impervious to intrusion. Moreover, the walls of the armory were embedded with steel plates, rendering it impossible to breach them to access the weapons. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon their original plan and resort to primitive weapons, knives, to hunt zombies. However, they were unaware that among the survivors was a master locksmith known as Fei Long, hailed as a locksmith extraordinaire. His skills were so remarkable that he claimed there was no lock he could not open. Yet, he had no interest in stealing valuables. His sole fascination lay with women's undergarments. This time, his carelessness led to him leaving his DNA in a target's lingerie, exposing his whereabouts and resulting in his capture by the police. Sang Biao walked with exuberance, each step radiating uncontainable excitement. Upon seeing the armory door ajar, he cupped Fei Long's large head in his hands and planted a hearty kiss on his forehead. "Haha, Fei Long, you truly are a genius. You managed to open the police station's armory. You deserve great credit." Just as Sang Biao attempted to enter the armory, Fei Long grasped his hand, trembling as he said, Biao Ge, I'm only helping you to assist Officer Nan Gong in hunting zombies. If trouble arises, please don't throw me under the bus." Although Fei Long possessed remarkable locksmith skills, his timid nature rendered him a coward, only daring to engage in petty thefts of undergarments. Without Sang Biao's various threats and temptations, he would never have dared to open the police station's armory door on his own. "Why are you afraid? Everyone outside is dead. Who would have the ability to catch you now? Brothers, our era has arrived." Chapter 74. Our era inside the armory. 10-gun safes lined the walls in an orderly fashion. The Huagua police force maintained stringent control over firearms. Each safe was connected to the city police station's internal network. Every officer had a corresponding firearm number, and each transaction was recorded in the city bureau's backend. Now, however, all safes had been opened by Fei Long, and even if an alarm sounded at the bureau, no one would respond. Each safe contained 20 slots for firearms. Yet when disaster struck, most officers had taken their weapons out to carry out their duties. Consequently, only over 40-60 4-style handguns and more than 3,000 rounds of ammunition were found among the 10 safes. Additionally, in one of the safes, they discovered 2 assault rifles and over 2,000 rounds of ammunition for rifles. On the shelves outside the armory, various police equipment was neatly displayed. Riot helmets, bulletproof vests, police batons, handcuffs, tear gas, and riot shields were all present. Besides the weapons, the armory also housed a stash of winter police uniforms and military coats. As Sang Biao and his companions gazed at the equipment and clothing, their eyes widened with astonishment. It felt akin to a mouse acquiring the tools of a cat. Eagerly, they donned the thick winter police uniforms, disguising themselves as officers. The cold had been unbearable over the past few days. The gopher's small stature in the oversized police uniform made for a comically mismatched appearance. He saluted Sang Biao and joked, "Biao Ge, do I look like a real police officer? A gopher is still a gopher. Even in a dragon robe, it wouldn't resemble a prince. If there were officers like you, it would tarnish the image of the police force," Sang Biao mocked. He retrieved 2 fully loaded 64-style handguns from the safes, securing them to his waist, while brandishing an assault rifle, embodying the demeanor of a special forces soldier. "Brothers, let us pack up all the equipment here. Not a single item will be left behind. I will lead you to forge our own era." His 6 brothers raised their arms in unison, cheering. "Biao Ge, you're so cool. Much more imposing than real officers. Biao Ge, can we deal with those foul women in the cells? We've had enough of their disdain. Yes, those women look at us as if we were murderers. They need to experience what it feels like to be with the very people they despise. Haha. Especially that Zhang Ming. If it weren't for Officer Nan Gong watching, I would have dealt with her long ago. And that Yi, what a lowly creature. I'll show her I'm far better than her boyfriend." The gopher lewdly grinned. "I don't care who you all want. I just want to turn with every one of those women." Haha. It suddenly dawned on them that the gopher was a super pervert who would not hesitate to prey even on a 70-year-old woman. Sang Biao chambered around in his assault rifle, casting a serious glance over the group. "Those women outside, you can play with them however you like. If they end up dead, it doesn't matter, we can't take them with us. But if you dare to lay a hand on Nangong Ling, I won't show any mercy. Laughter erupted among the group. Haha, I knew you had your eyes on Officer Nangong. Who would have thought our Biao Gu still has a romantic spark at this age? True feelings in the apocalypse are even more precious. Officer Nangong will surely accept you. From now on, Officer Nangong will be our sister-in-law. How could we dare to have any improper thoughts about her, haha? Sang Biao and his 6 brothers donned thick military coats, concealing their police uniforms and weapons within, and slowly returned to the cells. Upon seeing Sang Biao and his companions wrapped in warm military coats, the 30-odd inmates were instantly filled with hope. They rushed forward, surrounding Sang Biao and his friends, eager to share in the warmth. For days, they had relied solely on a few tattered blankets for warmth, which offered little comfort. Those with experience would stuff food wrappers, scrap paper, and other refuse into their clothing for a modicum of insulation. An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward, joyfully exclaiming, Sang Biao, this is wonderful. You've done a great service by finding so many winter police uniforms. Urgently inform Officer Nangong to oversee the equitable distribution of these supplies. Clothing and food differ in priority. The elderly, children, and women must receive assistance first. You young and robust individuals can endure this slight chill. Upon hearing that the vulnerable would be prioritized, the 4 Jime promptly categorized themselves as women and children, nodding in agreement. Hurry and remove our coats. We cannot allow our garments to become foul. Indeed, their stench is unbearable, possibly from enduring hunger and thirst to the extent of resorting to drinking their own urine. A group of prisoners desiring such fine clothing? They have no sense of reality. You have already consumed everyone's food, hence these garments are certainly not yours. Quickly remove them. Strip them of their clothing. There are enough of us to manage, and Officer Nangong will not aid these prisoners. A man targeted the petite Tabashu, striding forward to tug at his military coat, attempting to wrest it from him. Bang! The man's head was instantly punctured, and blood splattered onto the faces of everyone present. Many? So what? Who dares covet our coats? Song Biao's gaze was fierce. The crowd watched in terror at the firearm in Song Biao's hand, their faces turning pale. A gun? How could they possess firearms? Had they somehow breached the armory? This is inconceivable. Oh my, a murder! These prisoners have committed murder. Who will report this? Bang! One person was shot in the head. Who dares call anyone a prisoner? Who will dare speak again? Tabashu drew a pistol from his coat. A lewd grin plastered on his face as he approached Zhongming. Standing at merely 1.50 meters, he had to rise on his toes to reach her chin. Hee! Zhongmeng, didn't I tell you I would make you scream? Hey mouse, what are you doing? Zhongmeng trembled in fear, her lips quivering. Tabashu suddenly struck her abdomen with a punch. The excruciating pain caused her to collapse to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. He seized her hair, dragging her to the corner. What do you want? I'm going to have you right here, in front of everyone, haha. No, please, someone help me. I beg you, save me. In response to Zhang Meng's heart-wrenching cries, everyone remained unmoved, including her Jime companions, fearing that should they speak, Tabashu would turn his attention to them. Stop, Song Biao. Tabashu, what are you doing? Officer Nangong, hastening to the scene upon hearing the gunfire, bellowed. Tabashu cast a glance at Nangong, yet his actions did not cease. Even before her, he brandished his weapon, preparing to attack Zhongming. How dare you? I command you to cease. Nangong placed a hand on the hilt of her Tong Hung Dao, adopting a stance to draw it, gritting her teeth. Bang! Song Biao fired a shot into the ceiling, icily stating, Tabashu, did you not hear Officer Nangong's command to stop? Tabashu innocently raised his hands. Brother Biao, we can stop our hands, but we cannot cease our actions. Chapter 75. Awakening. Nangong instantly recognized the 64-style pistol in Song Biao's possession as the standard firearm of their police force. Her fury intensified, glaring at Song Biao. She seethed. Song Biao, the unauthorized appropriation of police equipment is a death sentence. In a fit of rage, Nangong swiftly drew her Tong Hung Dao, striking at Song Biao with blinding speed. Bang! 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 Song Biao's comrades, overwhelmed by Nangong's fierce demeanor, reflexively raised their 64-style pistols and fired at her. Clang! 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 Nangong's eyes shimmered with a cerulean glow as she adeptly deflected the bullets with her Tong Hung Dao, swiftly retreating. Sliding back nearly a meter, she finally steadied herself. Gritting her teeth, pain etched across her features. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on Song Biao. Drip! Drip! Nangong's left arm hung limply. Blood, gushing from her shoulder, cascading down her arm. The proximity was too close. Despite blocking most of the bullets, her shoulder had still been grazed. Curse you all! Who ordered you to fire? Witnessing Nangong's injury, Song Biao's veins bulged, and he kicked a nearby subordinate in rage. His subordinates appeared shocked and aggrieved. Brother Biao, does she not resemble an ordinary woman? Can an ordinary woman withstand bullets from such proximity? She may have blocked one bullet by chance, but we fired 5. She managed to deflect 4. Brother Biao, we are looking out for you. Such a woman is too perilous for you to handle. Indeed, this Nangong is exceedingly dangerous. We shall find a beautiful woman for you in the future. Song Biao brandished an assault rifle concealed within his military coat, roaring in fury. The woman I desire cannot be an ordinary one. Whoever speaks ill of my wife again shall face dire consequences. His eyes, filled with pain and urgency, turned to Nangong. Ling, we did not mean it. Put down your knife, and let me check your injuries. Despite his words, Song Biao was deeply fearful of Nangong's knife skills. Her prowess was beyond what any ordinary person could possess. Had his comrades not intervened in time, he would surely be lying on the ground now, if not dead. At least maimed. Nangong was disgusted by Song Biao's sudden words, goosebumps rising on her skin. Who are you calling Ling? Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. It is you who should lay down your weapons. I give you one last chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Song Biao, horrified, pointed his assault rifle at Nangong, fearing she might strike again. Her movements and aura were terrifying, akin to a predator in the hunt, compelling Song Biao to remain vigilant. You want us to lay down our weapons and starve here for 3 days? Do you think you can venture out alone to procure supplies for us daily? Would you continue to lead this ungrateful pack of wolves? Only I understand you. Only I feel for you, and only I can protect you. Ling, be my woman. Song Biao, promise that as long as you are with me, I shall never touch another woman, and you shall have my obedience. Nangong tore a piece of cloth from her attire, hastily bandaging her shoulder wound. Gazing fiercely at Song Biao, she exuded an aura of lethal intent as she declared, Humph, who do you think you are? Just because you have a few weapons. You presume to overstep your bounds? How dare you covet my intentions? It is pure folly. Though I may lack great power, I possess the strength to perish alongside you. Song Biao instinctively retreated 2 steps, unwittingly creating space between himself and Nangong. He was acutely aware of her extraordinary abilities. He had not anticipated that a mere glance could evoke such dread. Song Biao aimed his weapon at the more than 20 survivors, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Your lack of agreement means little. Once I possess you, your submission is inevitable. I command you to lay down your knife immediately. Otherwise, I will execute 1 person each minute. Once I seize the Tong Hung Dao from your grasp, you shall be as a tiger stripped of its claws. No longer a threat to me. The 20 survivors, upon hearing Song Biao's threat, turned pale with fear. Officer Nangong, please put down your knife. Song Biao loves you. He would not harm you. Nangong, I command you to put down the knife immediately. How dare you gamble with our lives? I knew this woman wanted to abandon us. She would be glad to see us all perish. Nangong Ling, you venomous woman, do you truly wish to witness our demise without lifting a finger? You malevolent harpy. Your wickedness shall surely bring divine retribution upon you one day. As she gazed at the very individuals she had risked her life to protect, now hurling vitriol in her direction, Nangong Ling's heart twisted in anguish. The one seeking to take their lives was Song Biao. Why then did they direct such vitriol toward her? The police had already sacrificed 5 lives for their sake, and even her closest ally, Zhang Vida, had lost his right arm in this endeavor, now lying helpless in a hospital bed. Bang! The elderly man with graying hair was shot in the head. Silence enveloped the scene. There were no cries of horror, only an eerie stillness. The collective fear of those present reached a crescendo, rendering them speechless. They had indeed witnessed murder. All eyes turned to Nangong Ling, filled with malice and hatred, as if she were the true architect of their suffering. Foul creature, put down your weapon at once. Is it so difficult for a murderer like you to lay down the knife? If she possessed even a shred of compassion, she would not stand idly by as we were slaughtered. Let us seize her weapon. She is a police officer, and I refuse to believe she would dare harm us. Yes, let us take her knife. Does she truly have the audacity to kill us? Over 20 individuals gradually surrounded Nangong Ling, cautiously inching closer. Do not approach. 1 more step, and I shall not hesitate to act. Nangong Ling gripped her Tang Hung Dao tightly, preparing for an assault. Not hesitate. Show us your resolve, and we shan't be afraid. She wouldn't dare harm us. Nangong Ling gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with resentment towards this ungrateful throng. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out behind the survivors. Stand back. Whoever dares to approach Officer Nangong shall face my wrath. Zhang Vida's face turned ashen as he weakly raised his 64-style pistol, stumbling towards Nangong Ling. The 20 or so survivors halted, daunted by Zhang Vida's firearm. Unlike Nangong Ling, they believed that in desperation, Zhang Vida would not hesitate to shoot them as well. None wished to take the fall. Zhang Vida knew his time was short. Managing a faint smile, Nangong, do not concern yourself with these ingrates. Flee quickly. I will cover your retreat. Chapter 76. Sea-level ability user run. Do you wish to fall into their clutches and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhang Vida shouted with all the strength he could muster. Nangong Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, a thin veil of mist clouding her vision as she bit her lip in defiance. Run? Do you think you can escape? Sang Biao fired at Zhang Vida's thigh. Losing his balance, Zhang Vida collapsed, blood gushing from the wound. Sang Biao aimed his weapon at Zhang Vida's head. Smirking at Nangong Ling, "If you dare to flee, I will slice his flesh piece by piece and feed him to these starving wretches." The survivors felt no revulsion. Rather, they were filled with a morbid anticipation. Their hunger had dulled their senses, and they had long forgotten the taste of meat. Even the blood pooling on the ground seemed to quench their thirst. "You dare!" Nangong Ling's grip on the Tang Hung Dao tightened, trembling uncontrollably. Bang! Sang Biao fired again, this time hitting Zhang Vida's other thigh. Zhang Vida's agonized scream pierced the air as he mustered his last ounce of strength to shove Nangong Ling away. "Go! Do not look back!" Nangong Ling lowered her head in despair. She longed to flee, yet she could not abandon her comrade to save herself. Moreover, she had nowhere left to run. Tears flowed freely as she succumbed to her heartache and sorrow. Clatter! The Tang Hung Dao fell from her grasp, her expression a mix of defiance and helplessness. "As you wish, the knife is cast aside. I implore you, spare him. He risked his life for your sake." Sang Biao's face twisted into a triumphant grin as he approached, kicking the Tang Hung Dao away. "Had you done this sooner, I would have treated you well." However, Sang Biao's expression darkened as he stepped on Zhang Vida's wound. The excruciating pain drove Zhang Vida to another agonizing scream. "You fiend, what are you doing?" Nangong Ling glared at Sang Biao, her voice laced with fury. Sang Biao's contorted face sneered, "I cannot tolerate disloyalty. My woman will not consort with other men. Thus, he must perish today. Rest assured, for his past efforts, I shall grant him a swift end, ha." Sang Biao raised his assault rifle, aiming at Zhang Vida's head. "Stop!" Nangong Ling leapt forward, desperate to thwart Sang Biao's intentions. Boom! The steel door of the cell was struck as if by cannonball, a massive dent appearing in the center. The iron door detached from the wall, crashing against it and sending up a cloud of dust. "Ming, it seems there are many survivors here." "Survivors? I wonder if there are any exquisite beauties among them." "Ming, your strength is formidable. The dust is thick, and we cannot see if anyone was harmed. No need to worry about them. Is this not a weapons cache?" Though the steel door was sturdy, it hardly seemed so. As the dust began to settle, the occupants of the cell gaped in astonishment at the man and woman outside, chatting nonchalantly. Who are they? How could there be living souls here? Could they be a rescue team? How wonderful. Someone has finally found us. A rescue team? Yet the woman appears too scantily clad. She seems even more pitiful than we. Huafian donned a red leather jacket and a matching short skirt, complemented by black knee-high boots that showcased her long, fair legs. Her waist-length, wavy hair exuded a playful yet sensual allure, radiating a sense of fashion. Even before the apocalypse, her attire would have stood out remarkably. In this frigid environment of over -50 degrees, she seemed extraordinarily out of place. Yet, her beauty was undeniable, exuding confidence and grace. Once Huafian mastered her phoenix abilities, she became impervious to the biting cold. As the dust cleared entirely, everyone finally beheld Huafian and Li Ming in their true forms. Wow, where did this beauty come from? She is stunning. Such a rare beauty was scarcely seen even before the disaster struck. I once thought Nangong Ling was beautiful enough, yet she pales in comparison to Huafian. Clad in her scanty attire, she must have fled from nearby. After all, this is a police station. Perhaps she thought she could find protection here. Huafian, with her leather jacket and short skirt exposing her long legs, ignited the protective instincts of every man present, wishing to cover her with their own clothing. Observing the men's reactions, the women shot disdainful glances, scoffing, shameless harlot, utterly lacking in decency. As the radiant Huafian captivated attention, Sang Biao's heart raced. He had once believed himself enchanted by Nangong Ling's formidable presence, convinced he would never love another. Yet, love struck him anew like a whirlwind, and he found himself falling once more. In stark contrast to the enchanting beauty before him, Nangong Ling faded into insignificance, no longer capturing Sang Biao's interest. Huafian's arrival rekindled Sang Biao's desire for conquest. All eyes were fixed upon Huafian, seemingly oblivious to the unremarkable man beside her. Only Nangong Ling recognized Li Ming, exclaiming in surprise, "It's you?" The thief from the Walmart warehouse. Upon hearing the words Walmart thief, Li Ming was startled. For the reverence the citizens of Huagua held for the police was ingrained in their very being. Li Mingshun turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and before him appeared a woman, covered in blood, her face gaunt and her eyes hollow. Suddenly, a blue system interface materialized above her head. Name, Nangong Ling. Occupation, police officer. Appearance, 80. Age, 22. Physique, 90. Combat power, 150. Ability level, C. Overall rating, 80. Ability level? The system can still display the target's ability level. AC rating implies that Nangong Ling has awakened her powers. Li Ming felt a surge of curiosity regarding the nature of her awakened abilities. He held a profound impression of Nangong Ling. After all, Even before the apocalypse, her combat power had reached 10 without any powers, surpassing his original state. Now, with her abilities awakened, her combat power had astonishingly risen to 150. Yet, she appeared to have suffered greatly. Her face was drawn, her skin lacked its former luster, and her chest had become sunken due to prolonged hunger and malnutrition. Li Ming remembered that the system had previously rated her as a beauty with a score of 90. In just 10 days since the onset of the apocalypse, her overall rating had plummeted to 80. No wonder he had failed to find a suitable beauty during the 2 months after awakening the system in his past life. Li Ming scanned all the individuals within the cell, identifying the instigator as the man wielding an assault rifle. Sang Biao completely disregarded Li Ming's gaze, hastily removing his military coat and brandishing the rifle and 2 handguns at his waist, clearly displaying his prowess. Men often showcase their strongest attributes to impress the women they favor. Sang Biao generously tossed his coat to Huofian, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Beauty! Wear this military coat for now. No need to be polite with your Biao Ge. Chapter 77. Blade of Black Light. Huofian did not accept Sang Biao's military coat, allowing it to fall to the ground. She flashed a sweet smile at him, a smile that nearly caused Sang Biao's heart to leap from his chest. Ye, I'm not interested in your military coat. However, I believe my Mingge would greatly appreciate that rifle you have. Could you get it to me? The sweet Huofian almost made Sang Biao hand over the rifle. Wait, Mingge. This woman desires his weapon to please this man? Sang Biao then redirected his attention to Li Ming. It dawned on him that Li Ming's attire was notably clean, showing no signs of having rolled around outside. Furthermore, his complexion was flushed and vibrant, completely unlike someone who had been starving. At that moment, Li Ming's focus remained on Nangong Ling. Sang Biao seemed to grasp something, a smirk creeping across his face. Brother, it's rather inappropriate to gaze so openly at my woman. Li Ming's expression darkened instantly. Have you touched her? If she has been sullied, she would not meet the system's requirements. What tremendous loss that would be. Li Ming would not hesitate to exact a cruel punishment on Sang Biao. Observing Li Ming's intense concern for Nangong Ling, Sang Biao's grin widened. I haven't had the chance to lay a hand on her yet. I assure you, she is untouched. My point is, since you have taken an interest in my woman, I too have set my sights on yours. Why not exchange? You must be tired of this woman already. After encountering Huofian, Nangong Ling had ceased to pique Sang Biao's interest. If he could trade an injured Nangong Ling for Huofian, it would be a bargain. Even if Huofian had surely been with Li Ming, he did not care. Biao Ge, if you don't want Officer Nangong, do it for your brothers. Why should this pretty boy receive her? Tu Bo Shu crawled up from Zhang Ming's side, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Li Ming. We have guns. Are we afraid of this young brat? All women here are ours. A red figure flashed past Tu Bo Shu, and in an instant, his head separated from his body. As Tu Bo Shu's head rolled on the ground, everyone stood in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Only Nangong Ling, being another ability user, discerned Huofian's swift action. Her face was one of astonishment. Incredible, so powerful. Though her technique seemed unrefined, the strength and speed far surpassed her own. Even she doubted her ability to defeat this woman before her. Who gave you the audacity to point a gun at our Mingge? Huofian, wielding a machete, spoke with icy resolve. All eyes returned to Huofian, or rather, to the bloodied machete she held. Tu Bo Shu was slain by her, a demon, a witch. It was no wonder she dared to stroll about in such revealing attire. She truly was a vixen. Fearful, everyone hastily retreated, attempting to distance themselves from Huofian. Everyone, remain calm. She should be a martial arts master like Nangong Ling, Sang Biao bellowed. Even if her martial prowess is exceptional, can it match the power of our guns? They recalled how even a formidable martial artist like Nangong Ling had been subdued by them, and their courage returned as they raised their guns toward Huofian. Throughout the unfolding chaos, Li Ming remained unfazed, striding directly to Nangong Ling. Ah, Officer Nangong, how have you fallen into such dire straits? Nangong Ling knelt on the ground, her head bowed, her body trembling with sobs. After a long moment, she slowly raised her gaze to Li Ming, biting her lip, tears streaming down her face. Help me. Please help me. I will give you everything you desire. I beg you, save me. At that moment, Nangong Ling could no longer hold herself together, completely breaking down. She was merely a 22-year-old girl, yearning for protection while she fought to shield others. Li Ming smiled gently, reaching out to stroke her head. His gaze shifted to the unconscious Zhang Vida, who lay near Nangong Ling. He had met Officer Zhang Vida once and held a favorable impression of him. Sacrificing oneself to aid a comrade's escape was indeed a commendable act of valor. Fian, Li Ming calmly called to Huofian. She immediately understood his intent, and a vibrant, golden yellow phoenix flame ignited in her hand. The phoenix's rebirth is accompanied by its flame, which possesses remarkable healing properties. With a swift motion, Huofian directed the flame toward Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida, enveloping their bodies entirely. The sudden blaze startled Nangong Ling. However, in the next moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Her injuries and fatigue gradually dissipated. Even the gunshot wound on her shoulder began to heal slowly. Zhang Vida, however, was in a more precarious condition, given the severity of his injuries. Yet at the very least, the Phoenix Flame had preserved his life. Everyone watched in terror as Huafian performed this feat. You see, I told you she was a demon. Such a creature should be slain. Song Biao, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill this monster. The survivors seemingly forgot Sang Biao's earlier assault, once again viewing him as their savior. Sang Biao's men were not fools. They recognized the extraordinary nature of the two individuals before them. They lacked the courage to aim their weapons at Li Ming, fearing that the enchanting beauty might unleash her wrath upon them. Moments later, Nan Gongling's injuries had healed significantly. Li Ming cast a glance at the Tang Hung Dao lying at Sang Biao's feet. Is it your weapon? Nan Gongling nodded. Blue-white lightning flickered in Li Ming's hand, instantly connecting to the blade of the Tang Hung Dao. The weapon, seemingly drawn by the lightning, soared into Li Ming's grasp. Li Ming's maneuver evoked sheer terror among the onlookers. Indeed, a man capable of subduing a fairy was no ordinary individual. He handed the dagger to Nan Gongling, declaring that every grievance has its rightful owner, urging her to proceed without hesitation. Grasping the Tang Hung Dao, Nan Gongling felt a surge of resolve, her gaze radiating determination. With her right hand firmly clutching the blade, her eyes shimmered with a cerulean glow. Her left hand glided from the hilt to the blade's tip, and where her palm brushed, the sword gleamed with a dazzling, obsidian light. The black blade shimmered ominously as Nan Gongling bent slightly, adopting a stance to draw her sword, exuding an air of lethal intent. She forsook defense, channeling all her abilities to enhance her agility and the weapon's offensive power. Fei Yin, observe closely. This is the essence of true martial arts. Fei Yin watched intently, nodding slightly. Under the oppressive aura of Nan Gongling's murderous intent, the air around seemed to freeze. The weight of the pressure rendered Sang Biao and his cohorts breathless, their legs feeling as if weighed down by lead. Struggling to maintain composure, Sang Biao let out a furious roar. A bunch of magicians pretending to be formidable before me. Can you outpace my gun? Brothers, eliminate them all. In the blink of an eye, Nan Gongling's figure appeared before him like a wraith. A swift strike. The black gleam sliced through Sang Biao, leaving a smooth incision across his body and rifle. In an instant, he was cleaved in twain. Chapter 78, The Hidden Armory. Sang Biao was slain in an instant. His subordinates trembled uncontrollably at the sight of his bisected corpse. Unfazed by Sang Biao's demise, Nan Gongling continued her assault, her icy blue eyes fixated on his remaining lackeys, as if they were already dead. One after another, the black gleam of her blade danced through the confined space, dispatching Sang Biao's men with ruthless efficiency. Truly formidable, Fei Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Although Nan Gongling lacked the supernatural abilities of Fei Yin, in terms of martial prowess, she far surpassed her, who had been trained since childhood. Li Ming promptly collected the scattered firearms into his own space, disregarding the gazes of those around him. Witnessing the annihilation of Sang Biao's gang, the surviving onlookers erupted in jubilation. Zhang Ming rose from the ground, seizing a stone to smash it relentlessly upon the corpse of the groundhog. You were so arrogant, weren't you? Come on, weren't you so proud? Only when the groundhog's head was a bloody mess did she collapse, recalling their previous cruelty towards Nan Gongling. In a show of solidarity, other survivors began to defile the bodies of Sang Biao and his men. Officer Nan Gong, please don't be angry. We were merely under Sang Biao's oppressive rule. What we said earlier may have been excessive. We apologize. You are magnanimous. Surely you can forgive us? They pleaded, seeing that Nan Gongling did not rebuff them. Yishi rushed forward, tugging at her sleeve, and whined, Officer Nan Gong, my boyfriend is starving. Could you help us find some food? Nan Gongling coldly pushed Yishi away, declaring, do not touch me. You disgust me. Li Jiamin, arms crossed, scoffed, what a performance. Who just agreed to be Sang Biao's woman. Shameless. If it weren't for this gentleman's intervention, you would still be groveling before Sang Biao. Nan Gongling's icy gaze bore into Li Jiamin, her urge to kill barely restrained. She had grown weary of their deceitful facades. Yet, her position forbade her from acting on such impulses. Even if the authorities were in disarray, she believed that Huagua still existed, and justice remained. Li Jiamin quickly adjusted her appearance and turned to Li Ming, presenting a self-satisfied smile. Handsome, you are truly impressive. Thank you for saving us. If you could escort me to a nearby rescue base, I might consider being your girlfriend. With that, she shot a provocative glance at Fei Yin, as if to suggest that Li Ming was utterly captivated by her charm. Slap! Li Jiamin's head spun 720 degrees, having enhanced his strength 64-fold. Li Ming found it hard to control his force. With a mere slap, he extinguished her life. Damn it, where did this lunatic come from? Truly disgusting. Li Ming wiped his hand on his clothing, repulsed. The sight of Li Jiamin's grotesque demise reignited fear among the onlookers. This individual was even more ruthless than Sang Biao, and with just one strike, he had taken her life. Was there no law? No justice? What do you intend to do with these people? Li Ming inquired of Nan Gongling. She regarded the ingrates with cold disdain. I cannot kill them, but I am under no obligation to assist them further. Let them fend for themselves. The survivors panicked. Without Nan Gongling's aid, they faced certain doom. Some attempted to restrain her, but her frigid glare sent them retreating in fear. Desperate, they knelt before her. Officer Nan Gong, you cannot abandon us. You cannot be so selfish. You're a police officer. It is your duty to protect us. Zhang Xiaolong, who had remained silent until now, stood up and arrogantly declared, I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I can no longer pretend. My father is Zhang Dong, the wealthiest man in Tianhai City. He is making arrangements to rescue me. He should arrive in 2 days. If you protect me for those 2 days, I will give each of you 100 million. It became clear why Yi Shi was so submissive before her boyfriend. She had struck gold. Discussing money, however, did not sway Nan Gongling. The status of the Nan Gong family in Huagua could not be quantified in mere currency. Moreover, anyone with sense understood that money was worthless compared to life. Do not speak of 100 million. Even if you offer me 1 billion, I would not be interested. And do not leverage my status as a police officer against me. If you provoke me, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, Nan Gongling assisted the feeble Zhang Vida and departed the cell. Li Ming smiled at the survivors. Officer Nan Gong cannot act against you due to her position. But I am not a police officer. A golden retriever rushed in, obediently sitting before Li Ming. These people are yours. Do not overindulge. Oh, I will give each of you 100 million. No, 1 billion. Please spare me. Have mercy. I am so beautiful. I do not wish to die. The desperate wails echoed as Li Ming and Fei Yin exited the cell. The next moment, agonized screams filled the air. Outside, Nan Gongling heard the commotion from the cell, and rather than feeling pity, a thrill surged within her. She sensed a shift in her feelings towards Li Ming. As she approached Li Ming and Fei Yin, she remarked, You are likely here for the gear in the police station's armory. Li Ming Shuzha. Although we only acquired a few handguns, it is still a commendable haul. Nan Gongling's cheeks flushed. Your acquisition is indeed remarkable. In addition to those handguns, you have also gained me. I have vowed that as long as you are willing to assist me, I will offer you everything, including myself. Li Ming found himself increasingly appreciative of Nan Gongling, relishing her forthrightness. Zhang Vida, who had regained consciousness, listened intently to the conversation between Li Ming and Nan Gongling. After a moment's hesitation, he revealed a resolute expression. Perhaps your gains are far from over, Li Ming. I am aware that there is a cache of heavy weaponry hidden within the police station, a secret I inadvertently learned from a high-ranking official. Rather than leaving them here for those with ulterior motives to seize, it would be prudent to entrust them to your protection. Chapter 79. Harvest enduring the pain in his legs. Zhang Vida struggled to lead Li Ming and the others to the underground level of the police station. The decor and equipment here appeared exceptionally antiquated, and amidst the cold atmosphere, a musty odor lingered. It was difficult for outsiders to imagine that such a place concealed a cache of weapons. As Li Ming and his companions stepped into the basement, 2 female zombies suddenly lunged at them from the corner. Zhang Vida, having lost his right hand, was immediately startled and stumbled backward. In a swift motion, Huafian and Nan Gongling drew their blades simultaneously, swiftly decapitating the 2 zombies. Zhang Vida gazed at one of the severed heads, overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Jing, I thought you had found refuge and safety, yet here you are. Nan Gongling recognized the zombie as Zhang Vida's fiancée, Wang Xiaojing. Before they could comfort Zhang Vida, a cacophony of zombie growls echoed throughout the basement. The presence and commotion of their group had attracted all the zombies in the vicinity. Nearly 30 distorted figures twisted and advanced toward Li Ming and his companions. Nan Gongling gritted her teeth, her face etched with grief. These zombies were once her colleagues. Unbeknownst to them, even hiding in the basement had not spared them from the fate of becoming the undead. Nevertheless, despite this grim reality, her resolve remained unyielding. She was determined to survive. With blades in hand, Nan Gongling charged fiercely at the grotesque zombies. However, as a C-class ability user, she quickly found herself overwhelmed after dispatching 10 zombies. Things began to turn against her. Fian, it's time to act. Understood, Lin Ye. An orange-red phoenix flame enveloped Huafian's entire being, radiating beauty akin to a burning spirit. In less than a minute, with the combined strength of Huafian and Nan Gongling, all 30 zombies were eradicated. Zhang Vida was astonished as he observed the graceful prowess of Huafian and Nan Gongling. It seemed that Nan Gongling had ascended to a new level of strength after her awakening. Her swordsmanship had become more precise and fluid. Huafian's dazzling and elegant form left Zhang Vida in awe. Stop dawdling. Quickly tell us where the weapons are hidden. Zhang Vida heard Li Ming's voice. Behind that wooden door lies a steel plate 20 centimeters thick. You should have a way to open it. Zhang Vida indicated towards an old wooden door. Li Ming exchanged a glance with Huafian, who immediately understood. At a blazing 5,000 degrees, the phoenix flame erupted from Hua Fian's hands, striking the wooden door. In an instant, the door was reduced to gas, and a 3-meter-wide hole melted through the steel door behind it, molten steel dripping from the edges. This display left both Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida dumbfounded. They had anticipated a laborious effort to breach such a fortified steel door, yet it was accomplished with such ease. What surprised Nangong Ling even more was the vast disparity in strength between herself and Hua Fian. By the time they regained their composure, Li Ming and Hua Fian had already entered the armory. As Li Ming gazed upon the neatly arranged and diverse array of weapons, his eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy. Firearms were the dream of every man. The first rack held 50 sleek, black domestic Type 95 automatic rifles, with over 10,000 rounds of ammunition stored behind it. The second rack contained 50 Type 81 heavy machine guns, also with 10,000 specialized rounds behind it. The third rack displayed 20 Type 04 automatic grenade launchers, with 1,000 grenades stored behind. The fourth rack consisted of 10 Type 87 mortars, with 500 mortar shells behind. Li Ming delightedly stored all these firearms in his spatial realm. These weapons would be immensely beneficial for the base he intended to establish, and he needed to place them in his space for limitless replication. Soon, his spatial realm would be overflowing with ammunition. On the floor of the armory, there were over 10 sturdy iron boxes. Li Ming hesitated to let Hua Fian use her phoenix flame to open them, as the consequences of the ammunition igniting would be catastrophic. He retrieved a shovel from his spatial realm, with his current power amplified 64-fold. He effortlessly pried open all the boxes. To his delight, he discovered they were filled with grenades. Without hesitation, he stored every last one in his spatial realm. In the last box, which was slightly smaller, Li Ming found 3 heavy sniper rifles. His excitement was palpable. This was the equipment he had been eagerly anticipating. With his current capabilities, engaging in direct combat with firearms was out of the question. Those rifles would merely serve as toys and decorations. However, the heavy sniper rifles were different. While his female warriors engaged the enemy, he could remain safely behind, picking them off one by one from a distance. Even though ability users were formidable, they were still wary of the devastating power of heavy sniper rifles. The armory also contained a plethora of bulletproof vests, blast helmets, and other equipment sufficient to arm an entire platoon to the teeth. Li Ming stored every piece of equipment from the armory into his spatial realm. This outing, having secured Nangong Ling and these weapons, was already a resounding success. Doubling the stock would allow him to arm 2 platoons. Doubling it again would yield 4 platoons. Thus, what he currently lacked most were exquisite beauties. Observing Li Ming vacate the entire armory, Nangong Ling could not help but remark, "You used the same method to pilfer supplies from the Walmart warehouse, didn't you?" Now, Nangong Ling could surmise that the perpetrator back then was indeed Li Ming. Moreover, he currently possessed resources beyond their imagination. Li Ming smiled nonchalantly. "Do you still wish to apprehend me?" Nangong Ling shook her head, laughing heartily. "I merely seek the truth. Besides, I'm already yours now. I want to engage in treasonous acts." With her mind at ease, Nangong Ling then noticed a lingering pain in her shoulder. At that moment, Zhang Vida could no longer withstand the pain in his thigh and collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Wu Feiyan, noticing Li Ming's confusion, gently explained, "My phoenix flame can only heal their wounds, but the bullet fragments remain lodged within their bodies. As they move, the fragments inevitably tear through the surrounding muscle, causing inevitable pain. If we do not remove the bullets, the worst outcome would be necrosis of the bones." Chapter 80. Mutated Zombies. Li Ming thoroughly searched the entire building, collecting all valuable resources into his spatial realm. These materials and equipment could eventually establish a security center of his own. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, all of which were dispatched by Li Ming and Hua Fian simultaneously with lightning and fire, reducing them to charred remains. Nangong Ling, whose shoulder pain had intensified, had lost much of her combat capability and could only support Zhang Vida as they followed Li Ming. Once Li Ming completed his round, Jin Mao returned, panting heavily, its size having increased significantly. It extended its tongue and breathed heavily, clearly having overindulged. "I recall that the first hospital of Tianhai City is just 500 meters ahead." Li Ming stood on the 4th floor of the building, gazing towards the hospital. Zhang Vida, pale and unsteady, weakly remarked, "Indeed. But the number of zombies over there is at least 10 times greater than at the police station. We have never dared to venture that way in search of supplies." After speaking, Zhang Vida glanced at the charred corpses of zombies scattered on the ground, realizing his words were superfluous. With the power displayed by Li Ming and Hua Fian, even 10 times more zombies would pose no threat. Or perhaps, upon seeing them, the zombies would choose to retreat. Their strength was truly fearsome. After a round of exploration, Li Ming seemed unsatisfied. "In that case, I shall take a look to see if there are any surviving doctors who can assist you in extracting the bullets. Fian, you should lead them back. I will go with Jin Mao for a brief visit. Officer Zhang can be settled with Xiao Yu." Having a man in our home would be inconvenient. Huafian's expression turned tense. Minggu, my duty is to protect you. You must take me with you, or I shall be worried. Li Ming cast a stern gaze at Huafian, this being her first descent since consuming the loyalty pill. Though her concern for her own safety was genuine, Li Ming replied coldly, Fian, your care for me is excessive. I will not hesitate to discipline you. Realizing her error in contradicting Li Ming, Huafian quickly knelt, exclaiming, Minggu, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall not dare again. Nan Gongling and Zhang Vida were left speechless. To them, Huafian's strength was almost monstrous, and yet before Li Ming, she appeared as humble as a servant. What? They wondered, was the extent of Li Ming's power? Li Ming raised his hand. I shall let this slide this time. Should there be a next, you know the consequences. Thank you, Minggu. Huafian promptly stood and smiled at Nan Gongling, saying, Sister Nan Gong, I will escort you back. With that, Huafian transformed into her complete phoenix form. Upon witnessing the phoenix, both Nan Gongling and Zhang Vida were astounded beyond measure. They pondered what kind of organization they had joined, marveling at the extent of their companion's capabilities. After escorting Nan Gongling and Zhang Vida away, Li Ming mounted Jimao, who had transformed into its Qiongqi state, and galloped towards the hospital. Along the way, the zombies, sensing the presence of the living, lunged towards Li Ming. However, Jinmao's speed was astonishing, reaching at least 150 kilometers per hour, akin to a speeding automobile. Before the zombies could reach Li Ming, they were left far behind. The zombies that had stood in the middle of the road were instantly shattered by Jinmao's horns, scattering into piles of flesh on the pink snow. In less than a minute, Li Ming had traversed the 500 meters to the hospital. Like the police station, the first and second floors of the hospital were now blanketed in thick snow. Jinmao crashed through a third-floor window, leaping into the interior of the hospital. The narrow corridor, where several individuals were battling zombies, was suddenly disrupted by the entrance of the beast, startling them. What on earth is that creature? Could it be a mutant beast? One exclaimed. Dealing with zombies is already a challenge. Now we have to contend with the beast. Should we retreat? Another added. Is there someone riding on its back? Are they here to steal our spoils? As long as it does not attack us, let's focus on the zombie. It is severely injured. We must seize this opportunity. The four individuals, vigilant, cast wary glances at Li Ming, who sat atop the red-haired beast. Li Ming observed them with interest, noting their visible wounds. Wasn't it said that the hospital was teeming with dangerous zombies? Yet here they were, engaging in battle. Turning his gaze to the injured zombie they were fighting, he noticed it displayed a look of astonishment. Wait a moment, do zombies even have expressions? Could it be a mutated zombie? In his previous life, Li Ming had heard of zombies that exhibited mutations, granting them greater strength than ordinary ones. However, he had never had the chance to encounter such creatures due to his previous weakness. Upon closer inspection, the mutated zombie had a pale blue face marred by dark brown veins, its eyes cloudy yet distinctly possessing pupils. It appeared entirely different from ordinary zombies, resembling a wild beast with deep gray fur, sharp fangs, and claws, poised like a fox. This mutated zombie was evidently being hunted by the four before him. With significant injuries, dark blood oozed from its wounds. Li Ming's sudden entrance seemed to provide the zombie with a momentary respite. In the next instant, seizing the opportunity presented by the four's astonishment, it launched a swift attack akin to a leopard. By the time the four reacted, the mutated zombie had already sunk its teeth into one of their necks, greedily drinking the fresh blood. Dagong! The others shouted in unison. Yet, Dagong's face turned pale. His eyes clouded, and he transformed into a zombie. The mutated zombie released a playful grin and loosened its grip on Dagong's neck. The newly converted zombie sensed the presence of living beings nearby and immediately lunged at the remaining three. One among them yelled desperately, Dagong, wake up! It's me, Xiangzi. But Dagong, now a zombie, paid no heed to Xiangzi's cries and charged at him. A burly man sprang into action, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the zombified Dagong. With a resounding kick, the man shattered Dagong's skull, dark blood splattering everywhere. Xiangzi, Dagong is beyond saving. Stay vigilant. The mutated zombie is still near. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Li Ming observed the burly man who had crushed the zombie's head. A red system interface appeared above the man's head. C-grade augmented ability user. Chapter 81, C-grade zombie. Li Ming was astonished. The system could now assess the levels of all ability users. It hadn't displayed such information when dealing with Lin Ye. Perhaps after capturing Ji Yun, the system had also upgraded. Li Ming glanced at the other two companions of Meng Wu. Each bore a red interface above their heads. Character, Xiangzi, C-grade animal ability user. Character, Dashin, C-grade animal ability user. No wonder they dared to engage in battle within this zombie-infested hospital. It turned out they were all ability users. Perhaps even Dagong, who had just transformed into a zombie, had been an ability user. The appearance of four ability users in this abandoned hospital could not simply be a coincidence. They must have been drawn here by the mutated zombie. What was so special about this mutated zombie? A red system interface also appeared above the mutated zombie's head. C-grade zombie. Zombies have levels too? This one was also a C-grade. Facing 3 C-grade ability users, the C-grade zombie showed no signs of faltering. Li Ming contemplated as the 3 ability users unleashed their full strength against the mutated zombie. After having fed on the blood of the one named Dagong, the mutated zombie seemed to have healed significantly. Its speed and power surged, easily evading the combined attacks of the trio. Sensing the formidable power of the C-class zombie recovering, Meng Wu shouted, "Everyone, do not hold back. This creature's endurance far surpasses ours. If we continue like this, we will be exhausted. We must fight with all our might. And should we fail, we will retreat immediately. It lacks the strength to keep all 3 of us here." As he spoke, Meng Wu harnessed his energy, his muscles bulging and emanating a terrifying force. Simultaneously, Xiangzi transformed into a mantis, wielding 2 sharp claws that glimmered ominously. Desha also morphed into a dung beetle, his body encased in hard armor that shone resplendently. With preparations complete, Meng Wu commanded, "Desha, your armor provides sufficient defense against the zombie's attacks. Distract it with your movements. My enhanced strength can amplify tenfold, and I will breach its defenses. Xiangzi, once its defenses are shattered, deliver the final blow and sever its head." Li Ming stood astonished. After such lengthy preparations, a mere tenfold increase in strength? Wasn't that easily achievable with a single loyal slave pill? Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Turning, he saw the C-class zombie baring its sharp, menacing teeth, staring at him with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. Clearly, this C-class zombie was unwilling to engage the trio at full strength and had instead targeted him. Locking eyes with the C-class zombie, Li Ming smiled wryly. "I advise you not to provoke me." The C-class zombie, seemingly unperturbed by the warning, lunged at Li Ming with lightning speed, its claws swiping towards him. Xiangzi gritted his teeth. "Damn, this beast knows it cannot defeat the 3 of us. Yet chooses to attack that man." Meng Wu sensed the impending danger and sprinted towards Li Ming, shouting, "This is bad. Quickly stop it. If it feasts on fresh blood, we will all perish here." Noticing Li Ming standing motionless, Desha yelled angrily, "Hey, hurry and flee. What are you doing just standing there? Seeking death?" Bang! The entire hospital trembled violently, the shaking causing snow to slide off the window ledges. Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha froze, their mouths agape. They had been battling mutated zombies for ages, yet this creature before them had effortlessly crushed its head like a fly. There was no room for resistance. Was the zombie too weak? No, the beast was simply too powerful. Li Ming's expression remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this scene. "Why do you not heed my advice?" he said calmly. Meng Wu, the strongest among the 3, glanced at the composed Li Ming, his body trembling in fear. If such a formidable mount existed, one could only imagine the extent of its master's power. Filled with trepidation, Meng Wu cautiously asked, "Be brother, did you come specifically to hunt this zombie?" Acknowledging that the zombie was slain by him, the spoils naturally belonged to him. They dared not covet it. "Let's part ways. We have no quarrel with you. Today, encountering such a super abnormality, preserving our lives is paramount. If we provoke this man, that beast could annihilate all 3 of us with a single blow." Desha felt somewhat disgruntled. This operation had cost them dearly, even resulting in Gang's death. To simply relinquish the loot to another was unacceptable. "Brother Wu, while that mutated zombie was killed by that creature, we had already exhausted its strength beforehand, allowing them to succeed. I believe we deserve a share of the spoils. Otherwise, we cannot face the gang." Meng Wu shot Desha a fierce glare. "Shut up. You still call me Brother Wu. I will decide today's matters." Is Desha truly oblivious to the disparity in strength between us? Even if the 3 of us exerted our utmost, we might not be able to defeat that mutated zombie. Li Ming, puzzled, pointed at the corpse of the C-class zombie. "What is so special about this zombie? Why do you seek to hunt it?" Upon hearing this, Meng Wu and the others stared at Li Ming in disbelief. So, he had arrived here completely unaware, and yet he had effortlessly dispatched the very mutated zombie that nearly led to their demise. They once again felt the profound injustice of this world. Some are born with a silver spoon, while others are destined to toil. Realizing his ignorance, Meng Wu decided to fabricate an excuse to dismiss Li Ming. However, before he could speak, a chorus of zombie growls echoed around them. "This is bad. The earlier commotion seems to have attracted all the zombies in this building," Xiangzi remarked. "Damn it. We came here empty-handed and lost our brother to gang. Today is truly cursed," Desha lamented. Meng Wu turned to Li Ming, cautiously advising, "Brother, we should not linger here. Let us depart before the zombies gather." Li Ming surveyed the surroundings, observing the approaching horde of stiff, advancing zombies. These were merely ordinary zombies, their power a stark contrast to that of the earlier C-class zombie. However, even if faced with hundreds of mutated zombies, Li Ming felt no trepidation. Meng Wu and his companions, witnessing the dense throng of zombies closing in, felt their nerves fray. Though they possessed some power, against such overwhelming numbers, their chances of success were negligible. They were ready to flee at a moment's notice. What is a mere horde of zombies to fear? Li Ming spoke with unshakable calm. Suddenly, Li Ming's right palm shimmered with blue and white light. Hundreds of electric arcs swirling around his hand. The boundless power of lightning extended from his palm, emanating an overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding air to quiver. With a flash, the blue and white lightning burst forth from Li Ming's hand, tracing beautiful arcs in the air as it struck the zombies. The bodies of over 100 zombies erupted with crackling sounds, ultimately collapsing into charred remains. Chapter 82. Zombie Crystal Core. This scene left Meng Wu and the others utterly astounded. Over 100 zombies have been obliterated in less than a breath's time. Was such a feat truly within human capability? Even if all three of them unleashed their full power, they might not escape the clutches of those 100 zombies, let alone annihilate them. Indeed, only a being capable of delivering such a fatal blow to a mutated zombie could be regarded as a more formidable entity. Meng Wu felt grateful that he had not attempted to deceive Li Ming earlier. A person like him, regardless of whether he had other forces backing him, was someone they could not afford to offend. Cautiously, Meng Wu approached the shattered head of the mutated zombie, retrieving a small knife from his person. He bent down, rummaging through the dark, viscous brain matter for a moment. Soon, he extracted a crystal the size of a longin. Hastily, he took a cloth from his belongings and cleaned the crystal of any impurities, then reverently presented it to Li Ming with both hands. Brother, this is what we sought. We call it the Zombie Crystal Core. Only mutated zombies possess one within their brains. Li Ming accepted the Zombie Crystal Core from Meng Wu, pinching it between his fingers to scrutinize it closely. The crystal emanated a faint green glow, and Li Ming could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations contained within, albeit weak. This core should enhance your supernatural abilities, correct? Meng Wu nodded. Indeed, it is the sole means for supernatural beings to augment their powers. Although we are all supernatural beings, our strength remains insufficient. We learned of a mutated zombie within this hospital by chance and came to test our luck. We never imagined we would actually encounter one. Although it is indeed a valuable item, Li Ming was not reckless enough to absorb it, for fear of potential side effects. He would never act without certainty, even if the probability of success reached an astonishing 99.99. Moreover, the power emanating from this zombie crystal nucleus was rather feeble, failing to pique his interest. After all, it was merely a C-grade zombie crystal nucleus, which held no significance for him, an adept nearing the pinnacle of A-grade abilities. Meng Wu had been intently observing the zombie crystal nucleus in Li Ming's hand. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Brother, would you be willing to sell me that crystal nucleus? You can set the price." Li Ming had no particular desire for the zombie crystal nucleus, as it bore little value. However, it was not something he would easily relinquish unless they had something worthy to offer in exchange. "Pray tell, what kind of price do you intend to propose for this zombie crystal nucleus?" Li Ming replied calmly. Seeing Li Ming's willingness to negotiate, Meng Wu's expression brightened. "How about 100 boxes of mineral water, 100 boxes of instant noodles, and 100 cans of beef? What do you think?" While this offer was tempting to others, it was utterly worthless to Li Ming. He had over 20,000 cubic meters of water in his space, and tens of thousands of boxes of bottled mineral water. As for instant noodles, he had 32,000 unopened boxes. He was even contemplating whether to discard a few to create space for other supplies. Li Ming shook his head, spreading his arms to showcase his pristine attire. "Do I appear to be in need of supplies?" Indeed, just from his clothing, Li Ming looked far more pristine and refreshed than them, resembling a wealthy individual amidst a group of small-time merchants. Not to mention his formidable abilities, which ensured he could procure resources wherever he went. Meng Wu's expression dimmed once more. "What is it that you seek, then? Perhaps I can think of something." "Women. Exquisite beauties," Li Ming replied decisively. At this point, only such beauties could truly captivate his interest. The value of a beautiful woman could surpass that of 10,000 zombie crystal nuclei. Meng Wu's expression flickered, having never anticipated such a demand from Li Ming. The Shah, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Wu, isn't your sister an exquisite beauty? She fits the requirement perfectly." Boom! Meng Wu's fist struck the Shah's face, sending him flying 3 meters away, revealing the extent of Meng Wu's anger. He had enhanced his powers to protect his sister. How could he ever consider trading her for a mere zombie crystal nucleus? The Shah had foolishly exposed his sister's existence. If Li Ming had malicious intent, none of them would escape unscathed. Li Ming's lips twitched as he scrutinized Meng Wu's features. With a square face and notably high cheekbones, he appeared far from attractive. Could his sister truly be beautiful? Whether it's her sister or anyone else, as long as they are exquisite beauties, I will gladly accept. One exquisite beauty can be exchanged for a zombie crystal nucleus with no limits. These individuals were all ability users and surely had their own spheres of influence. It was plausible to find a few exquisite beauties within their territories. Rather than searching individually, It would be more efficient to deploy multiple people to seek them out. He merely needed to provide them with equivalent value in return. Zombie crystal nuclei served as an excellent currency, and he believed most ability users would willingly trade exquisite beauties for them. Li Ming stutz expanda. And he realized he could indeed leverage various factions to help him scout exquisite beauties. Meng Wu was once again filled with elation. The prospect of exchanging beauties for zombie crystal nuclei was far superior to risking their lives to hunt mutated zombies. He had indeed sheltered a few young and beautiful women within his community, protecting them from falling into the clutches of others. However, Meng Wu's expression quickly shifted to one of caution. Brother, may I ask what you intend to do with so many exquisite beauties? Although Meng Wu yearned for power, he could not engage in something so inhumane. If Li Ming were to treat these girls with cruelty, he would rather forego the zombie crystal nuclei altogether. Li Ming discerned Meng Wu's concerns and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I merely seek companionship with them. As long as they meet my requirements, I guarantee they will be well fed and cared for. Moreover, it will be entirely voluntary. I have no interest in forcibly acquiring any girls." Upon hearing this, Meng Wu felt considerably reassured. Although he had protected those girls, they currently subsisted on a single bottle of mineral water and a pack of instant noodles each day. If they were truly to be treated well, he believed some of the girls would be willing to consider it. He was eager to return and inquire about the girls' willingness. "How should we get in touch with you?" Meng Wu asked eagerly. Li Ming discreetly retrieved paper and a pen from his space, jotting down his address and contact information. "If you have goods, you may reach me through the contact information provided. The quality must be assured, as my standards are quite high." Suddenly, the zombie crystal nucleus in Li Ming's hand seemed to be yanked away by an unseen force, slipping from his grasp. Hee. I never expected to find such a treasure here. A sinister laughter echoed down the narrow corridor. Such items are not meant for the likes of you trash. Chapter 83. Nanshan-based the zombie crystal nucleus flew swiftly toward the source of the voice, as the individual believed it was already his to claim. A cunning smile spreading across his face as he reached out to seize it. However, in a swift motion, the crystal nucleus returned to Li Ming's hand. "Oh, how dare someone attempt to snatch something from me?" A hint of excitement gleamed on Li Ming's face. He was eager to experience the thrill of delivering a powerful blow to an adversary. The man stared at Li Ming in astonishment, confusion etched across his features. What just transpired? Why had the crystal nucleus returned to Li Ming's possession? He scrutinized the ground beneath Li Ming's feet, noting that there were no signs of movement. The man stepped out of the shadows, hands in pockets, exuding an air of arrogance with a condescending gaze. "Your ability is quite intriguing. I'll repeat myself. This item is not for the likes of you trash." He presented them with two choices. First, hand over the crystal nucleus willingly. Second, I will break all your limbs and then take the crystal nucleus. The aura emanating from the man instilled terror in Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Asha, causing them to hunch slightly, poised to flee. Yet, two figures slowly emerged along the escape route Meng Wu had planned, completely blocking their path. One was a towering woman nearly 2 meters tall, robust as a bear, while the other was a slender man with a delicate demeanor. All three wore matching dark gray attire, adorned with an emblem featuring the letter N on their chests, clearly indicating they belonged to the same organization. The bear-like woman scoffed with a deep, steady voice. "Captain, may I have that beast?" Riding it on missions would be quite the spectacle. The effeminate man, twirling his fingers, chuckled sinisterly. "Haha, with your physique, I doubt that beast could even bear your weight. However, the man beside it looks quite appealing, especially suited for me." The bear-like woman glared in discontent, gritting her teeth. "You insufferable sissy." Li Ming surveyed the three of them. A red system interface appeared above their heads. Name, Kai Jian, B-grade psychic ability user. Name, Dai Xiaohua, B-grade enhancement ability user. Name, Baiyu, B-grade fire ability user. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at Kai Jian and spoke with an air of composure. "I am not one to heed advice. I prefer the third option." The mention of the third option caused Kai Jian to furrow his brow. "To kill you all, ha ha ha." Kai Jian let out a laugh filled with arrogance. "You truly underestimate your place in this world. Rules are dictated by the powerful. If I declare it does not exist, then it is non-existent." Li Ming responded with a cold smile. "I wholeheartedly agree. Rules are indeed established by the strong." Tension mounted between the two parties, the atmosphere oppressive in its intensity. The aura emanating from these individuals clearly overshadowed that of Meng Wu and his companions, causing them to feel a rising sense of apprehension. The Shah, without a thought, cursed vehemently. "Damn it, I shouldn't have been with that witch last night. I am truly cursed. What kind of people do we encounter on this journey? All of whom can bully me? How frustrating." Xiangzi nudged the Shah with his elbow, signaling him to cease his tirade. Meng Wu, with a humble and respectful demeanor, addressed Li Ming and Kai Jian. "Gentlemen, the matter of the zombie crystal core does not concern us. We shall take our leave." Suddenly, Dai Xiaohua, weighing nearly 200 pounds, rolled toward Meng Wu, blocking their path. Kai Jian's gaze shifted to Meng Wu and his companions. Did I ever say you could leave? Do not take us for fools. Though we may be powerless against you, we will not be detained. De Sha's fury ignited, transforming him into a beetle with an impenetrable shell. Since awakening his powers, he had never felt so restrained. With a surge of strength, Dai Xiaohua's veins bulged as he delivered a powerful punch against the beetle's hard exterior. De Sha maintained a calm smile. Even the attacks of mutated zombies cannot breach my defenses. Yet cracks began to appear in his shell, spreading across his body. De Sha's expression shifted to one of horror as he gazed at Dai Xiaohua, who wore a sinister grin. With a clattering sound, the shell shattered into fragments. De Sha, Meng Wu, and Xiangzi shouted in fury, exerting all their might to rescue him from Dai Xiaohua's grasp. But with a resounding thud, both Meng Wu and Xiangzi found themselves struck down by Dai Xiaohua's incredible force, blood spewing from their mouths. Bai Yu looked down at the three on the ground, mockingly exclaiming, "Garbage indeed, unable to withstand even a single blow. You are as feeble as ants." Meng Wu, struggling, looked up at Kai Jian with defiance. "Who are you? We have never wronged you. Why do you attack us?" Kai Jian, hands casually tucked into his pockets, regarded Meng Wu with disdain, exuding an air of superiority. "Are you aware of the largest official refuge in Tianhai City, Nanshan Base? I am Kai Jian, the captain of the 7th Search Team. Official organization, Nanshan Base. Search Team?" Meng Wu glared, gritting his teeth. "Even if you're an official organization, you cannot act so tyrannically. We are not criminals." With a fierce glare, Kai Jian unleashed his mental power, pinning Meng Wu to the ground. With an arrogant tilt of his chin, he scoffed. "What right do you have to reason with me? It is our duty to bring the ability users back to the base. The leader's orders are clear. No matter the means, you must be brought back. And violence is the simplest and most effective method, ants." With that, Kai Jian intensified his mental grip on Meng Wu and the others. Blood erupted from their mouths under the tremendous force. Kai Jian's laughter turned manic. "Today is my lucky day. Not only have I discovered 4 ability users, but also a mutated beast. If I bring you all back to the base, I will surely earn the leader's commendation." Turning to Li Ming, his eyes gleamed with greed. "What excites me most is the discovery of a zombie crystal core right here. Do you know the value of a zombie crystal core in our base? Let me put it this way. Its worth is equivalent to 100 million before the apocalypse. Such a treasure in your hands is like a hot potato. If you're wise." Suddenly, he noticed Li Ming had vanished without a trace, as if he had been a specter. Kai Jian's face contorted in disbelief. How could a living person simply disappear before his eyes, without a trace of energy remaining? Haha, perhaps he was frightened by my iron fist and fled. Dai Xiaohua boasted. In the past, all those ability users we encountered fled in panic. But this is the first time someone has silently escaped right under our noses. "Hey beast, you ultimately misjudged your master, leaving without a sound." Dai Xiaohua continued, "From now on, you shall follow me and become my mount." Golden Fur shot her a glance, filled with a mix of amusement and pity. "Who are you calling a coward?" Li Ming materialized behind Kai Jian. 100,000 volts, lightning strike. Before Kai Jian could react, he was engulfed in crackling electricity, smoke billowing from his body as he collapsed to the ground. "Captain!" Dai Xiaohua and Bai Yu shouted in disbelief and terror. In the next moment, they felt an icy chill run down their spines. The very Li Ming who had just attacked their captain now stood behind them. Dai Xiaohua and Bai Yu turned, eyes wide with fear, hoping this was but a mirage. With a crackling sound, Li Ming's electrified hands struck down on their backs. "Ah!" They screamed in agony, their bodies charred black, eyes rolling back, hair standing on end, emitting clouds of smoke. Chapter 84, B-Class Peak Mutated Beast. Witnessing Kai Jian and his companions being swiftly dispatched by Li Ming left Meng Wu and his friends in a state of shock, their mouths agape. Dai Xiaohua alone had subdued them effortlessly. Such a powerful individual still met a swift end at Li Ming's hands. They gazed at Li Ming as if he were an unfathomable monster, filled with admiration and awe. This formidable figure was someone they needed to cling to firmly. Meng Wu even contemplated offering his sister to Li Ming, thinking perhaps it would not be a bad idea. After all, in this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. Only someone as powerful as Li Ming was worthy of his sister. He resolved to have a serious talk with his headstrong sister upon their return. Kai Jian struggled to maintain consciousness, laboring to support his body with trembling limbs. The quivering muscles of his face betrayed the anger he was desperately trying to suppress. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have any idea what kind of organization Nanshan Base is? Within the base, there are monsters far stronger than you. Kneel before me and apologize, or I will plead with the leader on your behalf. Otherwise, Nanshan Base, what of it? The moment you attacked me, you sealed your fate. I leave him to you, Golden Fur." With a howl, Golden Fur, in a state of frenzy, seemed quite pleased with this arrangement. Golden Fur eyed Kai Jian, saliva dripping from his mouth. Kai Jian finally panicked. Wait, Our leader values talent. I will recommend you as our captain. If you become the captain of Nanshan Base, you will enjoy power, wealth, and women without end. Please spare me. Golden Fur paid no heed to Kai Jian's pleas and lunged at him, tearing off his right hand in a single bite. No, I don't want to die. Please spare me. I have secretly amassed a great deal of resources and women, which I can offer you. Should you take my life, you will face relentless pursuit from the Nanshan Base. There will be no escape for you. The true monsters reside within that base. They're the most terrifying entities. The transformed Jin Mao possesses an insatiable appetite and devours at an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, Jin Mao had consumed Kai Jian entirely. It may not be mere coincidence, but it appears that the corpses of these ability users enhance Jin Mao's strength. After ingesting Kai Jian's body, Jin Mao's massive form expanded even further, now comparable in size to a compact car. Jin Mao seemed to recognize the benefits of these corpses and eagerly lunged at Dai Xiaohua and Baiyu, voraciously tearing into them. Once both Dai Xiaohua and Baiyu were consumed, Jin Mao's size grew to that of a large SUV, its weight exceeding 2 tons. A red system interface materialized above Jin Mao's head, indicating its name, Jin Mao, a pinnacle B-grade beast. Li Ming was elated. His Jin Mao had ascended to a B-grade pinnacle beast. The strength of a beast surpasses that of a human, and a B-grade pinnacle beast can even contend with an A-grade ability user. At this moment, Jin Mao was unmatched beneath the A-grade ability users. Meng Wu and his companions gazed in astonishment at the exponentially powerful Jin Mao, fear gripping them as they worried it might mistakenly regard them as food. Fortunately, after consuming 3 ability users, Jin Mao let out a satisfied burp. Li Ming glanced at the 3 fearful Meng Wu, who were sitting on the ground. You may leave now. Return and seek out exquisite beauties for me. 1 beauty for 1 zombie crystal core. This price remains unchanged. Meng Wu and his companions felt as though they had escaped the clutches of death, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Today's events imparted a crucial lesson. Although they had awakened their abilities, their strength was woefully inadequate. They could manage against ordinary people, but when faced with a powerhouse like Kai Jian, they were merely lambs to the slaughter. Not to mention encountering a freak like Li Ming. Without clinging tightly to a robust ally, survival in this savage world would be exceedingly difficult. Meng Wu, Xianzi, and Asha exchanged glances and resolutely knelt before Li Ming. Big brother, thank you. From now on, you shall be our leader, and we are willing to heed your commands. Seeing their sincere expressions, Li Ming initially considered letting them wander the hospital to uncover valuable items. However, he soon dismissed the idea. Their strength was too feeble. A single horde of zombies could claim their lives, so it was best to send them away. Li Ming, accompanied by Jin Mao, who had reverted to its original form, meandered through the hospital. In its transformed state, Jin Mao's size was so immense that it nearly filled the corridor, obstructing Li Ming's view, compelling him to revert it. The hospital was filled with numerous devices, and Li Ming could not discern which were useful, so he collected everything into his space. His space quickly reached capacity, as its original state was already full, and each doubling merely replenished it. To free up sufficient space for medical equipment, he discarded 5,000 boxes of instant noodles. This quantity would be a considerable asset to any faction, yet Li Ming carelessly tossed it aside like refuse. One can only wonder what chaos would ensue when someone discovers 5,000 boxes of instant noodles stored in the hospital. Electrocardiogram machines, ventilators, blood dialysis machines, ultrasound diagnostic devices, X-ray equipment, CT scanners, endoscopes, and duct-build clamps. Regardless of their utility, he collected them all. Along the way, he encountered numerous zombies, but any that revealed themselves before Li Ming were instantly reduced to charred corpses. Soon, the entire hospital reeked of burnt flesh. Regrettably, among these zombies, he could not find any mutated ones resembling that gray-haired abomination. Kai Jian had mentioned that such a zombie crystal core was worth a fortune. If he could find a few more, after several doublings, he might soon become the wealthiest individual in this apocalyptic world. Upon reaching the snow-covered first floor, Li Ming finally located the pharmacy he sought. The pharmacy at Tianhai City First Hospital boasted tens of thousands of types of medications, overwhelming Li Ming. Without hesitation, he began to scour the pharmacy. The space he had freed from the discarded instant noodles was swiftly filled with these medicines. Once again, he had to discard another 2,000 boxes. At this point, he still had 25,000 unopened boxes of instant noodles left. There was no way he could consume them all. After collecting every medication from the pharmacy, Li Ming exited with satisfaction. As he passed a tightly shut medical room, Jin Mao suddenly halted. It extended its nose closer to the door, intently sniffing the air inside. Woof, woof, woof. Jin Mao excitedly alerted Li Ming to the presence of something within. Li Ming immediately focused all his attention on the medical room. Soon, he detected faint yet rapid breaths emanating from within. A living person? Chapter 85. The Rules of Survival in the Apocalypse. Li Ming cautiously pushed against the locked door. It was not only locked, a heavy storage cabinet was also barricading it. The occupants seemed to sense the commotion outside, their breaths becoming increasingly frantic. Unable to open the door smoothly, he resorted to brute force. Oh! Jin Mao instantly transformed into its powerful form. Jin Mao, be careful not to inadvertently harm the individuals inside. Having absorbed the strength of those three from the Nanshan base, Jin Mao could easily demolish the entire room with a single strike. Responding to Li Ming's command, Jin Mao raised a paw, making a no gesture. To his surprise, not only had Jin Mao's strength increased, but its intelligence had also improved significantly. Top! Top! Jin Mao's hind legs slid along the ground, preparing for a charge. Are those humans outside? Is it a rescue team coming to save us? A faint female voice emerged from within, tentatively inquiring. Li Ming glanced at Jin Mao, who promptly reverted to its wolf dog form. It's just one person and a dog. Li Ming called out to the door. A faint sound of heavy objects being dragged followed, and soon, a narrow crack appeared in the door. Two pairs of eyes peered through the gap. Upon seeing Li Ming and Jin Mao, the hope and surprise in their eyes quickly turned to disappointment. Is it just you? ISNT, they're a rescue team? One of them asked softly. The other pair of eyes fixated on Jin Mao, gleaming with interest. Handsome, do you have any food? Can your dog eat? The owner of the eyes asked cautiously. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing this, Jin Mao bared its teeth and barked ferociously at the owner of the eyes. Li Ming retrieved 2 cans of beef from his space, a smirk playing on his lips. I have plenty of food. It all depends on whether you are worth feeding. Their first instinct was to offer money, but they understood that, in this world, currency had become worthless. Both pairs of eyes were fixated on the cans of beef in Li Ming's hand. They had forgotten how long it had been since they had seen real food. They swallowed simultaneously. I'm a doctor. I'm a nurse. The doctor continued. Do you have any ailments? I can treat you. I'm on the top 10 outstanding young female doctors in the country. As long as it's not late-stage cancer, I can help you recover. The nurse, the very same girl who moments ago contemplated devouring the golden retriever, was striving to identify her own merits. My injection skills are quite impressive. I can administer a shot for you, she asserted. I am not ill, nor do I require an injection. Li Ming replied with a hint of amusement. Since you hold no value, I shall take my leave. Wait, don't go, handsome. I can have you give me an injection, the nurse implored anxiously. The beefkin in Li Ming's hand was undeniably alluring. During the outbreak of the zombies, the two of them had fortuitously found themselves in this cramped medical room, counting supplies and narrowly escaping disaster. Although the medical room lacked food and water, it was stocked with an abundance of glucose and saline solution. For over 10 days, they had survived solely on injections of glucose and saline, sustaining their lives. However, while glucose and saline could maintain their existence, they did nothing to alleviate their hunger. During this period, they had grown so famished that their vision blurred, and they began to exhibit other symptoms of malnutrition. Enduring the torment of starvation, they were mentally prepared to do anything in exchange for food. Haha, I am not so easily persuaded. If you wish for me to administer injections, you must prove your worth, Li Ming said, his smile widening. Having grown accustomed to fine fare, he found little interest in anything less. Peering through the crack in the door, 2 pairs of eyes scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of zombies outside, they cautiously opened the medical room's door. How'd you get here? What about the zombies outside? The doctor inquired as Li Ming entered the room. Zombies? They are all dead. The two exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend how a horde of terrifying groans could vanish so suddenly. Upon entering the room, Li Ming beheld their full appearance. They were wrapped in thick blankets, presumably a stack of 23. Both women were exceptionally beautiful, although their skin appeared parched and emaciated due to hunger and thirst. It could not conceal their exquisite features and the aura of grace they exuded. The female doctor had a strikingly cold beauty, her shoulder-length hair lending her an air of competence and wisdom. Meanwhile, the female nurse possessed lively, vibrant eyes, and her high ponytail exuded a playful charm. The golden retriever that followed Li Ming into the room glared menacingly at the young nurse. Simultaneously, blue system interfaces appeared above their heads. Name, Sangyu. Occupation, Surgeon. Appearance, 85. Age, 29. Build, 90. Combat power, 6. Overall score, 85. Name, Lin Ye. Occupation, intern nurse. Appearance, 80. Age, 21. Build, 80. Combat power, 5. Overall score, 80. It came effortlessly. I never anticipated that 2 exquisite beauties would still be alive here. They had likely suffered from starvation like Nangong Ling, resulting in diminished system scores. If they were to be nourished for a few days, I estimate their scores could rise significantly. As Li Ming entered the medical room, Nurse Lin immediately poked her head out the door to survey the area. There really are no zombies. Have they truly perished? Li Ming had not yet responded to Lin Wen's question when he was suddenly overwhelmed by a pungent, acrid odor that nearly suffocated him. Observing his furrowed brow and the way he pinched his nose in distaste, Both Lin Ye and Sang Yu's faces flushed a deep crimson. They quickly realized the source of the problem. For over 10 days, do you know how we have managed? Their sustenance and sanitation had all occurred within this cramped medical room. Having spent so long indoors, they had naturally grown accustomed to the stench of their own excrement. Even the blankets they were wrapped in exuded an unpleasant odor. Indeed, beautiful women are not exempt from the common afflictions of humanity. Sang Yu cautiously took the beef can from Li Ming's hands, asking, "You claim the zombies outside are all dead. Does that mean the disaster has concluded?" Li Ming shook his head. "What I refer to as outside is confined to this hospital building. The world beyond remains infested with zombies." Sang Yu's expression dimmed as she shook her head in despair. Is there truly no salvation for this world? Without delay, she opened the can of beef and took a piece, savoring it before her impending demise. Lin Ye, too, was horrified and burst into tears. "Wah, I do not wish to die. My beautiful life has just begun." Li Ming reassured them. "Do not be overly anxious. Since I have come here, I possess a means to transport you to safety." Having consumed the entire can of beef, Sang Yu exclaimed in delight. "Really? If you can take us to safety, I will do anything for you, including relinquishing everything." Lin Ye immediately ceased her sobbing, raising her right hand like a student. "Me too. I am willing to do anything." Li Ming smiled, pleased to have so easily secured the cooperation of the doctor and nurse. Indeed, only those who have endured the trials of the apocalypse can grasp its inherent laws. Chapter 86. Strange Occurrences at Nanshan Base, on the 4th underground level. A room constructed entirely of metal lacked the brightness typically associated with such materials. Instead, it was marred by dark brown streaks of blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. In the center of the empty room stood a chair made of fine steel, upon which sat a man with a robust physique, yet a haggard visage. His wrists, ankles, waist, and neck were all tightly bound by steel apparatuses, rendering him immobile. The metal door of the room opened automatically, and 2 workers clad in protective gear entered, carrying a silvery metal box. Upon seeing the 2 workers, fear coursed through the man, causing him to writhe and struggle in desperation. Tears, snot, and saliva flowed uncontrollably, reminiscent of a condemned criminal awaiting execution. "Chung Tao, you cannot treat me this way. I am your superior. It was never my intention to suppress you. I beg you, spare me." Chung Tao, I know you are here. Come out at once." "Wah, I do not wish to die. I do not want to become a zombie." The man cried out, desperately pleading as blood seeped from his wrists due to the tight restraints. On the opposite side of the room was a massive glass wall, behind which stood a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, tall and portly, with slick-back hair and dressed in dark gray attire. He gazed intently at the man in the chair, a sly smile playing upon his lips. This man was none other than Chung Tao, the leader of Nanshan Base. "Proceed," the slick-haired man commanded coldly. The 2 workers immediately placed the silver box on the ground and opened it. Subsequently, one of the workers retrieved a syringe filled with a red liquid. Upon seeing the syringe, the man in the chair struggled even more fervently. "Wah, Chung Tao, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Wah, grant me one more chance, and I will expose everyone who conspired against you. I beg you, just end it quickly. I do not want to become a zombie." Chung Tao spoke into the microphone in the surveillance room. "Director Yao, I am merely giving you an opportunity. If you succeed, we can still achieve great things together. Do your best. Do not waste my efforts." As Chung Tao finished speaking, one of the workers secured Director Yao's neck, while another took the syringe and injected the red liquid into his artery. After administering the injection, the 2 workers promptly exited through the automatically opening door. All devices restraining Director Yao were released, granting him freedom of movement once more. However, Director Yao did not flee. Instead, he painfully knelt on the ground. Chung Tao, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed expectantly at Director Yao, who had been injected with the drug. Director Yao emitted a chilling scream, desperately clawing at his face until it was a bloody mess, yet he did not cease his actions. 2 minutes later, a dark, bruised hue began to surface on Yao's face, and sharp claws sprouted from his hands and feet, becoming dangerously pointed. His skin gradually turned a grayish blue, and his eyes became clouded. Chung Tao hastily inquired of the staff in the monitoring room, clad in white lab coats. "What are the data results?" Sighing, the staff member looked at the screen's readings and shook his head in disappointment. There was no sign of any mutation. The only outcome was that he would become a zombie. Chung Tao felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had harbored great hopes for Director Yao. What a zombie level? Was there any possibility of contributing even a little to the base? At that moment, Director Yao had transformed into an ordinary zombie, aimlessly pacing back and forth in the room. The staff member shook his head again, sighing. "He is merely an ordinary zombie, utterly worthless." Chung Tao scoffed derisively. "Humph. Trash is trash. In life, he could do nothing but flatter the leaders. Even as a zombie, he cannot offer the base any contribution. What a waste. Since he is refused, let us dispose of him in the garbage dump." At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed. The female secretary Lin Ye hurriedly approached, her face etched with anxiety. Chung Tao, expressionless, glanced at Lin Ye. Is there news about Kai Jian? Half an hour ago, Kai Jian's life signal had abruptly vanished from their surveillance. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Initially, they assumed it was a malfunction in the equipment. Kai Jian had not even transmitted a support signal. His life signal had completely disappeared. Although Kai Jian's strength could not be deemed the strongest, he was considered a captain-level figure within the base. It was inconceivable that he could be eliminated without sending a distress signal. Moreover, his teammates Bai Yu and Dai Xiaohua had also vanished alongside him. The simultaneous loss of 3 B-class ability users represented an immeasurable blow to their base. He promptly ordered Lin Ye to dispatch the second search team leader, Deng Jijun, to the first hospital of Tianhai City to investigate Kai Jian's disappearance. Lin Ye, with a grave expression, cautiously replied, Captain Deng has scoured the second hospital of Tianhai City, but still has not found any trace of Kai Jian or the others. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. What about their life tracking signals? Chung Tao's face darkened. They cannot be detected. It is as if they evaporated from existence. Not even a body has been found. Bang! Chung Tao slammed his palm heavily onto the console, his features contorted with rage. Are you implying that they were instantly killed, with even their bodies obliterated? Lin Ye maintained her composure, though fear gripped her heart. She was acutely aware that Chung Tao's fury would result in someone facing dire consequences, and she wished to avoid being that person. Although we have not located Captain Kai Jian, Captain Deng Jijun discovered something peculiar. Oh! Chung Tao's gaze shifted to Lin Ye, urging her to continue. Captain Deng found an astonishing quantity of instant noodles at the hospital, 7,000 boxes in total. I suspect this hospital had previously served as a stronghold for certain factions, which is why they hoarded such a substantial supply there. Captain Kai Jian and his team must have unwittingly stumbled into enemy territory, leading to their demise. Upon realizing Kai Jian's identity, those individuals decisively abandoned the supplies they could not carry and fled. Upon hearing that the enemy had deserted 7,000 boxes of instant noodles, Chung Tao's expression softened somewhat. 7,000 boxes of instant noodles constituted a significant resource for the base at this time. Ordinary soldiers at the base were only allocated 2 packs of instant noodles each day, and supplies were growing increasingly scarce. Acquiring these 7,000 boxes would alleviate some of their immediate shortages. Have Captain Deng quickly send people to transport all those supplies back to the base, Chung Tao commanded. His icy gaze fixed on the zombie that had once been Director Yao. He spoke sternly to the researchers present. The external forces are becoming increasingly formidable. I will grant you 10 more days to deliver satisfactory results. Otherwise. Chapter 87. Delivery skills. Sang Yu and Lin, when finally comprehended the meaning behind Li Ming's assertion that as long as he was present, it was the safest place. The 3 of them rode atop the back of the golden-haired beast, charging forth with abandon. Ordinary zombies did not even approach them before being incinerated by the lightning emanating from Li Ming's hands. The zombies colliding head-on with the golden-haired beast fared even worse. Utterly crushed by its sharp horns. A few survivors scavenging for supplies along the way witnessed this spectacle and quickly concealed themselves, fearing the ferocious creature might discover them. What in the world is that monster? Can animals grow to such enormous sizes now? My heavens, as if zombies weren't terrifying enough. Now there's this creature. Are there people riding on its back? Perhaps it has captured some food reserves. Sang Yu and Lin when were thoroughly frightened. Who was this individual capable of conjuring lightning? How had he managed to tame such a fearsome beast into unwavering loyalty? In this moment, their admiration for him reached its zenith. As a mode of transportation, the flying swallow is far more suitable. Li Ming Musha. The flying ability of Huafian was not only smooth and steady, but also provided warmth. And its speed was remarkable. The journey home from the hospital, a distance of 10 kilometers, would take merely 2 minutes if flying. In contrast, riding the golden-haired beast had already taken 5 minutes, and they were only halfway there. The difference was akin to riding in a Maybach versus pedaling a bicycle. After more than 10 minutes, Li Ming finally returned with Sang Yu and Lin Wan to the Binjiang No. 1 community. By this time, the fireplace in Unit 2201 had been installed and was operational. The spacious 500 square meter flat felt particularly warm with the combined effects of 3 fireplaces and air conditioning. After completing this work, Xiaoyu prepared to return home with the remaining materials to set up a similar fireplace. Having such a fireplace at home was immensely comfortable. Meanwhile, the injured Zhang Vaida had also been settled in Xiaoyu's home, as the men were not permitted to stay at Li Ming's residence. Upon seeing Li Ming return with 2 beautiful women, no one was surprised. This was a regular occurrence. Everyone eagerly gathered to welcome Li Ming's return. Huafian and Long Kai each took an arm of Li Ming, while Chen Shanshan followed closely behind, brushing the snow off him. Yi Jieqi and Ji Yun had prepared hot tea and a sumptuous feast for Li Ming. Minggu, you must be tired. May I give you a massage? Huafian offered. Minggu, I hunted down 30 zombies today, exceeding my quota. Is there a reward? Long Qi chimed in. I took down 25. Ji Yin added. I killed 20. Chun Shanshan declared with a triumphant smile. I eliminated 50. I want a reward too. The women eagerly boasted of their accomplishments, vying for Li Ming's recognition. Especially Chun Shanshan, who was the most enthusiastic. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh. You all are too competitive. No need to rush. Tonight, everyone will receive a reward. Sang Yu and Lin Wen, following closely behind Li Ming, were utterly astonished. What was going on? Had these girls all been rescued by Li Ming? Meanwhile, Nangong Ling, who had arrived a few hours earlier, stood to the side, offering Li Ming an awkward smile. Before Li Ming's return, Huafian had already introduced all the circumstances here to Nangong Ling. Everyone here has been spared the tribulations brought about by the apocalypse solely because of Li Ming, and all the women here belong to him. Initially, Nangong Ling found it difficult to accept such a situation. However, as Huafian, Long Kai, and Chun Shanshan extolled and idolized Li Ming, she gradually came to terms with this relationship. Since ancient times, who among princes and nobles has not been surrounded by beauties? Naturally, Li Ming is no exception. As their conversation drifted, they began discussing Li Ming's numerous strengths. Each individual here has derived immense satisfaction from Li Ming's prowess. Hearing this, Nangong Ling could not help but lower her blushing face in embarrassment. The Nangong family is a renowned aristocratic lineage in Huagua, and since she became aware of her surroundings, she has been raised under strict discipline. Coupled with her childhood passion for martial arts, she has never had a boyfriend. The wealthy second-generation heirs and officials, who treat women as mere playthings, do not dare to extend their grasp toward her. They are acutely aware that once entangled with Nangong Ling, they would be bound to her for life, and should they provoke her displeasure, their entire family would suffer the consequences. In the face of absolute power, wealth is utterly insignificant. In fact, many businesses run by these super-rich second-generation heirs are somewhat connected to the Nangong family. Thus, whenever these individuals encounter her, they exhibit reverence, wary of overstepping boundaries. Although Nangong Ling tends to display a bit of the spoiled young lady's temperament, her family has instilled in her the importance of being true to her word. Having promised Li Ming to become his, she naturally would not renege on her commitment. She had only been here for a few hours, yet from the conduct of the women in this household, it was evident that Li Ming not only provides for them well, but also grants them considerable freedom. He even gifted Huafian and Long Kai the phoenix and frozen ability fruits, demonstrating his profound consideration. She became increasingly convinced that following Li Ming was undoubtedly the right choice. Thus, when she saw Li Ming return with 2 more beautiful women, she felt no significant sense of loss. Whether there are 10 or 100 women, it matters not, as long as she has her place here. At that moment, Sang Yu and Lin Wen were captivated, gazing at the lavish spread of food laid out on the table. Lobsters, braised pork, roasted chicken, hairy crabs, sauerkraut fish, sour soup beef, and spicy hot pot filled the table to overflowing, surpassing even the most extravagant of New Year feasts. Lin Wen's mouth was watering, and they could not help but wonder what level of living standards allowed for such a sumptuous meal in the apocalypse. Their admiration for Li Ming soared even higher. Fian, please take our 2 new sisters to freshen up, Li Ming said, casting a disdainful glance at Sang Yu and Lin Wen. Though they were beautiful, their scent was rather unappealing. They are doctors and nurses, so you can seek their assistance should you fall ill, Huafian responded, releasing Li Ming's arm and offering a warm smile to Sang Yu and Lin Wen. Doctors and nurses? That's wonderful. We are now sisters. Welcome to you both. How proficient are you in childbirth? With so many of us women, we shall rely on your expertise in the future. Upon learning that Li Ming had brought back doctors and nurses, Nangong Ling felt a warmth in her heart. Even though Li Ming already possessed numerous women, he still held her in mind, specifically bringing back medical professionals for her. Considering this, Nangong Ling became even more resolute in her convictions. Li Ming had returned with 3 exquisite beauties in one day, and after Sang Yu and Lin Wen finished bathing, he felt an irresistible anticipation. It was akin to having purchased 3 blind boxes at once, eagerly wanting to uncover the treasures within. That night, Li Ming simultaneously unwrapped the 3 blind boxes, reveling in excitement. After completing the unboxing, he lit a cigarette and eagerly opened the system to check his rewards. Ding! System task completed, achieving the 7th doubling. After the doubling, the space expanded to 128,000 cubic units. All stored supplies within the space were doubled. Following the doubling, his physical attributes were as follows: Constitution, 640. Strength, 1024. Speed, 896. Agility, 768. Spirit, 768. Upon completing the task, he received a special system reward, B-grade ability fruit of a natural system, wind power, unique. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random system reward, A-grade ability potion, X10. Ding! System task completed, achieving the 8th doubling. After the doubling, the space expanded to 256,000 cubic units. All stored supplies within the space were doubled. Following the doubling, his physical attributes were as follows: Constitution, 1280, Strength, 2048, Speed, 1792, Agility, 1536, Spirit, 1536. Upon completing the task, he received a special system reward. A-grade ability fruit of the special system. Room power, unique. Ding! System task completed, achieving the 9th doubling. After the doubling, the space expanded to 512,000 cubic units. All stored supplies within the space were doubled. Following the doubling, his physical attributes were as follows: Constitution, 2560. Strength, 4096. Speed, 3584. Agility, 3072. Spirit, 3072. Upon completing the task, he received a special system reward. B-grade ability fruit of the release system. Surgical ability, unique. Looking at the numerical values of his physical attributes, Li Ming was utterly astonished. His strength had surpassed 4,000. Previously, when Meng Wu, a C-grade enhancer, unleashed his full power in the hospital, his attributes barely increased tenfold. Even if Meng Wu's base strength was 10, in his fully unleashed state, his strength reached only 100. Now, his own physical strength had easily attained a staggering 40 times that of an enhancer. The magnitude of this power was unimaginable. Unable to fully utilize it at home, Li Ming resolved to venture out the next day to test his formidable abilities against a horde of zombies. The B-grade ability fruit of the natural system, wind power, as its name suggests, grants the ability to manipulate air currents and create hurricanes. This ability immediately reminded Li Ming of Chun Shanshan, as it perfectly aligned with her role as an assassin. Subsequently, he opened the door and called Chun Shanshan inside. While Li Ming was unboxing, the other women had already grown accustomed to waiting outside his door, ready to respond to his summons. Upon hearing his call, Chun Shanshan's heart soared with joy as she eagerly approached and linked her arm with his. "Mingge, did you miss me?" Li Ming playfully flicked her forehead with his finger and retrieved the ability fruit, wind power, from space, handing it to Chun Shanshan. "This is a reward for your dedication in hunting zombies. Enjoy the wind power ability fruit." Chun Shanshan gazed intently at Li Ming, her heart racing as her trembling hands accepted the blue and white ability fruit. "Mingge, I cannot repay your kindness. I can only offer my body in return." With that, she looked at Li Ming with fervent eyes, filled with anticipation. Long Kai teasingly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Chun Shanshan's neck, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the wind power ability fruit in Chun Shanshan's hand. "Shanshan, if you're too scared to eat it, you can give it to me. I wouldn't mind becoming the Snow Queen." Chun Shanshan shot a wary glance at Long Kai and quickly stuffed the ability fruit into her mouth, swallowing it whole. The sight of Chun Shanshan's protective and flustered demeanor caused all the women to burst into laughter. Once Chun Shanshan had swallowed the entire fruit, Long Kai eagerly inquired, "So, how does it feel? Can you control hurricanes now with the wind power ability?" Chun Shanshan swiftly drew 2 bone knives from her sleeves. With a hum, the 2 knives were enveloped by a rapidly swirling stream of air, emitting a piercing buzz. "Do you want to give it a try?" Chun Shanshan provocatively asked Long Kai. "Oh my, Shan, have you truly gained some prowess to dare challenge me?" Long Kui could not withstand the provocation from Chun Shanshan and immediately withdrew her axe. With a swift motion, a thick layer of ice crystals rapidly enveloped the axe, enhancing its size and emanating an intimidating chill. This was Long Kuyi's newly developed technique, the Ice Giant Axe. The thick ice crystals not only augmented the axe's weight, but also bestowed it with freezing properties, allowing it to inflict frost damage upon contact with the enemy. Li Ming gazed at Long Kui wielding the Ice Giant Axe, marveling at her increasingly wild abilities. As the intensity of their auras escalated, Hua Fei Yin grew apprehensive that this warm abode might be compromised. Li Ming restrained Hua Fei Yin, who was about to intervene, urging her to let them be. He was unconcerned about the potential damage to the house. With so many vacant rooms in the building, he could reside wherever he pleased. Besides, he possessed a room ability fruit in his space, which he could experiment with. However, Hua Fei Yin could not suppress her fierce gaze and warned, "You two should know when to stop. If you damage anything in the house, I will not spare you." Long Kui grinned confidently. "Sister Fei Yin, don't worry. I can resolve this with a single blow. Who resolves whom is yet to be determined." Chun Shanshan also wore a confident smile. No sooner had she spoken than both combatants rapidly propelled themselves toward one another. Clang! Their figures swiftly intersected, followed by the sound of metallic collision, and they stood back to back, steadying themselves. Chun Shanshan wore a triumphant smile, while Long Kui stared in shock at her Ice Giant Axe. Now split in two. After extensive testing, Long Kui knew the axe, reinforced by the thick ice crystals, was as hard as steel. Yet, it had been effortlessly severed by Chun Shanshan's wind blades, as if it were made of paper. The impact of Chun Shanshan's strike left Li Ming both astonished and delighted. She had enveloped her 2 bone-picking knives with rapidly rotating airflow, forming an indomitable wind blade. This method of combat starkly contrasted with Long Ku-yi's reckless style, embodying the principle of maximizing attack efficiency while minimizing energy expenditure, an approach uniquely hers. Each individual's comprehension of their powers varies, leading to different manifestations. Chun Shanshan's potential as an assassin was distinctly revealed. The newly joined Nan Gongling, Sang Yu, and Lin Wen were left astounded by the simplicity of Long Ku-yi and Chun Shanshan's exchange. Particularly for Nan Gongling, a martial arts expert and C-rank ability user, the sheer terror of their brief clash resonated deeply within her. Even with her extensive martial arts experience and the enhancement from her powers, she felt it would be challenging to evade either of their strikes. At that moment, she found Li Ming even more enigmatic. Not only was Li Ming's strength unfathomable, but even the women surrounding him were increasingly formidable. Long Kui, now flustered and unwilling to accept defeat, clung to Chun Shanshan. That didn't count. I was careless. Let's go again. This time, I wager a week's worth of usage rights for Mingge. Chapter 89. Room ability and surgical ability. The wind ability fruit's effects were easily understood, but the room ability fruit left Li Ming perplexed. Li Ming inquired, "System, what exactly is this room ability, and how should it be utilized?" The system replied, "The room ability is a unique trait that allows its possessor to alter the properties of materials, thus constructing sturdier and more reliable houses. Within the confines of the structures they create, the possessor will gain 100-fold strength enhancement. Additionally, the possessor can transform their body into a fortress for allies to inhabit or seek refuge. The sturdiness of the transformed fortress correlates with the possessor's strength. The greater the strength, the larger and more resilient the fortress." Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only could he rapidly construct homes, but he could also metamorphose into a fortress. This meant he would never have to worry about finding a place to stay again, regardless of where they ventured. Having already secured the most exquisite beauties of Binjiang Yihao community, he no longer needed to linger here. With this ability, he could easily find a suitable location to establish a reliable stronghold for the apocalypse. Although this power had significant limitations, the prospect of gaining 100-fold enhancement within a self-built structure was nearly invincible. When faced with formidable foes, he could simply construct a house on the spot and retreat within. Whoever dared to enter would meet their end. This capability immediately brought to mind Yi Jiaqi. The timid girl was particularly suited to retreating during crises. As she had studied design in college, he believed her future constructions would possess a refined taste. Moreover, she was patient. He could entrust her with the soft and hard furnishings of the house without worry. Thus, he resolved to pass the room ability fruit to Yi Jiaqi. Upon receiving this ability, Yi Jiaqi was overjoyed. This power perfectly suited her, enabling her to assist Li Ming without engaging in frontline combat. Most importantly, as long as she remained within the house, she would enjoy 100-fold strength enhancement, providing her with a sense of security. After consuming the room ability fruit, Yi Jiaqi eagerly began to demonstrate her newfound powers. She pressed her palms firmly against the ground, eyes closed. Instantly, the cracks in the floor and walls caused by the extreme cold began to mend. The buildings in southern Guo lacked proper insulation, so Yi Jiaqi added a thick layer of insulating material to the exterior of their residence. Even the two crooked fireplaces, previously repaired by Xiao Yu, became neat and adorned with exquisite reliefs, resembling the work of a master architect. The temperature within the entire house became noticeably warmer, even bordering on hot. The remaining surgical ability fruit was most suitable for Sang Yu, as she was a doctor. Li Ming glanced at Sang Yu, who lay exhausted on the bed, and retrieved a loyal servant pill alongside the surgical ability fruit from his space. Only those who consume the loyal servant pill, individuals who are utterly devoted, are granted the opportunity to receive an ability fruit. Li Ming handed both the surgical ability fruit and the loyal servant pill to Sang Yu, who was taken aback. Having witnessed Chun Shanshan and Yi Jiaqi receiving extraordinary abilities after consuming the fruits given by Li Ming, Sang Yu understood the value of this fruit. However, she was puzzled as to why Li Ming would bestow such a precious item upon her, a newcomer. Suppressing her excitement, Sang Yu cautiously asked, "Mingge, shouldn't we prioritize giving the ability to Ji Yun, who seems yet to receive one?" Ji Yun, having received the surgical ability fruit from Li Ming, smiled and handed it to Sang Yu. "Sang Yu, Mingge entrusts this treasure to you for a reason. We must respect and obey his decisions." Leaning back against the vanity in the room, Li Ming calmly stated, "This fruit is known as the surgical ability fruit, and only you, as a doctor, can maximize its potential. From now on, you will be responsible for the health and lives of everyone here, including future childbirths. As your sisterhood expands, your responsibilities will grow significantly." With Li Ming's affirmation, Sang Yu felt reassured and boldly consumed the surgical ability fruit. Long Ku-yi leaned closer to Sang Yu, her face alight with anticipation. "What will you feel? Hurry and showcase your ability. Nan Gong Mei, may I borrow your Tang Hung Dao?" I shall assist you in extracting the bullet from your shoulder, Sang Yu addressed the equally exhausted Nan Gongling, who was also resting on the bed. During the recent confrontation with Li Ming, Nan Gongling experienced a faint pain in her shoulder. Upon inquiry, Sang Yu learned that a bullet had remained lodged within her shoulder. With this knife? Nan Gongling was filled with doubt. Sister Nan Gong, you must trust me. This is a power bestowed upon me by Ming Ge. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Gongling relinquished her Tang Hung Dao to Sang Yu. In this world of extraordinary abilities, nothing could be explained by conventional logic. Moreover, her trust in Li Ming was unwavering. Any power he entrusted to Sang Yu was unlikely to go awry. Sang Yu grasped the Tang Hung Dao in her hand, placing one hand on the hilt. Her eyes closed. Operating room. Gradually, a spherical luminescent membrane emerged around Sang Yu, enveloping both her and Nan Gongling. With a swift motion, Sang Yu struck. A streak of white light slicing through Nan Gongling's injured shoulder, severing it completely from her body. Witnessing this, everyone turned hostile towards Sang Yu, their expressions tense. Sang Yu, what are you doing? Is this how you perform surgery? She has done nothing to offend you. Why treat her this way? You have cleaved Nan Gongling in two. Can she possibly survive? Everyone, please remain calm. I am unhurt. Nan Gongling, aware of their misunderstandings, spoke loudly. Although my shoulder has been severed, I feel no pain whatsoever, and I can still move the detached shoulder with my consciousness. Look, under the gaze of all present. She moved her left hand, now separated from her body, in demonstration. See, my left hand can still move at will. The onlookers blinked in disbelief at the sight of her severed limb. Sang Yu then brought her fingers together in front of her, and the bullet lodged in Nan Gongling's shoulder immediately flew out, hovering in the air. After completing this step, Sang Yu waved her fingers once more, and Nan Gongling's severed body reassembled as if it were made of pliable clay. With this, the luminescent membrane that had enveloped them vanished. Sang Yu wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Sister Nan Gong, the bullet has been removed. Try moving your shoulder. Nan Gongling promptly tested her shoulder, examining the incision. To her astonishment, there was no trace of a scar, and the previous discomfort had vanished, leaving her feeling as if nothing had occurred. Thank you, Sister Sang Yu, she exclaimed, exhilarated to discover that her gunshot wound had healed in under a minute due to the extraordinary surgical abilities. Initially, she had anticipated a recovery period of at least 1 to 2 weeks post-surgery. Upon witnessing this, Long Ku-yi stepped forward, linking her arm with Sang Yu's, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Sister Sang Yu, does your ability allow you to perform any surgery? Hua Fei-yin pulled her away from Sang Yu, laughing playfully. Huh, are you hoping Sang Yu can assist you with some cosmetic surgery? Long Ku-yi pinched Hua Fei-yan's side, standing tall. Do you think I require such procedures? I am completely natural. It is you little steamed bun who ought to seek Sang Yu's help. Little steamed bun? Have you ever seen such a model? Hua Fei-yin retorted, equally defiant. Then ask Ming Ge who truly needs such surgery more. Indeed, Ming Ge is the most qualified to provide an opinion on this matter. Hua Fei-yin and Long Ku-yi clung to Li Ming's arms, playfully pleading, Ming Ge, please weigh in on who needs it more. Yes, we must settle this today. Li Ming surveyed them both, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. I hadn't really noticed before. Come, let me measure once more.